In this video, we'll go over the hardest raid bosses in the history of Warcraft, based on a lot of different factors that I'll be explaining within each segment of the video. So, starting off at number 10, we have the Fallen Avatar, from Tomb of Sargeras in the expansion Legion. Fallen Avatar was the second to last boss in its raid, and was widely regarded as such a difficult boss that it could have easily have been an end boss in any other raid. And this is one of the few times in WoW's history where the second to last boss was just as difficult as a final boss, with one of the others being Spine of Deathwing, another second to last boss in the Dragon Soul raid, which was so difficult it made it into my original top 10 hardest raid bosses video, and was one of the few times the second to last boss was more difficult than its final boss, and Fallen Avatar could have been really close to joining that very small list. Fallen Avatar had a total wipe counter higher than most end boss world firsts, clocking in at 453 wipes before Method got the world first, when compared to Mythic Jaina in BOD, for example, which had 346 wipes before its world first. And the main reason for its difficulty was that it was a little bit overtuned and had some RNG mechanics which would result in instant wipes. During Phase 2, there was a mechanic called the Dark Mark, which required players to soak around 3 randomly chosen players, and then it would shoot the marked players into the air after it did its damage, and knock back everyone else depending on how many people were stacked up. But the damage during Phase 2 was so high that if the mark was placed on 2 healers, it would result in an instant wipe. And it wasn't uncommon for all 3 of the marks to be on healers, which also resulted in an instant wipe, of course. There was also another mechanic in Phase 2 called Seer, which just did constant AoE damage to the raid, and would be increased based on how long Avatar was in the lava. And after his first explosion, he'd usually get 3 extra stacks before he got out of the lava and back onto the platform, which made Phase 2 even more difficult to heal. So eventually, Blizzard changed those mechanics so that the mark could not choose healers, and so that Avatar gained stacks in the lava less frequently. Because in addition to these 2 mechanics, there were other things happening in Phase 2 that required a lot of healing, and other things players needed to soak in order to prevent the platforms from being destroyed, as well as the DPS check of killing Avatar before he destroyed all the platforms and forced everyone into the lava. There was also some stuff in Phase 1 that required a ton of soaking. Blizzard nerfed the shadowy blades, which would target random players and shoot them from across the room, so that it only chose 5 players instead of 7. And then they reduced his health by 5%. And after all of these nerfs, Method still had 80 wipes at less than 0.5% of Avatar's health during Phase 2. Whereas before the nerfs, they only had 1 lucky pull before they even got close to killing him. And then after the first kill, Avatar received more nerfs in the upcoming weeks, where they reduced the damage of a lot of his abilities even further, including a 20% additional damage nerf to Dark Marks. So, the main reason Fallen Avatar was so hard, in addition to that one fight having 4 separate soak mechanics, and Dark Marks wiping the raid if they were on too many healers, was mainly the overtuning of a lot of his abilities. This is kind of the crux of a list like this. Should I exclude bosses from this list who were only hard because of bugs and overtuning that eventually got fixed and allowed them to be killable? And the answer to that question is kind of no. Because this is a big standard for a lot of bosses. And you'll definitely see me talk about a lot more bug fixes and overtuning as this video goes on. Because pretty much every single boss that was incredibly difficult got a whole bunch of changes after its release. And excluding bosses from the list just because they got changes isn't really possible because of how much it shows up for all of the bosses on the list. And at number 9, we have Blackhand from Blackrock Foundry in Warlords of Draenor. Now, Blackhand is a good example of why I don't just use total wipe counters, from the world first as the metric for which were the hardest bosses, because Blackhand was killed after 325 wipes, and world second took 667 wipes. So right off the bat, there's a huge disparity between the world first and world second, as the second one took 2 times as many wipes. Based on its world first wipe counter alone, Blackhand could be considered easier than Fallen Avatar. But here's another interesting statistic about Blackhand. Only 0.2% of the player base managed to kill Blackhand while it was current content. To give comparisons, the number of players who kill mythic bosses is about 1%, and Mythic Jaina had a 0.51% kill rate while it was current content, and Avatar having about a 0.64% kill rate. And here's the thing about Mythic Blackhand, this low kill count isn't because there was less players playing in Warlords of Draenor, as these numbers are based off of their 7 million subscriber number, as there wasn't huge drop-offs until the end of the expansion. And there were a whole bunch of advantages to raiding in Blackrock Foundry that should have made it easier. For one, garrisons were handing out free mythic gear to anyone who had completed the instance on heroic mode. This happened in the era of the first ever split runs that allowed top guilds to get gear incredibly efficiently. This is also around the time in which information on final bosses was incredibly widespread, as there was multiple guides and resources available to downing the fight, which was starting to be at around its peak in Warlords of Draenor, as well as modern add-ons like Weak Auras and DBM in full effect before they got toned back towards the end of that expansion for being too good at telling people where to go during boss fights. Blackhand himself was also a pretty short boss fight, with most kills only taking around 8 minutes to complete, whereas the average is around 10 to 15 minutes for final bosses. And the fight was very well liked, and not riddled with overtuning or bugs, as it's usually considered one of the best fights in the game's history, and one of the best raids ever released. So it didn't suffer from popularity issues, and getting gear and knowing the tactics to the fight were very plentiful, and the fight was short, so you could do more attempts on it. The main reason Blackhand had such few kills is because the fight itself was just incredibly difficult, with 3 unique phases that all had their own unique sets of problems, as well as a hectic final phase, with tons of healing and DPS timers before your platform got filled with fire and you just died. So, while it may not have had a high kill count on its world first, it was one of the most difficult fights in the game's history, nonetheless. And at number 8, we have Archimond from Hellfire Citadel in Warlords of Draenor. This was the raid tier directly following Blackrock Foundry, and the world first Archimond was killed by Method after 472 attempts, which is only about 20 more wipes than Fallen Avatar. Now, Archimond was also an incredibly difficult boss fight, with a laser beam mechanic that was so hard to manage, you basically needed add-ons to tell you exactly where to stand in order to not crisscross the lasers and kill the raid. On screen, I'll show you an example. All 20 raid members get a beam, and it hits through 2 people, and you die if you get hit by anyone else's. So you have to position the entire raid perfectly to only get hit by your beam, which is where the add-ons come in to tell you if you're standing inside someone else's beam or not. Then in Phase 3, there's a mechanic called Marks of the Legion, which targets 4 random players and requires about 5 people to stack on them in order to soak the damage, and to reduce the pushback, because once the mark went off, it would do a ton of damage and then push you off the platform based on how many people were stacked with you. So if you were able to solo soak the mark with an immunity, it would still knock you off the platform. And the way guilds dealt with this mechanic was with an add-on that basically told them where to stand when the marks went out. Basically, after Warlords of Draenor, Blizzard severely nerfed what add-ons can show you during a raid, and they also kind of toned back crazy mechanics like this that all but required an add-on in order to complete. But it wasn't just these 2 mechanics that made the fight hard. In fact, most world-first guilds wouldn't even consider these 2 mechanics particularly difficult. The biggest problem with this fight was the Doomfire damage in Phase 1. In Phase 1, 3 players needed to soak the Doomfire for 15 seconds, and you basically had to consistently soak this every 15 seconds until Phase 3 started. The thing with the Doomfire, though, is that it was ticking for 300,000 damage every second. Now, the average HP of a player in a world-first raiding guild was 450,000. So the dot was doing 66% of a player's total health as damage per second, and obviously was nearly impossible to heal through for 2 phases of a fight, while doing a whole bunch of other mechanics. And the way guilds were handling this dot was by stacking 4 paladins and using their Hand of Purity talent, which was a talent that existed in Warlords of Draenor that would reduce dot damage by 80% for 6 seconds. But this ability had a 30-second cooldown, so it wasn't a complete fix to the ridiculous damage that was going out, and very few guilds could actually make it to Phase 3 before they finally nerfed the Doomfire damage to no longer do more than half a player's health every second as damage. Also in Phase 3, you literally had to do a safety dance as one of the mechanics of the fight, and there was another mechanic that would spawn laser beams on a tank to try to shoot them off the platform, until the DPS could burn it down. And the way most guilds handled this was by just letting their tank die, and using a battle res on them so that they could save their DPS for the boss. But in order to pull off this strat, they needed to have a perfect fight up to phase 3 in order to have the battle reses available in order to cheese this one tank kill beam mechanic, which definitely did add to the difficulty a tiny bit. All in all, Mythic Archimon was an incredibly difficult fight, and easily makes the top 10 list of the hardest raid bosses of all time. And at number 7, we have Ragnaros from the Firelands in Cataclysm. Heroic Ragnaros was killed by Paragon after 500 plus attempts, as they said they stopped counting at around 500. Heroic Ragnaros has got to be one of the longest final bosses in the game's history, or at least in the top 5, because I think Shaw of Fear was about a 25-minute boss fight or something, and there were a few others around 20 minutes. But Ragnaros was a 15+ minute boss fight with 4 phases, and its final phase taking place more than 10 minutes after the fight started, and basically being a completely new boss fight in itself, as Ragnaros will come out of the lava to fight the raid with new abilities, and it's another one of those few bosses that have a hard mode only phase, which Mythic Archimon had as well. So what made Ragnaros so difficult? Well, surprisingly, it wasn't due to overtuning or bugs like most of the bosses I talked about so far, as there wasn't really any major nerfs or long-standing bugs that got fixed before the boss went down. Or if there were, Paragon never really talked about them in interviews, and instead just said that hot fixes went through very quickly when bugs did show up. So, there were some bugs, they just didn't impede progress as much as some of the other ones I've talked about. This is just a case of a very mechanically difficult fight, as there's a couple of phases where you have to burst down adds that spawn in random locations. You have to burst down the boss in phase 3 so that you don't get more than 2 meteors following you around for the last phase. There was a mechanic called Magma Geyser, which would destroy the frost patch you needed in order to not die in phase 4, if more than 4 players were standing too close together. So you'll notice in kill videos of the world first fights that players were standing in groups of 3 in very precise locations inside the frost patch in kind of a triangle pattern, so that they wouldn't accidentally trigger Magma Geyser and get the frost patch destroyed, which would wipe the group, as well as a lot of other things like tanks needing to kite adds, having to perform a safety dance for one of the mechanics, and needing fast players to run around the room in phase 4 to put out little fires. But while Ragnaros was killed in basically an unnerfed form by some of the top raiders, it was an incredibly hard fight for everyone else. So they applied a lot of nerfs to the fight over the course of Cataclysm to make it much easier. They reduced his total health by 10%, which is pretty huge, then reduced his health and damage by an additional 15% later on, when they nerfed the entire instance. And then they just removed the Magma Geyser mechanic altogether from phase 4. So you no longer had to stack in a very precise manner during that phase, or risk instantly losing the phase of the fight. And even after all of these massive nerfs to the fight, Heroic Ragnaros still had a very low kill count because it was still kind of very difficult. And at number 6, we have Unat from Crucible of Storms in Battle for Azeroth. This raid boss was killed by pieces after 731 attempts. For a 2-person raid, Unat had an incredibly high amount of wipes for a final boss. Over 700 attempts is probably the highest wipe count of all the written down wipe counts that will appear on this list. But the reason this fight had such an inflated wipe count is because there was a little bit of over-tuning with one of the first phase mechanics. You see, in phase 1, there's a mechanic called Unstable Resonance, which would mark all the raiders with 3 different marks corresponding to one of the relics that the players had to pick up in the raid fight in order to do the mechanics. And then you were given 12 seconds to run to the player who had that relic matching the mark you were given, in order to get rid of that mark before it exploded for 300k damage to everyone within 10 yards. And since the average health of players in this raid tier was around 250,000, this meant an instant death for you and anyone within 10 yards of you, if you didn't pop defensive cooldowns. But if you ran through other players who had one of the other 2 marks, you would also trigger this explosion damage. Now, the problem with this mechanic, besides requiring pretty good raid coordination to have 2/3 of the raid move through each other without touching, was that other mechanics in phase 1 happened alongside this ability. So a lot of the early wipes from this raid were due to this one mechanic alone constantly blowing people up and killing the raid. and Blizzard wasn't really expecting this mechanic to be such a problem. As Method said, they racked up over 400 wipes to this one mechanic alone. That they put out a series of nerfs to this mechanic to make the fight more reasonable. So what they did was change 2 of the other mechanics in Phase 1 to no longer overlap with Unstable Resonance. And they increased the amount of time you had to remove your mark from Unstable Resonance from 12 seconds to 15 seconds, giving them an extra 3-second window. And these 3 changes significantly reduced the amount of wipes that were happening in the fight, as this one mechanic was the contributor to the massive wipe counter. Then, during the last phase of the fight, a mechanic would go out called Insatiable Torment, which would make the players unable to receive healing from outside sources, and also do a damage over time effect to the target as well. So a player with this debuff would die pretty quickly if they didn't get healing, and the way you're supposed to heal yourself with this mechanic was to steal health from other players by standing on top of them. But then eventually top guilds figured out that if they just had a whole bunch of warlocks instead, who were using Drain Life and Soul Leech, they could just self-heal themselves through this debuff and make this part of the fight much easier. In addition to the fact that their teleports helped them with avoiding the laser beam mechanic, which meant a lot of top guilds brought as many warlocks as possible to the raid because of this. After the world first of this fight was completed, Unot got quite a bit more nerfs to make the fight even more easier, as they changed the Insatiable Torment to prefer damage dealers, as most raids were having a very hard time getting a kill if it went onto their healers. The Unstable Resonance mechanic from Phase 1 was changed to only be cast on 12 players instead of 18, and there was a few other changes to mechanics to make it easier, as well as a 5% health nerf. Now, when people went into this fight, they were expecting it to not be anywhere near as difficult as it ended up being, because this raid technically had the same raid tier as BOD, which was already on farm by the time this raid came out. So guilds were going into this fight basically over-geared for it, with having near full mythic sets of the current raid tier already. So it seems like Blizzard expected people to come in here over-geared and tuned the fight accordingly for the world first raiders, so that it wouldn't be a pushover and killed on the first day it was available. And they definitely did a good job at that, and unintentionally made it one of the hardest raids of all time. And at number 5, we have the Lich King from Icecrown Citadel in the expansion Wrath of the Lich King. The world first Lich King was accomplished after 170 plus wipes by the guild Paragon with the 5% buff active. Lich King is another fight which kind of proves that kill counts alone aren't enough of a metric to determine how hard a boss was. And that's because the Lich King existed in the era of limited attempts, where you could only try to kill the Lich King 50 times per week. On heroic mode anyway. So what top guilds would do in order to progress in the Lich King was have multiple alts geared up and have them go in to test the mechanics, before sending in their mains to do the real attempts on the fight. So those 170 attempts were just the ones they did on their mains, and doesn't account for the many more attempts they had on their alts. So what made the Lich King so difficult, and what gives it such a high spot on this list? Well, the boss himself hit really hard and had a lot of health. So he might have just been a little bit overtuned, as most guilds were only able to kill him as long as they had a Holy Paladin spamming heals on the tank the whole time, as well as a Disc Priest in the group in order to completely shield the entire raid to negate the Infest mechanic, which he would periodically put a dot on the entire raid that wouldn't go away until you had more than 90% of your health. So if you had a bubble, it would just completely negate the mechanic. He'd also throw out shadow traps to knock people off the platform, summon Valkyries to come in and pick up people to drop them off the platform. Nothing really buggy about the fight though, just good old-fashioned hard mechanics, hard-hitting ability type thing. Although there was a very controversial exploit that happened during Lich King progression. There was a top guild called Insidia, who while progressing on the normal mode of 25-man Lich King, found out that using Serenite bombs on the platform would regrow the platforms from the transition phase, as periodically throughout the fight, the Lich King would grow an extra layer to the outer platforms, and then force everyone to go onto those platforms with AoE damage. And when the phase would transition back, he would just break this off and you'd go back to the smaller platform. But with Serenite bombs, they cause some kind of interaction that unintentionally caused those outer platforms to regrow, which completely negated the mechanic of the Valkyrie, who would come in and pick someone up to drop them off the platform. Because with the regrown outer ring, the Valkyrie would just drop them off on the platform instead of to their death. And the controversial thing about this was that they were unintentionally causing this to happen during normal mode, which wasn't really giving them any kind of advantage. And they also claimed they didn't know that it was the bombs themselves causing the platform to regrow, because the bombs back then didn't share cooldown with other consumables, and were just part of the normal rotation for a lot of classes, as they were just free damage. But Blizzard gave the whole guild a temporary ban anyway. Now, for some numbers on the fight. Blizzard has said in an interview that ICC had the most amount of players raiding than at any other point in the game's history, and only 1,101 guilds managed to down the Lich King on its hardest difficulty, which comes out to about 0.23% of the entire player base. Now, that is still a higher number than Blackhand, but not by very much, especially considering this was the point in WoW's history with more people playing than ever. Although there are a lot more factors that lead to a higher kill percentage than Blackhand, players were able to attempt this boss for almost 300 days, which was much longer than people had to progress on Blackhand. ICC had 4 separate lockouts, 2 for normal and heroic 10 and 25-man modes, and some guilds never attempted 25-man, so it had less people clearing it on 25-man and were just clearing it on heroic 10-man instead. And of course the fight itself being very difficult, to the point where the first kill wasn't achieved until the 5% buff came out, even with having 4 full raid lockouts to get gear from. And at number 4, we have Kil'jaeden from Tomb of Sargeras and Legion. Now, you may have noticed this is the second boss from Tomb of Sargeras on this list. And yes, that does mean Tomb of Sargeras was one of the hardest raids in WoW's history. And Kil'jaeden was absolutely a modern day guild killer, and is likely the reason why most top rating guilds play Horde today. Now, let's go over why Kil'jaeden was so difficult. Because this one was from a modern raid, I do actually have a lot more info on this one than I do for a lot of the others. First up, let's go over the stats. The first kill of Kil'jaeden was done by Method after 654 wipes, with World Second being achieved after over 900 wipes. And Kil'jaeden was thought to be impossible when it was first pulled. According to Method, after spending a long time on Fallen Avatar, and being the first guild to progress on Kil'jaeden, Kil'jaeden had a couple of bugs, in the form of the fireballs that spawned during one of their phases, hitting people even if they weren't actually physically touching it, and an incredible amount of over-tuning. First off, the meteors spawned by the Armageddon ability hit really hard and spawned way too many of them to deal with for the entire fight, and eventually the damage of these meteors was reduced by about 40%, and they removed 2 of the 8 meteors eventually. There was an ability in the fight called Rupturing Singularity Orbs, which would knock you about halfway across the platform on lower difficulties, and would knock you about 80% across the platform on Mythic, which meant you had to be right next to the orb in the correct position, otherwise there was no way not to get knocked off. Now, speaking about these orbs, during one phase of the fight, a Rupturing Singularity Orb will spawn in the middle of the room, which means it will knock everyone off the platform guaranteed no matter where you stand. And the way you were supposed to avoid this was by killing the tank ad, which would put a dot on the tank that had an effect where, when you dispelled it, it would AoE life grip everyone in the raid to the tank's location. So the idea for this was to keep this dot on the tank until Rupturing Singularity Orb happened in the middle of the room, and then just dispel it during the knockback in order to save everyone. Except for the fact that the tank ad had way too much health, and was impossible to kill in time. So the way they counteracted this was by using a Warlock's Gateway, and having everyone in the raid click on the gateway at the exact time the orb went off in order to avoid the knockback. Eventually, Blizzard nerfed the HP of this tank ad so that this part of the fight could be done in the intended manner without cheesing it with the Warlock Gateways. During the first intermission phase, Kil'jaeden will fly around the room and shoot a laser beam at the raid, as well as abilities from phase 1 happening where you have to soak meteors and get to the side of the room to avoid being knocked off the platform with the Singularity Orbs. The Kil'jaeden laser beam was a little bit over-tuned though, and was doing nearly unsurvivable amounts of damage, and later on, the damage of this ability was reduced by 60% during one of Blizzard's nerfs. And also, the abilities during the intermission were happening almost at random, so it could cause a wipe if they overlapped. And that was eventually fixed too, so that they were guaranteed to be more time in between the abilities so that they could not overlap. During the second intermission phase, where you have to look for Illidan in the darkness in order to kill ads, there was a rupturing singularity orb during the phase. You know, the ones that knock you off the platform? But the fun part about this phase on Mythic was that you couldn't see the orbs unless you sent people out to scout them. And also, the damage during this phase was incredibly high, and as a mechanic during this phase, healing people was more difficult, as well as the ads not being movable until they fixed that, and having too much health. So what they did was try their best to kill all the ads in this fight before the third singularity orb went off. So they just kept a timer for when the first orb was supposed to go off without finding its location, and then having everyone in the raid cheese it with the Warlock Gateway strategy. And then when the second orb went off 10 seconds later, they had everyone in the raid cheese it with a personal jump ability, like a blink, rocket jump, heroic leap, etc. And if they didn't kill the ads before the third orb went off, they basically just wiped. It was because of this particular phase that guilds en masse race changed to Horde in order to get the rocket jump ability racial from goblins, if they were playing a class that had no access to a blink-like ability, like Priest for example. And then once they got to the final phase, there was a new Mythic-only mechanic where everyone in the raid would get a permanent dot placed on them, which ticked for over 1 million damage every 2 seconds. And with the average player health in this particular raid being about 4.5 million, this was 22% of everyone's health every 2 seconds, which in itself would have been an incredibly difficult healer challenge. But there is also a whole bunch of other mechanics going on during the final phase, so that ridiculous amount of damage might have technically been possible if the healers were allowed to stand still the whole time and it was just a tank and spank. But that's not what it was like at all. In fact, there was another broken part of the third phase, where the demonic obelisks would spawn 5 the first time they came down, and instantly kill players on hit instead of just doing non-lethal damage, like they did in the other difficulties. And then they would spawn additional obelisks every time the mechanic happened afterwards. Plus there's also the orb that would chase people around the room, the tier rifts that would pull people in, and then just the mechanics Kil'jaeden was doing on top of all that. This permanent dot was so bad that Method sent a message to Blizzard telling them to fix it, as they thought it was obviously a bug. And Blizzard told them to just try it out and see if they could do it anyway. So they did one attempt, wiped because the damage was too hard, and then refused to try again until Blizzard fixed the dot. And then when they came back from their break, all of a sudden, the dot in the final phase was doing 40% less damage. Now, you can see why Method made jokes about being unpaid Blizzard beta testers after getting the world first on this boss, because that is a lot of things going wrong with the boss, only to be slapped in the face with an unhealable dot during the final phase. Eventually, Blizzard did fix all of the problems, and then they fixed them even more after the first 2 world firsts were achieved, so that other guilds could actually complete it without having to be literally the best players in the world. And then they nerfed it some more just to be extra sure. About 1.9% of guilds who attempted Mythic raids in this raid tier were able to kill Mythic Kil'jaeden while it was still current content, which honestly is better numbers than the Lich King and Mythic Blackhand. That's just because they nerfed Mythic Kil'jaeden way more than they nerfed the Lich King or Blackhand, as they kinda left the Lich King alone because they thought the 30% ramping buff would make up for it, which it kinda did, and they also thought Blackhand was appropriately hard, and not broken hard like Mythic Kil'jaeden. And Mythic Kil'jaeden is only the number 4 spot on this list, as there are 3 other bosses that players considered much more difficult than this monster of a difficult encounter. And at number 3, we have Alone in the Dark Yogg-Saron, from Ulduar in Wrath of the Lich King. Alone in the Dark is the hard mode version of Yogg-Saron, where you kill him without the assistance of any of the keepers, and this version of Yogg-Saron was considered so difficult that many thought it was mathematically impossible, until the guild named Stars managed to get a kill after over 500 attempts, a couple of weeks before the fight got nerfed so that other guilds could get a realistic kill without having to be one of the absolute best guilds in the world. Now, part of the reason this fight was so hard was because it was designed around being killed with the 4 keepers helping you out. All in all, with the 4 keepers, you would receive 40% additional damage, 20% increased healing, total health, movement speed, and 20% reduced damage, which are pretty significant buffs to be losing for the fight. But those could be made up for. It was really the other things that made the fight super hard, as without having one of the keepers, you literally could not kill the ads in the third phase, as the Keeper Thorum would kill the Immortal Guardians when they got down to 1% health for you, which meant you basically had to kite them the entire fight as they couldn't die. You also could not get rid of your insanity, which was an ongoing mechanic of the fight, where you would periodically gain insanity, and once you gained 100, you'd be permanently mind controlled, even if you died and got resurrected. And having the Keeper Freya up was the only way to get rid of insanity during the fight. So usually when players would attempt to do this with 1 or 2 lights, or only having 1 or 2 keepers up, they would generally choose Freya or Thorum, as the fight is incredibly difficult without them. Especially since during the last phase, periodically Yogg-Saron would give everyone in the raid insanity for just looking at him. You also had a soft enrage timer of killing him before you got overrun by the Shadow Beacon mechanic, as periodically throughout the fight, Yogg-Saron would cast Shadow Beacon on about 3 to 5 random adds, and the adds themselves would do damage based on how much health they had. So, what you wanted to do was burn them down as quickly as possible, and then just let the tanks hold on to them since they can't die. But Shadow Beacon, when it was placed on an ad, would basically explode after 10 seconds, and then heal that ad and all other ads and Yogg-Saron, which meant if hit, all of the ads would basically go back to full health immediately and destroy whichever tank was holding them. And this mechanic was the key limiting factor to getting the kill. Because you see, top guilds theorized that in order to deal with the Shadow Beacon mechanic, they needed to run at least 4 to 5 tanks, and 5 to 6 healers to deal with all of the damage. And with so few DPS, it was just nearly impossible to actually kill Yogg-Saron before he enraged and wiped the raid. Hence why people said it was mathematically impossible. So here's how Stars did it. They ran 3 tanks and 2 hunters to deal with the ads, instead of 5 tanks. You see, hunters had this ability called Distracting Shot, which was basically a taunt for 6 seconds. So once the Shadow Beacons went out, the 2 hunters and the tanks had to decide real fast which of the ads got the Shadow Beacons and which ones they were going to be personally pulling from the group, and where to kite them so that they wouldn't hit anyone else or the boss, as they only had 10 seconds to decide all of this before the Shadow Beacons went off. So the hunters would Distracting Shot the ads, and since the ads ran pretty fast, it would only take them about 3 seconds to get out of range of everyone, and Distracting Shot itself only lasted for 6 seconds. So once it ended, they would just run straight back to the tank. And hopefully, with a little bit of light kiting on the hunter's part, their Shadow Beacon would explode while they were away from everyone else before returning to the tanks. And it was through this very complicated kiting pattern that they had to pull off about 3 times during the 3rd phase, as it happened every 45 seconds. That allowed them to deal with the Immortal ads. There was another guild who managed to get a Yogg-0 kill before Stars, except they kind of exploited the fight by soulstoning a Holy Paladin and a Warlock and letting them die in the brain room of Yogg-Saron, and then having them both res during the final phase. A Holy Paladin would just turn on their threat buff, the one meant for protection paladins to use for tanking, as this buff greatly increased the paladin's threat. And the Warlock would just spam life tap while the paladin continuously healed him, in order to generate a ton of aggro on all of the immortals outside of the brain room, and basically cause them to evade, meaning the raid didn't have to deal with them at all, which is why no one considers this the true world first, as it was basically using an exploit. There was also the problem of the insanity. Even if they did figure out how to deal with the unkillable ads, they still needed to kill the boss before the raid went insane. And the way they were able to accomplish this was basically by just bringing a whole bunch of Warlocks, because Warlocks have an ability called Drained Soul, and a talent or something at the time that made it so it did much more damage to a target at low health. And the thing about Drained Soul was that it was a channeled ability that lasted like 20 seconds or something. It was a really long channel time and did a lot of damage. So a Warlock could just activate Drained Soul and then turn their character away from the boss and continue to do full damage without having to face the boss at all, in addition to them being able to reapply their dots without having to look either. They were basically the only class who could perform nearly maximum damage while not having to face the boss 90% of the time. And even then, for all of the non-Warlocks in the raid, when Yogg-Saron was activating his ability that gave everyone insanity for looking at him, they were intentionally taking 1 tick of the ability just to increase their DPS by a little bit more on the boss, as they mapped out how much insanity they could take if they played perfectly. And that's how they were able to get the kill. Something everyone else thought was impossible was done because of 2 really good hunters kiting ads, and stacking a whole bunch of warlocks to attack without having to look at the boss. This was an incredibly complicated way of dealing with the boss, and the guild itself even said that there were some circumstances in which the adds were in weird positions that they just could not kite them and it would instantly wipe the raid. So they were only able to actually have legit attempts about half the time. Then, shortly after the first kill, Yogg 0 saw a few nerfs, with some of the biggest being the empowered shadows would only target a maximum of 3 immortal guardians, instead of 3 to 5. And the health of the boss during the final phase was reduced by 20%, which is a gigantic nerf, I might add. Usually, Blizzard does their nerfs in increments of about 5%, which is considered pretty big. So I can't stress enough just how huge of a nerf a 20% health reduction is. And the fact that Blizzard felt the need to reduce his health by 20% during this last phase should show you something about how difficult it was, and why it easily deserves to be called one of the hardest fights of all time. Just a note, the Mimiron Firefighter hard mode fight in the same raid is also considered one of the hardest fights of all time, just not on the same level as Yogg-Saron, and I don't think it's hard enough to make the top 10 anymore, whereas when I made the original video, it did make it into the top 10. And at number 2, we have Cthulhu, from AQ40 in Vanilla WoW. Now, Cthulhu was the second longest a boss went unkilled in the game, as it wasn't killed until 86 days after it was available, second only to Oro, who was another boss in AQ40, which was killed a day later. Now, Cthulhu is the originator of the term mathematically impossible, as many people believe this fight was mathematically impossible before the world first was achieved. And we will never actually know if this was true or not, because unlike Yogg 0, no one did manage to get a kill on Cthulhu before it got nerfed. And the reason being, in addition to the fight itself being hard, doing lots of damage, and having adds that took too much damage to kill, there were a few bugs that made the fight even more difficult to deal with, and in Vanilla WoW, Blizzard did not fix bugs anywhere near as quickly as they did with, say, a fight like Mythic Kil'jaeden. So during the fight, there was a lot of mechanics, but I'll highlight a few important ones in order to talk about the bugs, one of them being the Chain Lightning. This would continuously hit players and do more damage each time it jumped to a new target, and the way to prevent this from killing the entire raid was to stay spread out the entire time. There was also tentacles that spawned on top of players and would knock them back when they spawned. So with tentacles knocking players out of position constantly, in addition to this being a 40-man raid fight, keeping the proper position for the entire fight was kind of difficult. During the fight, Cthulhu would choose people at random to go into a stomach room. While in the stomach, you took a stacking dot damage, and the only way to get out was to kill a specific ad. Except Cthulhu chose people at random to go into the stomach, so it was possible for him to only pick healers, and then they just would not be able to kill the ad in time and die to the damage. Or he would only pick DPS and not take any healers, and the DPS would just die to the dot damage before being able to kill the ad and get out. Or it would pick all the tanks, and they wouldn't be able to tank the giant tentacle upstairs, which would just start killing the raid. This mechanic required a little bit of RNG for it to pick the appropriate amount of DPS and healers to go into the stomach room. There was also this interesting little feature of the fight, where you could be targeted by the Chain Lightning and the tentacle spawns while in the stomach room. And since the stomach room was pretty small, and most players were stacked up, a Chain Lightning in the stomach room could very easily kill everyone in there. And having tentacles spawn in there was just very inconvenient, and made the fight even more difficult. I should mention, Chain Lightning and tentacles were not supposed to spawn down there, but they did anyway because it was bugged. So some of the top guilds did some paper math and stated the fight was mathematically impossible to kill, with everyone doing perfect DPS and having the best possible gear in the game, while taking into account the many common bugs that would occur. Blizzard disagreed, however, and one of the Blizzard devs got into an argument with one of the best guilds at the time, called Death and Taxes, and said that it was possible and that they just needed to get better. And this is still a debated topic today, because we never really got to find out the answer. Blizzard did eventually nerf the fight, at the same time that they fixed the bugs in the fight. They made it so that Cthulhu would very unlikely choose people in the stomach room to be hit with the Chain Lightning. They couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't happen anymore, just that it shouldn't happen anymore, and also no more tentacles spawning on people in the stomach room either. And they also did a blanket nerf to a lot of the other adds in the fight, and the amount of damage some of the abilities did. And after these changes went live, guilds were able to get a kill immediately, as the world first was achieved the day the changes went live. And the reason I put Cthulhu above Yogg-Saron is because the guild was able to get a kill on Yogg-Saron when it was considered impossible, whereas no one was able to get a kill on Cthulhu when everyone thought it was impossible. This also brings up another point with this list and why I include bosses that were basically impossible, and that's because if I didn't, I'd probably have to cut Yogg-Zero and Mythic Kil'jaeden as well as rethink a couple of the other bosses on this list, and I didn't really want to do that. So I made sure to include Cthulhu anyway, as well as give him a high spot, as he kind of deserved it for being unkilled for so long, and is largely thought of as one of the hardest bosses ever made. Now, since I'm in the vanilla time period right now with Cthulhu, I thought I should mention the Four Horsemen and Valistraz here as well. Both of these bosses made it into my original top 10 list on hardest bosses, and I don't think either of them really belonged in the top 10 anymore. Four Horsemen was only hard because it required 8 tanks. 8 gear tanks with a specific set bonus that made it so their taunts wouldn't miss. So once you actually had the 8 tanks, the fight itself wasn't difficult. Four Horsemen probably takes the cake for being one of the hardest fights to get a roster for, then it is really a mechanics-based thing. And Valistraz was a difficult boss fight for the average raider, but not really for top guilds. Basically, Valistraz is the reason why Blizzard only puts the hardest bosses at the end of the raid, because so many casual progressing guilds not getting past the second boss broke up a ton of guilds. So he definitely deserves a mention in the original video for being a boss that was famous for being hard, but he doesn't really deserve to be in a top 10 of the hardest bosses of all time list. Now, let's go on to the last spot of this list. And at number 1, we have Muru, from the Sunwell and the Burning Crusade expansion. Muru was considered by most people to be one of the hardest boss fights in the game, which was not impossible to beat like Cthulhu. The fight consisted of killing 4 sets of ads, 6 humanoid ads that spawned every 60 seconds, void sentinels that Muru would periodically spawn, which, after they died, spawned 8 little voids that needed to be AoE down. And also periodically, Muru would cast darkness, which would summon a group of dark fiends that could all be dispelled, similar to the fiends from Zool in Uldir, which could be taken care of by a pair of shadow priests using mass dispel, all while Muru periodically attacked everyone in the raid with shadow damage. Then, after Muru died, he would transform into a new boss called Entropus, who would do constant AoE damage to the raid, increasing each time he used it, until the raid eventually died to unhealable damage. So, it was basically a burn phase of trying to kill the boss before he killed you as fast as possible. Now, on paper, this fight seems pretty easy. All you have to do is just kill ads while simultaneously killing the boss, and then make sure there's no ads alive during phase 2, when you need to burn down Entropus. And that was kind of the crux of the encounter, was having a perfect transition phase, of killing all of the ads at the exact time you killed Muru, so that you didn't have any ads during the final phase. And since the 6 difficult humanoids spawned on a set timer, and the other ads were spawned periodically by Muru himself, it was incredibly difficult to kill all of the ads at the same time, and having nothing alive during the second phase, in which it was a very difficult DPS race where you needed everyone attacking the boss. It was so difficult, in fact, that all of the top guilds who downed it before its nerf did so by stacking a lot of very specific classes, including at least 5 shamans, to have bloodlust in every group, and forcing everyone to take up leatherworking so that they could use drums. You see, in the Burning Crusade, bloodlust only affected your group and not the entire raid, but it did not give the sated debuff, so shamans could take turns using the ability, and you could just rotate a shaman into the high DPS group in order to constantly have bloodlust rolling on them. And also, resto shamans were one of the best healers, because chain heal spam was really good, and the fight also required a ton of healing, which was difficult because there was constant damage that Muru did, which would cause spell pushback. So casters were constantly having their spells take longer to cast, which included the healers, making the fight even more difficult than it already was. Leatherworkers had this item called Drums of Battle, which gave everyone in their party a plus 80 to their haste rating for 30 seconds. These drums had a 2-minute cooldown and didn't share cooldown with potions, but required you to be a high-level leatherworker in order to use them. So many top guilds were forcing everyone to take up leatherworking, because if everyone in the group had the drums of battle, they could just alternate between whose turn it was to use them. And if everyone in the group had drums available, you could keep up the buff 100% of the time. And a plus 80 to haste was equivalent to about 5% extra haste. And this DPS was required because you see, you had to kill Miru pretty quickly so that he would stop spawning ads. But also if you killed him too quickly, you'd have to deal with the ads during phase 2, where you need to focus all of your DPS onto the boss before he killed the raid. And this was the tricky thing about this fight, killing him quickly enough to stop him from spawning more ads, but also not killing him too quickly before you killed the ads on the set timer in the room. And trying to get the perfect transition where you killed Miru at the same time as killing all of the currently spawned ads was what you were aiming for, but was incredibly difficult to actually pull off, especially since you were spending all of your time DPSing ads, so you didn't have too much time to actually DPS the boss. So you had to find out ways to do both equally. You can see why they class stacked and made everyone roll leatherwork in order to get in as much DPS as humanly possible. Then Miru got a hotfix, where they changed the AoE damage that Miru would do during his phases to no longer cause spell interruption. So healers and casters no longer had to worry about their spells being pushed back all the time constantly throughout the fight. And it gave DPS and healers actually a pretty big boost to their DPS and healing, which made the fight a lot easier to do, as only 4 to 5 guilds actually managed to get a kill on Miru before this hotfix went live, with many guilds reporting having over 500 wipes on that fight alone. And even after this nerf, the amount of guilds who killed Miru was still really low. It was incredibly difficult, and Blizzard wanted people to actually be able to progress on the final boss, so they implemented a second nerf in patch 2.4.3, where they reduced the health of Miru and the health of the 2 humanoid ads that spawned on 60-second intervals, which made the fight significantly easier, as a health nerf is basically a DPS boost, and since this fight's difficulty was in its DPS requirements, this was a direct nerf to the entire fight overall. And then, even after these nerfs, Miru was still an incredibly difficult fight, but at least you no longer had to class stack in order to defeat it, or force everyone to go leatherworking. And then people could finally progress on Kill Jaden, as Miru was only the second to last boss in the instance. Now, in my original hardest bosses video, I included Sunwell Kill Jaden in the top 10 list as well, but I don't think he makes the top 10 anymore, because you see, while Sunwell Kill Jaden was a difficult boss fight, most definitely in the top 20, his low kill count can be attributed directly to how hard Miru was before him. So it's kind of hard to gauge how hard he was on his own. But he was also still a very difficult fight, just no longer in the top 10 of most difficult fights. In this video, we'll be going over the hardest first bosses in raids. These bosses can not only be outright difficult, but also just have really annoying mechanics to deal with and made them a slog to go through. And at number 10, we have the Hellfire Citadel Assault. Now, this may be surprising, but this fight is in Hellfire Citadel, and what makes it on this list is just how annoying the fight is. With how the fight worked, it made it impossible to solo for quite a long time after its release in future expansions, requiring players to be in multiple locations at once, and since there aren't many difficult first raid bosses, we'll be going over the annoying ones first, and leaving the actual hard ones at the higher spots on this list. As for the fight itself, the entire point of this fight is to not only defend 2 giant cannons, but to also supply them with ammo. Throughout the fight, multiple waves of enemies spawn in and try to destroy the cannons, along with siege vehicles that, on kill, drop ammo that you need, needing upwards of 17 boxes of ammunition to destroy the door and end the encounter. So, the most difficult part of this fight is understanding what ads need to die in what order, but at the very start, the group must fight Siege Master Martak. She's a fairly easy fight with nothing really noteworthy and is just there to slow this down even more. And once she's taken care of, the real stuff happens, with the main ad to look out for called the Gorebound Fellcaster, which mostly just spams Incinerate on a single target and volley of a Fell Flame every now and again that can be interrupted. But what made this ad so deadly was when they reached 30% health, they would go into Metamorphosis. During this transformation, they would do 30% more damage, move 70% faster, be immune to crowd control effects, and while also spamming nothing but Fell volleys. And this is where the majority of the damage happened to the raid and most groups would wipe, requiring the raid to know when to burst down these warlocks and when to hold DPS to avoid having multiple transform at the same time. None of the other ads that spawn are really worth mentioning as they aren't significant, but just annoying, as when they spawn in, if they aren't immediately caught they would run full speed at the cannons and start doing a ton of damage to them. And if any of the cannons died, you lost the fight. When siege vehicles started to spawn, they would do various abilities like firing flamethrowers, chewing through players, shooting cannons, or spawning ads. And were also the only way to get ammunition for your own cannons required to end the fight, making these a second priority next to the Felcasters, with the most important one being the artillery siege vehicles. And these were the main reason why the cannons would be destroyed, since they did a large amount of damage from far away. If done incorrectly, the group could easily wipe as there were important mechanics that need to be paid attention to, but it was difficult for players to focus on them since half the raid was asleep because of how boring it was. And at number 9, we have Halfa's Wormbreaker. The reason why Halfa's Wormbreaker makes his list is also because of the mechanics he has, as fighting Malphas himself isn't really the point and is instead just a rather strange fight of sorts, with ads that couldn't just be ignored. As for Halfas himself, he's an Eton inside Bastion of Twilight that had a basic attack along with the Furious War, which he cast 3 times back to back that stunned the raid for 2 seconds every so often when brought below 50% health. But he also had these dragons that gave him different buffs until the group would free them, removing those buffs, but also being forced to kill the ads. And the worst part was, these dragons would be changed weekly. This caused the difficulty of him to vary widely depending on what week it was, depending on what dragons were up. So some weeks were just a cakewalk, and other weeks it was tedious and quite annoying. That is, unless you run Heroic, as on Heroic, all the dragons would be up. The dragons would give him buffs that would do various things, like make him attack much faster, or do a huge raid-wide AoE damage that needed to be interrupted, and when the dragons would be released, they would deal massive melee damage every 2 seconds if they weren't tanked. So you couldn't just release all 3 of them at one time. And when all 3 drakes were killed by the raid, it would debuff the boss, making him take 100% increased damage. Which, stacked by the way, it made it easier to kill him by also countering whatever effects they gave him. As for the debuffs, it depended on what the drake was, as he might get a paralysis debuff that froze him every once in a while for 12 seconds, one that made him do reduced damage, or another that drastically slowed his casting speed, for example, and these debuffs lasted the entire fight, basically making the dragons the main priority because of how this system worked, along with his proto-drake casting fireball at random raid members every 2 seconds, dealing a bunch of damage with the fireball being undodgeable, and the drake itself being unkillable. If these mechanics were ignored or just not dealt with, it was very easy to wipe, as Halfas would be overpowered depending on what buffs he got, like having 120% extra attack speed, or allowing him to cast Shadow Nova, which needed to be interrupted, or having his proto-drake empowered and having to do unavoidable raid-wide damage. And these mechanics wouldn't stop pressuring the raid until the drake corresponding to the buff was dealt with. And since you couldn't release all the drakes at the same time, fighting Halfas could be pretty punishing. And at number 8, we have Abyssal Commander Sivara. Sivara is the first boss in the Eternal Palace raid, which is the 4th raid in the Battle for Azeroth expansion. The reason why Sivara makes this list is because if any of her mechanics were done wrong, even early in the raid, it was very easy to cause a wipe. And its mechanics could be labeled as extremely complicated for a normal mid-raid boss, let alone a first, which is usually the easiest. It required the raid to constantly be aware of their surroundings, where to drop the dot that was applied to you, when to drop it, not dropping too many at one time and that would result in too much raid-wide damage, and switching the dot around when necessary, as well as avoiding people with the opposite dot, as half the raid was marked with either a frost dot or a poison dot, and if the players ever ran into one another, they would get another stack of their dots, while also causing raid-wide AoE damage. At around 6 stacks, the damage would get pretty bad and requires you to purposefully run into the opposite's dot goop that is on the floor and take damage, as doing this would reset the stacks. Timing is important on this fight, as if too many people reset their stacks at one time, it would do insane AoE damage and possibly wipe the raid, or leave your healers with a lot to clean up. Every so often, players would even get a debuff called Overflow, that after a few seconds would drop off, and a pool would be left similar to that of the dot, frost, or poison, and dropping it near the walls was the best thing to do. With Sivara's other mechanics and version, it randomly selected players to be rooted for 4 seconds and have their dot type switched, making them run to the other side of the room, hopefully avoiding everyone on their way there, to be in positioning again and deal with their other mechanics, all while throwing a massive barrage of spears randomly at the raid, which exploded for more AoE damage. With the mythic version of this fight basically ramping everything up to 10 with their dot being far more deadly, and her other mechanics more stressful, it was definitely a challenging but unique first boss for an overall well-made raid. And at number 7, we have the Northrend Beasts. This boss fight was located in the Trial of the Grand Crusader and Wrath of the Lich King, and was 4 bosses all put into one single encounter with 3 different phases, a magnetar, a pair of worms, and an abominable yeti. The reason why Northrend Beast makes his list is because of the amount of damage that could happen, and with how long the fights were, if anyone died, not only did it void a special achievement, but it also prevented them from rezzing, meaning you were down a player the entire time unless the raid decided to wipe. As the 3 separate boss fights were back to back. In the first phase of this fight, Gormok the Impaler spawns and uses an ability called Impale, which does a ton of damage and left a nasty stacking dot, which had to be dealt with pretty early on, along with all the melee getting hit by the staggering stomp ability, which was unavoidable. Gormok also throws snowballs at random players, which not only interrupt all non-instant cast spells on the player they're thrown at, but also randomly stun them for a couple of seconds, and maybe even worse, also leaves pools of fire on the ground that do huge amounts of damage and need to be avoided. Once Gormok is dead, or on a set timer on Heroic, Acid Maw and Dreadscale spawn in. Each worm had their own dot they brought along to the raid, with Acid Maw having Paralytic Poison, and Dreadscale having Burning Bite if he hits you with his Burning Bite attack. The best way to overcome these two was to burn Acid Maw down as fast as you can to avoid as much of the Paralytic Poison as possible, while the off-tank dealt with Dreadscale, occasionally running through Acid Maw, the person tanking him, and all of the melee to get rid of the poison, since the off-tank will be the only person with the Burning Bile dot, and just burning down Dreadscale as soon as he enrages from Acid Maw dying. Immediately after, or during, depending on if you were ahead or behind the timer in Heroic, Icehowl would spawn and do a few very deadly abilities like a Freezing Ice Breath to freeze groups of raiders, a Whirlwind that would knock back melee, and a hard-hitting tank stun. However, his most deadly mechanic was his Crash combo, slamming the ground, knocking everyone all the way to the wall behind them with a big chunk of damage and a stun, then running to the center of the arena and preparing to charge at a random target. During his windup, players would need to run the best they could from his aimed location, or be instantly killed as he collided with them, even enraging if he hit someone, making it even worse. A very challenging and deadly first boss, one that was common to ruin Deathless achievement runs. And at number 6, we have Rage Winterchill. Rage Winterchill is found in the most beloved raid in the game's history, the Battle for Mount Hyjal. And your goal with this raid is quite unique, as the entire point is to fight waves and waves of seemingly infinite enemies until the boss spawns. With the first onslaught containing 8 waves of a ton of ghouls, abominations, crypt fiends, and so on before the boss, Rage Winterchill spawns. He makes this list not only for being a very hard first boss, but if you wiped on this boss, then instead of just having to start over on him as you would in any other raid, you had to redo all the trash waves you just completed from the beginning just to make him spawn. Meaning it was possible if the group couldn't get the mechanics down and just kept dying, you could spend all of your time fighting waves of trash with no progression. See, Rage Winterchill not only uses its melee attacks, but also has 3 main abilities. Ice Bolt, a Death and Decay of sorts, and a Frost Nova. Its Ice Bolt hits a random player for 5,000 to 6,000 damage, with players only having around 10 to 15,000 health if they weren't a tank. This was about 50% of a player's maximum health, which is a huge amount of damage for a single target, non-tank hitting ability to do, along with leaving a dot on the person hit that did an extra 2,500 damage a second for 4 seconds, or about 20% of a player's health is damage, for a total of roughly 15,000 damage dealt. Froze the person hit, preventing them from self-healing or popping defensive cooldowns, along with having a 1-second cast time. This meant that if you didn't get healed almost immediately after getting hit, you basically just died, as he cast Ice Bolt pretty frequently, and it was also possible to have him just spam it over and over again, making healing very difficult and very reactionary. His Death and Decay ability spawned randomly under players and did 15% of their health every second that they stood inside of it, which is a pretty hefty damaging AoE ability, and once again, required healers to heal through it as much as possible. With Frost Nova being the most straightforward, seeing as it just locked the entire raid down when he cast it, but thankfully Death and Decay and Frost Nova wouldn't be cast at the same time. Since then, Blizzard thankfully hasn't added any more raids like this since, and for good reason, as the entire thing was a real slog to get through. And at number 5, we have Magma. Magma is the first boss inside of Blackwing Descent, one of the first raids in the Cataclysm expansion that's a stationary, gigantic worm who uses magma and parasites to try to wipe the raid. The reason why Magma makes his list is because of the amount of raid-wide damage he would do during the fight. You see, if your healers were just a bit under-geared and couldn't keep up, or if everybody gets hit by some of its mechanics and he spawns parasites, then it would just cause a lot of unhealable trouble. Which was a real concern, seeing as it was a new expansion entry raid, and gear tends to be low on a whole at this point in time, made even worse with Cataclysm nerfing healers harder than any other expansion since. During Magma's first phase, he randomly targets players and casts Magma Spit, which can deal around 30,000 damage to a player when hit, which was about 1/4 the amount of health a non-tank had at the time, and Magma would use it very often. He would also cast Magma Spew, which deals around 25,000 damage to everyone in the raid and just had to be healed through. When he's being pushed into a second phase, he uses Mangle on one of the tanks and tries to kill them, with a special ability on the target saying target will be mangled lifeless after 30 seconds. Once Magma slams his head on the ground, the only way to release the tank from this effect was to have the DPS players climb into his head and use the constricting chains to stab Magma's head onto a spike. Once the tank was released, he had to run back to Magma as soon as possible, because if Magma switched over to a DPS, he would kill them all in one single hit. With everything else he does, he will light half of the raid boss room on fire, and when the fire ends, it deals 50,000 damage to everyone inside of it, with his last ability being Pillar of Flame. And when this exploded, it knocks a player into the air and then spawns parasites that have to be killed as soon as they spawn. Otherwise, they give a parasitic infection, and trigger infectious vomit after 10 seconds, which deals around 25,000 damage to everyone within 8 yards and spawns more larva parasites. Which is basically a wipe at that point, as parasites would spawn more parasites, which would spawn more parasites, and so on and so on. And a common way to deal with the parasites at the time was to just let a Hunter or Frost DK solo kite them the whole fight. This would save the raid a lot of DPS on the boss, but if that one person messed up, it would be a wipe as all the parasites would make a beeline for the healers in the stacked group. And at number 4, we have High King Mulgar. This is the first boss in Gruul's lair from the first wave of raids in the Burning Crusade. That's actually a set of bosses that all had their own gimmick of sorts, that had to be abused in order to overcome them, which there was no avoiding. You had to fight all of the adds to perfection, and if a single thing went wrong, it was possible to have the mistake wipe the entire group, as most groups arguably wiped more here than they actually did on Gruul himself, with Keegler the Craze needing a Shaman or Hunter to kite him around as he does a heavy magic damage with its lightning bolt attack, Blind Eye the Seer needing a tank and Dispeller with the strategy of having the tank take him while the Dispeller removed the power word shield buff, and then to interrupt all of its healing spells. Olm the Summoner needing multiple Warlocks to enslave his Fellhound to tank him, and Krosh Firehand needing a mage to spell steal his Fire Ward, so his Fireball can be tanked properly by that same mage. And High King Mulgar himself just being a tank and spank. The difficulty of this fight was mainly in the personal responsibility that the fight entailed, where no one else could really help cover for a failed mechanic. If the fight was going well and the adds were down, then players could focus on the boss itself, and the fight was almost a cakewalk. Once High King Mulgar reached 50% health, he gets an insane buff which increases attack speed by 200%, although thankfully reduces damage done by 50%, but also giving him a charge at a random player with a fear. So if your group wiped once, he enraged, which there was no avoiding. Then you had to restart the entire fight over from the very beginning and hope that everyone in your raid could do the mechanic to perfection again, which getting everyone to play perfectly can be argued is the true boss of raiding. And at number 3, we have Imperator Vizier Zorlok. Zorlok is a bug boss in Heart of Fear, one of the first raids released in the Mist of Pandaria, that caused an extraordinary amount of wipes due to one of its mechanics. See, during his transition phase, Zorlok would choose to go either to the right or left platform at random, and had different mechanics based on which one he chose. Going to the left platform made the fight extremely difficult, to the point where if he went to the left platform, most groups would just call a wipe and hope he went to the right one next time. So this fight caused a ton of wipes compared to most first bosses of raids during the World First races, and it was mainly because they didn't want to do the harder version of the fight. Blizzard saw this and decided to make it so he would always go to the right instead, although even then it was so bad that top guilds just skipped this boss in progression. So World Firsts were done on the second and third bosses of the raid before Zorlok was. Now, how the fight worked was, at the first phase, the boss randomly goes to one of the 3 platforms and stays there until he loses 20% of his health. When that happens, the raid only has 10 seconds to move to the platform he's on and fight him before he finishes his spell, called Song of the Empress, which will cause the entire raid to wipe. During this transitional phase, the middle of the room is flooded with poisonous gas, which silences and deals nature damage. Depending on which platform he flies to, he gains different abilities for each one. In addition to those abilities, he casts Inhale, which increases the damage he does with Exhale by 50%, which stuns a random player and deals a butt ton of damage to them when it hits, along with being uninterruptible. When you finally get him to around 40% health, he flies into the center of the room and starts to inhale all of the gas clouds, which gives him the buff called Pheromones of Zeal. That increases his damage by 10% and haste by 20%, along with combining all the abilities from each platform into one big buff. Finally, he summons 3 adds throughout the fight when he hits certain checkpoints that luckily do low damage but also have abilities that the boss uses, like his Attenuation, Convert, or Force and Wave as mentioned earlier. and the ads also being able to cast Song of the Empress if there isn't anyone within melee range of them. With a few other mechanics to deal with as well as the position of the raid, Zorlok was a very challenging first boss, especially on the higher difficulties. And at number 2, we have Odin from the Trial of Valor. As the second raid added in Legion, Odin definitely set the stage for what difficulty can truly be and threw a lot of players off guard, as we had not seen a truly difficult first boss in a long time. As when the fight started, Odin summons his 2 ads, Heimdall and Hydra, fight you instead. They need to be separated from each other, as if they're too close to one another, they both take 99% reduced damage. The main ability to watch out for is Heimdall's Horn of Valor, which did heavy AoE damage to everyone near him, while also dealing burst damage to everyone around you too. If people were standing too close to each other, they take such a large amount of damage at once, they're basically killed in one hit. While Hydra used Expel Light on random people in the group that, after a few seconds, would explode for a massive amount of holy damage to everybody nearby. It was also possible for the Horn of Valor and Expel Light to go off at the exact same time, meaning the person who had Expel Light could just be killed because of bad RNG. With some other mechanics that need to be dealt with as well, before finally defeating both of the bosses around the same time, to have Odin jump down and attack the raid himself. Throughout the fight with Odin, these giant golden circles spawn on the floor which explode for raid-wide AoE damage, called Spears of Light, along with golden orbs that slowly fly out of the explosion that stun in one hit and deal damage, requiring the entire raid to avoid the golden swirls and the orbs at the same time, with a bunch of other mechanics to be dealt with as well before finally entering Phase 3. During this, parts of the ground turn gold and others stay clear, with the fight rotating between all 3 platforms. He also does ramping up burst damage to everyone in the raid that will eventually get so high that it just kills you, with spinning tornadoes that are spawned by his new debuff he places on a random player called Storm of Justice. That lasts the entire fight and needs to be dropped around the edges of the map to avoid the spinning in the middle of the raid, with his final mechanic called Stormforged Spear that does damage to the entire raid and also the tank, depending on how close that tank is to Odin, requiring the tank to run as far away as possible in order to lessen the thrown weapon's damage. For the first boss in this raid, Odin was definitely a challenge, especially on Mythic, and if the group was going after the Chosen achievement, which required you to fully complete the Trial of Valor raid without dying on its highest difficulty. However, as it was person specific, if the entire raid wiped, but you somehow managed to survive via Vanish or something, you could still get the achievement and no one else could. But that was still just as hard because of all the things you had to deal with at once. And this title was removed with the BFA pre-patch, so it's still a prestigious title to this day. And at number 1, we have Razor Gore the Untamed. Razor Gore is a boss inside Blackwing Lair, the second raid ever released, that caused the majority of groups a ton of trouble during its time, and that's because this fight was very confusing for the majority of players. With no real idea of what to do, people during the time did things as best as they could since there weren't any guides or cheat sheets they could check if they got stuck. Since in the early days of the internet, top guilds used to actually hide the strats they use in order to down bosses. So, how did you beat this boss? Well, first, let's explain his ads. As throughout the fight, he would summon a bunch of ads, like the Dragon Wing Mage, Death Talon Dragon Spawn, and the Blackwing Legionnaire, that all had to be dealt with, and there's a few ways you could do this. The raid could either split their groups into 4 different sections and place them right at the gates where the ad spawns, or have the group stay on the ramp so the ads run to your group with the kill priority being the mages, then legionnaires, then the dragonkins. Along with this, he has a mind control mechanic where someone in the group must click on the orb near where he is originally and control him to clear some of the eggs that are lying around the room. This is the most important task, seeing as if a single egg is left alive, the entire raid is wiped when the boss gets killed. Luckily, one single person from the raid can control the orb and deal with this mechanic all by themselves, assuming they don't get hit by ads while doing so. If that happened, they'll be locked out of controlling the orb again for 50 seconds. So it was a good idea to keep a ranged DPS to pick up Razor Gore if anything happened. The Destroy Egg ability that Razor Gore had a 6-second cooldown, so destroying every single egg in the room would take a while. So if Razor Gore was attacked and killed by any of the ads, or died early because of the raid, then the entire raid was wiped as well. However, assuming the group got past all of this and dealt with the ads correctly, with the final egg remaining, it was best to let the tank control the orb and have the previous person run Razor Gore far away to keep him away from the raid in time for the tank to take control of him. This was done because when the final egg was destroyed, Razor Gore would gain additional aggro towards the orb user. During this phase, Razor Gore casts an AoE fireball that deals some big damage but is kickable. You do, however, want to stand away from the tank because Razor Gore also casts Conflagration, which leaves a nasty dot and also does some damage to anyone near the tank, which requires the tanks to swap immediately as it happens. Depending on RNG, it was actually possible to happen as soon as the phase started, and required a lot of attention from everyone to position themselves correctly and avoid it. With classic servers out and people playing private servers for years, The community doesn't have too much of an issue with it anymore, as we have tons of experience and better hardware these days, but if we all take a nostalgia trip back to our first Blackwing Lair raid, if you were lucky enough to get in one, then you'll remember just how difficult it was in that time period. And in fact, Razorgore was so difficult that Blizzard kind of used it as the benchmark of not wanting a first boss to be as difficult as Razorgore was. In this video, we'll be going over the hardest raid bosses in the game that were not the end boss of their raid, which is usually the hardest boss in whichever raid you're doing. And at number 10, we have Oro. This boss actually holds the record for being the longest a boss has gone unkilled while it was available to fight, as it took the world first 87 days to down the boss after defeating the Twin Emperors. And Oro was basically just an optional boss in AQ40, so no one really cared too much. The reason the boss went unkilled for so long was because the boss was just kinda buggy, which was also the same reason Cthulhu went unkilled for so long. Oro had this mechanic called Sandblast, which would do a huge 180-degree cone in front of Oro and stun all targets hit for 5 seconds. He would always target the player with the highest threat, so the way you're supposed to handle the ability was to just have your tanks alternate kiting the boss to the direction which doesn't hit the raid, and then have the off-tank tank it to the other direction, which should account for not hitting the entire raid and getting them stunned. It would also wipe the threat from any targets that it hit, so the tanks would have to have a steady rotation of always being ready to take up the threat, otherwise it would just start one-shotting all the healers. However, Sandblast was only supposed to hit 2 times, but instead would go off a total of 4 times before it stopped using it, which meant it basically hit everyone in the raid since there was no way for tanks to kind of position it in time with the threat wipe. And if tanks did manage to deal with the buggy Sandblast ability, he also had another ability where he would just go underground and then never come up. Because of these 2 bugs, and the fact that he was an optional boss and no one really needed to kill, they just kinda left him alone and worked on Cthulhu instead, who was the big boss that everyone wanted to kill, who was equally bugged and a whole bunch of things that made him unkillable as well. Eventually, they fixed the Sandblast ability to not hit 4 times in a row, and of course they allowed him to actually come back up from the ground so that he could be attacked. So he was killed as soon as guilds got their kill on Cthulhu, which was literally just 1 day later, since no one really bothered to work on him very much. I'm not really sure how difficult Oro really was, but he should definitely make a list like this, so adding him at the number 10 spot seems pretty reasonable. All the other ones on this list actually had guilds wanting to do attempts on them. And at number 9, we have Fetid Devourer. On the mythic version of this fight, it was supposed to be a patchwork style DPS check, so if you didn't have high enough gear, this boss would show you that you weren't really ready for the final boss. So the fight itself was very simple and only lasted 6 minutes, which is super short for a regular raid fight, but pretty standard for a DPS check. And one of the mechanics the boss had was 3 little eggs would spawn in the room, 2 small ones and a big one, and while they existed, all they would try to do is get off a cast of an ability called Inciting Essence, which would just call the boss over to eat them, and then heal him for 30% of his health, which was basically a wipe, because you wouldn't be able to DPS him down before the enrage timer if he healed for so much. So obviously, killing those 3 eggs when they spawned was a huge priority, but when the boss first came out, they had so much health that it was almost impossible to kill a single one of them before he ate them and healed up. In fact, they had too much health where they was basically just overtuned, and Blizzard had to apply 2 nerfs to the fight within the first couple of days before the world first were achieved. So it did fulfill his job of being a DPS check. It's just the DPS check was too high, which made it very difficult. Way more difficult than it should have been compared to everything else in the raid. The DPS requirements were kind of on par with the final boss Cthulhu, although it got fixed quickly, and the world first was achieved after only 133 attempts, which isn't that bad, so it only makes it number 9 on this list. And at number 8, we have Siegecrafter Blackfuse from the Siege of Orgrimmar. This fight was downed after 230 attempts, and was one of the harder fights in Siege of Orgrimmar, and basically because it had a lot of tough mechanics at its heroic difficulty. The fight had this laser beam which would target a random raid member, and then follow them around for a bit, leaving behind fire that needed to be avoided for basically the rest of the fight. And since the laser beam would start hitting people as soon as it targeted them, you couldn't really have designated areas to put all the fire in. So you just had constant streams of fire throughout the entire raid fight that you just had to deal with and not run inside of. Periodically throughout the fight, a couple of robots would spawn in the corners of the room, who would then cause a little safety dance where drills would pop out of the ground and hit everyone in its radius. And since this happened basically throughout the entire fight, there was a lot of movement involved in trying to run to the robots to destroy them, so they would stop the ground effect. And also running out of the fires and avoiding the other raid members' flames they left on the floor. And of course the constant bombs that would spawn and slowly walk towards players until they killed them, or until the bomb itself was killed, which required constant kiting. And while all of this was going on, there was also a belt phase that a couple of your DPS players would have to go solo, where they would hop into the corner of the room and go on a conveyor belt and DPS down some of the robot parts. If the DPS players failed their mission and died on the conveyor belts, then it was basically an instant wipe for the group. So while you had a full raid of a whole bunch of mechanics and constant movement, you could also just fail the entire fight if the DPS players on the belt messed up their job. I remember when I progressed on this raid back in Mists of Pandaria, I'd say more than half of our total wipes were just because a DPS player died on the belt, and we had to reset so they could try again. The belt had its own little Frogger segment where you had to DPS while moving, which was kind of difficult for a solo raid mechanic, which would make or break your attempts. Generally, you don't want one person to have to do such a hard job in order to allow the entire raid group to succeed, which is exactly what the belt entailed in Siegecrafter. So it was kind of a design they tried out, and then they really went back on requiring DPS players to have that much solo responsibility. And generally, if one player makes or breaks the raid, it's usually the job of one of the tanks. And at number 7, we have Dark Animus. This was one of the fights in the Throne of Thunder raid and was definitely the second hardest fight in that raid instance, right behind Lei Shin the Thunderlord, the final boss. And Dark Animus had an impressive wipe count for its world first attempt, clocking in at 333 wipes before the first kill was achieved, which is only slightly less than the world first of Mythic Jaina from Battle of Dazar Lore. It was downed after 343 attempts. So what was so difficult about Dark Animus? Well, the fight itself was basically math the fight. The way the encounter would work was the boss himself, Dark Animus, would basically wipe the group if his energy bar got to 100, which is known as anima. He would start the fight with 0 anima, and in heroic difficulty he would start draining anima from all the robots in the room after 2 minutes had passed. And since there were about 25 robots in the room, it would completely fill its energy reserves after 4 casts of the ability, which it would use every 5 seconds or so after it started using it. And the way you managed this mechanic so that you wouldn't die after 20 seconds was in the fact that Dark Anima would only absorb 1 anima per robot that it absorbed from. So if you simply move the anima from the smaller robots to the bigger ones, you wouldn't be able to absorb as much anima as quickly. And the massive anima golems in the room could hold about 36 anima each, and each of the small robots had 4 anima. And the way you transfer the anima was to simply kill the robots next to the bigger ones. And that was basically the whole fight. Just moving all of the smaller robots next to the bigger robots so that you can move their energy into them. That way, once Dark Anima started absorbing everyone's energy, it would have less robots to do it from, giving you more time to kill the boss before he reached 100 energy and wiped the group. Now, here's where the massive amounts of wipes came in. The little robots would gain a super buff if they were standing next to any other robot, which would basically increase their damage by about 3 times and allow them to one-shot whoever they hit. And since there were so many little robots in the room, you basically had to have everyone in the raid pick up 1 robot to take care of, and just hold on to it until it was safe to kill it next to another one of the bigger robots. But if you accidentally pulled the little robots over someone else's robot, or just one of the stationary robots in the room, since they would also grant the buff, then the robot might accidentally one-shot you, and then run to the highest aggro target next, which was usually a healer, and then run through a whole bunch of other robots on the way, which would cause those robots to one-shot whoever they were on, and would just cascade into a wipe very quickly. So you needed all 25 people in the raid to have perfect positioning with the robot they had assigned to them, and you also had to have everyone pick up all the robots instantly as soon as the fight started, without letting any of them cross and one-shot people. As you can imagine, this led to a lot of very early wipes, where nearly half of the 330 wipes were within the first 25 seconds of the fight. And there were also problems if they accidentally killed the robot too early, as they would try to get the robot as low as health as possible. That way they could then move it to the bigger robot when it was time to move the anima to them. But if the dots they had on the robot accidentally crit a few too many times in a row, or someone else accidentally placed a dot on someone else's robot, they could completely screw over the handling of the small robots and cause them to transfer anima to something else, or even give it to the boss, which was really bad. So it was all about positioning, making sure you DPS'd very slowly, and were very good at basic math of having all of the 4 anima robots move over to the 36 anima robots without letting any of them cross paths. And at number 6, we have Star Augur. This was one of the middle bosses available in the Nighthold raid, and had a few things going on that made it a tiny bit more difficult than it probably should have been. One of them was its star sign mechanic, where periodically throughout the fight, a couple of random raid members would be marked with a star sign, which they had 10 seconds to remove by simply running into another player who had the exact same sign as them. The way you could tell these apart was each one of them had a different color and a little mark above your head. But also, if you ran into someone who did not have the exact same sign as you, or if it fell off without you getting rid of it through the mechanic, then it would explode and deal damage to the entire raid. And also put a debuff on everyone which lasted for 2 minutes, which would increase the damage of the next explosion by 200%. So basically, the raid could survive 1 going off, but not 2. So you were very heavily incentivized to not get this mechanic messed up. And it was pretty difficult to do. This is kind of the same reason Unat has one of the highest amount of raid wipes in the game's history, because it had a similar mechanic in its first phase which caused all kinds of problems and created an artificially inflated wipe counter. Although this mark wasn't really the hard part of the fight, it was actually the DPS race towards the end, as during the final stretch of the last 30% of his health, he would enter a void phase and do a whole bunch of stacking mechanics on people which would not go away and just keep adding more and more to heal through until the party just wiped. So you just had to DPS them really fastly. And this part was a little bit over-tuned and was hard to deal with all the other mechanics as well. So eventually, they gave the fight a little bit of nerfs. They'd allowed players an additional 50% duration on finding someone with the same mark as them, and lowered his health by about 10%, which is a major DPS nerf. So the final phase was nowhere near as much of a DPS race. And at number 5, we have Valistraz the Corrupt. This is the second boss in the Blackwing layer, one of the very first raids added to the game, and was considered quite difficult for its time. Although in classic WoW it's more of a speed bump than it was the guild breaker that it was in the original vanilla WoW. You see, this boss was kind of unique in the fact that it was required to progress throughout the rest of the raid, and required a lot of personal responsibility with its mechanics. The biggest thing of this fight was its shortened rage timer, which was definitely helped along with the buff you would cast on people called Burning Adrenaline. This would essentially give the player 1 minute to live and double their damage, but it had the downside where it would kill you once the duration ended, and kinda blow up and damage everyone else next to you. So once you were chosen with Burning Adrenaline, you'd want to do as much damage as possible without pulling threat from the tanks, and then just run out of the raid so that you didn't blow anyone else up when it was your turn to die. The problem with this fight was the personal accountability of a 40-man raid team requiring people to actually perform a specific coordinated task like this, which was not really the norm in the early days of raiding. So it caused quite a bit of wipes and a lot of frustration in all kinds of guilds. Especially since Burning Adrenaline could also be cast on the tanks, so there was a chance you could get unlucky and just have all of your tanks get killed. The fight was so incredibly difficult that it kinda set the precedent for the rest of the game, where Blizzard no longer made the early bosses difficult at all, so that people could actually progress into the raid and not get frustrated encountering such a hard wall so early. And for a long time, Valistraz was considered one of the hardest raid bosses of all time, although he doesn't really measure up to a lot of the actual harder raid bosses, especially with how simple his mechanics are compared to anything else we have in modern raiding. But during his time period and how inexperienced the average raider was, he was a beast. And at number 4, we have Hodir from Old War, specifically the hard mode version of Hodir. Old War was the golden age of hard modes. There are more hard mode triggers in Old War than any other raid in the game, and it was kind of the testing grounds for the heroic mode that eventually became the norm, as before Old War they didn't really have multiple levels of difficulties of raids. And of all of the hard modes in Old War, 2 of them are pretty famous for their difficulty. One of them, of course, is the final boss, Yogg-Saron, in his Zero Lights hard mode, where you had to kill him without any of the keepers helping you, and was definitely one of the hardest fights in the game's history. There was also Mimiron Firefighter, where you just pushed the red button and basically activated the heroic version of the same fight, which just had a lot more fire than normal, in addition to everything else doing more damage. But actually, Hodir was the hardest non-end boss of that raid. It's just not talked about as much because it was fixed after it was known as a problem. You see, the hard mode for Hodir was pretty simple. All I had to do was kill the boss in less than 2 minutes. That was it. It was just a huge Zerg trying to kill the boss as fast as possible before it could reach phase 2. Although the problem with this hard mode was the DPS requirement was so difficult to accomplish that it was thought to be nearly impossible. At least with the gear that was provided in the raid. So what some players would do in order to actually defeat this boss was they would kite some of the adds from Freya's room to Hodir. That way the mages in the raid could spell steal the pollinate buff, which would increase their damage by 25% for 30 seconds. Although eventually Blizzard realized the fight was probably impossible, so they increased the amount of time you had for the hard mode by 50% to 3 minutes, and then changed the Forest Swarmer adds to no longer have the pollinate buff spell stealable, so that the fight would actually be doable but still difficult, and so that they could no longer cheese with the Forest Swarmers. Funny thing is, Blizzard actually commented on the pollinate buff and said if they didn't want people to be able to spell steal it, they wouldn't have added it to the room that also had a boss inside of it. It's just they were kind of expecting people to use it on Freya and not drag the adds to the other keepers' rooms and use them there. So while it may have been a difficult fight because it was hard to Zerg down boss in 2 minutes, there are so many bosses that are difficult because they were overtuned that it's almost impossible to really separate their tuning from how difficult the boss was, because there are no bosses that have world firsts that didn't have bugs or, some overtuning to them. So with keeping those constraints in mind, Hodir is technically the hardest non-end boss from Old War, and I only put 1 fight per raid in these kinds of videos. But Mimiron Firefighter would definitely also make this list if I didn't have that little internal rule to just add some variety to the videos. Because rarely is it a problem, except in a case like this where everyone would probably expect to see Mimiron Firefighter on the list. And at number 3, we have the Spine of Deathwing, a boss which had its world first achieved after 214 attempts, and then the final boss of the raid was killed in less than 100. The Spine of Deathwing is kind of the poster child of a modern raid that had a boss in the raid which was more difficult than the final boss itself, because a lot of the bosses on this list, they weren't actually more difficult than the final boss of their raid. Yogg Zero is definitely more difficult than Hodir, Garrosh was more difficult than Siegecrafter Blackfuse, etc, etc. But Madness of Deathwing, the actual final boss of Dragon Soul, was kind of a joke in comparison to the Spine of Deathwing. So what was so difficult about this fight? 2 things really. This fight required an incredible amount of burst damage. Like so much that it was almost unheard of for a raid fight. Burst damage is something that's only really useful in PvP, because generally, 99% of raid fights reward long-term damage or AoE, not single target burst, which was the most important thing on Spine of Deathwing, and hasn't really been the case ever since the Spine of Deathwing. As the way to defeat the fight was you had to pop 3 of its plates off. Once the 3rd plate was popped off, the fight was over for you and you won. And the way to pop off one of the plates was to DPS one of the tendons underneath the plate, which could only be revealed after you blew up one of the big elementals in the fight. And the tendon was only available to DPS for about 20 seconds at a time. So whichever classes could deal the most amount of damage in about 20 seconds with very little setup were the most prized. Which is why most of the raid teams who got the world first brought nothing but rogues and mages as their DPS, since those 2 classes had some of the best burst damage in the game at the time. Helped along by the fact that those 2 classes also had the availability of legendary weapons that increased their damage even further. But it wasn't just the burst damage that was the problem. The healing on the fight was also incredibly difficult, probably one of the hardest fights to heal in the game's history as well. You see, there was a mechanic on the fight called Searing Plasma, which was a permanent debuff that would deal damage to the player was on, and the only way to remove the debuff was to heal the target for a significant amount of healing, because the debuff would also absorb all the healing they took, and it wouldn't go away until it absorbed a certain threshold which was set depending on the difficulty you did the fight on, but was usually around 30% of the player's health, give or take. So it was a pretty significant chunk of healing that you had to put on someone just to remove a debuff. And the debuffs would periodically go out all the time. And since it never went away, if you slacked on your healing even for a little bit, where you just had to pump heals into the tanks for something like that, then you would eventually get left behind in the healing and wipe due to not being able to heal anyone up after they took damage. The fight itself also had a ton of adds to micromanage, as you needed one of your tanks to constantly kite a long swarm of bloods. So the best way to deal with this healing mechanic was to just bring a Resto Shaman, because if they pop Spirit Link Totem, it could instantly get rid of the debuffs from everyone in the raid. As what Spirit Link Totem did was it would constantly heal and damage everyone within its radius for 10 seconds, until it would equalize everyone's health. And since the process of trying to equalize the entire raid's health would involve massive amounts of healing and doing damage to the players, it would almost instantly provide enough healing in order to meet the absorbs threshold, and kind of trivialize this incredibly difficult healing mechanic. And because Spirit Link Totem was so good for dealing with this mechanic, all of the top raids that downed Spine of Deathwing basically only had 3 classes brought along: rogues, mages, and shamans. Rogues and mages do damage on the tendons, and shamans to rotate their Spirit Link totems. It's probably some of the hardest class stacking that players have seen in a modern raid, and it was so bad that Blizzard made all kinds of accommodations to make sure something like Spine of Deathwing wouldn't happen again. Occasionally, there will be fights where people class stack like crazy anyway, and it happened all the time in the early days, but Dragon Soul was supposed to be one of the modern raids after the revamp of the old world, so it kind of stood out at the time. And at number 2, we have Fallen Avatar from the Tomb of Sargeras. This was the second to final boss in its raid, kind of like the Spine of Deathwing, and was so difficult it easily tops a lot of final bosses in terms of difficulty, as it took 453 attempts before the world first was achieved, which actually places it pretty high in the list of bosses that took the most amount of attempts to get a world first. Now, a big reason this boss was so difficult was just plain old overtuning, and the fact that it had 4 separate soak mechanics. A soak mechanic is something where a void zone will pop up in some way, shape, or form, in which you want players to actually move into them so they can take the damage so it doesn't wipe the raid. Generally, you want to avoid ground clutter, but Tomb of Sargeras kinda went all in with soak mechanics, and had a little bit too many of them, where Blizzard heavily dialed back the amount of soak mechanics afterwards, because they were not very well liked in the Tomb of Sargeras. Although one of the soak mechanics was a lot more difficult than all the others, and that specifically was the Dark Mark mechanic. This would only happen during Phase 2 when you guys fell below the room, and it would target 3 random players, in which case it would blow up and deal damage to that player, and then knock them into the air based on how much damage it did. You could also split this damage with as many players as possible that were also inside of it when it blew up, and it would absolutely one-shot someone if they tried to solo soak it without a cooldown. So the intended way to handle this mechanic was to have about 2 or 3 other people stand with whoever had the Dark Mark. That way they could absorb and split the damage between each other and only get knocked back a little bit. The final phase also happened on a platform with a lot of lava that you could be knocked into, which dealt a substantial amount of damage. In addition to the fact that you had to constantly dodge shadow tornadoes, and the boss himself doing a constant tick of AoE damage, which was kind of very hard to heal in the early stages of progression, since the boss would periodically destroy a part of the platform, and then he would slowly walk to the tank through the lava. But the boss would also gain a stacking buff for each second it stood in the lava, which would increase the AoE pulse damage he dealt per stack. And since you could literally not pull him onto the platform before he got 2 or 3 stacks, the fight would become unhealable before the platforms were all destroyed anyway. And since it was such a difficult healing check, in addition to a DPS check, if one of your few healers was chosen with the Dark Mark, then it was an instant wipe, since they did not have the healing to make up for one of the healers temporarily being unavailable for even a couple of seconds. So eventually the fight got a whole bunch of changes. They made it so the Fell Infusion mechanic would gain less stacks more frequently while he was in the lava. They also changed Dark Marks to no longer apply to healers, and to deal significantly less damage, in addition to just nerfing the health of the avatar by 5%, which made the DPS check more bearable. And even after all of these nerfs, it still took about 100 more attempts before the world first was achieved, which should go a long way to say how difficult the original version of the fight was, if the nerfed version is still on par with Madness of Deathwing in terms of attempts. And at number 1, we have Meru from the Sunwell Plateau in the Burning Crusade. This is another one of the second bosses before the final boss, and also took the number 1 spot in my top 10 hardest raid bosses of all time, including final bosses as well. Now, Meru was difficult for kind of the same reasons as Valistraz the Corrupt. He had kind of a couple mechanics that were just very difficult to deal with at the time for the player's overall skill level, but will probably be trivialized once Burning Crusade Classic servers come out and everyone has had years to practice the mechanics on private servers. As what made this fight difficult was really trying to transition into its second phase. During the first phase, he had 2 main mechanics he would do. One of them was summon a group of adds periodically throughout the fight, and the other was to call in a group of adds from the back of the room, which would happen on a set timer of about once a minute. And the way to beat the fight was to kill both of these sets of adds before you transitions the boss into the second phase, which happened immediately after you killed the boss and he spawned Entropus. Once Entropus entered the ring, the ads would stop spawning, and you had to very quickly DPS down the boss before he killed the raid with his pulsing stacking damage. So since his final phase was just a pure burn, where you had to kill him before he killed you, everyone in the raid needed to focus all of their damage onto the boss. And the healers had a lot to heal, as the boss was constantly dealing raid-wide AoE damage that was hard to heal under normal circumstances, especially since the first iteration of this fight also provided spell pushback. So if you had any ads left from the previous phase, you just wouldn't be able to have the DPS to kill the boss or heal the raid. So that was basically the entire fight, just trying to hit the perfect transition where you killed all of the ads at the exact time you killed Maru, which triggered the transition phase. Sounds simple enough, right? Well, it was actually so difficult that only 5 raids managed to kill Maru before it received a major round of nerfs. And even then, raids were only killing him after that with massive class stacking and forcing everyone in the raid group to go leatherworking so they could take drums of battle. WoW actually has a lot of secret bosses, and for this list, secret boss will be a boss that is either hidden in an out-of-the-way location, or requires a special series of events to summon. And with this video, I'll be talking about bosses that fit a little bit of both of those categories. At number 10, we have the Lurker Below. Now this boss in the Serpent Shrine Caverns, despite being well known today, was actually a secret boss. The only way to access this boss was to fish in this random pool in the water. So one day, someone randomly decided to fish in this pool in the middle of nowhere, inside the raid, all of a sudden they now had a secret boss. And it wasn't too long before everyone else found out about it. But there's one thing they didn't know about the boss, was that if you killed the boss Hydros and cleared all the mobs in the platforms, it would steam the pools, killing all the fishes inside of it, making the phase where Lurker Below spins around with his jet stream thing super easy to do. Especially since Lurker Below was kind of buggy, as when he did the slow turn of his water gun, he would sometimes just spin around his little spot uncontrollably, knocking everyone off into the pool, who would then get killed by the fishes in the water. And since Blizzard was really slow to fix bugs back in the day, the best way to do this fight was to kill him after you'd steam the water. That way you wouldn't have to worry about the jet stream bug, and could just jump into the water during his water gun phase, because the scalding water did a lot less damage than the fishes did. At number 9, we have Nightbane, both of them. Nightbane was a secret boss in the original Karazhan, that you had to complete a little quest chain before you could even summon him. Then in Legion, when they re-added Karazhan to the game as a mega dungeon, they added a way to fight Nightbane again, where you had to go around and kill a couple of the bosses within a certain amount of time, and then click crystals behind them. And if you were quick enough on clicking all of the crystals, Nightbane would spawn. And then when you killed Nightbane, he would drop 1 mount for 1 player. So if you had a group of 5 people, you just went in there 5 different times if you wanted everyone to get the mount. Now, Legion Nightbane wasn't really a secret boss, as many people knew about him, but the Burning Crusade version absolutely meets the criteria. Number 8. Engineer Omega Plug. This secret boss was added in Legion and Nomergon. In order to access Omega Plug, you have to click on a hidden button on the back of a pillar in the same room as the final boss of Nomergon, Thermal Plug. There are a lot of red buttons in the room, but only one tiny button behind a pillar. Once pushed, the secret boss will spawn, who has max level stats. Despite the boss being in a low level dungeon, Omega Plug is max level, and will wipe any low level group that tries to fight him normally. Same with max level characters too, as once you engage him, he spawns a whole bunch of bombs that basically one-shot you without defensive cooldowns, and there's too many of them to avoid. So what you have to do is click the other red buttons in the room in order to stop the bombs from spawning. If you're smart, you can pull the boss out of the room to reset, and then go in and click the buttons before he respawns, and while the buttons are still active. But if you're like me, you can also just run in and press 1 at a time and die, and just press the next one on your next attempt, until you eventually get all 6 of them. This boss isn't exactly soloable, and I don't have any friends, so I wasn't able to get a kill. But if you do have friends to bring along and manage to kill it, it does drop a toy item called the Vial of Green Goo for all of your efforts. And at number 7, we have High Inquisitor Fairbanks. Fairbanks was a secret boss in the Scarlet Monastery, hidden away in a secret room where you had to click on a little lever in order to open the secret door. Now, this boss fits the description of a secret boss to a T. It's not needed to complete the dungeon, he's hidden away in a hidden room, and the way to get into the room is to flip a hidden switch. This boss was removed with Mist of Pandaria, however, so when you enter the room nowadays, all you see is a dead body on the floor. I should probably also mention here, this list will include secret bosses which are no longer in the game. Number 6. Anzu. Anzu back in the Burning Crusade was a secret boss in the Sethic Halls, who could only be summoned by druids who had completed the last stage of their druid epic flight form quest, a quest chain which required 15 previous quests, with defeating Anzu being the second to last quest of that chain. And after you completed the quest chain, you'd be given a key that allowed you to summon Anzu whenever you did the place. Now, despite being a secret boss only summonable by one class who had to complete a very long quest chain, Anzu was actually a very well-known secret boss, because he had a chance to drop a mount, and nothing motivates players in WoW more than the chance of obtaining a rare mount model, as Anzu's mount was one of a kind. Nowadays, Anzu is up by default all the time, so you can go in there and farm the mount without needing a druid in your party, and it's no longer a secret boss. But it used to be, and it used to be a very popular secret boss. Number 5. Irunaya. This is another one that used to be a secret boss, but nowadays you just fight her like normal whenever you want. In order to unlock her secret door to allow you to actually fight the boss, you had to combine 2 items you found separately inside the Dungeon of Oldemon. One item was located in a chest in a room off to the side, and the other item just dropped from one of the first bosses in the dungeon. Then, once you had the 2 items, you just combined them together. Then you went to the miniature town in the middle of this room, and you placed the item called the Staff of Prehistoria into the little mechanism, which would then start a little event that would shoot a laser beam at the door and open it, where Irunaya would bust out and you'd be able to fight her. Of course, nowadays, the Staff of Prehistoria is already in a little mechanism, so all you have to do is just click on it to fight her, instead of having to combine it and do it yourself. Number 4. Uruk Doomhowl. This boss, located in the lower Blackrock Spire, does show up on the boss list when you enter the dungeon nowadays, but it's listed as a bonus objective. This is how Blizzard keeps some of the secret bosses in the game, but just updated for the modern dungeon interface. Luckily, the way to summon Uruk is still the same as it was back in vanilla. All you have to do is kill the first boss in the instance, High Lord Omok, and loot his head. Then, as you run the dungeon, you'll notice various spears and spikes along the walls, and most of them are clickable. So all you have to do is just click on one of them to get it. Then you have to go to this location with a whole bunch of skulls on the floor, and then use the spear and the head from your inventory on the pile of skulls, which will start a little event. Once you kill all the ogres that come out for the event, Uruk will come in after. It's nice Blizzard left this little hidden boss in the game with the same summoning mechanics after how many of the other secret bosses were removed. Number 3. Gazranka. This was a secret boss in old school Zul'Gurub that you could only fight through fishing, similar to the Lurker Below. But unlike the Lurker Below, you had to do a little bit more than just fish. What you had to do was go into the raid and find the abandoned camp, and click on this box which would give you a quest. The quest would then send you to Dustwallow Marsh to find Nat Pagal. After completing the quest, you could then buy an item from Nat Pagal, but in order to use the item, you had to fish up 5 specific fish that only spawned inside the dungeon. So you had to go back to Zul'Gurub, fish up 5 mud skunk fishes, then go back to the abandoned camp and combine the item you bought from Nat Pagal with the 5 fishes, and then fish from the camp. And then you'd be able to summon the Hydra. The Hydra dropped a whole bunch of fishing themed items, as well as the Tome of Polymorph Turtle. And since the Tome of Polymorph Turtle could be sold, some people would just farm the boss in order to sell them on the auction house. Also, probably not related, but there's a secret rare in Zuldazar that's located under a bridge behind a waterfall that's a green Hydra named Gazralka. Considering most of the Hydras have Gaz in their name, it's most likely not directly related, but it is a green Hydra and its name is very similar, so maybe it could be an homage to Gazranka. Number 2. Atal Alarion. I really hope I'm pronouncing all these names correctly. This troll boss, located in the Sunken Temple, is a really good example of how a secret boss should be summoned. In order to bring this boss out, you have to go into one of the side rooms in the old sunken temple when it was still gigantic, and click the snake statues surrounding the room in a particular order. The order for the statues will be shown on screen, and if you click the statues in the right order, then the boss would spawn in the middle of the room. And then you and your group could just jump down and fight it for some extra loot. This secret boss was also required for 2 class quests, one for druids and another for horde paladins, which, funny enough, they added in the Burning Crusade, despite this being a vanilla boss. The class quests weren't anything important, just one of the many class quests they used to offer back then. But while looking into this boss, I couldn't really see how people would have ever found out the correct order of the statues. I assume there's a way people found out how to click them in the right order in game, but I also think they probably just clicked on them randomly until someone found it out and then just posted it online. With the revamp of a lot of the old dungeons in Cataclysm, they removed a lot of the extra rooms in the Sunken Temple, and with them removed, also the room in which this boss spawned, so it's no longer in the game. And number 1, Yor, the Void Hound of Shafar. This is a secret boss in the Mana Tombs, only available after completing a 10-part quest chain that involves a rep grind. To start the quest chain, you have to get honored with a consortium, which can be accomplished pretty easily with a few quests or farming Mana Tombs. Then you have to complete the quest Seek Out a Mirror in the Netherstorm. Then after you complete that quest, you'll have to do 3 more quests in Netherstorm that involve getting Ethereum prison keys and freeing prisoners, and getting revered with the consortium, which will require another rep grind. Once those quests are complete, you'll be sent to Blade Edge Mountain and free another prisoner, who you must kill for an item you turn into the image of Commander Amir. He will then ask you for 5 Ethereum prison keys in order to trade to him for 1 Ethereum stasis chamber key, which you will then use to randomly open one of the prisons around Blade Edge Mountain to kill a prisoner for their ID card. But this is not a guaranteed drop, so you must go out and farm 5 more Ethereum prison keys to turn in for the Ethereum stasis chamber key every time you want to attempt this quest. And prison keys do not have a high drop chance, and there were not very many on the auction house to buy when I was doing this quest chain for footage for this video. Once you finally get lucky and get the mark of the Nexus King from one of the prisoners, you'll then get sent on a quest to go to the Mana Tombs to free an NPC from prison. Then you must go back to Blade Edge Mountain to turn in the quest. The next part of the quest chain requires you to be exalted with the consortium, and since you can only clear out heroic Mana Tombs once per day, you can't just farm for the rep easily, so you have to get rep the old-fashioned way, and that's by questing, or endlessly killing ads on the final boss in the Mana Tombs, who spawns one once every 20 seconds for 20 rep each. Luckily, once you hit Exalted, all you have to do is talk to the quest giver in the Blade Edge Mountain, and that's it. He'll give you the key to Yor's prison. Then, in order to summon the boss, all you have to do is go back to the Mana Tombs, clear up to the last boss, and Yor is located in the prison right next to the final boss. And as long as you have the key, you can summon it. Now, the reason this one is number 1 is basically because it's the most time-consuming secret boss to spawn out of all the other ones on this list that's also still in the game. Funny enough, if you do manage to do the quest to spawn him, you can actually spawn him during Burning Crusade time-walking weeks to get a little bit of extra time-walking currency when doing the dungeon on its time-walking version. Shadowlands is an expansion that actually had a number of really good bosses, some of which will definitely go down as some of the best bosses in the history of the game. So in this video, we're going to go over some of the best bosses and kind of explain why they were so good. And at number 10, we have the Terragru, which is the first boss in the second raid of the expansion Sanctum of Domination. It was surprisingly a pretty fun boss fight that many people were not really expecting to work out as well as it did. The way the fight worked was during the ad killing right before the fight, you would gather a number of anima powers that you would see inside Torghast, and the main gimmick of the fight was simply doing the boss with some of these anima powers. And during the fight, periodically the Terragru would make the room go dark, and you'd simply have to move with the raid into light areas so you weren't killed by the AoE. Then, once the Terragru reaches 10% HP, he removes everyone's anima powers and will start one-shotting anything he hits. So it's basically just a kite and burn phase, where the tanks have to kite the boss around the room and the raid has to put out as much damage as possible, including the healers. And for the most part, that's the basic gist of the fight. Now, why was such a pretty basic fight so good? Well, because your characters were just a lot stronger than normal while doing it. One of the main appeals of early Torghast was being able to grab a whole bunch of powers and just being able to go hog wild on all the ads you came across. A lot of people really liked early Torghast because you could basically become unkillable and one-shot bosses you came across. This was eventually nerfed and wasn't how Torghast actually worked live, and Torghast wasn't super well liked in some of its iterations afterwards. So when people found out there was going to be a boss that had Torghast powers, people just immediately assumed the negative connotations because of the not very well liked mode, and that the fight would probably not be very good because of it. However, as it turns out, having some of these anima powers inside of a raid was a nice breath of fresh air, and was perfect because it was the first boss of the instance, which is historically the easiest boss of the entire raid. Now, the Terragru might not be the best first boss ever, because while it definitely has a lot of very unique and fun bosses as the first boss of raids, as even the Bat boss from Castle Nathra was pretty well liked as well. Not at the same level as the Terragru though, as the Terragru will definitely go down as one of the better first bosses just because it's kind of fun, and just challenging enough where it's not a complete face roll the first time you clear it. And this video was brought to you by Skillshare, an online learning platform which is full of tutorials on anything you want to become an expert in. Now, I know firsthand that traditional jobs are not one size fit all, and I'm pretty lucky to have a more creative focused gig. With Skillshare, you can better learn how to get started in the same field. For me personally, I'm trying to expand my career with YouTube and focus my creativity on this channel and my two newer ones. And you can learn what it takes to break into a creative industry as well and take classes to find your creative voice and style. Like a class on how to start YouTube for beginners, done by someone who breaks it down into easy to follow parts that don't require you to filter through more dubious advice. Or if you're already a creator, there's an interesting class on imposter syndrome called Creative Breakthrough, 8 Exercises to Power Your Creativity, Confidence, and Career by Daniel Krissa, as these are things that a lot of creators have to deal with. And thanks to Skillshare, the first 1,000 people who use my link will get a 1-month free trial of Skillshare so you can explore your own creativity as well. And now let's continue on to our number 9 spot. And at number 9, we have Sylvanas Windrunner, the final boss of the Sanctum of Domination, the same raid as the previous boss on this list. Now, normally, the final boss of a raid ranks pretty high in lists like these. However, this fight in particular was kind of contentious for reasons we'll go over in a bit. First off, let's explain how this fight worked. This fight took place in 3 different phases, which all took place in 3 different locations. Phase 1 took place on a platform in which it was a pretty basic tank and spec on Sylvanas, where she would fly around the room and occasionally throw down spikes on people, where other people had to DPS them down while you ran away from them as they pulled you to your death. During the second stage, which would start around 83% of Sylvanas' health, you'd be transferred into a zone with giant bridges in the form of chains, and you'd have to be moving between the chains, fighting ads, while Jaina and Thrall created rocky, makeshift bridges with lots of holes in them that you had to navigate carefully. Then, once you were done with all the important ads, you'd be transferred over to a new location for Phase 3, which had 4 square platforms, and you'd have to properly manage debuffs that take up space on these platforms while skillfully maneuvering controllable void zones between the platforms, and eventually having to abandon them when Sylvanas blows them up. When Sylvanas reached 50% HP, the fight was over, which you would try to accomplish before all 4 of the platforms became unusable. Now, this fight was pretty long and can take upwards of 10 minutes to accomplish, and Phase 3 was pretty difficult, so a lot of times wipes were at the very end of the fight, which honestly wasn't too out of the ordinary when it came to final boss fights. However, the thing that was contentious about this fight was entirely its Phase 2 and its mechanics. Moving between 2 giant bridges and clearing out ads in order to chase after Sylvanas sounds cool in theory, and might have actually played out well in practice too, if they had shortened the phase by about 2/3. The biggest problem with the fight was that its second phase just ran on a little bit too long. Most people agree that Phase 1 and 3 are great. They're just pretty run-of-the-mill standard boss fight mechanics where you have to execute your jobs and put as much damage out as possible. But then you have to slog through Phase 2 as you're just constantly running around killing ads for just a little bit too long. Now, some might argue that this shouldn't be on this list at all because the Phase 2 kind of ruins the rest of the fight, which I probably agree with to an extent. But the rest of the fight was just good enough where I think it should probably make the list anyway, just at like a lower spot. Plus, Phase 2 wasn't even that bad in my opinion, so a little bit of my bias is definitely coming up to the surface with this inclusion. Because, while it may not have been the most well-liked universally, I think Phase 2 was very thematic, and is probably just a lot cooler to talk about in a video like this than to actually wipe on it 100 times in a row. And at number 8, we have the Remnant of Ner'zhul from the Sanctum of Domination. Now, this boss fight is pretty simple in nature, but for some reason it was simple in all of the right ways that scratched people's brains in the right spot that made it quite enjoyable. The way the fight worked was occasionally players would get a debuff on them that needed to be dispelled, and then when it was dispelled it would knock everybody backwards and put void zones on the ground. However, this would knock your player backwards, so you had to make sure you ran out to the edge of the platform and looked away from the boss before you got dispelled and were knocked off. And in higher difficulties, there will be more than one at a time, so you're required to communicate with the rest of the raid in order to properly get people dispelled and healed up before the next one was dispelled. There was also a ball that would spawn in the middle of the room that had to be damaged down. then someone to go pick up and throw it off the platform so it wasn't doing any damage to the raid. And then finally the third phase was just void zones that would spawn and you simply had to move out of them, which would sometimes overlap with some of the other mechanics listed. And as far as the fight goes, that was basically it. There's only really two main mechanics to deal with, everything else was just managing normal boss fight shenanigans while coordinating with your team on who would do what. However, what's kind of understated with that explanation is the amount of coordination this action required. If you tried to use a priest to mass dispel the debuffs, for example, it would not simultaneously dispel them, and instead dispel one after the other in sequence, which would cause the entire raid to wipe as it would knock people off the platform. And for a lot of non-end bosses, you don't really have to communicate as much as you do on the Remnant and Ner'zhul. But the communication wasn't very difficult either, and was the right amount of easiness where people didn't really mind it and kind of liked the added difficulty. Now, as to why this fight was one of the best in Shadowlands, well, when I asked people on my Twitter which fights they liked the best, this one surprisingly popped up a lot. All the higher spots on this list made a lot more sense, but this one was kind of an odd one out, since it's just a standard run-of-the-mill middle boss fight, but it just seemed to have mechanics that people liked, which is why it appears on this list. And at number 7, we have Rygolon. This is one of the second to last fights for the Sepulchre, the first one's the final raid of the expansion, and the first fight on this list that didn't take place in the Sanctum of Domination. The way the fight worked was during phase 1 you'd get a debuff on you that you had to clear by running into a little pool. However, you only got a little pool to run into if you DPS down the ads that you had to kill before they reach the boss. Otherwise it might wipe the raid. And all the while, there were really cool looking void zones that you had to avoid. During phase 2, you had to stand at little portals in order to be teleported into the other version of the room, where you had to stand next to a star that took damage based on how much damage the raid took, and then when it blew up, you had to have one of your tanks stand inside of it and soak it with a cooldown. Then you would just go back and repeat until the boss was dead. Now, again, the fight may sound pretty easy on surface level. However, it also gave you a lot of opportunities to just sit and focus down the boss. One of the unique mechanics of the phase 2 portions was you didn't actually have to deal damage to the ads in the phase that you had to kill, simply stand next to them and take damage. This allows you to focus all of your damage into the boss, which a lot of players really enjoy doing. There are definitely some classes which benefit from having multiple targets to attack, but for the most part it's easier to just focus a single target, and being rewarded for doing that for a whole phase where just simply position yourself and taking damage next to an ad is kind of unique and allowed you to basically pop all your cooldowns while still technically contributing to a mechanic. Now, the main reason this fight was so well liked was because it was pretty difficult for a second to last boss fight. The fight itself looked really cool, and while players really loved their aesthetics, it had a nice burn phase with high damage that allows DPS and HPS numbers to go wild. And there's nothing WoW players like more than getting big numbers on their damage meters without having to be interrupted very often in order to do mechanics, while also still having mechanics to actually do, because pure tank and spanks are kind of boring. And speaking of which, at number 6 on this list, we have Sludgefist, the third to last boss in the first raid of Castle Nathria. This fight is all about pure damage and HPS numbers, and was so well liked that it really just goes to show how much WoW players really like these kinds of fights if they're done well. The way the fight works is simple. There are 4 pillars in the room, and periodically throughout the fight, he'll choose a random player to charge, where you want to move behind one of the pillars so that he breaks it, which increases the damage he takes by 100% for a number of seconds, as well as doing a whole bunch of damage when it happens immediately afterwards and when he's done being stunned. The whole fight revolves around these 4 damage windows, where you basically want to save DPS cooldowns for when he's taking 100% extra damage, and all of your healing cooldowns for when you have to keep the DPS alive during this and immediately after. In addition to this, to make the fight more interesting, there's a chain mechanic which locks you to another player, and tons of AoE that constantly spawn that you have to move out of, so if you just move a little bit too far away from your chain partner, you blow up and die. And that's the basic gist of the fight. Like mentioned previously, this is basically a pure damage numbers fight. Since there is constant AoE damage, the healers have a lot to heal as well. And since there's phases where the boss literally doesn't move or do anything, the DPS get to sit down and have big numbers for a bit. You need them too because the enrage timer is tight, so the fight can be chalked up to a gear check, where if your gear isn't good enough at this point, then you're probably not going to be able to clear the rest of the raid. And as far as gear checks go, Sludgefist did a really good job. It has just enough mechanics not to be boring, and gives everybody a reason to pump as much healing or damage as possible. And as far as the simplest boss fights and expansions go, Sludgefist is easily the most liked out of all of them, which is why it slots in at number 6 on this list, with the top 5 all just being a little bit more complex, or doing something a little bit more unique. And at number 5, we have Artificer Zymox from Castle Nathria. This is one of the midpoint bosses in one of the first raids, and actually appears again in the final raid in a similar spot. Although in this list we're only choosing the one from Castle Nathria, even if the one from Sepulchre was also pretty well done. So, the way the fight works is occasionally the boss will choose 2 players with a debuff that they have to run out in order to drop on the ground, which spawns 2 portals that are connected to each other. And if you step into one of these portals, you'll be teleported to the other one instantly. And the whole fight basically revolves around using these 2 teleporters to deal with mechanics. The tanks have an AoE explosion mechanic where they have to run out as far away as possible from the raid so that everyone takes less damage, which can be dealt with if you have a portal on one at the end of the room and one closer to the tank so they can get away quicker. Periodically, ads will spawn and chase you down, and you can't DPS them. And the way to deal with them is just by running away until they go away, which can be dealt with easier by just going through the portal. Also, there will be seeds that spawn that will blow up, and if they're not moved to one side of the room, they'll blow up the whole room, which can be dealt with easier if you just pick them up and then run through the portals. And finally, there's a mechanic where he drops a giant sword in the middle of the room that pulls everyone in. And it pulls you in quicker and quicker to the point where most classes literally cannot run out fast enough and it will kill you if you're standing inside of it. Anyway, you can get out of this if you run through the portal right before the explosion goes off. So you have to make sure you have someone drop one of the portals in the middle of the room so it's a lot easier to actually avoid this mechanic. And for the most part, that's the entire fight. All the mechanics are dealt with pretty handily as long as you take advantage of the portals and place them in appropriate locations. And since the portals are so crucial to the fight, you can kind of hambone the rest of your raid if you drop them too close to each other. So you need to figure out beforehand who goes where when dropping the portals. And then it's just a matter of being able to make use of them throughout the fight while also healing and trying to DPS down the boss, because there's lots of unavoidable raid away just to keep the healers busy. And honestly, all of this is a ton of fun. It's definitely a gimmick that seems like it might be hit or miss, but it hit a lot more often than it missed. The second version of this fight in Sepulchre doesn't rely as heavily on portals, but still definitely had the mechanic you had to use in order to avoid certain instant wipe abilities, and it was also a pretty decent fight too. But there's just something about the one in Castle Nathir that was just a little bit more fun in my opinion, and a lot more people found it better than the second version of the fight too. As far as fights go with unique mechanics, they tried out something new and it definitely succeeded. And it was simple enough that it didn't really grate on anyone's nerves while having to constantly teleport yourself around the room. And in fact, it was such an enjoyable experience that many people found this fight more enjoyable than some of the end bosses of the expansion, which generally dominate the top of lists when it comes to videos like these. And at number 4, we have Anduin Wrynn from Sepulchre the First Ones, the fourth to final boss of the raid. Although the way this raid was introduced, Anduin was actually the final boss at first before they allowed you to do the final 3 bosses. So for all intents and purposes, Sepulchre the First One had 2 final bosses, and Anduin was just final boss number 1. Anduin takes place over a couple of phases. During the first phase, you basically have to avoid a star, run to other players who have opposite marks when you get marked, and heal the raid hardcore when he puts out the healer mechanic. Periodically, he'll have a cleave that will send people into a down phase, which you have to coordinate with the raid and alternate who goes up and stays down. In the down phase, you have to DPS down the despair and heal up the hope as quickly as possible to get back to the fight. Then there are transition phases where he spawns a whole bunch of shadow ads and a shadow version of the Lich King, where you have to DPS them down and deal with the various minor ad mechanics. In the next phase, he'll spawn ads which can fear the group that had to be interrupted, and need to make sure he doesn't heal them with his Wicked Star ability. In the final phase, everybody will be marked with debuffs that they can run to the middle of the room to cleanse, but if too many of them are cleansed at once, then it will wipe the group. So you have to carefully manage getting rid of the debuffs so people don't die while also trying to burn down the boss as fast as possible, because it's definitely a burn phase. And for the most part, that's how the fight worked. I will say, as a healer, I do really like the healer-specific mechanic they had on this fight in particular, because they're kind of minor and don't really fully encompass the fight. Since I play Disc Priest, they're not super good at healing up gigantic amounts of healing on boss fights like Sun King Salvation, where the entire fight is basically around healing a giant boss's health pool. They can do it, sure, but I much prefer only healing up smaller amounts, like hitting all the healing ads in the down phase because they go through periods of HP a lot quicker, and you don't have to spend the entire boss fight constantly going back to them like in other healer bosses. As for the rest of the fight, this is definitely a final boss fight like boss. It has many phases and requires everybody to be on their A game in order to accomplish the kill. And none of the phases were overly long and annoying like the second phase in Sylvanas, which is definitely appreciated when it comes to really long boss fights like this. Basically, since Anduin was a second final boss in one raid, many players were really happy because final bosses are generally pretty fun because of all the different mechanics you have to handle at once. And with how well loved so many final bosses have been over the years, it only makes sense for them to try to fit in more of them in one raid rather than just one incredible mechanic intensive boss fight per raid. And they should really try to put in more Anduin-like fights in the future, considering they kinda succeeded with this one as everybody universally loved it. And at number 3, we have Painsmith Raznal. This is one of the mid-bosses in the Sanctum of Domination, and was pretty much immediately liked upon its introduction, and gained even more fame when it kinda became a choke point for Mythic progressing raid teams who were actually stuck on it for a bit. Now, the entire fight takes place on a square platform with square tiles, which kinda reminds me of a D&D grid. Throughout the fight, the boss will throw out a weapon on one of the tanks who has to run into one of the corners of the room, which will then cause spikes to come out of the grid on the floor in a predictable pattern that spreads out throughout the entire platform. Players simply have to pay attention to them and move preemptively over them before they come up so you can avoid getting hit by the spikes. Periodically, he'll spawn a whole bunch of balls on the side of the room which will slowly roll to the other side, and you need to DPS down one of them so you can move through them so they don't wipe the raid. This is pretty easy to accomplish if you focus DPS down the middle one. However, there's another mechanic which puts chains on a random player, which deals damage and pushes away anyone who touches them, where you have to maneuver the raid in order to have the non-chain people go through first, and then have the people with the chains go through last in sequence so they don't accidentally knock people into the other balls and get them killed. Then, during the transition phase, he'll go away and have a full phase where spike chains will come up from the floor and just simply have to maneuver out of them and avoid fire AoE and DPS down a little bit of ads. However, there'll be a little break in the spikes that you can move into to avoid them completely, but one of the unique changes in the mythic version of the fight, in addition to there being spike balls you have to avoid in addition to the spike walls, was that there was no break in the spike wall for one of the waves to avoid the damage. So this basically required raid teams to have a warlock with a portal in order to avoid one of them for players with no teleports. Very rarely does Blizzard actually introduce instant kill mechanics that don't have a built-in way to avoid that instant kill. So Mythic Raiders were kind of surprised when they found out this mechanic at first and thought it might be a bug, because also the spike damages were very laggy in the first few weeks and didn't actually deal damage when the animation appeared on screen, so it was easy to think it was a bug at first because of this. But this was an intentional mechanic, and many Mythic Raiders were able to do it without too much difficulty. And that's pretty much the whole fight, with a couple of other mechanics added in later, which basically amount to more things to avoid. Now, the fight doesn't sound too hard in theory, as basically all you do is just avoid spikes and DPS down the boss, with a transition phase where all you do is avoid spikes. However, the way they incorporate mechanics on top of constantly having to move out and avoid spikes was surprisingly fun, and also a lot more difficult than it might sound to accomplish. I'm sure many people who didn't do the fight weren't really expecting the fight whose sole gimmick was just moving out of one square into another to make it so high on this list. But anyone who's actually progressed through the fight in any difficulty would probably agree that it was a surprisingly step above normal fights in difficulty. It's kind of hard to describe just why this fight was so well liked by a vast majority of the community, although it could just be a combination of the mechanics being just unique enough, just familiar enough, not requiring you to change how you play the game too much, while also having a unique atmosphere that could have led to the perfect storm of combination of things that make the fight enjoyable. Whatever the case, this is easily one of my favorite fights of the entire expansion, and probably would have gone down as one of the best non-final fights at Shadowlands easily, if it weren't for one other higher spot on this list, which easily dethroned Paintsmith, which we'll be going over in a little bit. But even so, Paintsmith is easily one of the best fights in the expansion, to the point where I only have the number 2 spot higher because it was just a masterful final boss fight, which generally just has a lot more mechanics to talk about and deal with, which generally make them more interesting and fun to do. And at number 2, we have Sire Denathrius, the final boss of Castle Nathria. Despite there being a lot of contention with the lore in Shadowlands, Sire Denathrius was one of the few lore characters that people universally liked, so it was really appropriate to give him a very good boss fight as well. That was both fun mechanically and really great thematically. The fight took place over a few stages. In stage 1, you were in a big room and you had to get the boss down to a certain threshold before the entire room got filled with void zones. Additionally, at the start of the fight, you'd get a whole bunch of stacks of a debuff that you had to clear before you got him down to a certain threshold, which required you to take a cleave in intervals, which dealt too much damage for the whole raid to clear all at once. So you had to have proper communication in order to figure that out and when you can clear a stack. Then, during the transition, everyone was pushed to the side of the room and either run back to the center before the timer ran out. You'd move slower for every stack you still had left from phase 1. So if you didn't remove enough stacks, then you couldn't make it to the center of the room in time and you would just die. Phase 2 takes place below the first platform, kinda like Blackhand in World of Draenor. During this next phase, periodically he'll have one of his reflections explode, which you can avoid by tanking him next to one of the mirrors in the room and just running through it to the other side of the room to outrange the explosion, and then simply DPS him down along with the ads that spawn in the corners of the room. During the final phase, you're cut off from the mirrors and are forced into the middle of the room, where you have to fight Denathrius as he slowly makes the room smaller with void zones, all while you avoid slashes from the sword, have to spread out for debuffs that drop an orb that you then have to stack up for in order to soak. And then you have to burn him down before there's no more usable space left on the platform. And that's the basic gist of the fight. A simple 3-phase encounter with a burn phase at the very end, which is pretty typical of a final boss fight. And as to why the fight is so well liked, well, a lot of the things they do in this fight were just kind of unique. People really liked the teleporting mechanic of Zymox, and part of that was present in phase 2. During phase 1, there was a pretty big healing requirement, which required you to drop a stack in a unique way, otherwise be punished by a speed slow, which very few classes could avoid, and which also made it so you couldn't use abilities at all while you were running through that slow. And of course, the final phase was just enough difficulty in movement and DPS racing, where it was challenging but not overly unfair. Generally, final bosses have it easy when it comes to likability factor, because of how long and difficult they are generally translate to how much fun they can be, as long as they don't have overly annoying phases like Sylvanas Phase 2. And there's also the fact that all 3 of the phases of Sire Denathrius actually allowed you to attack the boss at their own level of difficulty, and the fight didn't get that much easier the better your gear got, because you had to execute the mechanics either way. Although, just because final bosses generally have it easy in likability, doesn't mean they're always the most well liked by the expansion, where the number 1 is kind of a no-brainer. And I'm sure anyone who played through the expansion would expect to see the number 1 there. And of course, at number 1, we have Halandris the Reclaimer, one of the midpoint bosses in Sepulchre are the first ones, and one of the few midpoint bosses that had a higher wipe count than many world first progressions on end bosses. The fight takes place over a couple of different phases. During the first phase, it's just a basic tank and spig with Halandris in the middle of the room, and you having to bounce orbs back and dodge lasers in higher difficulties. Then during the transition phase, Halandris will get up and walk to the next portion of the room, where you have to run with him and drop into void zones and avoid getting knocked off the platform on the way there. Then during the next part, you basically repeat phase 1 with a few more mechanics. Do another phase where you move with him to the third room, and then finally DPS it down while he has all of his mechanics going up at once, where you have to constantly bounce back balls and dodge lasers. And that's basically it for the fight. The reason this fight took so long to defeat on the world first is because it kind of had a lot of health, which was nerfed a few times because it was a little bit too hard. But also with full mythic mechanics and having to dodge constant laser beams, it was the perfect mix of a fight that had mechanics which weren't overly punishing, but definitely required you to do your job correctly, as well as everyone else. Otherwise you'd wipe the fight. And this may sound like that's the case for pretty much every fight, but a lot of fights either don't require you to move that much, just use the same mechanic as other fights, or require you to move too much and are really annoying. That it's easy to actually get a lot of these things wrong, and Halandris was just the perfect combination of having tightly tuned damage and healing mechanics with just enough movement, and of course a nice little gimmick of moving to 3 different locations, which has historically been a well-liked thing to happen in boss fights as seen with Sire and Blackhand for Warlords of Draenor. And the fight was also fun to watch as well. If you're watching the world first race, it was a lot of colorful light shows going on where people were constantly moving around lasers and it had a nice visual flair to all the mechanics, rather than just managing a couple of debuffs. Halandris was just kind of Blizzard striking gold. No one really expected this fight to be as good as it ended up being, as tightly tuned as it ended up being, or that moving to 3 different locations with the mechanic would end up being a fun experience rather than a tedious gimmick. Sometimes Blizzard tries new gimmicks that are incredibly annoying, but this was definitely not the case for this fight. So you can kind of expect them to try this again, like they did with Denathrius copying Blackhand. In World of Warcraft, there's this thing called hard mode bosses, where when you engage with them, you can perform certain triggers during the fight that makes them harder, and gives you a special reward at the end of the encounter for purposefully trying to do them harder. In the early days of WoW, the very first hard mode trigger was an AQ40 with the Silithid royalty. This bug trial was an optional boss in that instance, which coincidentally was also one of the first optional raid bosses in the game, and rewarded different gear depending on which Silithid you killed last, with the best loot being obtained from killing Lord Kree last, which was also the hardest order to kill them in. Now, in vanilla WoW, there was no such thing as heroic or mythic modes. Everyone did the exact same difficulty as everyone else if you entered an instance. So this was the first time players could adjust the difficulty for their group, and either complete it easier or harder depending on whether or not they wanted better gear. And both players and Blizzard liked this idea, so they occasionally brought it back and experimented with it. In Zul'Aman, a raid added in the Burning Crusade, they had a system similar to the timed event in Stratholme, where as soon as you entered the instance, a timer would start, and you had a set amount of time to kill the first 4 bosses before the timer ran out. And if you successfully killed the 4 bosses within the allotted time, better loot was rewarded and you got a mount, the Amani Warbear. Now, this wasn't really a hard mode in the same way as the previous one, as you just beat all the fights like normal, you just killed them quickly and tried to rush their trash if you could. But it was a way of defeating bosses that gave you better rewards, so it kind of counts. Then in the Sunwell Plateau, the last raid of the expansion, depending on the order you killed the Eredar Dark Twins, you could get better loot. This hard mode trigger was basically the same as the Bug Trio. You just killed the harder one last and you got better gear. In this case, killing Lady Sacrolash last was the harder of the two, and would yield more gear drops. But then, in a later patch, they kind of removed this kill order, and made it so the twins would drop identical loot regardless of which one you killed first. So essentially, they removed the hard mode, though this change was made after progression was basically done already, so it wasn't a huge deal. Then in Wrath of the Lich King, Blizzard really went all out with hard mode triggers, and the expansion is kind of the golden age of hard modes. In one of the very first raids you could do, the Obsidian Sanctum, if you killed the boss Sartharion with 1 or more of the Twilight Drakes in the room active, he would drop higher item level loot. And if you left all 3 Drakes alive when you pulled the boss, everyone in the room would also get a mount. So, the way to do the fight the easiest was to go into the room and clear all the trash, killing the 3 Drakes who were each little mini-bosses, which made the fight much more difficult if you had to deal with those 3 mini-bosses during the regular fight. Then, in Ulduar, they went all out with hard modes, where 10 of the 14 bosses had hard mode triggers. And if you defeated all of the bosses on their hard modes, you were rewarded with being able to fight a hard mode only boss, who you could only attempt for 1 hour each week after pulling him. The first of the bosses was the Flame Leviathan, who had a hard mode trigger similar to Sartharion, where there was 4 towers in the room that would give the boss a buff if they were left alive. So in order to activate the hard mode, all you had to do was not kill the towers before killing the boss, and you could get various levels of gear depending on how many towers you left alive, with the hardest one being leaving all 4 of them alive. The next boss, XT2 Deconstructor, whose hard mode trigger was destroying his heart that he exposed at intervals throughout the fight. Destroying the heart would heal him to full health, give him a massive health increase on top of that, and give him a damage boost. Now, normally you would want to DPS the heart when it becomes active, because it takes double damage, and the damage is transferred over to the boss. So you'd want to put in as much damage as possible into the heart without destroying it, unless you wanted to trigger the hard mode. The Assembly of Iron boss is pretty similar to the Bug Trial, where it's a 3-boss encounter, and the hard mode is determined by which of the 3 you killed last, with killing Steelbreaker last being the hardest. Though doing it on the medium difficulty and killing Runemaster last will still allow you to activate Algalon, the hard mode boss. The boss Hodir was a simple DPS race and one of the hardest of all of the hard modes, as what you had to do was kill the boss in less than 2 minutes. Now, this hard mode was kind of impossible to accomplish, as 2 minutes was way too tough of a requirement, and the only people who actually managed to get the kill on its hard mode were the people who pulled the 4 Swarmer ads from the Freya room into this room. That way their mages could spell still their Pollinate buff, which increased the damage they did by like 25% for 30 seconds. Eventually, Blizzard changed the buff to no longer be spell stealable, and then increased the amount of time for the hard mode to 3 minutes, which players were actually able to do, but was still difficult. The hard mode for Thorm was to reach him through his little gauntlet in less than 3 minutes. That way his partner Sif would not despawn and assist him with the fight, which meant Thorm also dealt more damage and had higher health, since he would normally have a debuff cast on him when you engaged him in normal mode. The boss Freya had a hard mode similar to Sartharion as well, where she was located in the big room that had 3 mini-boss ancients that you needed to kill. Leaving all 3 of the ancients alive was the hardest way to accomplish the fight, though there was achievements for completing it with 1 to 3 of them alive, with the easiest mode being killing all 3 of them before engaging the boss. Mimiron's hard mode was probably one of the hardest ones, after pre-nerf Hodir, and was the most similar to modern-day Mythic mode, where in order to activate Mimiron's hard mode, all you had to do was push the big red button in his room before pulling the boss. This would give the boss a 10-minute enrage timer, increase the damage and health of all the vehicles by 25%, and cause fire to spawn periodically throughout the fight. And this firefighter mode is kind of infamous for being super hard, while also not being unfairly hard like Hodir was. The hard mode for General Vezax was to not make use of his Serenite Vapors mechanic, which was the only way for healers to get mana during the fight, as the encounter had this unique design where healers could not regen mana normally. Once the boss spawned 8 Serenite Vapors, they would all combine together into a mini-boss, which would also put up an invulnerable shield on General Vezax. So simply killing the mini-boss and then defeating the main boss afterwards were the requirements for completing this hard mode trigger. And then the final boss, Yogg-Saron, had 4 different hard modes, determined by how many keepers you had assisting him throughout the fight. The fight itself was super hard and had lots of mechanics that could wipe the group, so the 4 keepers in the room would provide you raid buffs that almost seemed crucial to actually completing the fight, to the point where completing it with none of the keepers up was also one of the hardest fights in the game's history. So it was a super hard mode, and very appropriate for the final boss of the raid, which was chock full of hard mode bosses. And the boss Algalon the Observer was the reward for defeating all the bosses on their hard modes. But he himself did not have a hard mode, like I mentioned earlier. You just only had 1 hour to fight him before he despawned, which I guess was his hard mode. You had to beat him in time. Old War, with all of its hard modes, was a complete success, and it is highly regarded as one of the best raids of all time. And it can owe a lot of its success to the fact that it had all these hard modes in it. It was a new and unique thing, and players liked being able to challenge themselves after they defeated on their normal difficulty. And it also made defeating the same boss more fun, as it basically forced you to do it in a way that wasn't optimal in order to get the best gear. And because Old War was such a success, they decided to incorporate hard modes into the game itself in a way, as in the very next raid, they added in the very first heroic mode raids. You see, heroic mode was a thing introduced in the Burning Crusade, as the dungeons all had heroic modes which could only be completed by max level players, after completing a small attunement which would give you a key to that heroic mode. And this was an attempt to allow players to run more than 1 or 2 dungeons at max level for loot to prepare themselves for raid, and also gave them a great place to add their endgame currency, which could be used to buy raid level gear from a vendor. So completing heroic dungeons could eventually give you an upgraded piece of loot because you got a little bit of the endgame currency every time you completed one. And players liked heroic dungeons, so they were obviously ported over to Wrath of the Lich King as well. And they were made a little bit easier to run, as all you had to do was be max level without having to complete any kind of attunement. But raids did not have a heroic mode yet. Raids themselves were already max level only. So there wasn't really a need for heroic mode in the same way they existed for dungeons, as a lot of the dungeons were balanced around non-max level or optimized characters. So the heroic modes were basically there to allow players to actually do the dungeons at max level with appropriate level gear. But raids are always set for max level players and provided max level appropriate gear. So the only way to upgrade a raid was just to run the newest and best raid that was released. The idea of running the same raid over and over on just a harder difficulty wasn't really a thing, but since players loved doing that in Old War with all of its unique hard modes, they decided to just go crazy with it in the next raid to Trial of the Crusader. TOC had 4 difficulties. Each one of these difficulties had a completely different lockout from the other 3. So you could complete it on 10-player normal or heroic, and then 25-man normal and then heroic. And each one of these modes gave gear appropriate to its level of difficulty, with 25-man giving better gear, because that was determined to be harder to accomplish than 10-man, so heroic 10-man gear was about the same level as normal 25-man, with heroic 25-man being the best possible gear you can get from that raid instance. But since the raid had 4 separate lockouts, players would just run all 4 difficulties every week, which really burnt people out and caused people to not really like this new heroic system very much for raids. TOC also had a different heroic mode system than what we know of today. The model they used for heroic raids was basically Firefighter from Mimron. Activating hard mode just made the fight harder by giving the boss more damage and health, and might add 1 or 2 new mechanics. Basically, Firefighter Mimron is the de facto thing for all of the future heroic modes. But also in this early version, heroic modes had a limited amount of attempts, where you were given a timer of 50 attempts for the entire raid in heroic, which was shared between all 5 of the bosses. So you only had 50 tries to complete the entire place, before you were locked out of trying the place again for the rest of the week. In the next raid, Ice Crown Citadel, Blizzard changed heroic modes again, where 10 and 25 man still had separate lockouts, but the normal and heroic modes shared the same lockout. So you could only run ICC 2 times per week instead of 4 times like with TOC, and you could simply swap between heroic and normal phase during each boss. If you had heroic unlocked anyway, which would unlock after completing the place on its normal difficulty once. And limited attempts returned for the final bosses. The entire raid was not released at once, as they released different wings periodically over time. And when the first wing was released, players only had 10 attempts to down Professor Putricide. Then, when the Blood Quarter was released, this shared attempts was increased to 15. And then they only had 15 attempts to down both Professor Putricide and the Blood Queen Lenethel. And then when the Frostwing was released in the Lich King, it was increased again. Blizzard liked this limited attempt system, as they thought it would force players to have more quality attempts, instead of just bum rushing the boss until eventually they got a kill and got lucky. Although what this actually did was just encourage players to gear up a whole bunch of alts so they could have practice attempts, and then hop on their mains for their real attempts, which just made hardcore raiding even more difficult to micromanage. So they largely got rid of the attempt systems after Wrath of the Lich King, but it did return for one boss in Mists of Pandaria, as the heroic-only boss Rawden has 30 attempts per week, and still has those 30 attempts per week to this day. Blizzard justified this in an interview by saying they wanted Rawden to be a limited duration optional boss like Algalon from Old War, but that limited to 1 hour was too restrictive and unfair in case there was a DC or server problems or IRL troubles, etc., etc. Basically, with limited attempts, they had all week to try instead of a 1 small hour window, where it was still technically a short duration boss, as you could easily get those 30 attempts done in about an hour, maybe a lot more than that. Then in Cataclysm, Blizzard made 10 and 25 man modes share lockouts as well, so you can no longer run the place 2 times each week, and they would both just drop the same level of gear, rather than 25 man mode having better gear. The only difference between the two was that the 25 man version would just drop more gear than normal. The last raid tier in Cataclysm is also when LFR mode was added to the game, and had all kinds of problems with its first iteration, like allowing players to endlessly farm tier set bonuses because they could just trade them between players, even if they've already looted them for that week. In Mists of Pandaria, they kept the system the same, But they did include one last hard mode trigger. In the Terrans of Endless Spring, the first raid fight against the Protectors of the Endless was another 3-boss encounter which awarded better gear depending on which of the 3 bosses you killed last, similar to the Bug Trio again. And this was the last time a hard mode trigger appeared in a raid. But not in dungeons, as we've had hard mode triggers as recent as Mechagon in the Mega Dungeon, which awards a special mount if you complete some of the bosses in a more difficult manner. But as far as raids go, the Terrans of Endless Spring is the last of the hard mode triggers we've had so far. At the end of Mists of Pandaria, they introduced this new mode called Flex Raiding, which was an easier mode than normal, but harder than LFR, which allowed players to do the raid with 10 to 30 people, as the boss's health and damage would just adjust based on how many people you had in the raid. And people weren't very happy with having 4 difficulties, each one of them with their own separate raid lockouts, as it was kind of like TOC all over again. So in Warlords of Draenor, they just kind of renamed everything and set a standard for the hardest difficulty. Flex mode was renamed to normal mode, and the old normal mode was renamed to heroic, and the old heroic was renamed to mythic. LFR was left the same. And then they made changes to normal heroic, where they were both given the flex system, where you can complete it with 10 to 30 people, and mythic mode was changed to 20 man only, down from 25, and made it so the hardest possible difficulty in the game could only be accomplished in a group of 20 people exactly. And this system of flex raiding being incorporated into 2 modes that the average WoW players play the most is still how the raids work to this day. This last change to all the difficulties kind of worked out pretty well, and solved a whole bunch of problems that the previous 10 and 25 man modes used to have, where it was difficult to maintain a consistent roster when you needed a specific amount of people for the average player. And since a vast majority of players who actually raid don't even participate in mythic mode, it was actually a pretty nice welcome change of pace, with the biggest downside to it being that every time a new raid tier is released, we get 4 new levels of gear instead of 2 like in the past. So, gear inflation happens at a much faster rate than it used to in the early days of WoW, where equipment from the first raid tier is completely garbage by the time the last raid tier of an expansion comes out, which was not the case pre-Mists of Pandaria. So, why did Blizzard stop making hard mode triggers for raids? Well, in an interview, one of the developers actually answered this question, and to summarize their talking points, basically, it came down to the fact that it would be too difficult to constantly come up with new ways to initiate hard mode triggers, as it would make the fights feel too much of the same. Now, considering after reading through this list, they reused the Bug Trio hard mode 3 times. And there's actually a couple of other repeats of hard modes. This should show you something about how they kind of already ran out of ideas even during their golden age of hard mode triggers. How many different ways can you really have a boss that just lets you push a big button to increase the damage and health of everything? And why would you need that when higher levels of difficulty already exist anyway? Heroic mode has higher damage and health than normal, and some of the fights even have added mechanics, whereas mythic mode goes even further beyond. It is almost assured to have different or more mechanics than heroic mode. The current system of harder difficulties already accomplishes what hard mode triggers were trying to do, and they kind of just existed in the time period before mythic mode could add a 4th secret phase to a fight. Because mythic mode can actually accomplish more than hard mode triggers ever could, they're not really needed anymore. But they are fun, and the least they could do is add them back whenever there's council-like bosses, where killing them in the hardest order gives you a little bit better gear than normal, as there's always a council-like boss in pretty much every raid. In this video, we'll go over some of the worst dungeons from World of Warcraft's history. Starting off at number 10, we have a more contentious pick, Halls of Reflection from Wrath of the Lich King. Now, Halls of Reflection is actually a pretty well-loved dungeon. However, only for the last third of the dungeon. The first 2/3 of the dungeon comprises of fighting 8 waves of adds, huddled into a corner because that was the most efficient way to AoE them all down. Basically, once you started the fight, there were a couple of cool RP dialogues, which you had to wait through every time you did the dungeon. Then, once the ghost adds spawned, a couple of them were ranged characters which can't be interrupted. So the best way to AoE them all down was to hide in a little corner which provided line of sight, and force the range adds to run all the way into a neat little pile, so that Wrath players could do what they do best and just AoE down everything. Wrath AoE was something else. Pretty much every single class had some form of really good AoE. It might have been one of the golden ages of AoE. Just one of the golden ages. I think the actual golden age was Cataclysm, but that's besides the point. So after spending more than half the dungeon huddled into a corner AoEing down adds, during waves 5 and 10, a boss would come out, which were both pretty straightforward and didn't require any brain power once you overgeared them. And once you were done with the slog that was killing ads, then you got to the cool part where you got to run away from the Lich King by killing more ads. Thematically, the last third of the dungeon is amazing, and this is what makes it some people's favorite dungeon of all time because of just how great that theme is. But mechanically speaking, you never interact with the Lich King. He's just the enrage timer, and you're just killing ads while you wait for Sylvanas or Jaina to break the ice walls. It's just another wave of ads. We don't actually fight a boss. And you win if you're able to kill the ads quick enough. So even the cool part of the dungeon is just more ad killing. Except at least you don't have a corner you can huddle into, so there's a little bit more thought into killing the ads which are coming towards you. Although because of how well loved this dungeon is on a whole, even if it is only for a small part of the dungeon, it's only at the number 10 spot on this list. And at number 9, we have the Sunken Temple. Now, just like the Halls of Reflection, the Temple of Vital Hakar actually has a lot of fans. The original version of the dungeon is gigantic. It had 10 bosses, multiple levels, secret rooms, and even a whole second floor which is dedicated to just one boss that you have to unlock by doing a puzzle. Then when it was revamped in Cataclysm, they cut out almost the entire dungeon, and turned it into a really small, simple, 4 main boss regular dungeon, which was obviously meant to be a much bigger place. So the original version of the dungeon has a lot of fond memories attached to it for many people, for probably the first time they ran it. Otherwise, it was incredibly confusing, which made it actually hated amongst a lot of players who don't like that type of dungeon. Especially since getting to the dungeon was akin to going through a maze, and the dungeon itself wasn't much easier to navigate. So if you like exploratory D&D style dungeons, then the Temple of Vital Hakar really fits that niche. But hey, a non-max level dungeon doesn't need to be ran more than once, so it probably works for Sunken Temple. And then the revamped version of it wasn't very well liked because they essentially just removed 2/3 of it and didn't really do much else. So while the original version of the dungeon was only disliked if you had to run it more than once, or for just the players who didn't like being lost all the time, the revamped version isn't liked because they tried to make it too streamlined. It's impossible to get lost in the new one, when compared to the older version of itself. Although a lot of people did like how exploratory the dungeon was in its original form, so it only gets a low spot on this list. And at number 8, we have the Temple of Sethralis. This was a dungeon BFA which had an entire phase where you're slowly trying to move orbs from one area of the room to the eyeballs at the end of the room so that you can progress to the final boss. However, in order to move the orbs, you need to kill ads to clear a path, but the ads endlessly respawn to the point where they don't grant any experience or completion towards the added bonus in Mythic Plus, and there's a couple of ads in the room who can steal the ball from you and take it back. So it was just a slog of trying to complete this little gimmicky puzzle, which just grinds the dungeon to a halt as you endlessly AoE ads that don't matter. Then when you get to the final boss, you have a healer challenge, where while the rest of the party deals with ads, you have to make sure to heal up the boss if you're the healer, which will end the fight once she's healed up to full health. And generally, healer-centric bosses are pretty fun in raids, speaking as a healer myself, so them attempting this in a dungeon seems like it would have been a pretty decent idea. Except for the fact that dungeons only have a single healer. So the entire boss relies on your healer being able to pump out massive HPS, while also keeping the party alive who are constantly taking damage during the burst windows that you're allowed to heal the boss. Usually with other mechanics, you have 3 DPS to share responsibilities as special mechanics. This one is just all on one lone person who's trying to get up as much HPS as possible while also doing their job like normal. And you know what? Not all healers can pump out burst heals. Whenever I had to run this dungeon as my Discipline Priest main, I would always swap over to my lesser used Holy spec, just because it was 10 times easier to heal the final boss as Holy, even though I had no experience with that spec. There's a reason they haven't done healer-only final bosses in future dungeons, as those kind of only work when there's more than one healer. It's a neat idea, but man does it not work out well in Mythic Plus dungeons. And at number 7, we have the Halls of Stone. This was a dungeon from Wrath of the Lich King, which on a whole is a pretty normal dungeon as far as Wrath of the Lich King dungeons go. It only has 4 bosses, it's a pretty small instance so there's no getting lost, and you can AoE down everything pretty easily. However, one of the bosses, or I guess encounters, called the Tribunal of the Ages, is basically a glorified ad wave fight. You talk to Bran, who will trigger an event where you just fight ads which come to your room eventually, similar to the Halls of Reflection. You DPS waves of ads, and at the end of the wave of ads, you get rewarded with a little bit of RP dialogue and then a chest which gives you some gear. Which all in all isn't that bad, It's just when you want to run through a dungeon quickly, getting completely stonewalled by a fight which has timers on how fast you're allowed to kill things really slows things down, especially since just killing ads for an entire boss fight is kind of boring without anything else going on. And at number 6, we have No Morgan. This is a pretty low level dungeon and is one of the first big exploratory dungeons you can do while leveling up. If you wish to do this in classic versions of the game, as a horde character, you have to complete a small quest first, which allows you to teleport to the entrance of the dungeon. That way you're not killed by a whole bunch of alliance mobs on the way there. Although the quest is only available in Orgrimmar and not at the actual teleporter's location. And the quest is also not shareable. So you have to have all of your horde low-level members run over to Orgrimmar, pick up the 2 quests in sequence, then run back to the teleporter's location on the other side of the world. That way you can then use the teleporter to get into the entrance of No Morgan. There also wasn't really good quests to do inside the dungeon. Some of the progression was locked behind things you had to do out in the open world, and it was too easy to just pull an unkillable amount of ads. If you got too close to some of the ledges, you might pull a pack from a different level. If you had a character with a pet class and you tried to jump down one of the ledges and they forgot to dismiss that pet, then they would pull half the entire dungeon to your location. Seeing as it was a low-level dungeon, most people were not super familiar with their classes yet, and didn't know their pet could not teleport down with them. So it was a very easy and common mistake to make. So basically, the place is just really easy to wipe in, and rewards not being super worth it since it's just for level up gear. And for max level players who did want gear from this place, these concerns weren't really that big of a deal. And at number 5, we have the escape from Durnhold Keep. This entire dungeon is basically an escort quest, where you go in and free Thrall, then protect him from ads and the occasional boss while he slowly walks to the other side of the map, occasionally stopping, interacting with things, and having some RP dialogue. From a lore point of view, the dungeon is actually excellent. I'm a big fan of the Caverns of Time dungeons because they allow you to see big moments in lore without having to scour the internet for books and sources for what happened. However, they rarely work out well in practice as an actual gameplay element. So while I appreciate them for the lore they provide, the gameplay experience is usually pretty lacking. And at number 4, we have the Violet Hold and the Assault on the Violet Hold. Basically the Wrath and Legion version. The Violet Hold is going into a prison in order to basically have a boss fight gauntlet, where you fight waves of ads in between bosses. Now, the idea behind just fighting a whole bunch of unique bosses sounds pretty good. In a Violet Hold style dungeon, you could basically create whatever bosses you wanted, without having to think about what would fit with whatever instance it's in, and be as creative as you want. Although they don't really do that in the Violet Holds. Most of them are just copy-pasted bosses with nothing super unique about their mechanics. Also, there's just a ton of waiting in between each boss, since you can't actually speed up the portals that spit out ads. And because there's really no way to speed up the dungeon, and Legion, when they remade the dungeon, they left it out of the Mythic Plus dungeons, because the way the dungeon works just doesn't lend well to being able to speedily run it. An easy way to fix the dungeon would be to just allow you to spawn the bosses immediately, instead of having to wait for them to allow you to fight them. But I guess that would make the dungeon too fast, which is bad for some reason. And at number 3, we have the Black Morass. Now, the Black Morass is one of the first ever Caverns of Time dungeons, where you go back in time in order to help Medivh open the Dark Portal. Again, from a lore perspective, it's neat to actually see important events happen before your eyes, and they should definitely have more events like the Black Morass and Durnhold Keep. Just probably not as dungeons, because in this one, it's another glorified waiting around fight, which combines the best aspects of the Violet Hold and the Halls of Reflection, where you fight waves of ads but have to wait for those waves of ads, and there's no way to really speed up the process. Also, when you run around, you randomly aggro alligators, which never let your healers drink, since they can't leave combat, which means you can perpetually out of mana. And also, since it was released in the Burning Crusade, in addition to mana just being a much bigger deal back then, you would also get dismounted if you swam even a little bit in the water. And there were a lot of small puddles, so if you were on a small race or just a small mount, you would have to swerve around the puddles so that you wouldn't get dismounted. And at number 2, we have the Oculus. Now, I remember back in Wrath of the Lich King, when they first added the Dungeon Finder, if I was ever randomly given the Oculus, more than half the time the entire group would just disband at the start. You know a dungeon is bad when everybody leaves immediately, which would also happen when I ran Halls of Reflection, funny enough, even though I kind of like that dungeon. Now, the reason people didn't like the Oculus was because of the vehicle mechanics. Wrath of the Lich King went hard on vehicle mechanics and wanted to add them everywhere, and so this dungeon had a final fight which was entirely done on the back of dragons, where you fly around the sky and fight off a bigger dragon with your little dragons that you're piloting, which have their own little action bars that allow you to heal, DPS, or tank. This idea sounds good in theory, but is kind of meh in practice, especially since the dungeon really wanted to give you a reason to use those dragons outside the final fight. So you had to fly around each of the platforms in order to kill the required amount of adds in order to unlock the final fight. Technically, nothing in the dungeon was overly difficult, it just took way longer than it needed to with all the flying around and the amount of adds you had to kill. Plus, it's not really fun to use a vehicle in a final boss fight, which artificially makes it something you can't steamroll once you outgear it, before they allowed vehicles to scale with your gear, of course. And at number 1, we have Tol Dagar. This was a dungeon from Battle for Azeroth expansion, which basically had you go into a prison in order to fight some prison employees and occasionally other prisoners. And while orchestrating a prison break seems like a neat idea, the big problem with this dungeon was just the massive amount of bugs it had, which were never really fixed all the way until the end of the expansion. You see, the dungeon had multiple levels, but there wasn't really enough physical room between them. So it was entirely possible and common for some of your AoE abilities to just accidentally pull a group of mobs on a different level, who would then run down and attack you. When they added in corruption at the end of the expansion, one of those corruption abilities summoned a giant laser beam from the sky which would attack everything, and almost certainly pull any mobs that were in its path in the above rooms. During the middle of the expansion, when they had the specific seasonal affixes that spawned one of Ajar's minions, one of the best ways to deal with them was just to constantly push them back, which if done in Tol Dagar, would coincidentally constantly pull a whole bunch of other adds in the other rooms, since in addition to being able to pull adds in floors above you, sometimes you could just pull mobs in other rooms adjacent to you through the walls on the same level. Now, the bosses inside the dungeon were completely fine. All of them were excellent boss fights with no big problems. It was entirely everything else about the dungeon that was a drag. It was probably one of the most avoided dungeons on any Mythic Plus that people would only do begrudgingly if they absolutely had to, and that's about it. The raiding in WoW has routinely been one of World of Warcraft's strongest points, and Blizzard has routinely experimented with unique boss mechanics. This list will go over 10 of the most interesting raid mechanics from throughout WoW's history. And at number 10, we have Chimeron from Blackwing Descent. Chimeron had a special ability called Massacre, which would do the maximum amount of damage to all players, and he would use this ability pretty regularly. But there's a little robot you can activate, which would give everyone Finkel's mixture buff, which made it so that if you were above 10% health, you could not be reduced below 1 health. With those two things in conjunction, the fight was basically everyone constantly around 10% health, with a boss that also did other normal raid mechanics. And what made this fight interesting was that it was a completely unique fight to heal, as you needed to heal everyone as fast as possible after the massacre went out, because everyone would be at 1 health and die to literally any damage. But also, you didn't want to heal them for more than 10% of their health, and you had to immediately heal the tanks who were taking normal tank damage, and also had their health reduced to 1 during massacres. For 10-man raid teams, this fight involved constant healing, but in a completely unique way to the constant healing of normal raid fights, because once everyone was above 10% health, you were basically done with healing. Of course, that never really happens, as there was other mechanics in the fight that did damage. You'd just be constantly healing people above 10% health, and I really loved this fight myself as a healer, which is why I had to include it on this list, if only at number 10. And at number 9, we have Grand Magistrix Elisande from the Nighthold. Now, what's unique about Elisande is her time stop mechanic. When she reaches 10% health, she uses time stop to stop time, go into the Nightwell, heal up to full health, and then start the fight again. And she'll add more abilities or change pre-established mechanics to the fight every time. Basically, it's just a normal phase change, where when fighting your everyday average boss, they might have a new mechanic once they go below 70% health, or do something when they're below 30% health. It's just for Elisande, those mechanics happened every time you beat her. We basically have to kill her 3 times before you kill her for good. Now, you might be thinking, this is just a flavorful way of having phase changes when fighting against a time mage. And that's true, but because of this mechanic, classes with execute abilities get to use them more often during the fight than against the normal boss who would transition at, say, 70% health, for example. And that's it, really. Classes with executes get to use them more often on her, but it is a neat little mechanic nonetheless, I think people would have liked it more if all of the phases weren't so similar to each other, and if instead, each of her phases were wholly unique, and that's why she's only at number 9. And at number 8, we have Velythria Dreamwalker from ICC. Now, this was the first boss, which was defeated by healing it to max health. So, normally with bosses, you have a big old bomb in the middle of the room that all the DPS players need to kill, while the tanks and healers keep them alive. But Velythria kinda changed that. It was the healers who had to do all the heavy lifting, and the DPS players had to protect the healers from the adds that were constantly spawning from the doors in the room. The adds would come in and attack the boss or lower the healing it could take, so it was up to the DPS to keep them away from the boss and to stop them from channeling on it, while the healers had to keep the DPS and tanks alive while they were dealing with the adds, as well as pumping heals into Velythria to heal her up. This was the first time in WoW in which the win condition was to heal something to full health, a mechanic that was somewhat successful, and was then used again a few more times in other raids and dungeon fights. And at number 7, we have Hagara the Stormbinder from the Dragon Soul. Hagara has a wholly unique mechanic with her Lightning Storm phase, where periodically throughout the fight, she'll alternate between an Ice and Lightning phase, and she'll become immune until you pass the trials associated to those two phases. For the Lightning phase, you have to get lightning onto each of the lightning rods in the room, and the only way to get the lightning onto those rods is by using your body as a conductor. So you literally had to form human chains in order to conduct electricity for all of the rods in the room, which required a lot of raid coordination. If you were a pet class, your pet could count as a body, and if you were skilled enough, you could solo a few of the conductors yourself, as I used to do when I mained a hunter during this time. The ice phase wasn't as unique. Basically, you just had to destroy 4 pillars while running around the room. I don't think WoW has had a mechanic like the Lightning Storm phase since Dragon Soul, making it a one-of-a-kind mechanic. And at number 6, we have Hygen the Unclean from Naxxramas. This fight had a unique mechanic where you had to periodically move around the room in order to avoid getting hit by the room-wide AoE, as small sections of the room would always be open to stand in, but you had to know the certain pattern in order to know which of those sections would be okay to stand in. I'll have a little diagram that I drew on screen to help indicate how to do the Hygen safety dance, as it was referred to at the time. Basically, you'd stand in zone 1 with the raid, and then wait for zones 2 through 4 to explode. After they exploded, you could simply move into zone number 2, and then wait for zones 1, 3, and 4 to explode, and then move into zone 3. Wait again, and then move into zone 4, and then after zone 4 was free, you would move back to zone 3, and then just repeat. You would just keep moving one zone over as the rest of the room exploded, and it would just repeat like this for the entire fight. Which sounds pretty easy, right? Well, in theory, it is easy. In practice, it takes a little getting used to, as you have to constantly move over to the next zone, which isn't as clearly indicated in the fight itself as I have it drawn on my little diagram. And range players only had to do this half of the time, as the boss himself had an AoE haste debuff if you were too near him. So range players could just sit on the platform for half the fight and just ignore half the safety dance. But then he would periodically teleport to the platform and kick everyone off, and you'd have to do the safety dance with the rest of the raid. And now, whenever there's a mechanic where you have to move across the room like this, it's referred to as the safety dance because of Hygen the Unclean. And at number 5, we have High Tinker Mechatork from BOD. The High Tinker has a mechanic in his fight where you have to periodically jump into little robots in the room in order to punch in their deactivation code. Except you can't see your own code. Only other players who are also in robots can see it. So I think this is the only mechanic in the game which just straight up forces players to have to talk to each other in order to accomplish the task at hand. Because while you're in the robot, you'll also have an icon appear above your head that you can't see, and you'll have 5 buttons you can push, each one associated to a mechanical piece and a color. So if the deactivation code for your robot was red, purple, green, you just have to have someone else in your raid tell you that as you punch them in. And then you'd have to also tell your fellow party members their deactivation codes as well. This was a wholly unique mechanic, and one that some people who were just too shy to ever talk in raid refused to do. But luckily, there was an option to have 3 people up at once, so at least one of them could call out everyone's deactivation code. So while it was a really unique mechanic, it wasn't very well liked by shy players or the colorblind. And at number 4, we have Razorgore from Blackwing Lair. This was the first fight which required players to control an NPC in order to do the mechanics of the fight for them. One player would control Razorgore and go around the room breaking eggs, while everyone else in the raid protected Razorgore and the person controlling him. And then once you broke all the eggs of the Razorgore, you could stop protecting him and actually fight the boss yourself. And this mechanic was repeated many other times in WoW. Off the top of my head, I know there's Putris, Amber Shaper, Instructor Razavus, all had similar mechanics as well. But funny enough, whenever mechanics show up that require players to control a vehicle or NPC, it's usually referred to as a Putris-like mechanic, and not a Razorgore-like mechanic, despite Razorgore being the first. And at number 3, we have Operator Thogar from Blackrock Foundry. Now, this boss has a mechanic where periodically you have to dodge trains that come into the room. The room will be split up into 4 sections, and a door will open up with the train coming down a tunnel. So as long as you're just paying attention to the doors, it's really hard to get hit by the trains. And you basically just do the fight like normal while occasionally dodging trains that come into the fight. Although sometimes the trains will come in and stop, and drop things off or do things that are part of the fight. And they do a really good job of incorporating the train mechanic into a base part of the fight itself. And that's why this fight is widely considered as one of the best raid boss fights, because it has a unique mechanic which is executed very well and incorporated into the fight itself, and wasn't overly annoying or punishing, as you had a very long time to actually see the trains coming, so it was all on you if you actually got hit by one and died. And at number 2, we have Elisrazor from the Firelands. This was the Firebird boss, which had a unique mechanic where certain players could run around the room and pick up 3 feathers, which would then allow you to fly for a short time. And the boss itself would just fly around the room the whole time while the raid dealt with ads on the floor. So in order to DPS the boss, you need to be able to fly around the room in order to follow him from behind. And the boss periodically dropped flame rings, which if you flew through, would increase the amount of time you could stay in the air and give you a haste buff and restore whatever resource your class used. And if you were able to get 25 stacks of this buff, you'd get an additional buff called Elisra's Razor, which increased your critical strike chance by 75% for 40 seconds. And with 25 stacks of the buff, you'd also have a 200% haste buff. So at full stacks, you'd basically have all of your abilities critting while casting 3 times faster. And you had to do this all while continuously collecting more flame circles so that you wouldn't fall out of the air. This mechanic basically allowed range players to play a game of Star Fox while fighting a boss. And it was great on classes who scaled wildly with 100% crit chance and 200% haste, like Fire Mages and Shadow Priests. And periodically, you'd be knocked out of the air anyway, and have to dodge fire tornadoes that would spawn all around the room in a really hectic game of Frogger. Elisrazor was just a really unique boss fight, and one of the ones with the most interesting raid mechanics. And at number 1, we have the Shadow Lord Iskar from Hellfire Citadel. Iskar had a wholly unique mechanic that I doubt they'll ever use again, that was so complicated to use that most raiders installed an add-on specifically just for this one fight. And in fact, the add-on for this fight was one of the most downloaded add-ons during the Hellfire Citadel raid tier during Warlords of Draenor. And you'll see why after I explain what exactly the mechanics of this fight were. Basically, the entire fight revolved around an item called the Eye of Anzu. You pick up the Eye of Anzu at the beginning of the fight, and only one person can hold it at a time. And holding the item would give you a stacking dot the longer you held it. So if you held onto it for too long, it would kill you. And you could pass it to another player through the extra action button by just targeting that player and pressing the button. Sounds simple enough. Here's the thing though. Everything in the fight revolved around holding this item. Periodically, Ishkar would cast illusion winds on a handful of players, which would pull them off the platform, and the only way to dispel it was to be holding the Eye of Anzu. So if it targeted 6 random people, for example, whoever was holding the eye would have to throw it to one of those 6. And then that person would have to throw it to another one of the remaining 5 people afflicted. And they would just have to keep passing it along until eventually everyone got the debuff taken off before they got dragged off the platform and died to fall damage. Now, having a mechanic that requires players to have to target other players and then click the extra action button, and not only that, very specific players who were chosen at random, is kind of a hard thing to ask the average raider to do. The only people looking at health bars regularly or accustomed to targeting other players are healers. So this mechanic was actually quite difficult for the average DPS player. But the eye wasn't just used for this one mechanic, it was used for other things as well. There were ads that would periodically spawn in the fight who would cast a really nasty fell chain lightning, and you could only interrupt it if you were holding the Eye of Anzu. So you had to pass it around to the tanks and DPS players so that they could all use their interrupts on the ad. Another one of the ads would cast a Fell Bomb on players, which was a debuff that only lasted for 5 seconds, and if it expired, it would explode and basically kill the entire raid. So the only way to stop it was to give the Eye of Anzu to a healer so that they could dispel it within that 5-second window. And there was another ad which had a mechanic where they would do a crap ton of damage to the tank and basically instantly kill them, unless they were holding the Eye of Anzu. Pretty much everything in this fight revolved around holding the Eye of Anzu, and only one person could hold it at a time. And that's where the add-on came in. The add-on basically allowed you to click on a raider's name, and it would pass the Eye of Anzu to them automatically. The add-on would also show if someone had the Illusion Winds debuff on them, so it made it a lot easier to pass the eye to them for the DPS players. Now, this was a wholly unique mechanic, and there was a lot of mixed opinions about everything in the fight revolving around passing along an item. It was either you loved it or hated it, and there was very few in between. But I think personally, this mechanic is probably the most unique raid mechanic they've ever added. So I just had to include it at the top of this list, even if the popular opinion on this mechanic is very heavily divided. In this video, we'll be going over which dungeons are the longest, basically in terms of how many bosses they have. And at number 10, we kind of have a 6-way tie between the Dead Mines, Blackfathom Deeps, Uldaman, Muradin, Return to Karazhan, and Operation Mechagon, all of which have a grand total of 8 bosses. Although Classic Dead Mines has 2 optional bosses in there, but is a ridiculously big dungeon, and was used as a benchmark for how big a dungeon should be in Vanilla WoW. But Return to Karazhan technically has a secret 9th boss if you summon it correctly, so Karazhan has to take the number 10 spot on that front. Return to Karazhan and Operation Mechagon are both mega dungeons that were added in the past 2 expansions, so they're the 2 biggest dungeons added recently, ever since the Burning Crusade, where they started to make nothing but small dungeons, reminiscent of the Scarlet Monastery Wings. In Vanilla WoW, the average amount of bosses per dungeon was around 8.9, whereas in the Burning Crusade, the expansion immediately following Classic, the average drops down all the way to 3.5 bosses per dungeon. According to Vanilla WoW developers, they originally designed vanilla dungeons big because they thought people would only do them a single time, because that was kind of the norm in the early days of MMOs, where instance dungeons weren't regular. So since they thought they'd only really do them once, they made them big and gigantic. And then they found out people don't like those when they have to run them over and over, and they much prefer smaller dungeons. That's why a majority of dungeons in the game have less than 5 bosses each, and only a few exceptions go to the numbers, which would allow them to make the number 10 spot on this list. Pretty much every other dungeon in this video will just be another one from Vanilla WoW, when the normal dungeon was a mega dungeon. And at number 9, we have the Wailing Caverns, which has a grand total of 9 bosses, including one rare spawn boss named Deviate Fairy Dragon. Now, when it comes to long dungeons, the Wailing Caverns is incredibly fitting for that title, as it's basically a gigantic maze that you have to navigate in order to kill a whole bunch of plant monsters, snakes, dinosaurs, and some druids. The Vanilla WoW version was much bigger than the one we have in the retail version of the game, as it has an entire maze section added to the right-hand side of the map, and is even one of those dungeons that has a mini dungeon before the dungeon entrance. When they were told to design Wailing Caverns at first, they were basically told to just make a cave with dinosaurs running around. So they kind of went a little crazy with that description and tried to make a big place to accommodate all of those running dinosaurs. And the maze section was just something they were trying out for fun, but ended up being frustrating when people actually started to playtest the maze. So they added in mushrooms in order to guide people through the proper exit point, which blended in so well with the rest of the foliage that no one actually ever knew there was even a path of mushrooms in the first place. When it comes to really low-level dungeons in Classic WoW, Wailing Caverns is the biggest, in terms of boss count and the dimensions of the dungeons itself. Fun fact, the reason so many dungeons had mini-dungeons before the entrance of the dungeon was because in EverQuest, there used to be a common room outside the dungeon entrances. That way, people could kill mobs while they waited for people to show up, because the best way to level in EverQuest was to grind mobs. So it made sense to give them mobs to grind in WoW as well, which really didn't end up being the case. It was just kind of annoying to the average player instead. And at number 8, we have Shadowfang Keep, clocking in at a grand total of 10 bosses in its classic WoW version. This was a dungeon not much higher level than the Wailing Caverns, tuned for players levels 22 to 30, and located in the Silverpine Forest. The dungeon itself is not as big physically as the Wailing Caverns, but it does have one more boss, with none of them being rare bosses that you need to look for. It is actually tied with another dungeon for having 10 bosses, although I'll talk about that one in a bit. Now, most raids don't have 10 bosses in them. In fact, Shadowfang Keep has more bosses than all but one raid from Battle for Azeroth, with only Ny'alotha beating it out with a grand total of 12 bosses. Although when they revamped the dungeon in Cataclysm, they cut the number of bosses in half, and it's a lot more in line with most other dungeons at only 5 bosses. 5 bosses is kind of the upper limit for modern dungeons. Rarely do they go above 5 bosses unless it's a mega dungeon. And at number 7, we have the Temple of Atal Hakar, or more commonly known as the Sunken Temple, clocking in at a grand total of 10 bosses as well. Although the Temple of Atal Hakar is a little bit bigger space-wise, and has a gigantic maze before the entrance of the dungeon, so I have it a little bit higher on the list. This place had it all, a gigantic maze-like structure, hidden rooms, multiple levels, an entire second level dedicated to one secret boss, where you had to click 6 statues in the right order in order to spawn it, and a whole bunch of class quests that sent you to the place. So it was one of the first mega dungeons that people would try to complete, outside of maybe running Wailing Caverns in the early levels, because Sunken Temple was bigger than most raids even, which is not the case for all of the dungeons that will appear in this video. Some of them might have more bosses than raids, but they weren't physically bigger. Sunken Temple was definitely both of those things. That's why when they revamped the dungeon in Cataclysm, they just kind of removed everything. They only left in one room of the place and cut it down to 4 bosses, down from its original 10. The Sunken Temple is a complete shell of its former self, and the only way to experience the Mega Dungeon version is to play it in Classic WoW, which at least is an option nowadays. And at number 6, we have Zul'Farrak. This outdoor dungeon has a grand total of 12 bosses, including an optional 13th boss that can only be summoned by completing a quest. Although of the 13 bosses, 3 of them are rares that won't spawn every time you do the dungeon, and of course one of them is the optional boss Gazrilla that you can't even do unless someone has the Mallet of Zul'Farrak that you obtain through a quest chain in the Arathi Highlands, all the way on the other side of the planet. Although having so many optional or rare spawn bosses is only a good thing in my opinion. With the revamp of the dungeon in the Cataclysm, it was lowered down to only 6 bosses you had to complete, and you no longer had to do a quest chain in the Arathi Highlands in order to summon Gazrilla, as he was just added as a normal boss in the instance instead. Next up at number 5, we have Scholomance, clocking in at a grand total of 13 bosses. Now we are starting to get into some of the higher level dungeons. These ones were meant to be done at max level in order to get some gear to start raiding, or to do the max level dungeons. And Scholomance definitely fits into this category, being the level ranges of 55 to 60, and having a lot of best pre-raid and gear slot pieces associated to it, as well as being the only place to craft alchemy flasks before Blackwing Lair came out. With the revamp of the dungeon in Mist of Pandaria, it was changed into a 5-boss instance, as well as having the lore of the place updated to take place after the events of the original. The original Scholomance is probably one of the creepiest places and pieces of lore they've added to the game, as it's a school for necromancers that used to be a mansion for rich people before the Cult of the Damned moved in and just kind of killed everyone there and experimented on them. Which is why it's the perfect place for Hearthstone to have a Harry Potter knockoff expansion, since it is a school and they did teach magic, and I will always find the Hearthstone trailer hilarious when contrasted to the actual origins of the place. And at number 4, we have Blackrock Spire, clocking in at a grand total of 14 bosses if you include the upper and lower portions, with the lower portion having 9 bosses and the upper having an additional 5. Both portions could be considered proper dungeons on their own. Again, this is another max level dungeon intended for players 55 to 60, and when they created these dungeons they went all out and tried to make them as big as possible, because they were told to make all of the big dungeons at least bigger than the Deadmines, as the Deadmines was kind of the marker for big or small dungeons. If it was bigger than the Deadmines, then it was considered a big dungeon, and vice versa. Although this one might be a little bit iffy with its spot on the list, seeing as it's kind of 2 separate dungeons and are normally done separately. But whatever, it's close enough. When they revamped the place with the Cataclysm, they kind of left Lower Blackrock Spire intact for the most part, And Upper Blackrock Spire got a complete revamp in Warlords of Draenor and has different bosses, but funny enough, still the same amount in both, if you count both of them together. The modern versions also have 14 bosses, although a lot of the ones in Lower Blackrock Spire are completely optional, with one of them even being a secret boss that you have to collect a whole bunch of items in a room in order to summon, and it's much more streamlined for a random dungeon finder. And at number 3, we have Stratholme, clocking in at a grand total of 19 bosses. I don't think there are even raids in the game that have 19 bosses in them. This is kind of big. Stratholme is another max level dungeon tuned for players 55 to 60, and kind of has multiple sections like Blackrock Spire, where there's a main gate and service gate sections, although both of them are located inside the same instance, so it's a lot easier to clump them together for the spot than Blackrock Spire. The main gate section has a grand total of 11 bosses, which would have put on this list as it beats out the number 7 and below spots, and the service gate has a total of 8 bosses, which would tie it for the number 10 spot on the list. So it just has a lot of bosses in both sections. Both of them would be big dungeons on their own, which is why they were normally ran that way. With its revamp in Cataclysm, it was split into 2 sides, the living side / main gate with only 7 bosses instead of 11, and the dead side / service entrance with 6 bosses down from the original 8. Stratholme also received a past version in Wrath of the Lich King, where you run around with Arthas in order to help him purge the city, which only had the standard 5 bosses like most Wrath dungeons. This is one of the few vanilla dungeons that kind of kept a high boss count with its Cataclysm revamp, and wasn't completely gutted like the Sunken Temple was. And at number 2, we have Dire Maul, clocking in at a grand total of 19 bosses as well. Dire Maul is another max level dungeon, which was added later on in Vanilla WoW and is split into 3 sections, with the east section having 5 bosses and the north and west sections both having 7 bosses each. Although this is kind of a cheat spot, as the dungeon currently is split up into 4 different dungeons with no way to go from one to the other. However, they are all on the same map, and at one point Dire Maul North and Dire Maul West were connected to one another. However, that was later removed. So unlike dungeons like Scarlet Monastery, these dungeons were at one point connected and share the same map. And just like with Stratholme, when it was revamped in the Cataclysm, they kind of kept it intact for the most part, as it still has around 16 bosses split between the 3 different versions. And finally, at number 1, we have Blackrock Depths, clocking in the grand total of 20 bosses, easily making it the biggest dungeon in the game, even when counting it against raids. It's funny they had dungeons in Vanilla WoW which were bigger than all of the raid instances when it came to boss count, but bosses back then were a lot more simple, so it was easier for them to just throw a whole bunch of them into a dungeon, I guess, but much harder for a raid where they actually needed to give those bosses mechanics. Now, all of Blackrock Depths is in the same instance, with no upper or lower parts, or different sections or wings. There's no confusion that Blackrock Depths is the biggest, and there's no hand-waving them to justify their spots on the list like with Blackrock Spire. There are so many bosses in there that it could take you an entire day to clear out the place if you knew what you were doing, or it could take you a couple of days if you didn't and just wanted to explore. In fact, the place was supposed to be even bigger, as there's a road that leads up to a gate, which looks like it was probably going to open up to something else. And they absolutely did have some plans to put something back there, or to add more to it later on in the future, or to make it an entrance to another raid, as currently you can get to Blackwing Lair and Molten Core by running through this dungeon. There's also tons of quests associated to the place that send you to other parts of the world in order to come back later, which really helped connect the dungeon itself to the world, made it seem as it actually had a place in the grand scheme of things. It also wasn't linear with bosses, you could just kind of do them in whatever order you wanted, and they would get harder and harder the further you went in. It's probably the closest thing we have to a D&D-like dungeon in the game, and since there's so many quests and things associated to this dungeon, they kind of left it intact when they revamped it in the Cataclysm, as it still has 20 bosses available, which I think technically makes it still the longest dungeon in the game. In this video, we'll go over the raid fights in WoW which lasted the longest while actually doing the fight itself. So basically, the length of the actual raid fight, and how long it took on average in order to complete it, based on a few metrics that I'll talk about in the video itself. And at number 10, we have Mythic Gul'dan from the Nighthold in Legion, clocking in at a 15.5 minute long boss fight. Mythic Gul'dan is one of the few bosses in the game that has an extra phase in its mythic difficulty, which really contributed to its long fight timer. So, here's how I come up with the numbers for this list. Basically, I take the enrage timer of the fight, and I add it to the world first kill time, since the world first is a good gauge of how long the fight is on average, since they're barely able to kill the fight anyway, and they're obviously not speeding through it either. And then I divide that number by 2 in order to get an average. Very basic math, and the world first kill was done in about 15 minutes, but the enrage timer for this one is also kind of tricky to figure out. A lot of the fights don't really have hard enrage timers, and instead they have mechanics in the fight themselves that give it a soft enrage, like being overrun by ads or having too much of a ticking dot on the raid, stuff like that. And there's no real convenient way to find out enrage timers rather than just googling it and looking at a whole bunch of different sources. So Gul'dan himself has an enrage timer of 12 minutes, but then in the mythic mode, there's a final phase in which you have to fight a Sargeras-controlled Illidan's body, and there's no real hard numbers on what the enrage timer is on that thing, so I gave it a 4-minute enrage timer, as it's similar to an other mythic-only mechanic like that. So with a hypothetical 16-minute enrage timer and the world first kill of 15 minutes, we come to the number of 15.5, which is only slightly higher than average. The average final boss fight clocks in at around 10 to 15 minutes, so with Mythic Gul'dan only being about 30 seconds longer than that, it means it was a slightly longer than normal final boss fight, which just happens to make it one of the longest boss fights in the game's history. And just as another note, a lot of bosses in Vanilla WoW did not have enrage timers either, but it was also possible to kill a lot of them in like 5 minutes. But we'll get to some of the more standout bosses as this list continues. And at number 9, we have Mythic Garrosh from Siege of Orgrimmar and Mist of Pandaria. Mythic Garrosh, or I guess I should say Heroic Garrosh, as this was the raid in which they made the switch from naming the hardest raid difficulty from Mythic instead of Heroic, clocks in at a 15.75 minute long boss fight, or around 15 minutes and 45 seconds, only slightly longer than Mythic Gul'dan. And this is another one which has a long length entirely because of an additional phase added onto its hardest difficulty, as after you defeat the fight normally, on the hardest difficulty you'd be pulled into a different instance in which you'd fight a void-powered Garrosh in front of Stormwind. Now, the world first Garrosh was accomplished in about 15.5 minutes, and Garrosh himself had a 16-minute enrage timer. So, taking the averages, we get the number of 15.75. Now, funny enough, the LFR version of Garrosh had a 25-minute long enrage timer, leading me to believe that maybe a lot of these fights were actually longer in their LFR versions, but I will be using their hardest difficulties for all the items on this list, and ignoring LFR for the most part. And at number 8, we have Magtheridon from the Burning Crusade expansion, who clocks in at a 16-minute long boss fight on average. Now, I should say this one is highly debatable, because the data for this boss isn't exactly the easiest to find, as this boss had a 22-minute long enrage timer, which means it was meant to be a really long boss. Except the world first kill video is only about 8 minutes long, and only about 7.5 minutes of actual boss fighting. Because here's the thing with a lot of world first kill videos from the early days of the internet, most of them were kept under 10 minutes on purpose. You had an upload limit of 10-minute long videos back in the day on YouTube. So what a lot of these kill videos would do is either split up the fights, if they needed to because they were too long, over the course of multiple videos, or they would just speed up the fight, so they could neatly fit it within the 10-minute time limit. And in this particular case, the footage is just cut up between two perspectives, and there's no noticeable speed up in it. So it almost looks like the actual kill was only 7.5 minutes. In order to confirm it, I took out a stopwatch and timed it, along with the casting of the paladin in the video, to see if the cast times matched up to real-time clock watches, and they matched up well enough. But with the low quality of the video, and the fact that the paladin never actually has the boss targeted, so I couldn't see its health, I'm not too sure if this is an accurate measurement or not. So for this spot on the list only, I took a look at other kill videos around the same time, and they all varied from around 8 to 13 minutes. So 10 minutes seems like a good enough average to go with. And with a 10-minute boss fight and a 22-minute enrage timer, that averages out to a 16-minute long boss fight on average. Although, this spot on the list is a really indication of how hard it is to find numbers for these kinds of things, and that even the method I'm using isn't exactly the best one in the world for determining fight lengths. Because it's not like these guilds, after getting the world first, wrote down how long the fight lasted in some kind of write-up. And a lot of these guilds no longer have their websites on the internet anymore anyway, even if they did write down the fight lengths, which almost none of them did. Not even modern guilds write down their fight lengths. And because the only reason Magtheridon makes this list is because of its unusually high enrage timer. And at number 7, we have Fireland's Ragnaros from the Cataclysm, clocking in at a 17-minute fight on average. Ragnaros is another one of those fights that has an extra phase added to its hardest difficulty, which really contributes to the fight's longer than average length. The world first kill took about 16 minutes, and the fight itself had an 18-minute enrage timer, which means it clocks in at about a 17-minute long fight on average. Luckily, Ragnaros was well known for being a long boss fight, and it's from a more modern expansion, kind of. There was a lot of information on this, and it had a really well done world first kill video that was pretty consistent with its times, and didn't require me to look at a whole bunch of others to contrast and compare. And at number 6, we have Kel'Thas and Tempest Keep from the Burning Crusade, clocking in at around a 17-minute boss fight. Maybe. Here's the thing about Kel'Thas. He doesn't have an enrage timer, so to speak, and this fight was also infamous for being incredibly long. Based on its world first kill video, the fight took about 17 minutes to complete, and the only indication we have an enrage timer is the fact that the legendary weapons which spawned during one of the early transition phases despawn after 15 minutes, giving the fight a pseudo-enrage timer, as it was pretty difficult to survive Kel'Thas' Pyroblast without the legendary shield equipped in the final phase. And since you would fight the legendary weapons about 4 minutes into the fight, and then equip them about a minute or two later, we can probably say it had an enrage timer of around 20 minutes, which would technically give this fight an 18.5 minute long length, although I'm just going to go with a slightly above 17-minute mark instead, as those are some really bad numbers to go off of. And at number 5, we have Imperator Margok from High Maul and Warlords of Draenor, clocking in at an 18-minute long boss fight on average. Now, this fight was already an incredibly long fight, before its hard mode phase adding an additional mechanic, as after you defeated the boss, Cho'Gall would jump down into the boss room and you had 4 minutes to defeat him, as the enrage timer for Margok was 15 minutes, and then the hard mode only phase with Cho'Gall had its own separate enrage timer of 4 minutes, or at least that's the estimate one that I read online, clocking in at a total of a 19-minute long enrage timer. So with the world first taking place in about 17 minutes, we have an average of 18 minutes between those two numbers. And it's because Cho'Gall had an estimated 4-minute long enrage timer that I gave the Illidan phase from the Gul'dan section around the 4-minute long enrage timer as well. As, like I said, these things aren't exactly written down on Blizzard's website or anything. And at number 4, we have Nefarian from Blackwing Lair in Vanilla WoW. Nefarian clocks in at an 18.5 minute kill time, taken directly from its world first kill video, in which it was an incredibly rare video that was from the early days of WoW, which was taken from one perspective and didn't have any noticeable footage speed up and was all in one video. And I think this is because it was uploaded to a different site and then later uploaded to YouTube sometime in the future, which is what I wish all these videos had done, to be honest. Now, Nefarian doesn't have an enrage timer, so I'm not even going to include some of the averages for that on this list, as a lot of bosses in Vanilla WoW didn't have enrage timers, so technically, it was possible to fight a boss for hours on end, as long as you found a way to infinitely cycle your resources or something. Because eventually, your healers would run out of mana, and eventually everyone would die if you didn't kill the boss in a timely manner. So, there's lots of reports of people fighting bosses for upwards of 30 minutes on average, but almost none of the world first took that long. And even then, the world first for Nefarian is a really good indication of why so many people had really long boss fights back then. The average player in Vanilla WoW wasn't very good, as seen by the fact that guilds were able to take down Ragnaros on Classic WoW without a full group of max level players and nothing but largely green items from leveling up, even though the world first of that fight was thought of as very difficult at the time. If anything, vanilla boss fight lengths are another good reason why I use world first lengths as a metric for this video, because it's real easy for a handful of medium progressed guilds to probably spend 30 minutes on a boss fight, even if the world first was accomplished in 10 minutes. At that point, I think the 10-minute boss fight is the more reasonable length to go off of than the technically 30-minute long boss fight that it could have been. And at number 3, we have the 4 Horsemen from Naxx in Vanilla WoW, with an average boss fight length of 21.5 minutes. Now, what's great about the 4 Horsemen kill is that the person who recorded the world first not only split the video up between 3 parts so that it wouldn't be sped up footage, but he also had a timer going on for the fight, so I was able to get an accurate measure of how long the fight actually lasted, something I wish everyone had done when I was looking up the fight lengths for this list. So basically, the world first kill was done in about 23 minutes, and the fight itself had a 20-minute long enrage timer. And that does mean the fight was done 3 minutes after the enrage, as the last horseman standing was running around the room one-shotting people when they got the kill. As the boss had a mechanic revolving around specific marks that once they got to 100 stacks, would allow the horsemen to spam their abilities with no cooldown, which was basically their enrage timer. Even if it wasn't very good at ending the fight immediately like modern day enrage timers are, where they just buff the boss's damage by about 500%, as well as everything in the fight doing an equal amount of increased damage as well. It's pretty hard to survive enrage timers nowadays, but as shown with this spot on this list, it was sometimes possible to get a kill 3 minutes after the enrage timer. But still, a 20-minute long enrage timer is huge, and the actual fight itself taking 23 minutes is also super long, and the top 2 spots are only a little bit longer than this, which kind of puts the upper limit on really long boss fights being at around 20 minutes. There is almost no modern boss fights that last this long anymore. And at number 2, we have Illidan from Black Temple in the Burning Crusade expansion. Illidan had an average boss fight length of 22.5 minutes. The world first kill was done in about 20 minutes, and Illidan himself had a 25-minute enrage timer, one of the longest in the game. Now, technically, World First of 4 Horsemen was longer than the World First of Illidan, and this is kind of where the averages come in to give a better number for this kind of thing. Because sure, the World First for the 4 Horsemen was done in 23 minutes, but it wasn't supposed to take that long, and Illidan was done in 20 minutes. They technically had about 5 minutes of free time to work with, even though it wasn't really supposed to take that long either. A 25-minute enrage was basically there in case they found a way to just completely out-heal everything in the encounter, and it's kinda there to make sure the fight doesn't turn into a war of attrition, with people just stacking a whole bunch of healers, like some of the fights in Vanilla WoW ended up being. Of course, they weren't super good at giving enrage timers in BC yet either, seeing as Magtheridon had a super long enrage timer of 22 minutes, yet only took about 10 minutes to complete on average, and the fact that Kel'Thas didn't have an enrage timer at all, despite taking a very long time for its world first, and taking much longer before the fight actually got nerfed, as the average length of the fight was even longer before they implemented a whole bunch of fixes to the Kel'Thas fight. Illidan, on the other hand, was the face of the Burning Crusade expansion, and despite not being the final boss of that expansion, it was entirely appropriate for his final fight to be as long as it was. And at number 1, we have the Shaw of Fear, from the Terrans of Endless Spring in Mist of Pandaria, clocking in at an average boss fight length of 23.5 minutes. This is another one of those fights that has an extra phase in its hard mode only, except this one has got to be one of the longest hard mode only phases ever added to the game, as the hard mode phase had its own separate 10-minute long enrage timer, whereas that's the enrage timer for most fights as a whole. And the first part of the fight was already pretty long in itself, as without the extra phase, it was already a pretty standard 15-minute long enrage timer, which is about the same enrage timer as other long fights, like the Lich King or Madness of Deathwing. So with both of those enrage timers combined, we have a grand total of a 25-minute long enrage timer, or basically the same as Illidan, and the world first video got their kill after 22 minutes. So the average came out to about 1 minute longer than Illidan. Now, with the Shaw of Fear at the number 1 spot on this list, that makes 5 bosses on this video being bosses that had an additional phase added onto an already long boss fight, with the other 5 spots in this list just being bosses from pre-Wrath of the Lich King, where they still hadn't really figured out proper boss length yet. So, on average, the longest bosses in the game are ones from either Vanilla, the Burning Crusade, or from bosses with an additional hard mode only phase. And there's a reason they don't give every raid's final boss an additional hard mode only phase, because if every single boss had one, then people would get really mad about the incredibly long boss fights, as Queen Azshara in the current raid tier, as of making this video, was thought of as a really long boss, and she only had a 12-minute long kill time. So with the most recent boss fight on this video being at the number 10 spot on this list, Mythic Gul'dan from the previous expansion, it goes to show that Blizzard is not afraid to keep on including really long boss fights, but it's definitely not the norm, and it only ever happens if it's the final boss in a raid, and only on their hardest difficulty. I mean, unless it's LFR, because LFR Garrosh did have a 25-minute long enrage timer as well. I'm sure there's plenty of times when LFR bosses took a really long time to complete, but I don't really count LFR as real raiding anyway. In this video, I'll be going over 10 bosses who made fantastic final bosses of their raids, as well as just some general fun facts about the bosses, since this is basically an opinion-based video, and I'd rather have more to say than just, this boss was cool, because he was. And for this list, any final boss from any raid is fair game, even if they were the only boss in their raid. Now let's get started.
Energy. Power. My people are addicted to it. A dependence made manifest after the Sunwell was destroyed.
At number 10, we've got Kael'thas, the final boss of Tempest Keep. Kael'thas is iconic, lore important, an OP hero in Heroes of the Storm, and has a memorable boss fight with a lot of really unique mechanics, like dropping a bunch of legendaries that the raid could pick up and use to counter the raid's mechanics. Being one of Illidan's right-hand men and the leader of the Blood Elves, he was a much-anticipated fight in the expansion, mainly because he was kinda an anti-hero in Warcraft 3, and then became a straight-up villain in the Burning Crusade. Now, let's go over some fun facts about Kael. Kael'thas' raid fight was buggy. Like, really buggy. Today, when a boss has an encounter-breaking bug, it's usually fixed within a few hours of being reported, or at the latest, a week later, like recently with Mythic Kil'jaeden. Kael'thas went months though, being literally unkillable. In fact, Kael'thas is 11th on the list of raid bosses that took the longest to kill, taking 31 days before the first kill after guilds were able to actually start working on him. His bugs include ads from the first phase building aggro on healers while dead, the legendary shield having a too long cooldown to counter Pyroblast, one of the ads teleporting to random players and one-shotting Clothies, with the only way to prevent it being to farm this one special herb to take less damage, and this one mob spawning invisible void zones, and the only way to counter was just to keep moving until you stop taking damage. And after all of those bugs are fixed, only 5 guilds managed to down him because he was still considered too hard. So Blizzard had to nerf pretty much everything again to make it killable by normal people. And then one more nerf later on to make it killable by everything. Little lore fact, Kael'thas was the first leader of the Blood Elves after Arthas destroyed the High Elven Society in the Sunwell. In an attempt to find a new source of power to replace the Sunwell, he joined up with the Alliance and nearly got himself and all of his people killed because of Alliance racism. So if you ever wondered why Blood Elves are a horde race, it's because they tried to work with the Alliance, and it almost got them killed. He eventually joined up with Illidan when the Nagas helped him escape, and he was part of every single campaign in the Warcraft 3 expansion, except the ones dealing with Thrall. So he was a pretty important guy in lore. Kael'thas wielded the sword Fella Malorn, the Fire Mage artifact weapon, before losing it in Northrend. Kael'thas doesn't actually die in Tempest Keep, and reappears later on in the Burning Crusade, this time as the end boss to a dungeon. Kael'thas is the only raid boss to be the end boss of 2 different instances in the same expansion. And finally, Kael'thas appears as a playable character in Heroes of the Storm, much like a lot of iconic Warcraft lore characters, and is arguably one of the best casters in that game.
I will hang your broken bodies from the gates of this foundry.
At number 9, we've got Blackhand from Blackrock Foundry and Warlords of Draenor. Now, people may complain about WoD all the time and make it seem like it was the worst expansion ever, and everything in the expansion was just garbage. But really, the content we got was fine. It's just there was very little content, so people got sick of it quickly. But the raids were not really part of the problems of the expansion. Blackrock Foundry is probably one of the best raids ever made. Hellfire Citadel is pretty high up there as well. Blackrock Foundry bosses take 3 spots in my top 10 most unique boss fights video, including the number 1 spot with Throgar, and it has an amazing final boss as well. Blackhand has an amazing room you fight in that progresses with him destroying the floor for each phase change, a mechanic that carried over to Legion and is used in Avatar. You start off in pretty standard boss room with him breaking through the floor to show his army waiting for you underground, ready to take you out. So you have to go up and take out the gunners while dealing with the fire and siege engines. Once you push him far enough, he breaks the floor again and you fall down into the lava pits. The look and feel of this final level is top tier, and his difficulty was worthy of being a final boss. Now, some fun facts with Blackhand. Blackhand from our timeline was the first leader of the Horde, and led the first invasion of Azeroth in Warcraft 1, before being killed by Orgrim Doomhammer, who nearly led the Horde to a complete victory in Warcraft 2, but pretty much lost the war himself to deal with Gul'dan's betrayal. Alternate Draenor Blackhand was second in command of the Iron Horde, and killed Orgrim Doomhammer in Talador, kind of reversing their fates. In the ending cinematic of the Zone of Talador, Blackhand is seen fighting 3 major lore characters at once, and winning, killing one of them, as well as surviving an explosion strong enough to destroy his flagship. And finally, Blackhand is the only warlord to actually appear as a final boss of a raid in Warlords of Draenor. All the others are killed as early bosses in other raids and dungeons, randomly in quests, or are saved by us and help us kill Archimonde for no reason.
Have you forgotten your humiliation on the broken shore? How your precious High King was bent and broken before me?
At number 8, we've got Gul'dan from the Nighthold. This is probably the most recent boss fight that will appear on this list, being part of the previous raid as of making this video. But his fight is pretty wonderful. You fight Gul'dan on the top of a building as he tries to channel Sargeras' soul into Illidan's body. And all you try to do in the fight is stop that from happening. You'd think since Gul'dan is a frail old caster, you'd just deal with adds all fight while he hangs back and casts spells. And that's pretty much exactly what he does at the start, until he decides to Hulk out and take you on himself. Then during an intermission, a portal to a demon world is opened and sucks everyone towards it, until Khadgar steps in to help. And once you finally beat Gul'dan, Illidan takes his body back and lands the finishing blow in a cinematic. Gul'dan is one of the few raid bosses to have his death shown in a cinematic immediately following his defeat in the fight. And everything about it just looks good. He is an excellent final boss. Now for some fun facts about Gul'dan. Mythic Gul'dan is one of the few fights with an extra phase in its mythic version, with Illidan's body coming to life when Khadgar attempts to return Illidan's soul to it. So you have to beat the dark soul out of his body before Khadgar can put Illidan's soul back into it. Our timeline's Gul'dan's skull was used in Illidan's first transformation into a demon, and used by Khadgar to close the dark portal after the Second War. So it's kind of fitting that both of them are involved in killing alternate timeline Gul'dan in the raid, and the reason Illidan looks at the skull for a moment before he crushes it. Gul'dan, being a super important lore character, is the hero for the Warlock class in Hearthstone, as there's probably no more iconic Warlock than Gul'dan. He also appears as a playable character in Heroes of the Storm, just like all the Hearthstone heroes except Anduin. At number 7, we've got Onyxia, the original dragon boss, and what all dragon bosses since have been modeled after. In WoW anyways, she might have had her abilities modeled after dragon bosses from other games. But a few things were made standard with Onyxia. Breath ability from the front meant you couldn't stand anywhere near her front. A tail sweep from the back meant you couldn't stand close to her tail. So melee DPS had to basically stick to her shoulders to avoid damage. And this is pretty much the same for all dragon bosses since. Someone who set a standard for dragon bosses, and is probably the most well-known dragon boss, has to appear on a list of magnificent bosses. Plus her lair was awesome. It was really fitting the whole go into a dragon's lair to kill them vibe. Now, some fun facts about Onyxia. Onyxia is the most used boss in the game. She appears 4 different times throughout the game as a killable boss. The first as the original level 60 raid, the second with the remake of the raid in Wrath of the Lich King, a third time as a memory in the TOC dungeon, and finally a 4th time in Blackwing Descent as a zombie dragon alongside her brother. Onyxia was the very first ever raid boss killed in World of Warcraft, with the first kill taking place on January 28, 2005. Killing Onyxia was required in order to kill Vanilla Nefarian, not because of a quest or some other in-game gating, but because of her scales, which were used to craft a cloak that would prevent you from being killed by a certain death dot mechanic. A dot that hit so hard it still killed players 2 expansions later and 20 levels higher, who tried running the old raid without the cloak. But in order to skin Onyxia, you needed a special skinning knife or a special sword. These were the only 2 items in the game which could give you +10 to skinning. and combined with a skinning enchant, would finally allow someone to skin the boss. But both of these items drop from high level dungeon bosses, so simply being able to skin Onyxia was a hassle, just like everything else in Vanilla WoW.
Mortal insects! You dare trespass into my domain? Your arrogance will be purged in living flame.
At number 6, we've got Ragnaros. Both of them. Vanilla Rag was the end boss of the first full raid in Vanilla, and he was a giant fire monster you fought at the bottom of a volcano. Everything about that is magnificent, and he was hard for the time. Cataclysm Ragnaros really had some tough shoes to fill. Iconic boss fight returning, it could be really easy to screw it up and make people hate the fight instead. But Blizzard blew it out of the water. Cataclysm Ragnaros is widely considered one of the best boss fights in the game, and the heroic version was in my video of the hardest raid bosses of all time, taking over 500 attempts before the first kill was achieved, and is one of the longest boss fights as well, since on heroic mode an entirely new fourth phase is added to an already long boss fight, which could make it last about 15 minutes on average. So cool boss, cool place to fight them. Both Molten Core and the Firelands have amazing aesthetics and very long and hard boss fights. Now let's get into some fun facts with Ragnaros. Ragnaros is a hero available on Heroes of the Storm. One of his abilities basically turns you into a raid boss for a bit and allows you to stay in one position and hit people from a crazy far range. While there are other raid bosses in Heroes of the Storm, none of them feel like you're playing a raid boss like playing Ragnaros does. There's a mini version of Ragnaros in game called Little Ragnaros. This battle pet is one of the few pets in the game who can be used as a cooking fire. It's also tied with the Red Cricket on having the highest attack power value in the game for a battle pet, making it a very hard hitter and one of the better pets in the game. The Ragnaros version in Hearthstone is one of the best legendary cards in the classic set, and was eventually moved to the Hall of Fame for being too good. The same cannot be said for a lot of the other bosses on this list who also have Hearthstone cards. Ragnaros also has a holy version called Ragnaros the Light Lord, with its flavor text being, "What happens when you try and corrupt a corrupted Fire Lord? Double negative, insect." Seeming to imply that corrupting something that was already corrupted causes the two negatives to even out and made him positive.
You are already dead.
At number 5, we've got Cthulhu. Cthulhu is the very first old god we fight in game, and he was an extremely hard boss. So hard, in fact, that many people incorrectly think he was the hardest boss fight ever. No, that honor goes to someone else. You see, Cthulhu was just buggy and overtuned. So overtuned that a player did the math and showed that even if you had a full raid group of everyone with the best possible gear in the game who did everything perfectly, you still couldn't kill Cthulhu. Since this was Vanilla WoW, Blizzard didn't fix the fight until months later, and it was killed within hours of its hotfix. Now, what makes Cthulhu a great final boss? Well, has a super cool design, and is an old god. All the old gods are super cool. Now, some fun facts with Cthulhu. Lore-wise, Cthulhu was defeated by a band of adventurers, being one of the first times the player characters in game are given credit for a boss kill. Usually, some major lore character is tied to the kill, like how Thrall was the one who beat Deathwing and we are just credited as helping him in the aspects. Cthulhu had an exploit that could be taken advantage of to stay in his stomach room forever. If you had the non-combat pet, the disgusting Oozling, it would put a little nature resistance debuff on you. So if you summoned it and dismissed it over and over, you could actually fill up your debuff bar and just make the stomach damage debuff go away. The only thing that kept this exploit from being taken advantage of on a large scale was that the Oozling was incredibly rare and expensive, so not many people had one or could get one. Cthulhu as a Hearthstone card is the only card in the game with multiple cards directly supporting him and only him. 16 cards in fact. To add to that, there is no other card in the game with direct support, making Cthulhu unique in that he's powerful enough to have a whole archetype based around him in a game where archetypes aren't even a thing. Not even the other old gods have direct support like Cthulhu, despite them also being in the game. At number 4, we've got Illidan. His boss room is great, super dark and ominous, at the top of the building called the Black Temple, and you can even see Azeroth in the sky. Any boss room that makes for great screenshots is a win in my book. His fight was pretty difficult in its time, but it's pretty simple by today's standards. Being the main character on all the promotional material for 2 different expansions, it shouldn't be too surprising he'd show up on the list. And you can even do his boss fight from Illidan's point of view during a quest in Legion. But why did we fight Illidan anyway? Wasn't he just a good guy all along? Well, no, not really. He did do a lot of bad things. For anyone who bothered to read the Illidan novel, it does a good job of explaining what happened in TBC from Illidan's point of view. And he was more akin to an evil dictator who told everyone what to do and would do anything in his power to accomplish his goal. His goal just happened to be an ultimately good one. He enslaved people to do his work, he used tons of people's souls to power his portals, he'd do anything for more power, and the reason he told Lady Vashj to still the water in Zangarmarsh was to later be used as a tool to force people to join him. But then in Legion, we have a whole quest line in which we're told Illidan was really just a good guy all along, and we should feel bad about killing him in TBC. Except this is all told through the Naru Zera's point of view, and she's kind of an asshole. If you watch a cinematic in which he tried to force her will onto Illidan and turn him into the Chosen One, he resists and kills her instead, saying that people should do things on their own and not rely on stupid fantasy trope prophecies and Chosen Ones. That all being said, if you never read the books and only did the quest line to get Illidan's soul back, which I'm pretty sure most of the WoW community falls into this category, it's easy to assume Blizzard was trying to say, oh, Illidan was actually a good guy all along, and it was just a big mistake that you killed him in BC. But really, that's just the Naru being a dick. Illidan knew what was happening, he just didn't take the correct steps to avoid a confrontation with the people. All of his planning was in secret. He didn't want people to know about any of his demon hunters or his portals, and he had demons working directly under him, and probably had tons of spies in his midst. Hell, most of his top advisors didn't know his plans, and he even kept his demon hunters in the dark most of the time. His number 1 enemy was Kil'jaeden himself, and Kil'jaeden is well known for deceiving loads of people and having an eye on everything that goes on. It's totally understandable that Illidan was cautious about his secrets getting out, and that's why we fight him in the Burning Crusade. On the outside, all we see is all the terrible stuff he does. Illidan knew this, and just assumed he'd be able to deal with any problems that might arise, and take out the Legion by himself with his demon hunters. But he failed, and just kinda got lucky that a Naru took his side and convinced the people that his end goal was worth working with him. And that's why we have him back in Legion, and why we still see him doing questionable things, like forcing a portal open to Argus and killing a Prime Naru. His methods have always been unorthodox, but his end goal remains the same. I'd also highly recommend people actually read the Illidan novel. It's very well told and probably one of the best Warcraft books out there. And it does a really good job of retconning a lot of Illidan's lore to make it fit more naturally into the story and kind of make sense.
My people should have taken this world long ago during the First War, but they fell to corruption. In their weakness, they allowed the pitiful races of Azeroth to join the Horde. I will succeed where they have failed, and no power in this world can stop me!
At number 3, we've got Garrosh. Garrosh's raid fight is probably one of the best designed final fights in the game. Multiple phases doing different things with a hard but fair difficulty, and a bonus stage for his hardest mode. Plus, Garrosh himself is just an excellent villain. In fact, did Garrosh even do anything wrong? Wasn't it really all of Thrall's fault? I have a pretty popular April Fool's video on my channel that argues this point, and I get comments every day with people saying a variation of, man, maybe Garrosh wasn't so bad after all. No, he was pretty bad, but he had what he thought of as a noble goal, and he did everything in search for that goal, and a super good voice actor.
I won't let my people starve to death in the desert. I will stop at nothing to ensure a proud and glorious future for the orcs and anyone with the courage to stand with us. We will survive because we must. The Horde will prevail. Our suffering is at an end. When this war is won, our people will see prosperity at last. Do you remember nothing of honor, of glory on a battlefield? You who would parley with the humans, who allowed warlocks to practice their dark magics right under our feet. You are weak. We are the Orcish Horde, the true Horde. We die, bloody and thrashing on the field of battle, like true orcs should. You are an orc no longer, and speak for none but yourself. You betrayed our people to forge your fragile alliances, and I will take great pleasure in tearing them apart. So, you wish to face off against a real orc war chief. So be it. I, Garrosh, son of Grom, will show you what it means to be called Hellstream. We are the Horde. We are slaves to nothing and no one.
The old god is laughing, toying with us.
Who will be our hope?
Who will stand and face Yogg-Saron?
At number 2, we've got Yogg-Saron, the second old god we got to fight in game. And he's every bit as memorable and powerful as Cthulhu. Well, maybe even more so. Yogg-Saron is the final boss of possibly the best raid ever made. Ulduar is still used as a benchmark to this day as what a good raid should be like. And the final boss is no letdown either. His fight on the hardest difficulty with no keepers helping was nearly thought to be impossible until a Chinese guild was able to down it with a complicated kiting pattern on the ads. And the boss fight in the room really fit the theme. You're not fighting to kill an old god, but to merely push him back down into his prison. And being an old god, just looking at him can drive you mad and turn you against your own men. Now let's get into some fun facts with the big old one. Yogg-Saron with 0 keepers was first obtained through an exploit. While inside the brain room, a healer could grab aggro on the ads outside and cause them to evade. So if a holy pally went in and just threw on their old threat buff that was supposed to be used by their tank spec, they could grab aggro on all of the ads and make the last phase of the ads a cakewalk. Some guilds tried to justify this exploit by saying it was impossible to deal with the ads in the last phase at the current gear levels, until the Chinese guild posted their kill video. Yogg-Saron in Hearthstone was one of the most overpowered cards in the game's history, really living up to its old god name. When put into play, it would cast a number of random spells on random targets on the battlefield, equal to the number of spells the player had cast that game. Playing Yogg was pretty much a guaranteed board wipe, and could easily swing a losing game into a winning one. If you were really lucky, just win it for you on its own. Eventually, Yogg was nerfed to stop casting spells once he himself was destroyed on the field. So with this clause put into play, it severely limits what he's able to do and is no longer just straight up overpowered. Yogg may not have had a ton of support cards like Cthulhu, but that's because he didn't need them. Serenite ore, the go-to ore for Wrath of the Lich King, is the blood of Yogg-Saron and super dangerous. So dangerous, in fact, the Lich King used his own mindless ghouls to mine it so he could use it to build his citadel. But even the mindless ghouls would eventually start muttering the name of Yogg-Saron after a while. This just goes to show that Yogg-Saron is so powerful, prolonged exposure to small parts of his blood are enough to drive mindless beings insane.
Ah, my son.
You no longer need to sacrifice for your people. You no to bear the weight of your crown. I've taken care of everything.
What is this? What are you doing, my son?
Succeeding you, father.
And at number 1, we've got the Lich King. This really shouldn't surprise anyone. He's probably one of the most popular bosses ever, and a great example of a final raid boss. The Lich King was hyped up forever, and is the only character the average player who knows nothing about lore knows about. His story is well told, and he's a real threat to the world. Plus, his cold and cocky demeanor and how he taunts players throughout the whole expansion really helps build him up as a person to defeat. Plus, just everything about the raid lore and dialogues leading up to the Lich King is just so well done. And when you finally manage to beat him, he kills the whole raid, to show he was just messing with you the whole time. I don't think any other boss in the game has done that before or since. The raid is cool looking, the final boss room is ominous, and the fight is insanely hard. Another one of those that was in my top 10 list of the hardest raid bosses. And he even joins the ranks of the few raid bosses with a cinematic that plays on his death. Everything about him just makes him a magnificent final boss.
Let them come. Frostmourne hungers.
Now for some fun facts about the Lich King. The Lich King was such an iconic and loved villain that he was in the cinematic and all of the promotional materials for Heroes of the Storm. Being one of the first characters added to the game to be used as a selling point should tell you a thing or two about his popularity. The Lich King is both a card, boss, and playable character in Hearthstone. In lore, while the Lich King may be strong, his power lies more in his unstoppable army of zombies. For example, if he were to battle Lei Shen, the Thunder King, in a one-on-one battle, he would lose. Lei Shen is just crazy strong. But if they were to let their armies battle each other in addition to them fighting, the Lich King would win. It is speculated the only reason, lore-wise, that we were able to kill the Lich King is because of the Frozen Heart quest chain. During the quest chain, you help locate Arthas' heart that he tore out when he first became the Lich King and destroy it. Lich King is shown to be extremely weakened after the heart is destroyed by Tyrion. So weak in fact that he just runs away instead of killing everyone in the room like he had originally planned. At the end of the raid fight, Bolvar takes up the mantle as the new Lich King to keep the remaining Scourge in check. What this means is that both Arthas and Ner'zhul never released the full might of the Scourge on the world, and probably could have whenever they wanted to. There are many theories as to why they kept them in check, with probably the most plausible theory being that he wanted the Horde and Alliance to send their best champions after him, to have a super elite undead army. But ultimately, it's still a mystery, lore-wise. Gameplay-wise, if he did release his full army of undeads, there would be no game because he would have won easily. The first heroic kill of the Lich King got taken away because of a bug that made one of the phases easier. You see, for some reason, the engineering item Serenite bombs, when used, could regrow the outer platform. Rogues would use them as part of their normal rotation, so they claimed to not know why the platforms would regrow, but they just did. And what this did was make it so they could pretty much just ignore the Valks, who would come down and grab a player and drag them off the platform. Instead of spending valuable time CCing and DPSing down the Valks to save the player, they could just ignore it and let the Valk take them to the edge of the regrown platform and just set them down gently, completely removing a mechanic from the fight. And there was a lot of controversy with this bug. After all, the guild claimed they had no idea what caused the platforms to regrow. And after their temporary ban was over, they went back in and got a kill on the Lich King again. But not before another guild managed to steal away the legit world first kill. In this video, we'll go over 10 major lore characters, or powerful beings, who ended up as random dungeon bosses. And at number 10, we have the most dangerous and infamous boss of all the other ones on this list, and that's Hogger. who's the final boss of the Stormwind Stockade. Now, I'm partially joking about this one. Hogger is more of a meme in the WoW community because he killed so many new players in the human starting zone, as he was originally a quest objective who was most times the first elite mob players would come across, as the majority of players in the early days of WoW were humans, and it wasn't really possible to solo Hogger the first time you ran into him, unless you were a really good character and prepared. So he became infamous as an incredibly difficult creature, who was very deadly, despite the fact that less people died to him than the Defias pillagers in the adjacent zone. So, in the Cataclysm revamp, when they recreated the human starting zone, they adjusted the quest with Hogger to make him much easier to kill, and when you did actually manage to kill Hogger, he wouldn't actually die and instead be arrested. And then he would be taken to the Stormwind Stockade, where he eventually plans a revolt, and you're sent in there to calm things down to defeat Hogger once and for all. Although putting Hogger as a dungeon boss is actually incredibly appropriate for him, considering his minor infamy. So all the other spots on this list will be of much more importance. And at number 9, we have Lillian Voss in the Scholomance dungeon. Now, for non-Horde players who don't know who Lillian Voss is, she starts off as an NPC in the Undead starting zone, and you help her go through the zones as she tries to get revenge on the Scarlet Crusade, who turned on her as soon as they found out she was undead. But to be fair, to expect anything else was kind of her own fault, because the Scarlet Crusade has always been crazy and their whole shtick is killing the undead. Anyways, her story continues on into some of the dungeons, where she's tracking down a necromancer in Scholomance. But then the necromancer mind controls her, because you know, she's undead, and you have to fight her as one of the dungeon bosses, where after you beat her, you just free her from mind control, and then she helps you defeat the final boss. Lillian Voss was shown as being ultra powerful in the Undead starting zone, as she could single-handedly take down groups of Scarlet Crusade members by herself. So her being a powerful dungeon boss kind of made sense. And then Lillian Voss started having occasional minor roles in lore after this dungeon, popping up in the Rogue Order Hall, and then becoming a major player in Battle for Azeroth, as she is the de facto undead leader after Sylvanas and Nathanos left. Although her being a dungeon boss was a mind control situation, and you don't actually kill her, but she is a very important character who did end up as a dungeon boss, so she makes this list, if only at a very low spot. And at number 8, we have Vincent Godfrey, who shows up as the final boss in the Shadowfang Keep. Vincent Godfrey holds the achievement that only 2 other people have accomplished in lore, managing to kill Sylvanas. The first one was Arthas the Lich King, who killed her in the first place and turned her into an undead. And the other person who killed Sylvanas was herself, and since she is a major lore character and is the driving factor of the next expansion, this is quite the accomplishment. And this character managed to kill her by pretending to be on her side after she raised him during the Silverpine quest chain, in which case he sneaks up behind her and shoots her in the back of the head, and then immediately runs away to Shadowfang Keep, where he's dealt with as a dungeon boss, because he wasn't really worth more than that, to be completely honest. He is an important lore character, and was able to accomplish quite the feat, even if it was done through trickery and not through brute strength, which definitely allows him to make this list, just not at a high spot. And at number 7, we have Anu Barak, who was killed in the Azul Narub dungeon in Wrath of the Lich King. Now, Anu Barak was a major character who helped Arthas get to the Frozen Throne before Illidan, and played a huge part in the Lich King's eventual success in that goal. You see, a little backstory for Anu Barak. The Nerubians fought a war against the Lich King in Northrend, where they were actually doing a very good job of winning because they were naturally immune to the Plague of Undeath. So the Lich King had to have his necromancers raise them manually if he wanted to recruit them into his ranks. And since Nerubians were also experts of guerrilla warfare, the Lich King was basically forced to have a war of attrition, and since he had an undead army that only got stronger the more it fought, he eventually won this war and was able to raise Anu Barak as his most powerful minion. So when Arthas came back to Northrend because his powers were weakening, he had Anu Barak personally escort him to the Frozen Throne, and allowed him to navigate the underground city of Azul Narub to take a shortcut, and even helped fight Illidan's forces while the Lich King fought Illidan one-on-one. And so when Anu Barak finally appeared in World of Warcraft in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, players were kind of disappointed to see that he was defeated as a dungeon boss in a pretty short dungeon. So Blizzard brought him back in the Trial Crusader raid as the final boss, kind of randomly though. So they did eventually do him justice by making players kill him for a second time in the same expansion, but the fact of the matter is, he originally was just killed as the end boss of the dungeon, despite his major lore character significance, and is a good example of what this list is all about, except some of the others weren't given the luxury of also having a raid fight. And at number 6, we have Arcadus from the Oldemon dungeon. Arcadis is a Titan Keeper in the same vein as Odin, Raden, Thorim, all raid bosses because of how powerful they are in lore. You see, the Titan Keepers were created to fight the old gods, when they had a firm control on the planet, since the Titans themselves were too big to actually go onto the planet and fight them in a precise manner. And after the Titan Keepers won the war, they were basically left in charge of the planet while the Titans went away. But then the Titan Keeper Loken betrayed everyone, and Arcadis went into hiding with the Disc of Norgadon, which kept a record of everything that Loken had done. Loken was very desperate to get these back, but he was never successful in that, as Arcadis was able to hold up an Oldemon and keep them safe. That was until a group of adventurers broke in, ransacked the place, woke Arcadis up, who had put himself in a deep sleep, and then just killed the guy like he was a random nobody. As far as I know, Arcadis is confirmed dead, and players were able to steal his treasures and the Disc of Norgadon, and I find that kind of funny. Now, all of this happened in vanilla WoW, when Titan lore wasn't super grounded yet, and the Titans were a little bit different in lore than what they eventually became after a long series of retcons. And even after all of those retcons, they still let Arcadis die to a random group of adventurers who came in to steal his stuff, which is actually pretty great. And at number 5, we have Kel'Thas Sunstrider. Now, technically, this character was killed in a raid. It's kind of like the reverse of Anubarak, where he first shows up as the end boss of a raid, gets killed, gets brought back to life, then becomes a boss in a different dungeon later on in the expansion. So his final appearance in the game is as a random dungeon boss, and fits this list pretty well, because for those of you who don't know Kel'Thas' story, he was a major character in Warcraft 3, and eventually joins up with Illidan because the Alliance almost had him and his people executed. And all he wanted to do was cure his people's mana addiction after Arthas destroyed the Sunwell. And Illidan was too busy dealing with his demon hunters and the Legion to help him out, despite the fact that he promised he would. Eventually, he got swayed by the Legion to join them, and then became a bad guy because Burning Crusade lore was kind of weird, and Kel'Thas is pretty infamous for his line, "Tempest Keep was merely a setback," and is pretty much the example of Blizzard loving to reuse their characters as much as possible, since we will probably see Kel'Thas again in the Shadowlands. And at number 4, we have Murozond from the End Time Dungeon. Murozond is a major lore villain who's the leader of the Infinite Dragonflight, who is an army that has an infinite number of dragons that goes throughout time and just messes with things. The Infinite Dragonflight is actually such a big deal that there is at least one involvement with the Infinite Dragonflight in every single expansion. And the leader of this omnipresent threat was killed at the end of a dungeon, and that's basically canon for how he dies for reals. But then again, since he is an infinite time dragon, there's other versions of him out there still, so that doesn't really stop the threat. But, also based on his own lore, the way he dies is exactly as depicted in the End Time Dungeon. A bunch of random adventurers get sent there by his uncorrupted form, Nozdormu, and abuse the Time Stone in order to stop him because of his infinite dragonflight shenanigans. And because of the lore of this dungeon, they can't really have Murozond be a future raid boss without retconning this specific event, because the whole point of it was how this is exactly how Nozdormu will die, and if he dies in any other way, then it doesn't really make sense. So this super important boss, who has ties to almost every single expansion, basically has to stay a dungeon boss. But then again, they just kind of use him as a plot device in order to allow players to go back in time and see things anyway, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. And at number 3, we have Ner'zhul from the Shadowmoon Burial Grounds dungeon in Warlords of Draenor. Now, this was the alternate universe Ner'zhul, so I guess it's not that big of a deal, but also, this character was so super important to lore that it's almost comical that he was defeated in a dungeon. As you see, Ner'zhul was the original Lich King, and was also the person who blew up Draenor and created the Outlands, and was the first leader of the Horde. All of those things are pretty important events, and in Warlords of Draenor, he was one of the warlords. But there were lots of problems with the story in Warlords of Draenor, and not all of the warlords actually got dealt with in raids, as some of them were even killed during quests, which is lower on the totem pole for major lore character deaths than appearing as a boss in a dungeon. Although considering how Ner'zhul was probably the most lore-important warlord out of all of them, it was quite a shock for everyone to find out that we'd be dealing with him in a dungeon, and kind of in an uneventful way. And that's why he takes such a high spot on this list, and could easily have taken the number 1 spot as well. I just put him at number 3, because it was technically the alternate universe version, so it's not as big of a deal. And at number 2, we have Murmur, Destroyer of Worlds, who appears in the Shadow Labyrinth dungeon in the Burning Crusade. Now, I'm sure most of you don't know who Murmur is, Basically, when the Shadow Council was trying to take Occam Doom from the Draenei, they tried to use a new spell that Killed Jaden had taught them to summon a powerful demon, since they were on the losing side. But they accidentally summoned Murmur instead, who is a cosmic entity from a faraway quarter of the universe, who's worshipped as a god by some planets, before he eventually kills them, since a single sigh from the actual creature is enough to destroy those planets. So what they summoned was an incomplete version of Murmur, which was enough to completely destroy and flatten everything in the immediate area, which definitely won the Shadow Council that battle. But since they had this avatar of a cosmic being in their control, it took everything they had just to lock it away so that it wouldn't destroy the rest of the Horde. So when players go into the Shadow Labyrinth and fight Murmur, what they're doing is just trying to push him back and try to stop the Shadow Council from fully summoning the actual Murmur into the world, because he's just too dang powerful to exist on a planet. Now you'd think the essence of sound and destroyer of worlds would be a much bigger deal, and not relegated to some B-plot of a random dungeon. But then again, this was the Burning Crusade, where their lore was a whole bunch of B-plots strung together to try to create a coherent story. So really, it just kinda fit in with everything else. As in one of the adjacent dungeons, you get to kill an Arakoa god in order to get a mount. So destroying a cosmic entity before you can enter the world and destroy the planet was kind of on the same level as everything else that was going on. And finally, at number 1, we have Loken, who was the final boss of the Halls of Lightning dungeon in Wrath of the Lich King. Now Loken is another Titan Keeper just like Arcadus, except Loken is like the most important Titan Keeper out of all of them, as he's responsible for so many events that happen in Warcraft's history. You see, Loken was manipulated by Yogg-Saron through a long series of events, which eventually led Loken to betraying all the other Titan Keepers, imprisoning half of them, and causing the other ones to go into hiding, and releasing the Curse of Flesh upon the world, which is why all the characters in Warcraft are not made of stone and metal, as that's actually their default state. And this incredibly important lore figure canonically dies in the dungeon, and leads the way to the Ulduar raid with his death, where you find a whole bunch of other Titan Keepers who are properly raid bosses, and you eventually push Yogg-Saron back into his prison. And since Loken is involved in so many things, you can't really touch any of the stories in Northrend without Loken having some involvement in it. He is probably the biggest lore character who is actually important to the lore and from the main timeline that dies in a dungeon. But at least he went down as one of the hardest dungeon bosses of all time. Loken accumulated more dungeon deaths than any other boss in Wrath before Blizzard stopped announcing those stats, and Arcadus shared a pretty similar feat. He was an incredibly hard dungeon boss in Oldham, even if he was a low-level dungeon. So, even if he wasn't given a proper raid, at least he was a little threatening when he was current content. But he definitely takes number 1 spot for just being a very important lore villain who was finished off in a dungeon. About 4 years ago, I made a video on the top 10 unkilled raid bosses, going over bosses that took the most amount of time to be able to defeat it from the point raiders were actually able to do attempts on the boss. Although that old video is poorly edited and missing a lot of context, which is what this reforged version is going to add into it. And at number 10, we have heroic 25-man Alakir. This boss was defeated 36 days after the first guild started working on it. Now, in modern world first races, generally a kill on the final boss is done after about 2 weeks. And Alakir is a somewhat modern raid boss, being the final boss of the 2-person raid at the beginning of Cataclysm. So it's kind of unusual that it took so long to defeat, at little over a month of attempts. So what took so long in order to kill Alakir? Well, besides the fact that Cataclysm introduced controversial healing changes that made the game a lot harder, during Phase 1, Alakir has an ability called Lightning Strike that would target a random player with the ability, which would shock them with lightning, put a dot on them for 24 seconds, and chain to all nearby allies. The problem with this ability was simply the amount of space on the platform. With the full 25-man raid group, it was nearly impossible to avoid a whole bunch of people getting hit with Lightning Strike and taking massive amounts of damage, especially since it left that long dot afterwards, which isn't in the normal difficulty at all. And because there's so much movement on the fight, it was kind of hard to assign positions for this ability. And eventually, they would just get to a point where everyone got the dot on them, or too many of them got it and they were just taking way too much damage to heal through. But Paragon, the only guild to down this boss before they nerfed the Lightning Strike ability, found a way to handle this mechanic, by simply having 7 people from the raid just sit out during Phase 1. Literally, they just had people wait for Phase 1 to be over before joining the fight, because they could not deal with the Lightning Strike mechanic. So it's kind of easy to figure out why no one else was able to get a kill, when the answer was to have 1/3 of your raid team sit out for one phase of the fight. After Paragon got their first kill, Blizzard immediately nerfed the encounter. They lowered the damage on Lightning Strike, they lowered the dot duration by 1/3, and they also made it so people couldn't jump into the fight with the slipstreams, so that no one could stay out in order to sit out phase 1. This has got to be one of the few fights in the game's history where the answer to solving an overtuned mechanic was to actually have less players. And at number 9, we have heroic 25-man Lich King, which took 42 days to kill after being available to kill. So what took the Lich King so long to down? Well, the Lich King makes it on my list of the top 10 hardest raid bosses of all time video. So that's kind of it. It was just one of the hardest raid bosses they've ever added to the game for a whole bunch of different reasons, including a little bit of overtuning. That's a really good way Blizzard makes a boss a lot harder, by just having him hit super hard or just have way too much health for the amount of gear available. Generally, whenever Blizzard nerfs a raid boss, they just lower his health because that makes the DPS race easier. However, in Icecrown Citadel, there is no need to nerf the boss because there was already a mechanic put in place which would just buff the players instead, where after an amount of time, players would start getting a stacking buff that would increase basically everything they do by 5%, capping out at 30% after enough time. And since they had this mechanic in place from the get-go, and everyone knew it was going to be incorporated eventually, they never actually thought to cut back on the tuning of Lich King, because they knew eventually someone would be able to get the kill once the buff went out, which is exactly what happened, as the first kill was achieved after the 5% buff went live, which was the very first tick of it. Although it wasn't just a little bit of overtuning that happened, really another one of the big reasons the fight took so long to kill was because it existed in the era of limited attempts. Limited attempts meant raid groups working on the boss only had 50 attempts total per week. It was Blizzard's way of trying to force top players to have more quality attempts, rather than just throwing themselves against the wall of an endless amount of attempts before they eventually got a kill on a boss. It was an experiment that eventually failed, since no one really liked the mechanic, and it just forced players to get more attempts on their alts before trying real attempts on their main characters. So now limited attempts is only used for limited duration bosses, and the last time we had limited attempts was on Raw Den in the Throne of Thunder during Mists of Pandaria. And at number 8 we have Alar, Phoenix God, who was killed 48 days after it was available. Alar was technically the first boss in the instance, although you could skip the boss if you wanted to. It wasn't needed to kill in order to work on the final boss Kel'Thas, who himself took a really long time to kill, clocking in at 31 days after it was available to do attempts on, which would place Kel'Thas at number 11 on this list, if it went higher than 10. So what was so difficult about the fight? Well, a lot of bosses in the first year of raiding for the Burning Crusade were just kind of buggy or ridiculously overtuned, like more so than anything we have today, although there was only 2 main problems with Alar, unlike the 1,000,001 problems that plagued Kel'Thas, where Alar would sometimes randomly charge a raid member and kill them, and there wasn't really much you could do about that. And the other one was where he would cast his Meteor ability. You needed everyone to stack so that whoever was targeted wouldn't die instantly, so that you could split the damage with him. Only it did so much damage that it was nearly impossible to deal with. So instead, you would just let the person targeted die, and then just battle res them later. Although that required a lot of battle reses, since it was a frequent normal mechanic of the fight. So, what some guilds would do is just have an army of low-level Warlock alts, so that they could place soulstones on each other before pulling the boss each time. That way, everyone had their own personal battle res ready, as that was something you could still do back in the Burning Crusade before Blizzard fixed this later on in WoW's history. So with the fact that it was also an optional boss, and people were more interested in working on the final boss instead, plus with its overtuning on the damage, it's no wonder it took as long as it did. And at number 7, we have the 4 Horsemen from Naxxramas, killed 56 days after it was available. Now, this one is nearing on the 2-month mark, and took so long to kill because of a very unique mechanic that the boss had. You see, it had the really unique distinction of requiring 8 tanks with a taunt in order to deal with its mechanics, where you had to fight 4 bosses at once, and each boss had their own tank swap mechanic, which wasn't really possible with the standard amount of tanks from a 40-man raid. There were a couple of bosses that required around 5 to 6 tanks, but none of them required 8 of them, and 8 of them that required a taunt to land. Generally, tanks were not hit capped with their taunt, especially since taunt was considered a spell, so it had a 16% chance to miss by default. and the only way they could get near the hit cap was by getting the 4-set bonus from tier 3, which you farmed inside of Naxxramas itself, which increased your chance to hit with taunt by 5%. It still wouldn't give you the hit cap, but it was needed in order to get your hit cap close enough, because if you had too many missed taunts in a row, you could just wipe. Because generally, tank swaps weren't done with hard taunts, as a lot of bosses were just straight up immune to them in the early days of the game. So having to farm a 4-set bonus from the raid itself on 8 different characters, who were all potentially competing for the same loot, was quite difficult. And even if you got the required gear, there was still a chance your taunt could be resisted and just have a lot of wipes due to too many taunt resists in a row. So what a lot of guilds would do in order to accomplish this task was to simply steal warrior tanks from other raids that already had the 4-set bonus. And it just encouraged a lot of cannibalizing other raids in order to get the required tanks in order to down the fight. So because of the tank and gear requirements of the fight, it obviously took a long time in order to accomplish this. In classic WoW, the fight worked the same way, but was downed in the first day of its release instead of after 56 days. And at number 6, we have High Astromancer Solarian, who was killed 59 days after it was available to do. This is another boss from Tempest Keep, just like Alar the Phoenix God, except this one was actually necessary to kill in order to start working on Kael'thas. So what made it take so long to kill? Well, it was just kind of ridiculously hard. She had a couple of mechanics in the fight where she would put out a mark on everyone, which would lower your arcane resistance, and she would periodically put a bomb on someone, which would explode and leave behind a debuff, which increased the arcane damage you took, and then would jump to a nearby player. And she would almost exclusively use arcane attacks, which also completely ignored any arcane resistance the player had. So, she was hitting people incredibly hard, because this was also the time when negative resistance would cause all kinds of problems with damage modifiers, and cause spells to hit for way harder than they really should have been. So in the first version, she was basically unkillable, and they weren't really as fast on fixing unkillable bosses back then as they are today. So when they did eventually get around to trying to fix the fight, first what they did was lower her health by about 30%, which is a gigantic nerf to HP, I might add. You rarely hear about HP nerfs that big. If they nerf a boss's health by more than 10%, you know they messed up somewhere. Then, they just removed the mechanic that put negative arcane resistance on people. Later on, they also changed their bomb ability to no longer put a debuff on targets that increased the arcane damage they took. And they also made it so it wouldn't jump to nearby targets anymore. Then, in her third version, they changed it so the arcane resistance would be much more effective versus her spells, which led to arcane resistance tanks and made the fight almost a cakewalk. So, she went to impossible to kill to the easiest boss of the instance by the end of it. And at number 5, we have Yogg-Saron, Alone in the Darkness, or Zero Lights, which was done 70 days after the first guild got a kill on 1 light in the darkness. Alone in the Darkness was just the hardest mode version of Yogg-Saron, where you kill the boss without any of the keepers helping you, and the fight is obviously designed around having the keepers help you, so it was ridiculously difficult, and easily the hardest hard mode trigger of any boss in the game's history, since there aren't really too many bosses that have hard mode triggers anyway. So the way the guilds would deal with this was just by playing the fight perfectly and making sure they lost no sanity, since they had no way to get it back. Although, even if you did the fight perfectly, there was still one phase of the fight that was almost impossible, especially with how low your damage was, since not having any of the keepers help meant you didn't get that amazing DPS boost as well. Because there were a couple of adds which would spawn during the last phase, and they would do damage based on how much health they had left. So what you would do to deal with them was just kill them as fast as possible, and the damage would go down and they'd become a lot more manageable. Except these adds could not die, unless you had one of the specific keepers helping you, so they would just kind of hang around at 1 health forever, which wasn't a big deal because you could just have one of your tanks hold on to them for as long as you needed to. Except for the fact that there was this little mechanic called Shadow Beacon. Shadow Beacon was a buff that Yogg-Saron would cast on one of his adds, which after 10 seconds would explode in a 20-yard radius and heal everything caught in the explosion. And since it was such a rapid heal, if a Shadow Beacon went off in a group of adds that was being held, it would heal them all back up to full really fast and cause the tank to die almost instantly. And then all of these newly full health adds would just run around the room killing everyone else. And in order to deal with this mechanic, you basically just had to have more tanks in the group. That way you could have more taunts for the add and just have that Shadow Beacon moved out of the group. That way it would explode by itself without hitting anything else. Although, that's where the problem of the no keepers came in. If you ran more tanks to deal with this mechanic, then you simply would just not have enough damage to kill the boss before his hard enrage timer. And you also had to be really quick about pulling the shadow beacon targets out, because it had a pretty big radius when it would explode. So, how they ended up dealing with this mechanic was by simply running 2 hunters who would use their distracting shot in order to taunt and kite the ad with the shadow beacon out of the group, and then let the ad run back to the group after it exploded, since it would still have aggro on the tank after the distracting shot duration ended. Although there were a couple of other things which would instantly wipe the group, so eventually after around 500 attempts they finally got the kill. And then later on they nerfed Yoxeron's health by about 20%, which made the DPS check a lot more reasonable and required a lot less kiting. And at number 4 we have Ragnaros, killed 74 days after it was available. And of course we're talking about vanilla WoW Ragnaros. So what was the cause of this boss taking so long to be killed? Well, it was just new, and people in vanilla WoW were just new in general to World of Warcraft, and people were still leveling to max, so there wasn't a lot of people available for it, and just a whole bunch of other factors that weren't really tied to the boss itself. This one's basically purely on here because raiding at the very beginning of WoW was just very new and everyone was pretty bad. And at number 3, we have Chromaggus, killed 74 days after it was available, tied with Ragnaros. Chromaggus was the second to last boss in Blackwing Lair, which was the second raid added to the game. Now, what made this fight difficult, or the reason it took so long to kill, was because it was a lot more moving parts at once, which made it kind of difficult for the early raiders to deal with, where they weren't really used to having too many raid mechanics yet. Chromaggus had a total of around 3 big mechanics to deal with. One of them was his breath weapon he would use, where he would do a cone attack that generally you could just LOS with the raid hiding behind a wall, and he would just have 2 random breaths every time you entered the instance, out of the potential 5 different breaths that he could use. So some weeks were just easier than others, and the hardest week were the ones where he had the time-lapse breath, which would stun the tanks and reduce the threat for the duration. As with all the other breaths, the raid could basically just avoid them, but they would sometimes have to take at least 1 hit from the time-lapse breath so that the tanks wouldn't lose all their aggro. He would also periodically shuffle between damage types he was resistant or vulnerable to, so you had to be careful of what kind of damage you were using, otherwise you would just waste your precious mana attacking him when he would just resist all your spells. And he would just constantly put out debuffs on the raid of all different damage types, so healers were constantly having to dispel everyone so they wouldn't be killed if they had all 5 debuffs on them at once. And one of the debuffs could not be dispelled by the healer, and instead you had to use an item called Hourglass Sand, which dropped in limited quantities from trash mobs in the instance, which was generally just given out to high priority targets in the raid, and everyone else just had to deal with being periodically stunned throughout the fight from that debuff. When it comes to modern raids, this isn't really that big of a deal, but in vanilla WoW, this was on par with one of the hardest raid fights ever that any of them had done, and this was after the wall of the boss that was Valistraz the Corrupt, the second boss of the instance, which was so difficult in early WoW that it was the cause of a lot of guilds just straight up disbanding. So with so many people stuck on Valistraz, that could also explain why Chromaggus took as long as he did. And at number 2, we have Cthulhu, killed 86 days after it was available. This is another vanilla boss and the final boss of AQ40, and is considered by many as the hardest boss of all time. Now, I'm not sure if that's true or not, but he did have some ridiculous bugs that made him almost unkillable before they were fixed. One of the biggest ones was in his stomach room. You see, periodically throughout the fight, he would teleport people into his stomach, and they would have to DPS tentacles in order to get out. However, he also had to deal with them outside the stomach like a normal raid boss, and he would just target people at random to put inside his stomach. So it was possible for him to just pick all your healers and throw them into his stomach, where they just wouldn't have the damage to kill the ad needed to get out. And of course, people upstairs would just die to the damage since they had no healers anymore. Also, a really big one, periodically he would attack people with a chain lightning ability, so you had to make sure you were constantly spread out while you were upstairs. Although, there was a bug where he would periodically target people inside his stomach with the chain lightning as well. And since the mechanics of the stomach room were to stand on one of 3 platforms, everyone inside was always stacked up. So if he targeted someone with chain lightning inside his stomach, it was basically death for everyone down there. And this is just on top of everything else being difficult, so a combination of bugs that made the fight impossible, and a tiny bit of over-tuning created a boss that lives for an incredibly long time. After hotfix went live that fixed most of these bugs, he was killed about a day later. And at number 1, we have Oro, another boss from AQ40, who was killed 87 days after it was available, 1 day after Cthulhu. Now, the reason Oro went unkilled for so long is basically the same reason as Cthulhu. It had a couple of bugs that made the fight almost unkillable. And coupled with the fact that it was an optional boss, means no one really worked on it anyway and spent all their efforts fighting Cthulhu instead. So, there were two big bugs with the fight. One of them was with its Sandblast ability, where it would do a cone that would hit and stun everyone as well as wiping the tank's threat. So, it would then turn to the second highest target to do it again. And that was the end of it. It was meant to go off 2 times and you would just have your tanks put it off in 2 separate directions so it wouldn't hit the raid group. However, the ability would actually cast 4 times before he stopped doing it. And he would do them all back to back, which wasn't really doable, as it would eventually hit the group and deal about 90% of everyone's health as damage, which wasn't really healable when everyone was also stunned afterwards. Now, if you managed to deal with his Sandblast ability, he would also have another phase where he would go underground and spawn ants. Although sometimes he would just never come up, so you couldn't actually hit him because he just bugged out. So when they finally fixed Cthulhu and people finally got the kill they wanted, they went back to Oro to see if he had been fixed too, and he was. So they got a kill pretty easily right afterwards. Oro basically hit number 1 on this list because no one really cared about him, despite the fact that he was difficult as well, because he was just horribly bugged, which is ironic because he's a big bug himself. In this video, we'll go over bosses in the game which had the highest wipe counts before the first guild was able to achieve the world first in its hardest difficulty. And at number 10, we have Mythic Blackhand from Blackrock Foundry and Warlords of Draenor, with a wipe count at 325 before the world first was achieved. Now, this might seem kind of a low number to make the top 10 list, as one might expect a whole bunch of bosses with wipe counts easily in the 500s. But here's the thing with the wipe count of certain bosses. Before Wrath of the Lich King, they didn't really count the number of wipes it took to down a boss. And also, the average player was not as good as they are today, as many people have seen with classic servers being completely trivialized by modern metagaming. The average raider in classic WoW didn't even use a flask, and having everyone pick up leatherworking for the Drums of Haste buff was considered crazy new top guild strategy in the late days of Burning Crusade, as it never occurred to them to min-max to the point of picking a profession specifically for one of the items, giving them a great party-wide buff. Although, to be fair, just because the average player didn't use a flask doesn't mean the hardcore players didn't as well. They absolutely use as many consumables as possible. So even though there were borderline unkillable bosses like Cthulhu and Kel'Thas, which went months without being killed even though they were available, there just simply aren't any numbers on those. So I'm just going to exclude them from the list. Now, long tangent aside, the reason Blackhand had a high wipe count was because it was very difficult. One of the hardest raid bosses of all time, in fact, and the guild which got the number 2 kill had almost 2 times the amount of wipes for the world first. Though this list won't be counting world seconds, so this boss only gets number 10 on this list, as it was actually killed kind of quickly for how difficult it was. And at number 9, we have Mythic Jaina from the Battle of Dazara lore and Battle for Azeroth, clocking in at a total of 346 wipes before the world first was achieved. Jaina only had slightly more wipes than Mythic Blackhand, and was definitely not as difficult, but was still a very well-tuned fight nonetheless. In fact, it's probably one of my favorite fights in the games, as there's just so much about it that's visually appealing and thematic. But that's kind of irrelevant to this list. Why was the wipe count so high? Well, a couple of reasons. Modern players are good at taking more attempts and writing those attempts down. The fight itself was pretty difficult, and lasted a full raid clear. The guild who got the kill race changed basically their entire raid to trolls so they could take the Voodoo Shuffle racial, which slightly made one of the mechanics easier. As what the Voodoo Shuffle did was reduce the duration of movement and parrying effects by 20%, and one of the main mechanics of the fight was the stacking debuff, which freezes you when it hits 20 stacks, and it's technically counted as a movement and parrying effect. So if everyone in the group was trolls, they could start phase 3 without any stacks after the intermission phase, which gave them a slight boost over all the other playable races. We haven't really seen massive race changes for a fight since Kill Jaden and Legion, so you know a fight is difficult when they think that's a viable strategy for bypassing one of its mechanics. All in all, excellent boss fight, also appropriately hard, but not one of the hardest of all time, maybe in the top 20. Some of the hardest raid bosses of all time don't have wipe counters, so they won't appear on this list. And at number 8, we have Queen Azshara from the Eternal Palace in Battle for Azeroth. Queen Azshara clocks in at 359 wipes before the world first was achieved, which is only 13 more wipes than Jaina, and is the boss which appears in the immediate raid tier following Battle for Dazara lore. Battle for Azeroth has a lot of high wipe counts in it, As to contrast some other very hard fights from the past, the Spine of Deathwing in Cataclysm, that fight only had 214 wives before its world first. Or Lei Shin in Throne of Thunder, another incredibly difficult boss who would make the top 15 of the hardest bosses of all time, only clocks in at 310 wipes. Gul'dan from Nighthold, 248, Heroic Lich King clocks in at only 170. Battle for Azeroth is a pretty good indicator of the power creep of final bosses. They've been making them harder and harder over the years, where they routinely get over 300 wipes before a world first is achieved. But that was not the case in the past. Now, why was Queen Azshara such a wipe fest? Well, obviously the fight is difficult, but also has this very fun and unique mechanic, where half of the mechanics in the raid require you to get out of line of sight of everything, which made things more complicated than they needed to be. And when I say fun and exciting, I mean when I update my video on the worst bosses of all time, I'm definitely going to include Queen Azshara there, because line of sight mechanics are not fun, and I don't think anyone really enjoyed them in such the number when doing Queen Azshara. But various line of sight mechanics definitely made the fight more difficult than normal, which also definitely led to a higher than normal wipe count, but still at the low end of the list, even if it does beat out a lot of other bosses in the game's history. And at number 7, we have the Fallen Avatar from Tomb of Sargeras in Legion. The Fallen Avatar was the second to final boss in the instance, and clocks in at a total of 453 wipes before the world first was achieved, and is coincidentally one of the hardest bosses in the game's history, beating out a whole bunch of final bosses even. Now, what led to the Avatar Sargeras' much higher than normal wipe count? Well, to put it simply, the fight was kind of overtuned and had a handful of RNG instant death mechanics. You see, there was this mechanic in Phase 2 called Dark Mark, which was placed on 3 random raid members and would do AoE damage to them, then throw them into the air. And the way to prevent your death was to have a whole bunch of people stack on you so that it would split the damage with them. And if this mark went on to any healer out of the 3 targets it chose, they could just not heal through the damage and would instantly wipe. And on top of that, there was a stacking constant AoE that did damage for how long the Avatar was in the lava. But he would gain stacks a little bit too quickly, where he was wiping groups to unhealable AoE damage way earlier than he really should have been. So the first kill wasn't made until after the Dark Mark was changed to no longer target healers, and they gave more leeway to the constant AoE buff stacking for how long he was out in the green lava. Although Tomb of Sargeras was infamously difficult and overtuned. So with some of the encounter breaking stuff fixed, it was still very hard and took a lot of attempts. And at number 6, we have Archimonde from the Warlord of Draenor expansion in Hellfire Citadel, clocking in at 472 wipes before the world first was achieved. Now, what contributed to this boss's high wipe count was pretty similar to Fallen Avatar, in that it had some incredibly hard-hitting mechanics as well as some of the most difficult raid coordination mechanics in the game's history, which really haven't been matched since. You see, there was this mechanic in Phase 1 and 2 called Doomfire, which one person had to soak as just part of the fight in order to complete it. And the person who soaked the Doomfire would just take a whole bunch of dot damage every second for basically the entire first 2 phases of the fight. And the amount of damage this person was taking was equivalent to around 70% of their health per second. And healing a player who's losing over half their health every second for 2 phases is understandably very difficult, and guilds were kind of able to heal through it thanks to a paladin's ability which lowered dot damage by a high amount. But it was still almost unhealable even with a direct counter to it and stacking paladin healers. So it wasn't until the Doomfire ridiculous damage was fixed that guilds were able to actually attempt real tries on the boss. And then there was a whole bunch of other super difficult mechanics that required add-ons to even complete. And basically it was so crazy that after Warlords of Draenor, Blizzard broke a lot of what the add-ons could show you during raid fights, and then also stopped putting mechanics into fights that required those kinds of add-ons in the first place. And at number 5, we have Yogg-Saron, Zero Lights, from Ulduar in the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. Now, Zero Lights was the hard mode version of Yogg-Saron, where you did the fight with no keepers helping you, and the fight is very much built around those keepers helping you during the fight, so it's all but impossible to do at current level without help from those mechanics. And it was fittingly incredibly difficult, to the point where players thought it was literally impossible. That was until one Chinese guild was able to get the kill by organizing an incredibly complicated kiting pattern using hunters as tanks. And they didn't get an exact number on their wipe count and merely mentioned that it took over 500 tries when giving their interview, which definitely makes sense for a fight that was thought impossible at the time by all top guilds. And then about a week after the first kill was achieved, Blizzard just kind of nerfed the fight by 25%, and it was nowhere near as impossible as it used to be. And at number 4, we have Firelands Ragnaros from the Cataclysm expansion, which clocks in at over 500 attempts as well. So really, Yogg-Saron and Ragnaros are kind of tied in the middle of this list, as it was only given a vague amount of wipe attempts rather than a specific number. Though with how difficult everyone agrees Heroic Rag was, even making it the number 7 spot on my hardest raid bosses of all time list, having a wipe count of over 500 is entirely reasonable. Now, what contributed to the high wipe count for this fight? Well, it's one of the longest fights of all time. It also comes in at number 7 on my longest raid fights ever list, clocking in at around 17 minutes on average. With a 17-minute long boss fight that's also one of the hardest boss fights, it's really easy to accidentally make one little mistake which completely wipes the group, especially in a fight that's chock full of instant wipe mechanics. And there was even a mechanic in the final phase of the fight where you had to stand in these little frost patches, not burn to death to the constant ticking fire damage, and Ragnaros would sometimes hit players with an ability who were standing too close together in stacks of 3, which would also destroy any ice patches on the floor, and they did not regrow. So if you got hit by this mechanic for stacking in the mechanic that was there to make you not die, it was cause for an instant wipe. Although this mechanic was a little bit too difficult to deal with, so after the world first was achieved, Blizzard removed that mechanic altogether pretty shortly afterwards in a hotfix, which is pretty rare for Blizzard. Generally, they don't remove mechanics from fights when they nerf them, unless they know they messed up and made it too hard, like they did with the Magma Geyser mechanic. And at number 3, we have 10-man heroic Garrosh, clocking in at 638 attempts before the world first was achieved. Mists of Pandaria was the last expansion in which 10 and 25-man modes dropped equivalent item level gear, and was thus considered equal in endgame content, but this was only a thing for 2 expansions, and generally the 25-man modes of those 2 expansions were the more difficult ones, but when Paragon got their first kill on heroic Garrosh, they actually accomplished it by single healing the fight with a Holy Priest, which was definitely not standard practice for world first boss kills. In fact, it was probably this accomplishment that is probably why the hype count was as high as it was, because only running one healer for such a high level fight like heroic Garrosh means you can't really make any mistakes, and Garrosh is also one of the longest fights in the game's history, as it made it the number 9 spot on my list of the longest fights of all time video. So, having to go through a 15+ minute long boss fight with one healer who's barely able to heal you through the unavoidable damage is pretty difficult. So with almost no margin for error, the high wipe count definitely makes sense. And at number 2, we have Kil'jaeden from the Tomb of Sargeras in Legion, clocking in at 654 wipes before the world first was achieved. Now, this is the second boss from Tomb of Sargeras on this video, and it absolutely appears in my hardest raid bosses of all time list as well. Tomb of Sargeras was just a very difficult raid altogether. Now, what contributed to this boss's high wipe count was just an incredible amount of overtuning and bugs during the fight, which takes me about 10 minutes to go over in detail in my video on the hardest raid bosses of all time. So, to summarize it, there were a lot of mechanics in the fight that did too much damage for them to heal through, and there was also mechanics that knocked people off the platform which instantly killed them, which were too difficult to avoid. So Blizzard had to nerf a whole bunch of abilities to stop doing so much damage, and the entire raid race changed to goblins to get an extra jump to avoid AoE. And after finally getting to the final phase of the fight, they were hit with an unhealable dot, similar to the Doomfire dot from Archibald, only on everyone in the raid and at the same time, while also a whole bunch of other hard mechanics were going on. And it was so hard that the world first raid team on the fight literally stopped playing until Blizzard fixed it mid-progression. Kil'jaeden is kind of infamous for being hard, and for being way overtuned, and there hasn't really been a boss that has topped it since. And at number 1, we have Unat from the Crucible of Storms in Battle for Azeroth, clocking in at 731 wipes before the world first was achieved, easily being the highest amount of wipes on any raid boss before the world first. Now, there are a couple of world seconds that have higher wipe counts, but this list is specifically only talking about world first. Now, what led to this fight's crazy high wipe count was one mechanic in Phase 1 called Unstable Resonance, which was an ability that would put 3 marks on 2/3 of the raid, who would then have to run to one of the other artifacts that another player was holding that was similar to the mark that was placed on them, in order to get rid of it before it exploded and killed them and everyone around them. But if you ran through another player who had a different mark than you, then you would also trigger the mark to explode early. And what made this particularly difficult for top raiders to accomplish was that there was also a whole bunch of other mechanics that happened at the exact same time that the marks went out, which made it very easy for one person to accidentally wipe the entire raid. And since this mechanic happened in the first phase, it was real easy for raids to just try again quickly. Eventually, Blizzard nerfed the mechanic, where they gave players a little bit more time to run to the mark before it exploded, and they also changed the other mechanics in Phase 1 to not overlap with the marks going out anymore. And once they made this change, there was still another mechanic in the fight that made it difficult, but players were actually able to make it to the final phases, and not wiping an incredible amount of times in the first phase anymore. So because this fight had an incredibly difficult mechanic in the first phase, while also just being a hard fight overall, meant that guilds were wiping very early, very often, which allowed them to rack up gigantic wipe counts before they eventually got a kill after the first phase mechanic was fixed. So its number is kind of inflated, but it's also one of the hardest fights of all time, making it in my top 10 list as well. The only fight from Battle for Azeroth that made that list, so it definitely deserves its high wipe count, even if it's not the hardest fight in the game's history. In this video, we'll be going over the strongest raid bosses based on lore. And at number 10, we have Archimonde from the Battle for Mount Hyjal and the Hellfire Citadel. Maybe. It's actually kind of hard to determine the number 10 spot on this list, as it's not as clear-cut as the next 9 spots, because it has also been said that Kil'jaeden is just as strong as Archimonde, although Archimonde has slightly more feats of strength to fall back on. Archimonde was able to snap the neck of Malorne like a twig, and Malorne was one of the most powerful wild gods, who are equivalent in strength to the troll Loas, with the most powerful of which possibly being a tie between Malorne and Hakar. And that's not his only accomplishment, he was also able to destroy the city of Dalaran at a distance. Although there's 3 other characters in the game that kind of fit the same feats of strength. Lei Shin, the Thunderlord, was able to defeat a wild god in one-on-one combat, though his fight lasted for 30 days. He also had the accomplishment of defeating a Titan Keeper before stealing his power. And then we have Queen Azshara, who is stated in lore to possibly have the power to rival both Archimonde and Kil'jaeden, while she was still in her humanoid form, before she received a power boost from an old god. And then we have Mithrax the Cathraxi, who was so powerful Alola had to blow herself up in order to kill him, which destroyed the surrounding zone and created the Desert of Vol'dun, and even that didn't actually destroy his body. So they had to create a temple around his body so that no one would try to revive him, as it was constantly regenerating energy. So if an explosion strong enough to destroy an entire zone only puts him into a stasis, created by one of the old gods, I'd say that puts him around the same tier as the other people who could also defeat a wild god. So it's really hard to choose which one is the strongest of the bunch, though Archimonde does have the achievement of killing a wild god the easiest, and it was a very powerful one too, whereas Kil'jaeden's biggest feat of strength is creating the Lich King, which doesn't really involve him using power. I have to give the number 1 spot to Archimonde over all the others. And at number 9, we have Al'Akir the Wind Lord from the Throne of Four Winds. Now, the Elemental Lords were the old god's strongest minions, and they only created the Cathraxi after the Elemental Lords fell in battle to the Titan Keepers. After which, the Cathraxi became the old god's most powerful minions. But even then, a single Elemental Lord definitely surpasses the strength of any Cathraxi. As when it came to the battle between the Titan Keepers and the Elemental Lords, it took the combined might of 3 of the Titan Keepers working together in order to defeat a single Al'Akir. And he was hard countered too, as he was fighting Ra-Den, Thorm, and Hodir, who were able to control the storms and weather just as well as he could, and literally just turned his powers back on him. And the Titan Keepers themselves are pretty strong individually, so the fact that it required 3 of them, who specifically countered his abilities, gives Al'Akir a pretty high feat of strength, and allows him to easily take a high spot on this list, just much lower compared to all the monsters who appear at the very top of this video. Al'Akir appeared as the final boss in the Throne of Four Winds, and since he was killed in his own domain, is considered dead in lore. And at number 8, we have Ragnaros the Fire Lord, from Molten Core and the Firelands. Ragnaros was another one of the Elemental Lords and considered the strongest by Chronicles, as it took 2 of the strongest Titan Keepers fighting together in order to take him down, Tyr and Odin. They were also able to hard counter his fire abilities by basically just being immune to it. Now, while Al'Akir did require 3 Titan Keepers to take him down, in lore it is stated that Ragnaros is the strongest and most destructive of all of the Elemental Lords, so I have to put him a little bit higher than Al'Akir, even if he's possibly not that much stronger. Now, Ragnaros shares a distinction that few raid bosses have, where he was defeated multiple times. The first time in the very first raid of the game in the Molten Core, and then again in Cataclysm in the Firelands, where he was killed in his own domain, so now he's considered dead in lore as well. And at number 7, we have Deathwing, the dragon aspect of Earth, from the Dragon Soul raid. Now, Deathwing actually worked alongside Ragnaros and Alakir in the Cataclysm, as they were all minions of N'Zoth, with Deathwing given the most amount of Old God juice out of all of them, so much so that him erupting from the planet tore it apart. And while a group of adventurers were able to kill both Alakir and Ragnaros in their home domains, in order for them to defeat Deathwing, they had to go back in time in order to steal the Dragon Soul through an elaborate time heist. And then when they had this super powerful artifact created specifically to kill him, Deathwing still had enough power after being shot twice by it to fly to the center of the world and nearly destroy the planet. So Deathwing had planet buster capabilities, which definitely puts him on a higher scale when it comes to power scaling. Although both Illidan and Ner'zhul were also able to destroy planets, though they both required the aid of super powerful artifacts in order to do that, whereas Deathwing had the capabilities of doing it with his bare hands, which is why he gets a higher spot than the Elemental Lords, who were considered the strongest minions of the Old Gods. And at number 6, we have the artificial Old God G'huun from Old Deer. G'huun was the result of the Titan construct Mother experimenting with ways to solve the Old God problem, in which case she accidentally created her own. And while not as strong as the naturally grown Old Gods, G'huun was still more than powerful enough to influence the world around him in ways very reminiscent of the normal Old Gods, which definitely implies he's in the same realm of power scaling as the other Old Gods, if probably the weakest of the bunch, since he was able to control Mithrax, who's a super powerful Old God minion, as well as all of his worshippers led by Zul, who successfully released him from his prison, and was only stopped thanks to the help of some Titan technology specifically designed to counter him. The Old Gods themselves are massively powerful beings, where even an artificial one could definitely end all life on Azeroth if it was able to escape properly, which probably puts it at a little bit higher on the list of power scaling than Deathwing, although since G'huun is an artificial Old God, it's probably safe for them to kill him off for good, rather than how all the other Old Gods are basically just pushed back into their prisons, or their avatars are destroyed and not their real bodies. And at number 5, we have N'Zoth from Ny'alotha. Now, the Old Gods are super massive powerful aliens from space created by the Void Lords for the sole purpose of trying to corrupt a Titan, and their real bodies span continents, and what you fight in any raid is basically just an avatar version of them, or a small portion that they were able to get out of the prison. When it comes to N'Zoth though, he was fully freed from his prison, but thankfully was the weakest of all the Old Gods. And even then, when you do fight him in the raid, the entire raid is basically just N'Zoth's body. And it's only thanks to the powers of the Dagger of Xal'atath and the Heart of Azeroth that you're able to kill him for the time being. Even so, being a real Old God puts him above G'huun, but canonically he is considered the weakest of the bunch, and since he does appear as a raid boss, makes the list, below all the other Old Gods, which, spoilers, will be the next 2 spots on this list. And at number 4, we have Cthulhu from AQ40, another one of the Old Gods. Cthulhu is the first Old Gods players ever face in game, and is considered one of the hardest raid fights of all time, basically because of a whole bunch of bugs that made the fight unkillable. And in lore, they don't really give Cthulhu a proper power scaling, but I am able to place him because of something I'll talk about in the next section. But basically, because Cthulhu's specialty was creating the Akir, the insectoid monsters that accompany him in his raid, he was a great crafter of flesh, while also being a super massive powerful alien from space whose body probably takes up a full continent. Though that's all underground, and it's suspect whether he's still alive or not after the Sword of Sargeras was stabbed into him at the end of Legion. But he is considered stronger than N'Zoth, as N'Zoth was considered the weakest of the bunch, which puts him at the number 2 when it comes to the weakest of the Old Gods, which is why he gets a higher spot than N'Zoth on this list. And at number 3, we have Yogg-Saron from Ulduar, the last of the Old Gods, and the second one you fight in game. Now, Yogg-Saron was considered the second strongest of the Old Gods, as the first strongest was always considered Y'Shaarj, who was killed by the Titan Aman'Thul before they realized they couldn't actually kill the Old Gods without also destroying the planet. So they instead sent their Titan Keepers after all the Old Gods individually to put them in prison. And with the combined might of the Titan Keepers and their armies working together, they were able to imprison both N'Zoth and Cthulhu pretty easily. Though Yogg-Saron gave them so much of a problem that he almost won the war for the Old Gods by himself. You see, Yogg-Saron created the Cathraxi, who are super powerful Old God minions that are able to use magic, and are super intelligent, So with the Cathraxi commanding the army of the old gods, they were able to employ actual tactics and magical feints against the super powerful and magical Titan Keepers. But eventually, the Titan Keepers were able to win because Odin came up with a gamble, where he commanded Loken to use his most powerful illusion spell to transform the Cathraxi and Yogg-Saron into versions of their enemies. And then, while the old god forces were confused by the illusions, they would mount a suicidal charge of literally all of their forces into their ranks at once, which paid off. The Cathraxi were confused and attacking each other, and the combined might of the entire Titan Keeper army, they were able to finally stop Yogg-Saron and put him in his prison. Yogg-Saron was also the one who created the Emerald Nightmare, since one of the World Tree's roots seeped into his prison and is involved in a lot of major lore events throughout WoW's history. He was also not a big fan of the Lich King, so the Lich King was probably happy when adventurers were able to take him down in Ulduar. So, for being considered the second strongest old god, and actually being a boss player's fight in the game, it takes the number 3 spot on this list. Just a note, the strongest old god, Y'Shaarj, never appears as the raid boss since he's dead before WoW starts, so he will not be on the list. And at number 2, we have Agrimar, from Antorus the Burning Throne. Now Agrimar is the corrupted form of a Titan, and Titans are pretty much the second strongest beings in Warcraft lore, only beaten out by the Void Lords who can't actually enter the universe, so finding one is thought to be near impossible. However, what we find in the Burning Throne is the revived from death and twisted into a Dark Titan version, where his powers are nowhere near what they once were, since his actual body is as big as the planet. However, even in this incredibly weakened state, he's still a huge powerhouse, as the only way players are able to defeat it is thanks to 2 incredible power boosts. One of them is thanks to the help of another Titan, known as Eonar, who gives the players a helpful boon and fights alongside them. And thanks to the fact that all of the characters who fight Agrimar are holding literally the most powerful weapons in existence. As when you walk up to Agrimar's boss room, the normal adds you have to fight are corrupted Titan Keepers. So the minions to his boss room are strong enough in lore to be their own raid bosses. Heck, the adds are actually more powerful, lore-wise, than a majority of raid bosses in the game. So even in its super weakened state, it's still one of the strongest raid bosses in history, based on lore. And you have to remember that when we fight the old gods themselves, we don't actually fight their real bodies, and kind of like an avatar version of them. It doesn't really matter, since when you do defeat those avatar versions, it definitely harms the real body as well. But be confident that Agrimar would definitely be able to defeat any of those old god avatars by himself, which easily puts him at the number 2 spot on this list. And at number 1, we have Argus, from Antorus, the Burning Throne raid. Argus is a baby Titan who has had his powers drained from him for years in order to fuel a demon army. So he's nowhere near as strong as a normal Titan, but even so, he has more power than Agrimar and requires the combined efforts of all of the awakened Titans plus the heroes of Azeroth holding the most powerful weapons in existence in order to beat him. And even then, halfway through the raid he still kills everyone, and the Titans have to constantly resurrect you so that you can death rush him, because there's no way you'd be able to defeat even a baby Titan without the help of other Titans. Now, considering both Agrimar and Argus are from the same raid, it kinda makes sense that they are both the 2 strongest raid bosses in lore, since you kind of need the help of the artifact weapons and the Titans in order to even have a chance at facing these 2 monsters. As remember, canonically, some of these artifact weapons have the power to destroy planets. I think the Legion version of player characters are probably the strongest versions of players in lore, and I can't see them ever really topping that. So the fact that 2 of the strongest boss fights in the game's history appeared in that expansion definitely makes sense and is very fitting. So unless they have us fight another Titan, I can't really see something topping this spot on the list. Though based on some Shadowland lore spoilers, it seems as if the Jailer is stronger than a single Titan, so this list might become outdated once we get to that fight in the Shadowlands. In this video, we're going to be talking about vehicles, a mechanic explored in Wrath of the Lich King, although utilized a few other times in WoW's history. These things are a point of contention within the community, if they make endgame good or bad, although there is one fact: they do allow for fights to be drastically different from any fights possible without vehicles. Starting off at number 10, we have the mutated construct from the Amber Shaper Unsak fight. The boss would randomly encase players in living amber. During this fight, players will need to DPS down the amber to free the player before they run out of their dwindling willpower to survive. Now, what separates this from just a CC is that you're able to move around and fight. Plus, you can use 4 abilities. Consume Amber allows you to absorb Amber off the ground, giving you both willpower and health. The benefit being that you remove AoE from the ground for your raid members. Next is Struggle for Control, which at the cost of willpower increases the construct's damage taken for a while, as well as interrupting the ability Amber Explosion, which the construct will cast on its own once in a while, which does a massive raid-wide amount of damage. Next is Amber Strike, a big single attack with a debuff that increases the damage the target takes, as well as interrupting their spellcasting. This is really good to use on the boss, as well as the other adds that also cast Amber Explosion. Last is Break Free. Once you reach 20% max health, this is what players can use to break free instead of dying. This creates quite an interesting fight where players become encased in a creature that they can somewhat control, and must fight the beast's own will to do their best to help their raid, while the raid tries to break them free, before the beast takes hold completely and kills them. And at number 9, we have the Soul-Bound Construct, from Socrathar the Eternal. During the fight, you must battle Socrathar within his mech, but after dealing enough damage to it, he is forced out of it, allowing you to take control of it, and with its help, fight Socrathar himself. Although if you take too long, he kicks you out, controlling his mech once again, and then you rinse and repeat. The first attack of the mech does a massive amount of cleave damage, as well as applying a debuff that increases damage taken, used to damage and weaken Socrathar and all of his backup. Its second ability allows it to create a soul trap, a large circle that once an enemy steps into, will trap all nearby enemies and reduce their damage taken by 99% for 30 seconds. This is used to counter ghosts that appear from portals, and will fixate on players. By stacking these perfectly, you can just ignore the ghosts completely, as they will appear from the portal and get stuck. Next is the Fell Orb, a large AoE damaging ability that allows you to devastate groups of spawning adds. Simple as that. And last is the Fell Blaze Charge, allowing you to place down large patches of fire that slow and damage anything that step into it. A great way to slow those ghosts and other adds. Quite a fun fight for the player inside the mech, as it's normally quite hectic with all the adds and ghosts outside. But with the help of the mech pilot, it can become a very simple fight to micromanage. And at number 8, we have the Abomination, from the Professor Putricide fight in ICC. During this fight, you deal with slime poured onto the floor in the fighting area, as well as slime spawning from tanks at each end of the room attempting to attack the players. At the start of the fight, a single player can run past the Professor to drink a potion on his table, which will transform him to the Abomination. While in the Abomination, it has 3 abilities that are very simple, but very important to know what they do. Your first ability is to eat oozes, which allows you to consume the area of oozes left on the ground, gaining energy from it. Regurgitate ooze costs this energy, but allows you to spew it onto enemies, slowing and dealing damage to them. Best used on the slime summoned by the boss to slow them so your players can both kill and escape the attacking adds. And last is a simple slash attack, putting a physical damage increase debuff on enemies, great to use on the boss, a way to increase your raid's DPS when you're not busy dealing with the adds, or running around the room just eating oozes, which is what you do most of the time. During the quest for the Shadowmourne, there is also another ability that infuses the axe with the power of the Plague, by filling it with a Blight multiple times, making the fight quite hard as you consume slime, but don't use it to slow adds. And next, at number 7, we have our first dungeon boss, the Grand Champions fight within the Trial of the Champions, the Jousting Mounts. All you do is go to the side of the room and grab a jousting pole, and then hop onto a horse or a wolf, and then you can begin the fight. You are challenged by a few enemy jousters from 3 random vanilla or TBC races from the enemy faction, before then fighting their champions. The second phase has you fighting these champions on foot, but the first phase is the important one. Jousters can shield up, which gives them 3 armor plating, reducing the damage taken by 30% for each one. These platings must be broken by a charge attack, which causes you to rush in and break a plate, as well as do some heavy damage. Or a shield breaker, a ranged attack that does low damage, but breaks one of the platings. And last, you can thrust, a simple jab with your jousting pole, doing heavy damage but only if the enemies are shield free. And if your mount dies during combat, you can get another one, but enemies will be quick to trample you down to death. This is one of the closest encounters we've had to getting a fully functional, mounted combat setting in a raid. And players were very mixed on the idea with this, which is why it's kind of lower on the list. And at number 6, we have the chess event with Karazhan. Medivh was quite the powerful mage, and because of this, of course he would have a magical chess set. and within this set is the Horde and Alliance acting as pieces on the board. The usual pieces are all replaced with Orc and human troops. It's quick to say this is nothing like actual chess, other than the general concept of beat the enemy king. These pieces can move around and fight each other, and while I'd love to go over all these pieces and their abilities individually, there are far too many of them. But each piece has their own range of abilities, ranking from tanking units, healing units, DPS units, etc, etc. All with the worry of Medivh cheating, placing fire underneath your units, making it quite the hectic match for players to try and direct a small army of units to protect their king. And since this was introduced in the Burning Crusade, this is in theory the first vehicle fight ever introduced in WoW, and is a huge pain to solo for anyone who tries to run through the old version of Karazhan. And at number 5, we go back to the Icy North, but this time for the Loot Ship, or better known as the Icecrown Gunship Battle. This fight, while mostly about players, has a very heavy focus on the vehicles, as if not for them, this fight would literally be impossible. Starting the fight, you take off on your faction airship. There are 3 roles people can take as the other faction airship approaches. First being the turrets, with only 2 buttons, the first one being a basic shot that damages whatever the projectile hits, enemy faction members or the ship itself, while also generating heat. The second being a flame shot that does heavy damage based on how much heat the gun has, and empties all of the heat. Second role is for people to stay on the ship defending from invading members of the other faction, who will teleport to the ship in order to try to kill you. The third is the players putting on jetpacks and jumping over to the enemy ship to kill the enemies and mages that will appear and freeze your turrets. This fight was extremely easy, and because of this it was nicknamed the Loot Ship, with most groups setting this fight to Heroic as soon as they could, because it was easier on Heroic than most of the fights at Normal, even with the precedent that no matter what, you needed those turrets firing to win the game. And at number 4, we have Malygos from the Eye of Eternity. During the first and second phase, it's a very basic fight. However, come the final phase, the players meet a definite death. Standing upon a platform floating amongst space, Malygos destroys everything, causing players to plummet to their death, and World of Warcraft ends. Or that's what would happen, if not for a swarm of red dragons coming in and catching the players, sent by the other dragonflights to help fight Malygos. Players are then able to move in full space, up, down, forward, back, left, right, so on and so forth, giving people full control. And at this point, the boss simply floats there casting 3 spells. A large AoE that forces players to stay away from him, preventing players from getting close. Another being targeting a random player and dealing large AoE damage around them, causing the group and the target to separate, usually to just die. And lastly, he will target random players and hit them with very powerful blast of magic. Now, how do you counter these? Well, first the dragons use both combo points and energy, almost like a rogue. First having the Flame Spike ability, dealing fire damage, generating points, and consuming energy. Then Engulf and Flame, dealing lots of fire damage while costing energy and lasting longer based on how many combo points it uses up. These being the 2 DPS abilities for the dragon. Then the 2 healing abilities, Revivify, giving a heal over time to allies, awarding a combo point, and costing energy. And Life Burst, a large healing AoE that also increases your healing done, again costing some energy but lasting longer per combo point spent. And then the 2 utility spells, Flame Shield, allowing the players targeted by the blast of magic an attempt at life, reducing damage taken based on how many combo points you consume to cast the spell. And lastly, Blazing Speed, a simple cooldown giving you a burst of speed, good for the players with AoE that need to get out of the group. A fun fight of Drake armies taking down a dragon aspect in space. Anyone could be a healer or a DPS, and well, who the tank was chosen at random. And at number 3, we include a famously hated dungeon, the Oculus. This dungeon was quite infamous because of its vehicle mechanics, but mostly just because of its role in the Looking for Dungeon system. People wanted to blast through the dungeons in Wrath of the Lich King, and this one was kind of hard to overgear since it had a required vehicle mechanic. So about a third of the way through climbing this tower of floating disc and panels, you would come to 3 dragons in cages, an Amber Damage, Ruby Tank, and Emerald Healer. Once you freed them, you can speak to them to get an item you could use for the rest of the dungeon, summoning that dragon, which then became a vehicle. Each dragon had their own abilities. From then on, you needed to work your way through a 3D space, flying through the sky to fight dragons and land on other platforms to fight on foot, eventually leading to the final boss, which is just on the dragons. Navigating a maze through the sky and doing vehicle mechanics with a new rotation. I'm sure you can see why people would have a problem with this in the random dungeon queues. So let's go over the abilities, shall we? The Ruby Dragon had Martyr, an ability allowing you to redirect all harmful spells to yourself. Then Searing Wrath, dealing damage and chaining to 4 other targets, dealing more damage with each jump. Evasive Maneuvers, dodging all attacks, however requiring evasive charges to do so, which are gathered simply by being attacked outside of the ability's use. Next is the Emerald Drake, used for healing your allies, leeching poison, dealing damage and healing yourself for the damage dealt. Dream Funnel, allowing you to transfer health from yourself to allies, and Touch of the Nightmare, allowing you to consume your own health to deal damage to an enemy and reduce their damage dealt. Quite a unique playstyle of stealing health from enemies and then using your own health to heal allies. And then last, the DPS Amber Drake. Temporal Rift allows you to cause a target to take double damage during its channel, and depending on damage dealt, generates shock charges, which are blown up by shock lands to deal damage, dealing a bit of damage but dealing massive damage for each charge detonated. And lastly, Stop Time, freezing all enemy dragons for 10 seconds and applying 5 shock charges to them. Quite interesting to stop time, apply debuffs, and then blow them up for huge damage. The idea of sticking to the tank DPS heal roll, but with specific dragons, it's quite fun. And make it that you are flying around, fighting on top of a tower in the sky, you get an overall awesome fight. Maybe the first time you do it. Or as long as you're not in a hurry. And at number 2, we have a very odd one. We had some internal debate if we should add it or not, but because of how unique it made the dungeon, we thought we should include it. So next we have Grim Battle. After only the first few packs, you would find 5 dragons trapped. Upon releasing them, they would allow you to hop on their backs and do a strafing run before they leave. What this entails is that you can shoot fireballs down and track mobs below you, either weakening their HP or outright killing them. And yes, any damage dealt is kept. So when you eventually go to that trash pack, it very well may only have 5% HP left. That was amazing, as it allowed you to affect the dungeon itself by choosing to either outright kill specific packs that you might have trouble with, or weaken packs that you feel would be best to kill quickly. And especially since the strafe run crossed a good 3/4 of the entire dungeon, meant you could do a lot of damage to make your dungeon run way faster. This was such a unique mechanic, and really would be an amazing thing to see again in future dungeons, and maybe even raids. It's one of the few vehicle mechanics from a dungeon that players actually liked on a whole, so it has to take a high spot on this list. And now at number 1, I'm sure you all knew this would be here, the most famous and well done of all the vehicle battles, and that is of course the Flame Leviathan, and its many different vehicles used to combat it. The first boss within the Old War raid, commonly seen as the best raid of all time. This raid was a showcase of Blizzard's new mechanics and systems that they were trying out with Wrath of the Lich King, and because of this, they led right out the gate with huge vehicle fights. Upon entering Old War, people would be met with the defense of the Titan City, hundreds of thousands of rune dwarves, rune giants, and titanic machines, all empowered and created by Titan towers and factories. Players would be forced to assault the city's outer defenses, and with this, they got a choice. Various amounts of vehicles sat around them, so they could all choose one vehicle. The first vehicle choice was the steam tank. The large tank contained energy like steam pressure, slowly generating over time. First they had a ram, which dealt massive damage and knocked back units, dealing bonus damage to buildings like the Titanic Towers. Next is the electroshock, dealing damage to all enemies in a cone in front and interrupting spellcasts. Last is Steam Rush, causing the vehicle to rush forward, ramming enemies in their way. The tank had 2 extra seats to keep passengers safe, but on top of this tank it also had a turret, a small cannon that had a few abilities of its own, and used steam pressure. First, an anti-air rocket that allowed it to shoot down gyrocopters, as well as gyro hooks, which held canisters of pyrite. The second ability was a large cannon that simply dealt good damage to whatever you were able to hit. And lastly, a shield generator, producing a large shield that absorbed damage taken by the tank for a few seconds. Next is the Demolisher. Its first ability was Hurl Boulder, which allowed it to launch explosives from a long range. Next was Hurl Pyrite, allowing it to consume some of its pyrite reserves to deal a burning dot to anything it hit. And this stacked, becoming quite powerful on bosses. meaning you wanted to constantly keep max stacks of it up. Next, it had a small ram ability, really just there to deal with close ranged enemies, and also structures at close range. Last is a throw passenger ability. The only real use for this was the quite rare times when a nearby vehicle would die and you wanted to save raid members. You could recover them from the destroyed vehicle and launch them to the safety of a steam tank's empty passenger seat, as the giant flame leviathan would kill players in less than a second. Then in the passenger seat, a player could launch a small mortar, as well as anti-air rockets, both for the same reasons as the steam tank's turrets. It also had a load catapult, which allowed you to be launched by throw passenger. It then had the ability increase speed, consuming pyrite from the vehicle to give the machine a boost to speed for a fair while. And while we have been talking about pyrite a little bit, I never really explained what it did. Well, those gyro hooks, who you would shoot down with the anti-air rockets, would drop their pyrite crate on the ground, which you could then pick up and supply the demolishers to replenish their pyrite reserves. This is what the final ability for the passenger is for: grab pyrite, grabbing a crate of pyrite to refill the vehicle's reserves. And now for the last vehicle, the chopper. A small motorcycle, its main job to being run over grabbing pyrite and putting it in its sidecar, then delivering it to demolishers, as it pretty commonly dropped far from the slow catapults. Having a sidecar, a player could also get in and you can heal them with the first aid kit, allowing them to get weak members away from danger and then heal them up. To actually help the raid, it could place tar behind itself, slowing enemies that entered it and dealing fire damage if it was lit on fire. By, well, any fire. Using energy to power its final two abilities, a simple speed boost and its sonic horn, which dealt damage to enemies in a large frontal cone. So to quickly go over their roles, you had the steam tank to act as a frontline defense, and its turret to deal some damage and shoot down air enemies in pyrite. Then you had the demolisher to deal massive damage to the boss and consume pyrite, plus its gunner who would deal some damage, grab the pyrite, and shoot down air units. Lastly, you had the chopper who would deliver pyrite to demolishers and place tar. The Flame Leviathan fight is really the best fight for a reason. So many vehicles, so many roles, and really filled the feel of a huge battle of metal and machine, especially with the option to destroy towers before engaging the Flame Leviathan to make the fight easier, or leave them alive to make the fight harder and get extra loot. Flame Leviathan is the definition of a vehicle fight. While Legion fell victim of some polarizing design decisions, its raid content is still highly regarded as some of the best in the entire game. And in this video, we're going to go over some of the most unique and memorable raid mechanics released during WoW's 6th expansion. And at number 7, we have Sonaris and his Nightmare Brambles. Sonaris was the penultimate boss of Legion's first raid, the Emerald Nightmare. One of his more simple sounded abilities is called Nightmare Brambles. This ability spawns a circle of roots next to a random player, and after a short while, these roots will start to chase the targeted player through the arena, creating more and more roots in its path. Coming into contact with either the chasing circle or the roots it left behind in its trail will deal damage to the player and root them. So what the player had to do was kite the brambles out of the raid, making sure the trails didn't block any important routes or hit other players. After that was done, one of the players with an immunity had to run through the roots on the ground, thus clearing them and making sure the raid had enough space to continue the fight. What made this rather basic mechanic unique? There was no indicator which player was targeted by the chasing circle. And as if this wasn't hard enough to adapt to a game that is mostly about tracking mechanics by using add-ons, the roots also swapped targets randomly. None so far has been able to map out the pattern of this ability, making it one of the few things in WoW that is not trackable by anyone and fully random. But because Nightmare Brambles are on their own fairly simple, and wouldn't be remembered by most players if they were tracked by add-ons, they only place at the bottom of this list. Staying in the Emerald Nightmare, at number 6 on this list we have the final boss of the raid, Xavius, and his Nightmare Corruption. At the beginning of the fight, a bar will appear on the bottom of the player's screen. This bar indicates the level of Nightmare Corruption individual players are inflicted with. This Nightmare Corruption interacted in multiple ways with players throughout the fight, and filled up whenever a player was hit by these boss's abilities, something that was unavoidable for some of them. After a player reached 33 Corruption, so-called Dread Abominations will start to create AoE damage zones on the ground, forcing the player to move. The Dread Abominations themselves were untargetable, but their spawn area will indicate where the next damage marker was going to appear. The important part was that these zones were fully unique to the player that saw them. The same goes for 66 Corruption, at which point small damage circles will spawn much more frequently in addition to the big ones. At 100 Corruption, the player would descend into madness, gaining a massive damage and healing buff for 20 seconds. After the 20 seconds were over, the player would die. But there was a twist. You see, at 2 points in the fight, 95% and 60%, the Spirit of the Green Dragon aspect Ysera would put the physical bodies of half the raid to sleep, marking their locations and allow them to fight as a dreaming simulacrum. When a player in the dream would die, they would instead just wake up, getting repositioned to where their physical bodies fell asleep. This process also did reset health, mana, and most importantly, all cooldowns the players were using during their time in the dream. What made this mechanic unique? The second life and the cooldown reset that the players in the dream were granted meant that those who were put to sleep weren't just responsible to protect players in the waking world from corruption, they were actively encouraged to do so. Not only would they prevent their fellow raid members outside the dream from dying, the damage buff at 100 corruption in addition to the reset of all the players' cooldowns created massive damage windows. Keep in mind that this was during Legion, a time where Shadow Priests had access to Surrender to Madness, famously the most overpowered cooldown of all time, that killed the user when it ends. The fact that certain boss abilities were voluntarily soakable by players sometimes even resulted in multiple players fighting for an ad soak so they could increase the corruption faster. For instance, to line up their cooldowns with the damage window at 100 corruption. While we had some revive mechanics since then, none of them reset cooldowns or only affected half the raid at a time. But those factors alone aren't enough to compete with the higher numbers on this list, so Xavius' corruption only ranks at number 6. Going from the first raid in Legion to the last, we have Varimathras, the 8th boss of Antorus, the Burning Throne. Varimathras' entire fight revolved around the interplay of two different abilities, Misery and Alone in the Dark. Misery is a fairly straightforward debuff that increases physical damage taken and prevents healing on a player for 7 seconds each time the player takes shadow damage. Alone in the Dark causes Varimathras to deal shadow damage to players whenever they aren't in 8-yard range of an allied player. Additionally, on Heroic and upwards, there was an area-wide effect that changed every 2 minutes, dealing a different kind of damage every second. In the first minutes, it just dealt fire damage for the healers to deal with. The second damage type was frost damage and applied at 40% on the entire raid. The third damage type was fell damage, slowing down to deal damage every 5 seconds, but increasing in severity by 50% each time it dealt damage. And the fourth and final damage type was Shadow, instantly affecting the entire raid with Misery, making them immune to being healed and acted as the softened rage for the encounter. Now, what makes this mechanic unique? Despite the easy to understand premise of the abilities, the encounter was quite challenging, forcing players to act as a unit and make sure no one gets left behind. For instance, one of the boss abilities, Stark Fissures, would create void zones under 3 players in the raid, forcing the entire raid to move from one side of the boss to the other, while making sure to stay within 8 yards of each other. This heavily punished ill-timed uses of movement abilities like Blink, especially while the 40% slow was active, because players could easily end up too far ahead of the raid. In the Heroic and Mythic versions, the boss is also able to cast the ability Necrotic Embrace. This ability would mark one player in the raid, dealing shadow damage to them after 6 seconds, applied Misery, and spreading to anyone within 10 yards and thus wiping the raid immediately. Not only did the marked player have to move out of the raid, the healers also needed to make sure he was topped off before he could leave the raid, as doing so would make him immune to receiving healing before taking the high damage from Necrotic Embrace. Moving as a unit wasn't exactly new to WoW's encounter design, but Varimathras was by far the most claustrophobic iteration of this style of tightly choreographed dance fights. And at number 4, we have Kil'jaeden, Finding Illidan. Still regarded as one of the hardest bosses in WoW's lifetime, we have the final boss of the Tomb of Sargeras, Legion's 3rd raid. This encounter had 5 different stages, 3 phases where you would actively fight the boss, and 2 intermissions. In each phase, the boss would gain more abilities added upon the already existing set of mechanics that players had to deal with. But for this list, we'll look at the one point of the fight that doesn't contain any of the abilities used elsewhere during the fight. The second intermission of the fight right before the 3rd and final phase of the encounter. As he transitioned, Kil'jaeden would disappear and multiple Shadow Soul ads would spawn within the area. Shortly afterwards, the players would be engulfed in darkness, which massively limited the player's viewing distance and prevented them from healing or dealing damage. Simultaneously, the Shadow ads will start chain casting Destabilizing Shadow Soul, dealing damage to the entire raid. The darkness effect was able to be lessened by finding Illidan in the arena, who randomly spawned right as the phase began. The players need to walk within the circle around him, which applied a refreshable dot on them, enabling the ability to see through the darkness and restore the capability of healing or dealing damage. After all ads had been killed, the phase would end and Kil'jaeden would be attackable once again. What made this mechanic unique? While the players had to deal with the limited visibility from being enveloped by darkness, the UI elements of the game weren't affected by anything. This made the minimap and its ping system extremely valuable for coordinating within the raid. Once one player was able to find Illidan, they would just be able to spam click on themselves in the minimap, noticing the rest of the raid of Illidan's position. Additionally, hunters could bring a massive advantage for this fight. You see, hunters have the unique skill to track most creature types on their minimap, one of them being humanoids. And Illidan did count as a humanoid. So what hunters could do is just start clicking on the minimap as soon as Illidan's indicator would appear on there. This enabled the entire raid to move straight to him and thus reduce the time in complete darkness significantly. While Illidan's position was important, the players also had to track the positions of the Shadow Soul ads. While the dot they could gain by being close to Illidan would reduce the darkness, it wouldn't completely remove it. thus making it still be necessary to seek out the ads scattered across the arena. Blizzard so far hasn't tried anything like this again. This might be because Kil'jaeden's encounter was brutally difficult, making it controversial in the eyes of certain parts of the WoW community. But its uniqueness in the field of intermissions makes it stand out regardless of its difficulty, thus earning a place on this list. And at number 3, we have Antoran High Command, the Pod. Returning to the final raid of the expansion, we have the third boss of Antorus, the Antoran High Command. The Antoran High Command is made up of 3 different bosses that share one health bar: Admiral shadowlands, Chief Engineer Ishkar, and General Eridus. While only one of them was active and damageable, the other 2 are inside of their command pod, where they would gain specific abilities to influence the encounter from a distance. While outside of the pod, the 3 bosses only had one shared move: a tank hit that increased physical damage taken and forces a tank swap. While inside of the pod, each boss would gain one shared and one unique ability. This shared ability was called Chaos Pulse, dealing damage to random raid members and increasing their damage taken by 15 seconds. The unique abilities for each of these bosses are as follows. While Chief Engineer Ishkar was in the pod, he would periodically spawn entropic mines close to random players. These mines would take a couple of seconds to become active, after which they would detonate on contact, dealing heavy damage to the player who touched them and applying a stacking dot on the raid. General Eridus' pod ability was called Summon Reinforcements and did exactly that, spawning in a number of ads that either casted an interruptible pyroblast or bladestorm across the arena, needing to be avoided. The last pod, piloted by Admiral Sivriax, granted her the ability Fusillade, a massive raid-wide AoE that increased in damage each time she would use it, creating a softened rage for the encounter. Now, what made this mechanic unique? One boss being active at all time meant that one pod was also accessible for players to enter, gaining access to 2 abilities. One shared one, Chaos Pulse, that dealt damage to and increased the damage they took, and one that resembled the ability of the original pilot. The ability for each pod was specifically designed to hard counter one of the pod abilities of the other 2 bosses. The Admiral's pod ability allowed the usage of Withering Fire, a controllable burst AoE that dealt massive damage to summon demons and increased their damage taken, while the Engineer's pod was able to place a shield generator, which upon activation would create a damage reduction zone against the damage of Fusillade. Players in the General's pod were able to call in Disruptor Beacons that would pulse the disruption field for 7 seconds, interrupting enemy spellcasters and slowing them down, while also getting rid of entropic mines. This resulted in a fight that was built around pre-planning the encounter well, placing multiple shield generators in advance around the room and smartly clearing out the mines while having access to Disruptor Beacon. And all of this is done from a static vehicle. And at number 2, we have Iminar the Soul Hunter, the 6th boss of Antorus. To understand Iminar the Soul Hunter as a boss fight, we first need to take a look at the arena he's fought in. Behind the platform the fight starts on is a long bridge and a second platform mirroring the starting one. Every 33%, or 20% of Mythic, Iminar becomes immune to all damage and jumps across the bridge, scattering multiple different traps along the bridge and starts a channel. While this channel is active, he hurls burning balls across the bridge, rolling in a straight line. If he isn't interrupted within 2 minutes, the raid wipes. Now, what makes this mechanic unique? Iminar's bridge is a death trap of choices. Stasis traps that stun players for 8 seconds, pulse grenades that knock back all players hit, causing them to hit more traps or fall off the bridge, and sharpnel mines and blast wires dealing massive damage to either the player who stepped on them or the entire raid. All of this while the players have to dodge the burning balls coming towards them. But the tricky part was, the raid had to cross the bridge multiple times and traps did not despawn. So each time the boss crossed the bridge, a new layer of traps would be placed upon the last, increasing the difficulty of each intermission massively. One silver lining the players had was the fact that some classes were able to use an immunity and run in front of the raid, clearing at least some of the traps in the way to carve out a path for the gauntlet. Iminar's gauntlet might be one of the most interesting and well executed mechanics Blizzard introduced in Legion, but it doesn't come close to the most unique boss they made in Legion, or even the entire game. Undefeated, the number 1 spot is the 9th boss of Legion's second raid, the Nighthold Grand Magister Elisande. Elisande also appears on our top 10 interesting raid mechanics in World of Warcraft list I did a couple of years ago. Given she is a time mage, it makes sense that she pops up again years later. But let's take a close look at the fight. 2 things that were important. Firstly, there were 2 ads, a purple and a blue one. Both would create a bubble when it died. The blue bubble would slow everything it touches for a set time. The purple one did the opposite. Secondly, 2 times after Elisande reaches 10% health, she resets herself in time back to full health and leaves behind an echo of herself. The echo will repeat each ability she cast at the position she held while it was casted the first time. For the first health bar, the echo abilities were a ring of damage that Elisande pulls towards her, and some void zones that grow smaller whenever a player took a damage tick from them. Once she resets herself for the first time, her ability set would change. Now, the players had to spread lasers and catch orbs from the sky, the latter of which would also echo into the last phase. Speaking of which, in the last phase, players would be afflicted by 2 different kinds of debuffs. Permulative Torment would be taken for rampant damage, while Conflexive Burst would deal massive ray damage after 30 seconds. What made the mechanic unique, the speed up and slow down zone, as well as the echo. You see, everything the bubbles touch would be altered. Segments of the ring from the first phase would slow down or speed up depending on what bubble they touched and stayed altered in the following echoes. And for the players, not only was their attack, cast, and movement speed changed, but also the speed of which cooldowns were covered and hots and dots ticked. The latter was extremely important, because being slowed down was vital to soak the void zones, as healing them within them with the normal damage tick rate was almost impossible. And for the last phase, not making sure the raid-wide damage from Conflux's burst was spread out was lethal and almost certainly meant a wipe. In addition, good players were able to abuse the gains they received from the speed-up zone nearly permanently throughout the entire fight, creating an extremely enjoyable environment for re-clears and farm raids. This resulted in time mechanics being well liked by the community to this day, leading to Blizzard reusing similar ideas multiple times, most recently in the Dawn of the Infinite Mega Dungeon in Dragonflight. This results in Elisand's time manipulation taking the first spot on this list, by cementing a legacy in the expansions to come. In this video, we're going to be discussing the most gimmicky boss fights that have been ever added to WoW so far. And by gimmicky, we mean mechanics that are abnormal and odd, with how they work or what they require you to do. An honorable mention would be the Flame Leviathan, for example. And at number 10, we have the Council of Blood. Council of Blood is a fight in Castle Nathra that consists of 3 bosses. When one of them is killed, the rest heal to full health and gain a new ability. Each boss has their own unique and interesting abilities. However, one of them, which was really annoying and easy to mess up, was an ability called Dark Recital. When the bosses cast this ability, it linked players together and dealt damage to both of them while they were more than a certain distance apart, along with leaving pools on the floor which exploded and dealt a buttload of damage. Meaning you needed to quickly rush to your partner and both of you run constantly to avoid standing in the exploding pools left behind, while also being careful not to run these explosions through the raid. Once a boss hit 50% health, that would activate the dance phase. With this phase, a beam of light spawned for every player within specific tiles within the checkered board floor on the room, and you then had to go and stand in it with an NPC flooding the remaining tiles. The trick was to follow the commands given to move left, right, forward, or backwards one tile, taking damage from the other dancers if you did not do it right. But if you did do it right, you gained a nice haste buff that stacked for each correct movement. Once this phase was over, you could then return to DPSing the boss. And while there isn't an official order to kill the bosses, as really any order would do, saving Stavros for last was the best option for normal and heroic because his last phase of sorts was easier than the other 2 bosses. And that's possibly the same case for Mythic now too, since we have outclassed the raid a lot and can easily make the DPS checks that we couldn't make before. With that being said, when 2 of the 3 bosses died, the remaining boss would gain even more abilities, and with Stavros in particular, he would spawn untargetable NPCs who would cross the dance floor and deal obscene amounts of damage to anyone who was hit by them. This was difficult and to dodge this while dealing with the Dreadlings throwing wine at the raid, and preparing to move around for the next dance recital. This may sound bad for players who've never raided here before, however, Castle Nathra is one of the better raids that Blizzard created, and was well received by the community, which is rare in itself that the community says anything positive about the game. And this fight was actually pretty well liked, even if it was gimmicky, as the haste buff given from the dance phase more than made up for the lost time from being forced to dance. It's just that this one dancing part was rather gimmicky in an overall well-made fight. And at number 9, we have Malygos. With Blizzard's new addition of the vehicle combat system, which we have a video on that I highly recommend checking out, Blizzard added many fights both in the world, and dungeons, and raids, and even in PvP, which use these vehicles, with Malygos being one of the first people would experience in Wrath of the Lich King. The first phase of Malygos was quite simple with the basic mechanics that you might see throughout a raid, but during his second phase he spawned Nexus Lords and Scions that flew around on dismounts and attacked everyone. Once Malygos entered phase 3 after all the ads were killed, the platform the raid took place on would explode and the entire raid would drop into the abyss of space, before being saved by Alex Strauss's Red Dragonflight, initiating mounted combat. While the mechanics used in this phase were very easy, the reason why the community was very heavily against mounted combat was the sheer clunkiness of it. Very similar to underwater combat, the use of 6 directions instead of the usual 4 was quite jarring to players. Along with the phase requiring players to quickly spread and stack with the Arcane Pulse and Static Field abilities, it could be quite annoying, especially since many raid frames at the time would just tell you the vehicle's name and not the specific player's name. Admittedly, this phase didn't last very long, it was pretty easy to do, so unless you messed up bad, it was almost a guaranteed kill once you got there. But for a lot of players, seeing Malygos, who was a very important lore character in WoW's history, reduced to a mediocre and hated boss fight by the community was quite sad, especially since Wrath of the Lich King had many amazing boss fights. And at number 8, we have the Vault of the Wardens. The reason why this makes this list is because of a certain mechanic that happened at the final boss in the series of hallways before it, where you could only progress if you used an Orb of Light. Once you defeated the first 4 bosses, the group had to go down an elevator that would present them with an Orb of Light that was required to be used in order to progress onto the last boss. Hiding in the darkness were a bunch of spiders and ghost of wardens who were unattackable unless exposed to the light. There was a way to skip this mechanic using some class abilities, like Flare for hunters, but with a short duration and long cooldown, made the Orb of Light necessary. The tedious part about this mechanic was the spiders running away from the Orb of Light carrier and going back into the darkness, with the groups of spider being able to attack the group from the darkness, running around constantly trying not to die, while maintaining the right distance to the mobs in order to even damage them at all, made this quite a pain to do. Along with the wardens being able to high jump you across the area, possibly making the Orb of Light carrier go out of position and pull other mobs in the process. The orb could be thrown to counter this, but even when completing the area, the orbs were also required to fight the last boss. There, you were required to use it in order to reveal adds and even the boss to be able to damage them, and also in order to soak mechanics and dodge walls of spirits that were only visible when first summoned, or while near the Orb of Light. When going through the door that led to the final boss, the orbs gained when clearing the final area would be taken away from the group, but for some time it was actually possible to throw the orb past the line and cheese the fight by having multiple light sources throughout the boss fight, making it a cakewalk. But since being fixed, you are required to do the fight as normal with only one orb. And at number 7, we have Immersius. Immersius is the first boss in the Siege of Orgrimmar that players encounter very soon after entering the raid. He has only 2 phases. In his first phase, there isn't anything too special besides him knocking players back with a rotating water ray, constant AoE zones, and possibly shooting them in the air with tornadoes. This boss is special in that players end up not actually killing the boss. See, the second phase when the boss hits 0 health, and instead of dying, explodes into water globs that fly across to the edge of the room, either corrupted globs or purified globs. The corrupted globs need to be killed by DPS, while purified globs need to be healed, as they quickly approach the center of the room and need to be fully emptied or filled before reaching the center. Each one fully healed or killed decreases the boss's total HP when it spawns, making the later phases faster and faster, eventually leading to the boss being defeated. With a really uninteresting and quite honestly obnoxious first phase, this boss overall is not a great first boss. And while there is many worse, this one is kind of a drag, especially when trying to solo the raid these days, as it takes killing multiple times and running around killing globs to finally beat the boss. To speed up the soloing of Immersius, players can eat an item called Fried Bonefish, which increases your movement speed whenever you kill a mob, making this boss a breeze, seeing as almost all the water globs can be killed in a single run. Although some classes have horrible movement and need the food to help speed up the fight, some classes just have so much innate movement speed and this boss is a cakewalk anyways. So depending on what class you are, this might be pretty quick or very tedious to solo. And at number 6, we have Spoils of Pandaria. Spoils of Pandaria is another boss in the Siege of Orgrimmar and requires the raid to be split into 2 groups to complete. During this fight, both groups must destroy boxes of varying sizes to either get Mantid or Mogu mods to spawn, then being required to kill the mob spawned from said boxes. The mobs that did spawn in the boxes had varying different strengths, abilities, and difficulties, with the biggest box holding the biggest threats, but also gave you the most energy. See, there are these meters that appear on your front of your screen that fill up whenever mobs on that side were defeated, and both sides had to kill enough mobs in their own room in order to get their bar to fill up. However, you couldn't just open all of the boxes at once and AoE the mobs down, seeing as some of them hit really hard, like the Spark of Life, and would very easily wipe that side of the room if not handled correctly. Once they're both filled, you could pull a lever on each side of the gate and it would unlock, allowing the group to go to the next room, which requires players to do the exact same things they did before. However, this fight was unique because it was not only a timed encounter, but there really wasn't a boss. Similar to in rage encounters where after a set amount of time the boss enrages, for this fight, after the time expires, the room simply exploded and instantly killed everyone. Splitting up groups on either side was extremely important, seeing as if one group didn't have enough damage or good enough healing to defeat it, it could hold back the rest of the progress and possibly wipe the raid from that lost time. There was a way to send players over to the weaker side via a chain, but the more people on one side of a group would hold back the other one. So deciding who goes where beforehand was probably the most difficult part of the entire encounter. And at number 5, we have Iron Maidens. The Iron Maidens was a set of bosses within the Blackrock Foundry raid, and the 3 of them had a lot of stuff going on. From dealing with the 3 bosses' own mechanics, to riding chains across to a ship and fighting mini-bosses there to set the barrages of cannons, dodging whirling tornadoes around the map, and a really long fight to boot. There were some interesting mechanics that the group had to deal with from the bosses, like the penetrating shot, rapid fire, blade dash, or tornadoes that would spawn around the area. Every couple of minutes, one of the bosses would leap over to the ship and begin firing non-stop barrages of cannon fire at the boss platform. And depending on what boss went over there would be different adds. The 6 players had to kill the mini-boss on the ship, then sabotage the cannon, stopping the assault before launching back to the regular platform to continue fighting the bosses. For the rest of the raid, however, they were forced to deal with the other 2 bosses and their mechanics, as well as a barrage of bombs that covered randomly half the arena, only to quickly require you to move to the explosion's location to dodge the next barrage at the empty locations from the flurry before. While the fight was gimmicky and tricky at times, it was also very long, and there wasn't really much to do if you weren't in the group that jumped over to the ship. So it wasn't a super well-liked boss fight and a pretty well-liked raid. And at number 4, we have Dark Animus. During this boss fight, you need to kill golems, and there's 3 types of them. Small ones called anima golems, medium ones called large anima golems, and large ones called the massive anima golems. But at the start of the fight, only the small ones are active. Raids will require a lot of their raid members besides just their tanks to pick up some of the smaller adds because they had an ability called Acceleration Link. That made the robots do a ton more damage and get a movement speed buff if they were too close to each other, so you just had to have a whole bunch of people tanking them really far apart in the room. And this could very quickly lead to a snowballing of wiping, as if a single player died, it could lead their golem running to another one and buffing each other and killing their targets and then quickly falling out of control. Also, if the adds are killed too closely to the boss, it will cause the larger adds, or even the boss itself, to start, making positioning extremely important when fighting here. Killing the smaller robots causes the anima inside of them to jump to the nearest one, with the medium robots activating once their anima pool is full, and the big robots, as well as the boss, activating as soon as they receive any anima at all, with each of the adds having their own specific abilities, which they use as soon as they're active. So the strategy to this fight was to kill the small robots near the medium robots, and then the medium robots near the large one, and then to keep the largest one alive while you kill the boss, as the boss will steal a set amount of anima from each golem active every 6 seconds, and having 25 small golems active would give him 25 anima, while only having 2 massive golems active will only give him 2. And since the boss reaching 100 energy would instantly wipe the raid, this was to be avoided at all costs. However, that was not all, as the boss has several abilities which are unlocked by his anima levels, and some other annoying mechanics, like a raid-wide interrupt and silence, spreading debuffs, constant dot damage, and that is not even considering the abilities of the adds, like the massive golems who swap players' locations need to be quickly dispelled or risk killing both players. The major issue with this was if a single mob died too closely to the boss, it could easily mess up the entire fight by having the boss activate early while tons of smaller golems are alive, allowing the boss to very quickly drain them of energy, and that's where most of the wipes in this boss happened. This wasn't really a boss fight as much as it was a fight against the adds, with the boss being the side thing instead of the main attraction. And at number 3, we have the Desolate Host. This boss is pretty unique, with there being 2 areas to fight this one boss, both taking place in the same room. One of them being the corporeal area, where the group started, and then the spirit area, which was accessible by clicking fonts around the edge of the room, with both of these areas having their own boss and own adds that spawned and needed to be killed. If no players were in that said area, the bosses would basically just wipe the raid. If 2 players were next to each other in these separate areas, they would do damage to each other, which required extra planning to see who would get what side of the room to avoid this mechanic as best as they could. The main thing with this boss was to almost area dance by having one certain mechanic appear on the corporeal side, using it to deal with mechanics on the spirit side, and vice versa. Making good timing required, as timing and position on this fight was the most important thing with beating it. With this entire raid being one of the most difficult ones added in quite a long time, and with the confusing area mechanic requiring to beat this fight successfully, it often left a lot of players scratching their heads, as the raid could very easily be wiped if someone messed up a single thing. And at number 2, we have Queen Azshara. This fight is not only long and full of mechanics, but also has a heavy reliance on line of sight. This fight contains 4 phases with 2 intermissions, making it an obscenely complex encounter. The first phase has you fight a pair of Naga lovebirds who have phases of needing to see each other and not seeing each other. These 2 need to be tanked by separate tanks, but also swap every so often and either brought into or out of line of sight of each other, using the pillars in the side of the room depending on if they're longing for each other or having painful memories. This fight also has constant spawning adds that need to be killed before they can reach the center of the room, with various CC abilities able to be used to help this at least, some even needing to be hit by abilities from other adds, like the Charged Spear, which pierces through all targets, while also needing to make sure those pierce abilities do not hit multiple people, explosions are hidden behind pillars, and everyone hides when the boss explodes. For example, the Arcane Burst ability, which is a debuff Azshara would place onto random members, which required them to run behind pillars to then be dispelled, dealing damage to everyone in their line of sight. So many groups would bring 2 Warlocks for Mythic in order to have their Imp do the dispel, that way their healer would not take a ton of damage each time they dispelled that target. But that isn't even all, you need to also make sure Arcane Orbs are soaked by lots of the raid, and players run away from Beacon. Not even mentioning the decree phases, these phases apply commands to the entire raid with various effects like soak an orb, don't soak an orb, stand with allies, don't stand with allies, don't move, run around, and if you fail these effects, you take ever increasing damage, which can get quite hectic for an entire raid to work together to help people, for example, who need to stack with allies but cannot move. There's also wards around the room. These wards are runes upon the floor that are constantly drained throughout the fight by Azshara and her adds, which need to be charged by standing on them, which applies a debuff that reduces your maximum health the longer you stand upon it, the more energy you refill, but also the lower your maximum health, requiring everyone in the raid to soak the wards multiple times, for if they reach 0 energy, it's basically a wipe. Even though this fight was amazing thematically, and an encounter that felt as it should for Azshara, this entire fight was a nightmare of countless ads, line of sight mechanics, map effects, resource management, debuff management, health management, and 4 phases with 2 intermission phases. And while LOS is common in PvP, and it has been used in the past in various raids and dungeons, no boss has used LOS to this extreme extent, on top of the other countless mechanics. And lastly, at number 1, we have a rather recent boss, first seen within the Towers of Torghast, where you gained random anima powers to increase your power. This beast, called the Terragru, would hunt you down upon sensing you die too many times. And while various ability combos allowed you to cheese a kill out of it, it would not truly be killed until 9.1 within the Sanctum of Domination raid, where he acts as the first boss in the raid. While the mechanics of this boss itself are rather basic, like chains that stun the first person hit by them, a shadow phase where you need to run to the light patches, AoE fears around random players, various debuffs placed around the room that need to be sucked by players' random dots, and an enrage. So what makes this so gimmicky? Well, Sanctum of Domination did a great job of referencing past mechanics and characters within the game. Sylvanas with references to her Heroes of the Storm abilities, Shadowlands cinematic, and the Broken Shore, a key point in her life. Kel'Thuzad with references to his past Naxxramas fights and Heroes of the Storm abilities, and the Eye of the Jailer referencing its abilities called upon you within the Maw. They too reference the Terragru by allowing you, before the boss fight, to clear 4 large trash mobs around the boss arena, allowing every player to select 4 separate anima powers, each orb giving you 1 of 3 choices, randomized each time, with pillars near the boss entry to let you reset the powers if you really hate your choices. These anima powers allowed you to massively customize your playstyle and role during the fight. And while unlike Torghast, none of these powers were class or spec specific, while many of these abilities are random, like Tremor Blast Heart, which increases your primary stat and gives you passive health regen, or Valara's Cape of Subterfuge, which causes you to randomly reduce the threat and gain 50% crit for 6 seconds. Many of these abilities played a massive role in the fight. For example, the Disembodied Mystic Hands allowed your attacks to randomly steal a buff from the boss, which allowed you to steal the boss's enrage, massively increasing your DPS. Ever-Beating Heart makes you immune to fear and stun, allowing you to step near fearing allies, or soak the chain ability to prevent people from being stunned. Or Unstable Form, which randomly reduces damage taken by 99% and reduces the stack of a debuff, which is very important on Mythic mode where the soak debuffs do not have a timer. And while most of them do not have a direct effects on the fight itself, there are some quite interesting combos you can create with these effects. For example, Blade of the Life Taker, which causes your attacks to steal health equal to 10% of your maximum health. Pair that with Alethium Weights, which increases all 4 primary stats by 30%, including Stamina, Toblerone Endurance, increase your maximum health by 45%, and Potent Acid Gland, randomly dealing damage, while also increasing the damage you deal to them by 25% for 8 seconds. These abilities altogether cause the vast majority of DPS to simply be the Blade of the Life Taker, especially if you played a class with high health like a Warlock, and would deal tens of thousands of damage for every couple of seconds, while also healing yourself for the same amount, with the boss eventually entering a kiting phase, where it removes all your powers and simply needs to be kited around the room as it fixates on one person, and will one-shot you if it reaches you like it did back in Torghast, leading to the final DPS race. This fight is the most gimmicky because of the random nature of its anima powers. How these odd anima combos and builds could be made within the fight itself by choosing specific series of powers, and how these choices could affect your spec, class, or even role within the fight. Do you focus on clearing debuffs? Do you focus on stealing the enrage? Do you focus on soaking the stun, buffing the raid, or are you a troll who chooses tens of towers, which gives you a minor buff, but also stuns the entire raid for 10 seconds if you die, or Lumbering Form, where you gain a larger buff, but a knockback anyone that you step near, for sure leading to at least some untimely deaths. While this is an easy fight in comparison to one like Azshara, there is no fight more gimmicky than the Lord of Torghast, the Terragru. In this video, we'll be going over the 10 best dungeons in World of Warcraft's history, up to Battle for Azeroth anyway. And at number 10, we have the Halls of Reflection. This dungeon was the perfect culmination of a 3-dungeon storyline structure, where they told a continuous story that spanned across 3 different dungeons, starting with the Forge of Souls and then ending in the Halls of Reflection, where you're trying to strike a blow to Arthas and maybe steal the Frostmourne from him. And then at the end of the dungeon, you face off against one of the scariest boss fights in the game, where all you have to do is just run away from Arthas, who slowly walks towards you, which is probably one of the best jobs Blizzard has done in really selling how powerful the final boss of the expansion is. Halls of Reflection is remembered very fondly by a lot of players, although it's not without its faults. You may be surprised to hear this, but it was not well liked at its time. People would just leave the dungeon if they got placed into Halls of Reflection through the dungeon queue, because people really did not like that it was basically a very long ad fight. The first 2 bosses would show up after you cleared out 5 waves of ads, and you kind of just had to wait for them to spawn after you cleared them out. And they were kind of difficult, so you had to fight most of them inside a corner in the side of the room in order to deal with them effectively. So you basically spent half the dungeon huddled up in the side of a small corner, and then you hop out every 5 waves in order to fight an easy boss. Then at the end of the dungeon, you would just run away from Arthas, which entailed just killing more ads, while Jaina or Sylvanas destroyed the ice wall that was blocking your path. So the actual mechanics of the place were not very exciting, and it was kind of tedious to go through the gauntlet at the beginning, because it was kind of long and difficult. But it was very cool thematically, and it was very well loved in hindsight, so it definitely has to take a spot on this list, if at the lowest spot at number 10. And at number 9, we have the Scarlet Monastery. This dungeon, which first appeared in Vanilla WoW and was revamped in MoP, kind of popularized the short dungeons we have today, over the long, expansive, exploratory ones that were the norm in Classic WoW. And it turns out, players really liked short dungeons. People would speedrun this place all the time to farm it out to level out other people's ults, mainly because it was actually repeatable, as it was a lot shorter than all the others. Technically, there were 4 Scarlet dungeons, and all of them were kind of short as well, but Scarlet Monastery was definitely the most popular of the 4. So, whether you love or hate them, Scarlet Monastery was definitely one of the main ancestors to the short dungeons we have today, and is very iconic and influential because of it. Although whether it was well liked as some of the higher spots in this list is probably up for debate, and some people might consider short dungeons a bad thing, so it only gets the number 9 spot. And at number 8, we have Grimrel Depot, a surprise hit from the Warlords of Draenor expansion. Basically, in this dungeon, for the second half of it, you ride in a train as you fight. So if you look off to the side, you can just see the zone flying by, and it's done in a seamless loop where you can't really tell when it changes. And honestly, this is probably one of the few raids in the game which is very fondly remembered for its aesthetic alone, besides maybe this and the Halls of Reflection. Halls of Reflection is definitely fondly remembered for its aesthetic as well. However, people actually liked doing Grimrel Depot as well, which was not the case for Halls of Reflection in its time period. So what about the bosses, trash, and mechanics of the place? Well, honestly, it's not super memorable on that front. One of the bosses required you to do line of sight mechanics, and line of sight mechanics aren't super fun for a lot of people, but it was kind of a minor part of it anyway. The other ones are all pretty standard stuff and didn't really do anything special when it came to bosses or trash packs. But it wasn't annoying, which was a huge step up from Halls of Reflection. So, since its aesthetics were super cool, it was very widely remembered as one of the best dungeons from Warlords of Draenor, and often comes up in debates about what the best dungeons in the game were. Grimrel Depot being on this list should give you a good indication of how much aesthetic can carry a dungeon. And at number 7, we have the Stone Core from Cataclysm. The Stone Core is probably one of the hardest dungeons in the game's history when it comes to boss fights. As when I created my video on the hardest dungeon boss fights in the game's history, I had 2 bosses from the Stone Core on that list originally, before I had to remove one of them just so I wouldn't have repeats from the same dungeon in the video. You see, its third boss, Osrook, had a couple of mechanics on it which could basically wipe the group if you didn't know what you were doing. One of them was a simple melee AoE, where the melee people had to run out when he was performing a certain stomp, otherwise he would instantly kill them, which is pretty standard boss tactics. It's just he had this other ability he would usually cast before it, which would stun the entire group for 10 seconds, and the only way to break this stun was to take damage. So the way you would take damage on yourself was through 2 different methods depending on how you were fighting him. Periodically throughout the fight, he would cast a spell reflection shield on himself. So if you were a spellcaster, you simply had to use one of your dot abilities so that you would take damage on yourself for when he performed the stun. And if you were a melee character, you would just periodically get a bleed if you attacked him normally, so they could break themselves out of the stun pretty easily by just doing their normal rotation. And if you were a class which did not have a dot, you kinda had to rely on your healer to dispel you and for them to have done the mechanic properly. Otherwise, the group would wipe, which happened quite often because this is kind of an intricate and difficult mechanic for a random dungeon group to accomplish. There's a reason they stopped having hard raid mechanics in dungeons after Cataclysm. Players on a whole cried for harder dungeons, and then when they got them, they cried for easier dungeons of Wrath of the Lich King to return, and that's kind of what we've had ever since. The first boss of the dungeon was also difficult. He'd have an instant kill mechanic where he burrowed during the raid and would come up and kill people who weren't fast enough to move out of his little smoke cloud. It also spawned ads which needed to be AoE down quickly, otherwise they would overrun the group. Even the second boss had a line of sight mechanic, where you had to avoid his AoE by running behind a rock wall, otherwise it would kill you. So, 3 of its 4 bosses had instant kill mechanics on par with raid bosses, and a lot of players look fondly back on how difficult Ozarok really was, which is why the Stone Core definitely was one of the better dungeons in the game's history. It really showed the full potential of a hard dungeon with intricate boss mechanics, and why they don't really work with WoW's player base, outside of maybe mythic-only dungeons. And at number 6, we have the Sunken Temple from Vanilla WoW. This dungeon is basically the complete opposite of the Scarlet Monastery. It was a huge exploratory dungeon with multiple levels and floors, hidden rooms, and even an entire section of the dungeon dedicated to a hidden boss, which wouldn't even spawn unless you clicked on the 6 statues in the room in the correct order, which were surrounded by mobs you had to kill in order to even attempt the puzzle. And this place was ran quite frequently because it was required for a whole bunch of class quests that were near max level, which awarded great rewards for players in those level ranges. You could spend all day in the Sunken Temple trying to clear it out and not succeed, because it was just so massive and had so many bosses. Of course, this isn't really experienced in Classic WoW, since everyone knows the place, so it was more of a product of its time. Now, the reason this place is remembered is because it's one of the earliest gigantic dungeons you can run, as you could first do the place at level 45, and it's bigger than some modern raids even, as the Vanilla WoW version had a total of 9 bosses. Although when this place was revamped for Cataclysm, they completely gutted it, and removed the multiple levels and half the dungeon altogether, bringing it down to a grand total of 3 bosses you can kill, which makes it much easier to complete through the dungeon finder when you're leveling up, but to call the modern version a shell of its former self is kind of an understatement, as it has less than 1/3 of the amount of content that it used to have. The only way to experience the gigantic version is to play Classic WoW. And the revamp they did to this place kind of explains why people wanted an old version of WoW to exist, because sometimes they pull things like the Sunken Temple revamp. And at number 5, we have the Shadow Labyrinth from the Burning Crusade. The Shadow Labyrinth was a very well-liked dungeon because it was required to run for Karazhan, so pretty much everyone had to do it. And it had this sense of progression over the dungeon that felt like it was getting harder the further along you progressed towards the end. Now, the Burning Crusade was kind of known for having hard trash. A lot of people fondly remember Burning Crusade Dungeon as being incredibly difficult, and 90% of that was because of how hard the trash was. You were basically forced to CC or pull things smartly, otherwise you can get wiped very quickly if you tried to mass pull. The Shadow Labyrinth wasn't very much different on that front, although it wasn't the hardest out of all the Burning Crusade trash. Shadow Labyrinth did have 2 interesting bosses. One of them was Blackheart the Inciter, who had this really unique mechanic where, periodically throughout the fight, he would mind control the entire party in order to force them to fight each other. Now, there are some fights where mind control takes place, but not really ones where it's part of the fight for everyone to occasionally start punching each other with their characters, which is a unique mechanic that doesn't really exist in modern fights even today, and was either loved or hated by many. The final boss, Murmur, wasn't really that unique. It even is kind of just a reskinned model of Ragnaros, but the room you entered in order to fight the boss room really felt hectic, as the Shadow Council members were trying their best to rein in this unstoppable monster that they accidentally summoned. As in lore, Murmur is kind of a god that can destroy planets, and is technically one of the strongest bosses based on lore because of this. And he's just kind of located in this random dungeon, which just adds to the dungeon's charm even more. And at number 4, we have the Dead Mines from Vanilla WoW and Cataclysm. This was one of the first dungeons that the Alliance players had access to, and it was actually kinda good. It was the culmination of the questing in the Westfall Zone, which was one of the most played through zones in the game because of how many players went Alliance and played Human. And it was kind of the gold standard for Blizzard internally when it came to designing dungeons. In the WoW Diary book, the one that explains the development of Vanilla WoW, they describe the Dead Mines as the dungeon in which they would measure other dungeons' length to, where, if it was shorter than the Dead Mines, then it was considered a short dungeon, but if it was longer than the Dead Mines, then it was considered one of their longer dungeons. And it was a lot better than the Horde intro dungeon, Ragefire Chasm, which was kind of just an underground lava pit that had you fight no-name demons, whereas the Dead Mines culminated with the fight against Van Cleef. In Cataclysm, they had a revamp for the dungeon, but unlike the Sunken Temple, they actually put effort into the Dead Mines revamp and basically remade the whole thing rather than just neutering it. Mainly because they also converted it into a heroic mode, so the max level players could do it as well. And it even has one of the longest final bosses in any dungeon, as when you fight Vanessa Van Cleef, there's a part in the fight where you have to run through the entire dungeon again to find her. So honestly, both versions of this dungeon are kind of good, which cannot be said about all the other remakes. And at number 3, we have the Return to Karazhan dungeon in Legion. This was Blizzard's first mega dungeon they added to the game, which is basically a long-form dungeon which only has a mythic mode available to it. So it's kind of like a 5-person raid to an extent, and it was very fitting that they used Karazhan as a model for it, since it literally was a raid from the Burning Crusade. And a very well-loved one at that, but this wasn't the first time they'd converted a raid into a dungeon. Back in the Cataclysm, they had also converted 2 of the troll raids into heroic-only dungeons, which is kind of the same thing to an extent. So Karazhan was more like the first longer raid, which was converted into a high-level dungeon. And what was great about a mega dungeon was the fact that you could accomplish it with a smaller, tight-knit group, and expect to spend about a full raid's worth of time in there. It was an excellent experimental idea, which they did again with Mechagon, and again succeeded since it was a very well-liked dungeon in BFA. Eventually, they split the dungeon into 2 parts for the Mythic Plus mode, since people liked Karazhan so much, they wanted it to be part of the rotation for Mythic Plus. Although there was lots of complaints about the 2 modes in that particular version of running dungeons, since Karazhan wasn't really made for Mythic Plus running. So with Mechagon, they obviously thought of this beforehand, and it was also a lot more suited for being split into 2 parts. Overall, I think the Mega Dungeon idea has been a success so far, since they basically hit 2 out of 2 with excellent Mega Dungeons. So I'm excited to see more mid-expansion Mega Dungeons being added in the future. And if anything, they should add more than 1 Mega Dungeon each expansion. And at number 2, we have the Culling of Stratholme from the Wrath of the Lich King. This dungeon is very well liked because of its lore, and was probably a lot of people's first time seeing what happened at the Culling of Stratholme with Arthas, as I'm sure there's many people who play WoW who've never played Warcraft 3, which was definitely me as well during Wrath of the Lich King. This was my first time seeing this story and I thought it was amazing. Basically, all of the Infinite Dragonflight dungeons are just ways for Blizzard to show major events that happened in the past, and give the player a reason to interact with them. And the Culling of Stratholme is a unique point in WoW's history, which is both super important in lore, and is perfectly suited for players to actually help out the characters whose story you're learning about. In the original Culling of Stratholme, Arthas did not do it alone, and in fact had the help of his men, so you simply take on the role of some of his men who helped him perform the culling, whereas most of the other ones kind of have to stretch the story a bit to explain why your characters are there interacting with this major lore event. It's super easy to just drop in no-name adventurers into this one, and I think that's probably what led to its memorable status, and why it's so fondly talked about in these kinds of discussions about the best dungeons. Sure, there was also the usual time dragon shenanigans, where you did have to fight them at a couple of points throughout the dungeon, but I don't think that really detracts from it very much. And another thing about the dungeon, definitely something else that led to the dungeon's popularity even more, was the fact that it dropped a guaranteed mount every time you did it, the Reigns of the Bronze Drake. All you had to do was kill an optional side boss before the last one and you got it for everyone in your party. And players love to earn easy mounts, so this thing basically had everything going well for it. Lore about Warcraft's most famous and beloved villain, a dungeon which didn't take very long to complete, and free mounts. But the actual mechanics of the boss fights in the trash were pretty standard. Even so, this is probably one of the most remembered dungeons in the game, which can show you just how much lore can enhance a dungeon, whereas Grimroyal Depot can show you how much aesthetic can, although the number 1 spot is more about an actual dungeon crawling experience. And at number 1, we have Blackrock Depths from Vanilla WoW. BRD is a massive 21 boss dungeon, which might make it straight up the largest instance in the game, which is chock full of all kinds of things. There are so many bosses in BRD that you could easily spend half a day in there if you knew what you were doing, or it could take you a couple of days to complete everything if you didn't. The dungeon wasn't linear, so you could choose where to go and who to kill and how to get there. The further you got into the dungeon, the stronger the mobs became, just like in the Shadow Labyrinth, although it was a much more noticeable increase in power. There was tons of quests associated to the dungeon, far more than any other dungeon, and several of those quests required you to leave the dungeon in order to accomplish something hard before coming back. So it would encourage people to go out into the world and really connect to the dungeon as something that existed within the world. There were lots of patterns and schematics that dropped from NPCs where it made sense for them to drop them, like engineers dropping parts for repair bots or world enlargers. The dungeon was basically a raid in every sense of the word, except the fact that it was designed as a 5-man dungeon, and puts all of the mega dungeons to shame with how much smaller they are in comparison to this behemoth. And the reason this dungeon existed this way is because in vanilla WoW, before the game launched, Blizzard thought players would only do a dungeon once. You see, in nearly every other MMO at the time besides like one of them, all of the dungeons and raids were open world. So if you wanted to raid, you had to find other guilds for the privilege of being able to kill the bosses. And because of this, farming a raid every week in order to get your best piece of equipment wasn't really a common thing. And true instance dungeons hadn't really been mainstream at that point yet. And one of the only other MMOs on the market which did have instance dungeons, which means dungeons that don't exist in the open world, and have different versions for the different groups that enter them, they only had Diablo-style rooms where everything was randomly generated. So World of Warcraft kind of pioneered purposefully designed instance dungeons, and the standard at the time was to only complete dungeons once because of how all the other dungeons worked. So they made the dungeons as big as possible because they wanted that one time to be memorable. And in fact, they wanted to make BRD even bigger, but thought it was already big enough as is. And then when players finally got to do the place, they were kind of annoyed that they had to re-clear the entire thing every week in order to farm out the gear they wanted. It turns out players like the big dungeons the first time they do them, but they like the gear even better, and then it became really annoying by the time they had to farm the place and do them repeatedly. And they also found that people really loved the shorter room-style dungeons like Scarlet Monastery, and since they loved the short ones so much, and hated having to re-clear the gigantic 21 boss version, that's why they kind of abandoned the idea going into the future. And all future dungeons were kind of modeled after the Scarlet Crusade dungeons. So if you ever wondered why we don't have gigantic raid-like dungeons like BRD, it's because they weren't really well liked by competitive players who had to farm them for their BIS gear. And the hardcore community liked the smaller repeatable ones much more. So it's kind of Blizzard just giving the players what they want to an extent, and what they don't want was large dungeons, which seems like that would be a really good new model to add, large exploratory dungeons that you can only do once. For this video, in order to best explain the reasoning behind the places of the raids on this list, I created a grading scale with 4 points on it: coolness factor, boss fight uniqueness, difficulty, and popularity. Some people will say their favorite raid will be whichever they think is the coolest. Some will say it's whichever is the hardest. But whatever the case, I assembled the 10 best raids and assigned them points on the grading scale, based on what I think they deserve. At number 10 we've got Antorus, the Burning Throne. Coincidentally, also the most recent raid to come out as of making this video. Argus has got to be one of the coolest looking final boss fights in the game's history, and is one of the few bosses with his own theme music. Not every boss gets his own soundtrack, sadly, so this is really rare. Also, I remember watching some top guilds progress in the fight, and their raid leader had to tell them to stop oohing and awing at every new mechanic they saw, which goes a long way to show how cool people thought the fight was at first. Although, now that it's on farm for most of WoW's population, it's probably not thought of so highly right now. But I'm confident people will look back on Argus fondly, in the same way they do the Lich King and Yogg-Saron for being really cool. The rest of the raid is pretty neat too, but not as stand-outish as Argus. So Antorus gets a 7 out of 10 for coolness factor. Most of the fights are pretty standard, with small twists to them. Sisters was wholly unique, but terrible. Eonar was a 100% ad fight that was unloved. Iminar had a neat little Frogger segment that was non-standard, but done before in other raids. Boss fight uniqueness, 6 out of 10. Mythic Argus was killed in the second week, and the rest of the raid was killed in the first week. Not very hard for top guilds, and moderately difficult for everyone else. Difficulty score, 5 out of 10, bog standard. The raid is well liked overall, but seeing as it's the last raid of the current tier, and featured no iconic villain save Varimathras, it will probably be forgotten, except for Argus, which kind of carries this place. Popularity score, 6 out of 10, a little bit above average. And with that, Antorus the Burning Throne comes out with a final score of 24 out of 40. Personally, I don't weigh all of the points on this list evenly. I think boss fight uniqueness should have a more weighted score over all the other points. And I know a lot of people who would pick their favorite raid based on coolness factor alone. So, in an effort to try and be fair in a very subjective video, I'll be counting all of the scores equally. At number 9, we've got Blackrock Foundry. First up, as far as looks go, more iron and slag. Looks like it was located in the bottom of a mine. More orc aesthetic in an expansion with lots of that already. Not very cool, but not terrible either. Middle scores, so 5 out of 10 for its coolness score. Now, on to boss fight uniqueness. Blackrock Foundry probably has the most unique boss fights that also were well liked in the game's history. When I created a video on the top 10 most unique boss fights, this raid took 3 spots on the list initially, but I decided to cut one of them as I didn't want half the list to be from one raid. But even then, Throgar still took the top spot. Throgar is widely considered one of the best raid fights ever made, and is wholly unique with its train dodging mechanic. And this is the big one, well liked by the WoW community. Most people hate unique fights and see them as nothing but one-time gimmicks, and also, most people love Throgar, which is basically one big gimmick fight. Hans and Franz is also a wholly unique fight where you have to play the safety dance on a moving conveyor belt while fighting 2 bosses. Or Gorger has a phase where you basically play Pac-Man and have to run through a maze to avoid the rolling boss of death. In addition to these very unique fights, it also has one of the best final raid bosses in the game in the form of Blackhand, which I also included in my video of the best final bosses, who, fitting in with the theme of the rest of the raid, has a very unique encounter that has you falling down and fighting in 3 different rooms for the phases of the fight. Blackrock Foundry is the benchmark for when it comes to a raid full of unique raid fights, and easily earns its 10 out of 10 ranking in this category, and is also the only raid on this list to get a full score in this category. For the raid's difficulty, not too hard, but not an easy place either. Barely above average in difficulty, 6 out of 10. And finally, its popularity score. Sadly, Blackrock Foundry is not very popular since it's a raid from Warlords of Draenor, and there is still very much a hate bandwagon for anything from that expansion. So this raid takes a huge hit to its popularity score because of that, and only gets a 4 out of 10. So with all of its scores added together, Blackrock Foundry gets a 25 out of 40. Barely one more point than Antorus, despite having a perfect score in one of its categories. Number 8. Throne of Thunder for Mist of Pandaria. Lots of people like the aesthetic for this raid, and it was commonly heralded as the next Ulduar. Personally, I thought it was pretty average, so its score of 7 out of 10 seems a little generous. Durumu the Forgotten was one of the most unique boss fights in the game's history. For that alone, it gets a nice score. But it did have a lot of varied boss fights, like Ji-Kun, where you had to fly around for certain portions of the fight. So an above average score of 8 out of 10 is rightly deserved. It could probably get a higher score, but people didn't actually like the uniqueness of a lot of the fights, like Dark Animus or Primordius. And even Durumu has a lot of mixed reactions despite its wholly unique nature. This place is a good example that unique doesn't always mean good. As far as difficulty goes, it did have a hard mode only boss with a plenty difficult second to final boss in the form of Lei Shen, but nothing super hard Pretty standard, but not easy, so 6 out of 10. Popularity. Very well liked raid, and comes up in best raids discussions all the time. When the raid first came out, lots of people were calling it the next Ulduar, due to its sheer size, scope, and feel. And while it doesn't share the same levels of popularity as Ulduar, it didn't leave people disappointed either. So a score of 7 out of 10 in popularity seems reasonable enough, more popular than the average raid. So with all of its scores added up, Throne of Thunder gets a 28 out of 40, 3 points higher than Blackrock Foundry. Turns out, having an above average score in everything gives more points than having a perfect score in one category, and average scores in everything else. Next up on this list, another Mist of Pandaria raid. Number 7 is the Siege of Orgrimmar. Siege of Orgrimmar literally takes place in Orgrimmar, so it loses some points in its looks category for having reused assets, despite your personal opinions on how good Orgrimmar looks itself. But the fact that half the raid takes place underneath Orgrimmar, with lots of unique graphics, really makes up for it. I think an above average score of 7 out of 10 is fair enough. Siege of Orgrimmar has a lot of unique bosses, but none that are exceptional, like Darumu or Throgar. The very first boss is a wholly unique boss who splits up into little adds that need to be both DPS'd and healed. I can't think of any other raids that have adds that need to be healed up quickly alongside adds that need to be killed. But that's essentially just killing adds. With Galakrond, you have to fight adds on your way up to the top of the tower to shoot the dragon out of the sky, which is essentially just killing adds in awkward locations. Spoils of Pandaria is a 100% ad fight with no boss to kill at the end. Siegecrafter Blackfuse takes the cake on unique in a bad way, and is one of the worst bosses in the game. I'd probably have to say Thok is the best unique boss in the place, as having a very healing intensive fight with a regular AoE interrupt is something you don't see very often, nor has it really been a thing since, on top of having a phase where raid members have to take turns kiting him around the room. Again, another example of unique in a bad way, as many healers didn't like that interrupt mechanic. Me personally, I liked it though, but I know I'm in the minority opinion about that. All that to say, as far as unique fights go, it gets a 7 out of 10. Difficulty. I'd have to say that Mythic Garrosh was probably the most fairly balanced and well-designed final bosses I've ever had the pleasure of trying. It's hard, with a lot of personal responsibility, but it also lacks BS raid wipe mechanics. Like, one person messing up their job could wipe the raid, but it really felt like, yep, that one person missed their interrupt on the mind control, and not as frustrating as, say, Mythic Killjade and placing Illidan in a weird spot during the night phase. But overall, Mythic Garrosh won't win any awards for being one of the hardest bosses of all time. Mythic Siegecrafter Blackfuse, on the other hand, that fight has lots of mixed opinions on it. I personally hated the fight so much I created the top 10 worst raid bosses video just to put him at number 1, while other people love it and hail it as one of the best designed bosses of all time. But whatever the case, everyone does agree that the fight was hard as any final boss in a raid even, which really brings up its difficulty score to an 8 out of 10. And finally, popularity. Siege of Orgrimmar is well liked and brought up in best raids of all time discussions, but not as much as some of the final raids on this list, so I give it an above average score of 7 out of 10. So with all of its scores added up, Siege of Orgrimmar has a total score of 29 out of 40, only 1 point higher than Throne of Thunder. So overall, Mist of Pandaria had some really good raids. Number 6, the Nighthold from Legion. The Nighthold is a very cool looking raid and beautiful. Even its sewer system was clean for the most part. Although we do later fight a boss who explains why that is the case. But a majority of the raid is just reused assets from the Zone of Siramar. Although, the Zone of Siramar was basically created with this raid in mind, and the final fight has to be one of the coolest looking fights. Legion really hit out of the park when it came to cool looking boss fights, and Gul'dan opening a portal to Argus halfway through the fight and having a badass end-of-fight cinematic where Illidan just straight murders him. All in all, 8 out of 10. I did have to dock some points for it basically being just an extension of Siramar, but it was still very impressive despite that. As for boss uniqueness, it was okay, but didn't have anything spectacular. Elisande has a unique mechanic where you had to kill her like 3 times because she kept rewinding time whenever you brought her health down too low. But that was still basically just killing the same boss over and over, only with more mechanics added each time. And everything else was pretty standard. It's pretty average as far as uniqueness goes, so 6 out of 10. Now for difficulty. The Nighthold came out at a weird time for the player base in Legion. It was the last raid of the first tier of Legion to come out, and Legion was experimenting with new gear systems and a new way to acquire raid level gear. Legendaries were completely luck based when it came to getting them, and super crucial to many specs rotations. Artifact power was one of the biggest grinds in the game's history, and the early parts of Legions had it the worst. Also, Titan Forged heroic gear could be the same item level or better than mythic gear, so split running became very prevalent amongst all top guilds. With so many different grinds that all took a long time, more guilds than ever stopped raiding after finishing Nighthold. It was just too much, and nearly all of them burned out, so it was hard to gauge how tough the raid itself was when you have all of this background information to take in as well, which directly relates to the raid. It's not like Nighthold was easy. Star Augur, Elisande, and Gul'dan gave top guilds a hard time, but ultimately the world first Gul'dan kill was achieved 2 weeks after it was available. That's not to say the raid was a pushover either. Modern raids are harder than ever. The average player-based skill level just increases over time. But due to just the sheer amount of guilds who quit after or during Nighthold, even if it wasn't really the raid's fault in of itself, I think justifies an 8 out of 10 rating in difficulty, although it could easily be debated to be a lower number. Now for Nighthold's popularity. 8 out of 10. Pretty popular place and fondly looked back on, which is rare for not how far away it was. Usually people don't look back fondly on raids unless there's an expansion or two in between them. But Nighthold is universally loved despite the state of the game during its time as current content. And to tally up the numbers, Nighthold gets a respectable 30 out of 40 total. Number 5, Karazhan from the Burning Crusade. Karazhan has an amazing look and feel to the place, has lots of rich lore background, and has an iconic soundtrack. I doubt too many people would disagree with giving Karazhan a perfect score in the coolness category, so 10 out of 10. Boss fight uniqueness. Well, the Karazhan chess event was a one-of-a-kind boss fight, but considering the time period the place came out in, Blizzard was still in its early stage of developing boss fights, so nothing too crazy. Outside of the chess event, of course, so 6 out of 10. It did have one wholly unique fight, but that's about it. As Karazhan was an opener raid for TBC, it was not at all very difficult, and meant as the place to gear up before going into the other raids. So, average difficulty of 5 out of 10 is appropriate. And as far as popularity, Karazhan is super popular. It's regularly heralded as one of the best raids of all time, basically just for its coolness factor alone. Hell, Blizzard even remade it as a mythic dungeon in Legion, and they managed to make it even cooler than the original. I would give it a full score in popularity, but I think that should be held for the real most popular raid of all time. So, a 9 out of 10 is good enough. So with all of Karazhan's scores added up, it gets a 30 out of 40 total, tied with the Nighthold. Karazhan is an excellent example of how a raid doesn't need to have any particularly special and varied boss fights, nor great difficulty to be heralded as one of the best raids. Sometimes, just the look and feel of the place is more than enough for people. Number 4, Naxxramas from Vanilla WoW and Wrath of the Lich King. Naxxramas is a floating necropolis with 4 varied wings, all with different themes and designs. An above average looking design for sure, so 7 out of 10 for coolness factor. Lots of unique bosses, some so unique they were never used again. Vanilla 4 Horsemen was the only boss fight that required 8 tanks. 8 warrior tanks specifically, with a 2-set bonus from one of the previous raid tiers so they could taunt properly. Plus Lotheb was unique, Thaddeus was unique, the safety dance was unique, having to mind control a boss. Nax was a unique boss extravaganza. 8 out of 10. Difficulty 9 out of 10. 4 Horsemen Vanilla Nax is one of the hardest raid fights ever made, and made it into my top 10 list on the hardest raid bosses of all time. The other bosses weren't to push over either. Vanilla Nax was so hard, most players never completed it, and is a big reason why they re-released the raid in Wrath, so that everyone could get a chance to actually experience it. Popularity. Blizzard liked Nax so much, they put it in the game twice, and is the only raid in game to make 2 appearances as a raid. Karazhan made a reappearance as well, but as a dungeon. But as far as the WoW community as a whole, I'd say they liked it well enough, but it's definitely overshadowed by the other much more popular raids. So it gets a slightly above average score of 7 out of 10. So with all the scores added up, Nax gets a 31 out of 40. Surprisingly, beating out a lot more iconic raids. When I originally made this list, Nax didn't even make my top 10. But after gauging my community by asking them about their favorite raids on Twitter and Discord, Nax came up a lot. So I decided to add it to the number 10 spot. Then, after assigning all the raid scores based on my grading system, the list shifted around a bit, with Nax having the most dramatic shift, moving from the number 10 spot all the way down to number 4, which surprised me, but makes sense when you look at its score. It's decently above average in popularity, looks, and feel, plus its boss fights were hard and unique. It fits very well into the grading system I created, and a raid not even in the rough draft of the video ended up at the number 4 spot. So, good job, Nax. Number 3, the Firelands from Cataclysm. The Firelands is a cool and unique zone. I think it's even wholly unique, but they might have used some of the assets for the Molten Front dailies as well. I never actually did those, so I'm not 100% sure. Whatever the case, 8 out of 10. Uniqueness. Lord Rylith and Alice Razor were unique fights. Lord Rylith had you attack his feet to steer him around to step on volcanoes. Alice Razor had DPS players play Star Fox and fly through flame rings to get a buff. Although, people hated Rylith, and there were mixed feelings about Alice Razor. So, 7 out of 10 for boss fight uniqueness. Now as for difficulty in Firelands. Ragnaros Heroic was considered, for a time, one of the hardest and longest raid fights to date. I don't actually know if another boss fight has a longer fight than Heroic Rag, which clocked in at around 16 minutes long. And even though the fight was difficult, it was very well liked, which is not something you hear very often. People usually hate fights if they're too hard, except Ragnaros. So for having a boss that appeared on my top 10 hardest raid bosses list, I give Firelands a 9 out of 10 in difficulty. Popularity. Firelands enjoys an above average amount of popularity, as many people consider it the best raid from Cataclysm, and it was very well liked during its time. Easy 8 out of 10. Adding up the scores, Firelands gets a 32 out of 40. Just high marks all around, a very popular, well-liked raid with a handful of interesting bosses, plus one of the best end bosses. Number 2, Icecrown Citadel from Wrath of the Lich King. Coolness. ICC gets a 10 out of 10. Blizzard went all out with this place, and it was fitting, seeing as it housed Warcraft's most popular villain ever, the Lich King. There was tons of lore surrounding the place, the structure is completely unique, and the look and feel really sells the very cold place of undeath. I doubt anyone would argue about ICC getting a perfect score in this category. If anything, ICC could be used as the poster boy for what a 10 out of 10 in this category should be like. Boss fight uniqueness. ICC isn't really known for its unique boss fights, but it has them anyway. Velythria Dreamwalker was the first raid boss in the game that involved healers having to heal a boss to beat the encounter. A first unique idea that was eventually replicated in other bosses later on in WoW in some form or another. It was a unique mechanic that people liked, which is rare for new unique mechanics. And then, on the flip end, we have Sindragosa, who had a unique mechanic that punished players for attacking too much, which people hated, and was rarely used again. The gunship battle was one of a kind too, in that you had to get in cannons to down the enemy ship. It essentially boiled down to a glorified ad fight, but it was easy, and is one of the easiest raid encounters of all time. Blood Queen and Putris also had unique mechanics, but not on the same scale as Velythria. So ICC was an above average raid when it came to unique mechanics, with one wholly unique raid boss, and gets an 8 out of 10 for that. Difficulty. The Lich King also makes an appearance on my list of the hardest raid bosses of all time. It wasn't down until the stacking buff came out, but at the same time, Heroic ICC had this mechanic of limited attempts in place, which artificially increased its difficulty. You see, Blizzard was trying out this mechanic where you could only have 50 tries on each boss of a heroic raid for the week. Once you hit 50 attempts, you were locked out from trying that boss until next week. This was to prevent top guilds from just wiping on the boss non-stop until they eventually downed it. But it didn't. Instead, what top guilds did was do attempts on their alts first, and then hop on their mains for real attempts. And since the mechanic just promoted top guilds to have a fully geared army of alts, Blizzard scrapped the mechanic the next tier, and it was only a thing for 2 raids. But because of these limited attempts, the raid might have seemed a lot harder than it really should have been. Plus, Sindragosa is infamous for being annoyingly difficult.
Suffer, mortals, as your pathetic magic betrays you!
So, a 9 out of 10 for difficulty seems appropriate. Now on to popularity. Easy 10 out of 10, there's no question about that. ICC is one of, if not the, most popular raid in the game's history. It was very well loved by everyone, and often considered the second best raid in the game's history. But not the first best. We'll get to that in a second though. Now to tally up the scores, ICC gets a 37 out of 40 total score. ICC sufficiently looks cool, has good bosses, and was plenty difficult to pose a challenge to even top raiders. Something that isn't seen very often, and it deserves its popularity. Now, on to the number 1 raid. Number 1, Ulduar from Wrath of the Lich King. Ulduar takes place in an underground Titan facility, which also has an above ground Titan facility at the start, and ends in a pit of insanity with the fight against Yogg-Saron. Yogg-Saron himself is also an incredibly cool boss who was well loved by the community, being the second and last old god we fought in game so far. Algalon has probably one of the coolest boss designs in story. The 4 keepers' rooms are all diverse and unique. The whole place is great. Some would even say, perfect. I give Ulduar a 10 out of 10 in coolness, but I personally prefer ICC's aesthetic and feel to Ulduar. But that doesn't mean Ulduar doesn't deserve a perfect score in this category nonetheless. Boss fight uniqueness. Yogg-Saron was a wholly unique fight. Having to watch her insanity, using keepers to help, and having to go into the brain room to damage him. Also, there's the hard mode triggers. Ulduar was the first ever raid to have an extensive amount of hard mode versions of fights. 10 of the 14 bosses had hard modes, only you didn't flip a switch to get the hard mode versions, and instead had to do the fight in a special way to activate hard mode. And if you completed a fight on its hard mode, you got better gear, and unlocked the ability to fight Algalon, who would then only be available for a limited time. Hard mode triggers were a success from a game design point of view, and is partly the reason we have different modes to raids to this day. It used to be, before Ulduar, there was only one difficulty for every raid, and only a handful of bosses with hard mode triggers. Once Blizzard saw that people liked the extensive amount of hard mode triggers, they introduced heroic mode in the very next raid, which was eventually morphed into the mythic mode we have today. So, all that to say, 8 out of 10 when it comes to fight uniqueness. It may have had a successful mechanic that inspired modern raiding, but it ain't no Blackrock Foundry when it comes to unique raid fights either. I think an 8 is more than generous. Difficulty. Yogg 0, that is, Yogg's to run without any of the keepers helping, was considered impossible to complete during its time, before the Chinese Guild Stars managed to do it thanks to a complicated kiting pattern. Firefighter, the hard mode trigger for Mimiron, is also considered one of the hardest raid fights. Algalon, the limited spawn boss, was no pushover either, but really got overshadowed by the monsters that were Yogg 0 and Firefighter. Plus, one other hard mode trigger that got nerfed for being too hard. A raid with 2 of the hardest raid bosses, with one of them thought to be impossible because it was so hard, I think Ulduar deserves a 10 out of 10 when it comes to difficulty. Now for popularity. Ulduar is considered the benchmark for a good raid. Whenever a new raid comes out that people like, it will be hailed as the next Ulduar. Or, sure, X-Raid was good, but was it Ulduar good? A raid that is considered the benchmark of good raids is very popular, and easily gets a 10 out of 10 in popularity. While writing this video, I asked on my Twitter and Discord which raid they thought was better, ICC or Ulduar. A vast majority in both situations said it was Ulduar hands down. But that ICC was good too. Just like, you know, not Ulduar good. Now, to tally up the scores. Ulduar is the only raid on this list to get a perfect score in 3 categories, and ends up with a 38 out of 40. It's funny how the 2 best raids were both in Wrath. It's no wonder Wrath was the golden age of WoW's popularity. This video will go over 10 raid bosses that might have made you feel a little bit bad for killing them, either for lore reasons, or because of just what the boss is and the circumstances of the fight. At number 10 we've got Kael'thas. If you've ever played through Warcraft 3, you'd know that Kael'thas was just trying to do the best for his people, who went through a terrible loss after Arthas destroyed his home city and killed 90% of his people, and then was nearly killed by his ally when Garithos sentenced him and his people to death. Being saved by the Naga, he joined up with Illidan, who promised a cure for his people's mana addiction. And then, come TBC, and he's all of a sudden evil for no reason, and working with the Burning Legion trying to bring Kil'jaeden to Azeroth, the people who he knew full well were responsible for Arthas and the undead invasion that destroyed his city. Needless to say, lots of people who played through Warcraft 3 were surprised by the sudden change in character of Kael'thas, a change that wasn't properly explained until very recently with Chronicles 3, but seeing as people kill Kael'thas all the time today for his very sought-after mount, he's pretty low on the list, as people obviously don't feel that bad about killing him, if he's like one of the most farmed bosses from that expansion. Number 9, Atramedes. Atramedes is a blind dragon created an experiment. He doesn't know what's going on, we're just making loud noises and he's trying to make it stop. His log in the adventure journal reads, Atramedes, or Experiment 25463D, is a failed attempt to bestow enhanced senses on a black dragon whelp. The toxic salve applied to the broodling robbed him of sight, forcing him to rely on sound and smell for survival. A tragic story. And when you kill him, he says,
"This miserable existence finally ends."
And Nefarian will chime in with a, "You should have been disposed of a long time ago." The reason he's lower on the list is because, well, like all black dragons, Atramedes was also just kind of insane and evil, and he was one of the most exploited and bugged bosses back in his day, so he was killed a lot more frequently than anything else in his raid. Number 8, Festergut and Rotface. These two abominations are basically children. They get very upset when you kill their pet dogs.
No! You killed Sticky! You pay!
And even call out for their daddy when killed.
Daddy.
If it wasn't for the fact that they also weren't two of the ugliest, most grotesque things in WoW, people might have felt a little bit more sorry for them.
Bad news, Daddy!
Number 7, Argus the Unmaker. Argus, like Festergut and Rotface, is basically a child by Titan standards. A Titan whose soul has been tortured and drained to fuel the demon army res timers for thousands of years. It's no wonder that the first time he wakes up, he's confused and lost and lashes out at the first people he sees. Even after he dies, he just asks if his torment is finally over.
My torment ends. Free.
Number 6, Illidan. Like Kel'Thas, not exactly evil in Warcraft 3, but not really on the good guy side either. He was only interested in power for power's sake. It was only later on that Blizzard said he was actually after power to stop the Legion. This is another one where only people who played Warcraft 3 would feel bad about killing him, since in his expansion, he was shown as nothing but evil, doing evil things for no reason. And his motives weren't really known until many years later, with the Illidan novel detailing everything from his point of view. And you even get to see his death from Illidan's point of view in a quest chain in Legion. But eventually, he was brought back to life in the Nighthold, and was a major player in the defeat of the Burning Legion, and is currently serving as the jailer of Sargeras. So, happy ends for Illidan, I guess.
Too late, friends. Nefarious' corruption has taken hold. I cannot control myself.
Number 5, Valistraz, the second boss in Blackwing Lair. Upon first encountering Valistraz, he says, I have failed. The Lord of Blackrock is too powerful. He consumed my energy with ease. I turn. Kill me, you must kill me. Valistraz previously was involved in a quest chain to make a ring that would summon him to help you fight Rend Blackhand. Afterwards, he went on to hunt Nefarian by himself and failed, and then was turned into one of Nefarian's puppets. The last thing Valistraz does before you start the fight is to give everyone a buff so that you can help kill him faster. Even when he kills players of the raid, he'll say,
"Forgive me, friend. Your death only adds to my failure."
Coincidentally, Valistraz was also one of the hardest bosses in the raid and was commonly known as Valistraz the Guild Breaker, and is also the reason Blizzard makes sure the first couple of bosses in a raid are a lot easier than the rest because of just how hard Valistraz was as the second boss of the raid.
Well fought, Wakener. We will meet again.
Number 4, the Paragons of the Galaxy. I hate bugs, and I hate bug people. But even I felt bad about having to kill the Paragons in the Siege of Orgrimmar. You see, in the Dread Wastes, you spend the whole zone going around waking up the Paragons of the Galaxy and learning a lot about their history and backstories of each and every one of them. They were even a major faction that you had to grind rep for and do a whole bunch of dailies with. And while you were in the zone, you could even have one of the Paragons come with you and give you a special buff for that zone. And together with the Galaxy, you take down the Empress Shak'Zir, but upon reaching Exalted with their faction, one of the Paragons, Kilruck the Wind Reaver, will give you a friendly warning.
Wakener, your deeds have earned you the trust of the Galaxy. You are to be rewarded. Walk with me. We Mantid are an elder race. The Pantheran you associate with, they are but children. They have their role to play. Each cycle, our young swarm their walls. The Pantheran slay the weak. The strong return. With each generation, we grow ever stronger. Before your history began, our empire was vast. We shared this world with our sister kingdoms, Ankiraj and Ajol Nerub. Our gods were many and powerful. We Mantid worshipped the 7 heads of Yasharaj. Great was the Old One, and terrible was his wrath. He consumed hope and begat despair. He inhaled courage and breathed fear. When the usurpers came, the ones you call Titans, Yasharaj was destroyed. His last terrible breath has haunted this land ever since, but the shadows he left behind are mere whispers of his former glory. Your gods are not your gods, outsider. I tell you now because you have earned this warning. If the Old Ones ever return, we Mantid will once again stand by their side. The wisest among you will do the same.
Even as you enter their room in the Siege of Orgrimmar, they will even say,
I did warn you, Wakener.
So, to be fair, they did warn you where their true allegiances lied, and when Garrosh uncovered the heart of Yasharaj, it whispered to them, and they joined Garrosh without question. So it was up to you to take them down. You even have to kill Kovak as trash before the fight, who you helped raise from a baby through a series of daily quests. Number 3. Archivon in VOA. Archivon was the first boss you could kill in VOA, a raid you could only access if your faction won Wintergrass. Just outside the instance, there's a thing you can read that was written by Archivon himself. It appears Archivon has been keeping a journal. It appears to be written in multiple languages. A tally has been kept on the cover.
Day 10. The Makers are gone. I have been left to watch. The halls are quite empty. I thought the Makers want me to watch the hall, but they never specifically said, Archivon, watch the hall. Maybe it's okay if I watch the outside too? It would probably be less boring outside. It's decided. I am now responsible for watching the hall and the outside. I shall take on my new responsibility next month. The outside is much more open than the hall. There are convenient cliffs and mountains bordering it. I'm now confident that the Makers meant for me to watch this too. I hope they don't notice that I've only been in the hall for the first decade. I invented a new game today too. It's called Kick the Revenant. I made it from the front of the keep to the main road today. Before next year, I'm going to try to land it over the river. Some little green people came today. I have added them to my watching responsibilities. The little green people have built extra buildings here now. More buildings seem good. I think I will speak to them this week and thank them. I thanked one of the little green people today for the extra buildings. He told me that he'd be bringing more people for me to watch soon. Lots of them. I'm excited to have more things to watch. The little green people brought a lot of others, pointed them at each other, and then they all started fighting. I have trimmed my watching responsibilities back to the hall for safety, but I brought a lot of their valuables with me so that it can maybe be less boring this time. Things have gotten much worse. I am not sure what the Makers want me to do. I'm trying to stay in my hall, but the violent people come in after me several times a day. They take my valuables. My brothers are back. It turns out they were sleeping in other closed-off halls. I'm a little mad they left me alone to do all the watching, but I shared my shinier valuables with them. Archivon stop journal. Instead, watch puny little men fight. When they finish, Archivon wake up and see who touch orb fastest.
Archivon was just sitting around, not bothering anyone, and yet both factions killed him many times for literally no reason other than to steal from him.
I am proud to have died at your hands for the Horde.
Number 2. General Nazgrim in the Siege of Orgrimmar. Nazgrim may not have agreed with all of Garrosh's actions, but he also would not betray the person he pledged himself to, and basically says no hard feelings when you fight him. He also is a major Horde quest giver in 3 zones spanning 3 different expansions, so Horde players knew him very well before having to face him down.
So, it has come to this. Together, We have learned and grown over the years, and now, we find ourselves face to face on the battlefield. Oh, do not think I will go easy on you, nor do I expect any quarter. What we do now, we do for the Horde, both of us. I am Nazgrim, Fist of the War Chief, and General of the Horde Army. If I must die today, I will die with honor in battle! It is an honor to finally face you in combat, Lotaro Gar! For honor and for the Horde! You have learned much, and learned well. An honorable battle, in the end. I stood by the War Chief because it was my duty, and I am glad that it was you who struck me down. May your strength lead the Horde into a new era of prosperity.
He does eventually come back as a Death Knight though, and is immediately on board to fight some demons, which kind of lessens the death a bit, and the reason why he's only number 2 on the list and not number 1.
Korkron, move out! Champions, watch your backs! The Scourge have been caught!
Join me and we will crush this world in the name of the Scourge for the glory of the Lich King.
My boy died at the Wrathgate. I am here only to collect his body.
Number 1, Saurfang Jr. This one is especially sad considering all that Saurfang has gone through. Saurfang is a veteran of the First, Second, and Third Wars. He was also put in charge of the Might of Kalimdor, an army created of both factions to fight the Karaji of the Ahn'Qiraj and Cthulhu. A person respected by both factions so much, no one objected to him being in charge of both of the factions' forces. He was also leader of the Korkron in the Northrend campaign to stop the Lich King, as well as a mentor to Garrosh. And he was there when the Horde banded together to take him down, as you meet a bloody and bruised Saurfang on your way to fight the Paragons of the Klaxi. During the assault on the Broken Shore, he gets shot out of the sky by a fell cannon and survives, and come battle for Azeroth, he looks to be another major player. All that to say, I doubt there's another character in-game who's been through as much as Saurfang has. And then you have to face down his only son who died at the Wrathgate, so that he can collect his body and give him a proper burial next to his mother.
You will have a proper ceremony in Nagrand, next to the pyres of your mother and ancestors. Honor young heroes, no matter how dire the battle. Never forsake it.
Did you know the hardest dungeons were all in Cataclysm and the Burning Crusade? Sure, there were a handful of hard dungeons in all the other expansions, but the bosses themselves were rarely as hard as Cataclysm dungeon bosses, where each boss was akin to a mini raid fight. That being said, this list won't just be Cata and BC dungeon bosses, and will include some from other expansions too. But between you and me, Cataclysm was the golden age of hard dungeon bosses, and BC was the golden age of hard trash mobs. Now let's get started with the list.
I have witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the birth and extinction of entire species. Over countless millennia, the foolishness of mortals has remained the only constant. Your presence here confirms this.
Number 10, Loken. Loken was the most dangerous creature in early Wrath for having killed more players than anything else, back when WoW used to actually track that stat. His heroic fight is pretty straightforward. stay close to the boss the whole fight, do not stay close to other players, and run out when he uses his lightning nova. Sounds easy, right? Well, it's actually a pretty easy thing to mess up in pugs. Accidentally running over multiple players, not reacting fast enough to the nova, just dying to the constant lightning damage. Heroic Loken was the bane of early Wrath heroic dungeon groups, until they outgeared and just zerged the fight. But the same can be said about all dungeons, really. So I'll only be talking about dungeon difficulty for people at the appropriate item level for the instance.
Yes, the brute weakens.
Number 9, Roll Tall. You basically start off on a bridge, he throws out fire randomly and starts summoning boulders. The boulders are pretty easy to dodge. All seems pretty easy until he starts pushing you towards the back of the room. Now you have to continuously run forward, dodging fire, and what do you know? The boulders come back to the front, and getting hit by one is almost certain death. The thing that makes the fight difficult is the fact that you have to dodge these boulders from behind, which makes it a lot harder to know where they're coming from. But once you learn that the boulders follow a pattern, it's a pretty easy fight, and it's only that one little phase that's hard. But I mean, I see tons of players die to simple raid mechanics all the time, and that one phase is a tiny step above an easy raid mechanic. So lots of people still die to that phase. That's why most groups that do it pop Bloodlust at this boss rather than the final one. Well, mythic difficulty anyway. WoD dungeons on a whole don't have very difficult boss fights, so no other ones will appear on the list. But I thought I might as well at least mention Warlord Zala, the final boss of UBS. I don't think I've ever wiped to any other boss this expansion more than this one. So many people killed to such simple mechanics. She's probably harder than Roll Tall, depending on who you ask. Roll Tall is harder if your DPS are bad. Warlord Zala is harder if people are bad at running away from fire.
No! Throngus get whipped again if he no finish!
Number 8. Forge Master Throngus. The best advice for this fight was to just 2-heal it. This should tell you something about the boss, and the best strat to down him is to use an extra healer and a 5-man. The reason for the 2-heal strat was that he had an ability that targeted a random player called Impale, which stunned the target and did a ton of damage. If this ability targeted your healer 2 times in a row, your healer was dead, and the rest of the fight wasn't exactly a cakewalk either. But the RNG component to the fight made it so that you'd sometimes just auto-lose if you were unlucky, and there wasn't much you could do about it. That's just bad design, and the only way you can get around this flawed mechanic was by having a second healer. His other phases weren't no joke either. He cycled through a few phases, and only uses Impale during his mace phase. Also during this phase, the tank had to kite the boss around the room because he did unhealable damage. His sword phase made him attack faster and put a stacking dot on the tank, which had to be constantly dispelled. And his shield phase required the raid to get behind the boss quickly or be burned to death. And while on the backside, he got shot by untargetable archers in the wall. And did I forget to mention this boss was slightly overtuned during its launch? Even without your healer randomly dying to unavoidable bad luck, you'd still have a hard time with it. Forge Master was a monster of a boss fight, but most players didn't even consider him the hardest boss of the instance. That honor went to the last boss, hirumaredx. The boss required coordination on par with a mid-range raid boss, which was too much to handle for most pugs. If the tank sucked or wasn't geared enough, he could die to the boss's spiky damage. DPS could get 3-shot by the Binding Shadows. He had to stand in the fire to not be killed by the raid-wide damage, and he had to burn down the 2 ads that spawned and ran to opposite sides of the room. Even experienced groups had difficulty with this fight. This may come as no surprise, but both Forge Master and hirumaredx got nerfed multiple times to make them a little less ridiculous as time went on.
Who dares awaken Arcadus? Who dares the wrath of the Makers?
Number 7. Arcadus. This boss was higher level than the rest of the instance. He was level 47. Everyone else in the place was around level 35 to 40. There was a half-point way door, which suggested the first half was supposed to be for low-level players and the second half was for high-level players. But they abandoned that along the way and forgot about the last boss when making the shift. The fight itself had the boss periodically summon ads to kill, which for a low-level dungeon group was not something you'd be used to. Plus, many classes didn't have their AoE spells yet, or have an AoE at all. And if you ignored the ads, you could get run over pretty quickly. At the end of the fight, when the boss was low on health, he spawned a group of elite ads that you could either deal with, or ignore and burn the boss before they killed you. This boss had one of the highest kill counts in vanilla, higher than even some raid bosses for its difficulty to low-level players. But, to be fair, its difficulty stemmed from it being a way higher level than it really should have been. Blizzard did the same thing in a few other vanilla dungeons to make the final boss harder. They just made him a higher level than everything else.
Luckies be damned! I'll finish you myself!
Number 6. Priestess Delarissa. This fight is a lot like faction champions, in that if you treat it like a regular PvE fight, you're going to have a very hard time. But if you treat the fight like a 5v5 arena match, it goes a lot smoother. The adds constantly reset aggro and make a beeline for the healer. They don't hit very hard, but they do all have some sorts of different CCs. The adds can be CC'd themselves, but the priestess will dispel most of them, so you usually want to kill her first. If you're unlucky, you might find yourself CC'd to death though. So the fight was a mixed bag, and could be really easy, or annoyingly difficult. It's on the list for being a somewhat hard boss that required you to play differently to make it easier. And people didn't really like it, kinda like how Faction Champs is one of the most hated raid fights ever. People do not like to be forced to do PvP in PvE situations. Number 5, Baron Ashbury. This fight was built around interrupts. Not a ton of fun back when interrupts weren't all baseline, and your group might only have that one to split between his 2 heals. The boss would periodically bring everyone down to 1 health, and then cast an AoE heal that would heal the group as well as himself for 10% of both your guys' health. It was sometimes actually okay to let one of those heals go through, just to get everyone's health up a little, since healing everyone back up from 1 health with Kata's terrible healer mana pools was tough. Especially since that phase could sometimes sync up with his soft enrage mechanic where he'd start spamming a shadow AoE. He would also randomly cast a heal that healed him for 25% of his health, which just needed to be interrupted every time. Plus a channeled ability that needed to be interrupted sometimes if a player was in danger from dying from it, since he would also put a stacking debuff which increased all shadow damage by 20%. And to make matters worse, troll druids had to shift out of their animal forms for the asphyxiate, or they would get killed rather than being brought down to 1 health, because of their old racial Beast Slayer, which increased their damage to beasts by 5%. For some reason, this damage modifier was added to asphyxiate, giving troll druids a hard time. It was eventually nerfed. They reduced the AoE heal to a 5% heal down from 10%, and straight up removed the 25% heal, eliminating the need for one of the interrupts, and of course fixed the troll druid bug.
It is a small matter to control the mind of the weak, for I bear allegiance to powers untouched by time, unmoved by fate. No force on this world or beyond harbors the strength to bend our knee, not even the mighty Legion.
Number 4, Harbinger Skyrus, the final boss of Arcatraz. His fight was considered hard for the same reason Forge Master was. He had a random target ability that stunned, which could target the healer multiple times in a row. If your healer got mind-rended 2 times in a row, it was basically game over. Although this fight was a little unique. Before you actually fought this guy, he'd release 4 prisoners. One of them, the infamous Millhouse Mana Storm, would actually help you out. The other 3 were mobs you had to kill before Harbinger himself came out. In addition to his Mind Ren, which would stun a player for 5 seconds and do a lot of damage, he had a Mind Control, and a Clone, which can just be burned down real quickly. Like I said earlier, the main problem with this boss was if you were unlucky, you could pretty much auto-lose to a double stun on the healer, which meant you had to take 2 healers to the fight if you want to completely remove the RNG element, which is never a good thing in a 5-man dungeon.
Men, women, and children. None was spared the Master's wrath. Your death will be no different.
Number 3, the first 2 bosses of Halls of Reflection. Nothing made people drop group faster than landing Halls of Reflection in the random dungeon finder. Well, besides maybe the Oculus. But people dropped group from that dungeon for a different reason. People dropped Halls of Reflection for its difficulty, not because of an annoying dragon riding gimmick mechanic. The first 2 bosses of the dungeon weren't really all that hard, honestly, but they were part of the gauntlet. It was the adds that were the problem. The best strat for the dungeon was to hole up in a corner and kill the adds there. Since most of the adds were ranged, it was hard to get them all in one place without having your DPS and healers picked off. After getting them in the corner, you just focus the healers first, then the hunters, since they could put a really nasty debuff on the tank, and then everyone else. That doesn't sound too hard, right? Especially since the bosses themselves are essentially tank and spanks. But people were just really bad at dealing with the adds. People didn't like to stand in the corner and moved out. It seems like a fight that shouldn't have been as hard as it was, yet people had problems with it all the way until the end of the expansion.
Welcome to the great show, friends. Just wait till you see what I got in store for ya!
Number 2. Jindo the Pug Breaker, the final boss of Zul'Gurub. Considered by most as the hardest last boss of any dungeon. His first phase is pretty simple, just a simple tank and spank that you'd occasionally have to run into one of his dead zones to avoid his shadow AoE. Phase 2 was the part that usually got everyone. All you had to do was go down the ledge a little, grab one of the spirits, take him close to a chain, then make sure he used his body slam on the chain to allow the group to turn and burn it, while avoiding the black zone his body slam creates, and the bombs falling from the sky while handling the adds that constantly pour in through the sides that move slow, but hit really hard, all while maintaining DPS, heals, and aggro. And you only had to do that 3 times. And the ghosts that spawned started spawning faster and faster as the fight went on, and too many on the tank could kill him, so you had to kite them a little. All in all, a lot of coordination, plus everyone had to pull their weight since you couldn't really afford to carry anyone. A bunch of things that do not bode well for pug groups. What boss could be harder than the Godbreaker? How about a boss that required individual responsibility and coordination, but also had a one-shot mechanic?
Break yourselves upon my body! Feel the strength of the earth!
Number 1. Osrook, the second to last boss in Stonecore. Stonecore was a pretty interesting place. Nearly every boss had an instant kill mechanic, something you didn't see, like, at all in dungeons, but Osrook took the cake when it comes to difficult bosses. You see, every so often he'd do a shatter, and the melee and tank had to run out to avoid it. Pretty simple stuff. He'd also sometimes put a mark on all players that would cause them to be stunned once it took effect, and the only way to break it was to take damage or dispel it. Only, the boss put it on everyone, including the healers. He would also use his shatter right after using the paralyze. And how are you supposed to run out of his shatter if you're stunned? There were 3 ways. The melee could just attack him when he's doing his Thorns effect, which would put a stacking bleed debuff on them. The healer and range DPS would have to reflect a dot on themselves, and Osrook was kind enough to have a spell reflect ability that he did right before that phase. The thing is though, healers were never really hit capped, and they'd have to waste a few global cooldowns to reflect a dot on themselves. Oh, and are you a healer without any kind of dot? Well, then you're probably a paladin and can just use your bubble to break out the stun. Or just run in and attack him to get the bleed effect on yourself, I guess. To be honest, I'm not really sure how pally healers did this fight at the time. For everyone else who couldn't get a dot on themselves, you had to rely on your healer to dispel you, which meant your healer could not be the person to not break themselves out. And as a healer who did this fight pretty often in its heyday, I can tell you from first-hand experience that most DPS never bothered to put a dot on themselves and just waited for a dispel. The reason I put this boss over Jindo is because at high enough gear levels, you could just power through Jindo's mechanics. But you always had to do Osrook's mechanics since they weren't really something you could blow your way through. Only make the fight shorter to not have to deal with them as often. WoW's biggest selling point has always been their raids, but some are obviously better than others, which means some will be at the bottom by default. WoW doesn't really have universally hated raids, but it does have some that people didn't like as much as the others, which is what I'll be going over in this list. And at number 10, we have Wrath Naxxramas. Now, the whole reason this instance is on this list is because it's literally just a copy-paste job from vanilla WoW. Blizzard felt as if not enough people actually got to do Naxxramas when it was current content in vanilla WoW, so they thought it was the perfect raid to have as an intro raid for Wrath of the Lich King. And they were right about that. Very few people actually got to do Naxxramas in vanilla WoW because it was incredibly difficult and raiding skills on a whole were kind of low. However, the raid design was obviously around having 40 players. So when they put it in the game and they had a 25 player max, they had to nerf a lot of the encounters. The 4 Horsemen fight didn't require 8 tanks like it did in vanilla, and Instructor Razuvius didn't require a priest for mind control, and a few other things. Basically, Wrath of the Lich King Naxx was kind of easy compared to its vanilla counterpart, and the whole instance was cleared in less than a day after it was first attempted, or all of 3 days after the launch of the expansion. Although the reason it was cleared so fast is probably the reason why classic servers have their bosses cleared so fast, and that was because a lot of people already done the instance in the past and kinda knew what to do already. And figuring out new boss fights is usually what eats up a lot of time and progression. However, Blizzard was right about people not having experienced the place before. So for a lot of people, they had a great time being able to actually do Naxxramas. So it's not hated or anything, just in the bottom 10 of the raids. And at number 9, we have Mogushan Vaults. Mogushan Vaults was one of the 3 raids that was released at the launch of Mist of Pandaria, and was also the first one to be cleared. Now, the raid instance itself had you raiding a vault in order to get to an ancient Titan artifact, which the Thunder King used in order to build his armies. And there's nothing really bad about the raid, it's just none of the bosses are really standout encounters. Some of them look really cool, Elegon especially, but the final boss is basically a twin-style ad fight, where the tanks and melee DPS have a neat mechanic of dodging abilities, while everyone else just control ads the whole time. Generally, a fight which involves a lot of ad killing are not very well liked. Although Mogushan Vaults is just simply forgettable, and definitely doesn't have very much negative sentiment. And at number 8, we have the Crucible of Storms in BFA. This was a 2-boss mini-raid after Battle for Dazar lore, which is surprisingly very well liked in the competitive Mythic raiding community. And that's because its final boss, Unat, was just like one of the hardest raid bosses of all time. This raid was incredibly difficult, and also incredibly purple. Both boss fights took place in purple rooms with purple walls and purple ceilings and a purple tint, and also had tons of abilities that put purple void zones everywhere, which kinda blended in with everything else. The first fight was like a 3-boss console-like fight, and the last boss was just a really hard encounter. Although the last boss was so hard that many guilds just never did the raid again after they completed it a single time. The gear from the place was pretty unique, as pretty much everything that dropped had some kind of unique effect attached to it. For some reason, the raid just had a very low participation rate, and there were very few repeat clears across the board. I'm honestly not sure why this raid had so few fans, although if I were to guess, it would probably be because the aesthetic of the place was pretty dull, and the final boss was overly hard for the rewards it provided. And at number 7, we have the Eye of Eternity from Wrath of the Lich King. This is a 1-boss raid which was at the launch of Wrath of the Lich King, and made very heavy use of the brand new vehicle mechanics that Blizzard was pushing really hard this expansion. As for the last part of the fight, the platform is destroyed and everyone has to hop on a Drake in order to DPS down the final boss, using a preset amount of abilities. There were abilities that allowed you to tank, heal, and DPS, and all players got access to all abilities. So if you wanted, you could have a healer be the tank for the final portion, and a tank be a healer or DPS, although generally you would just stick to your normal roles. Now, part of the problems with this raid are the fact that the first phase required a lot of movement and constant healing, so there were only a couple of healer classes that could comfortably heal the place, when gear itself was kind of low and unavailable. And also, you had to learn how to use the vehicle mechanics mid-fight, and since this was kind of a new thing at the time, this 1-boss raid was actually pretty difficult for a lot of pug groups. And people were more willing to pug the entirety of Naxxramas than do Eye of Eternity. And also, players got really tired of the vehicle mechanics halfway through the expansion, so anything that had vehicle mechanics was kind of hated by default. And at number 6, we have the Throne of Four Winds from Cataclysm. This is a short 2-boss raid added with the launch of Cataclysm, which had its final boss completed by a pretty funny, unique method, where they literally left 7 of the raid members outside the boss room, because it was easier to do the fight with less than 20 people, because of the way the mechanics of the platform worked. And the final boss of the raid actually is one of the longest lived bosses in the game, as it took 36 days before the first kill was accomplished. And Throne of Four Winds can probably put into the same category as Crucible of Storms, where it wasn't very well liked because it was overly hard for a pretty small 2-boss encounter. Although, personally, I love the aesthetics of this raid. I think it's 10 times better than the Crucible of Storms, and I thought Alakir was a pretty fun final boss. It was incredibly difficult, and the first boss of the instance was kind of weird, but I wouldn't say it was bad. You had to constantly jump from platform to platform in order to DPS down the 3 bosses, who had to die within a certain amount of time of each other, and sometimes the platform would just miss you and you would fall into the abyss, and slowly be pulled back up to one of the 3 platforms and just kind of mess everything up. And at number 5, we have the Dragon Soul from Cataclysm. This was the final raid instance of the Cataclysm, and is largely thought of as the worst final raid instance of any expansion, for a few reasons I'll go over in a bit. Although, personally, I love this place, and it's probably one of my favorites. Now, Dragon Soul was only an 8-boss raid, and people were not very happy that the final raid of the expansion only had 8 bosses in it. In fact, Cataclysm probably has less bosses than Warlord of Draenor, which was the expansion that literally was missing an entire raid tier. Although the amount of bosses in a raid don't really matter too much, it's just the quality of the bosses was also kind of meh as well. You see, the raid itself sounds pretty amazing in practice. You're storming a temple and fighting through minions of the old gods, making it to the top of the temple where you blast Deathwing in the back, Then you have to hop on a gunship in order to chase after him, where you parachute onto his back in order to pop off his plate so that he falls into the ocean, where you then finally finish him off. This has got to be one of the most thematic raid instances we've ever gotten, which is trying to tell a pretty dramatic action story, instead of just slowly going to separate boss rooms and killing people who are just waiting for you. But when you actually get to Dragon Soul, you basically do just go to separate boss rooms with people who are just waiting for you for the first 5 bosses. Then you get to the dramatic chase sequence for the final 3 bosses, which is where most of the problems lie. The boss fight on the gunship battle is probably one of the buggiest fights I've ever done, and is the longest I've ever spent progressing on a single boss because half of our wipes were due to just the fight not working correctly. The Spine of Deathwing encounter encouraged class stacking on a tier that I hadn't seen in years, and the final boss was just a huge letdown, as it was basically just a giant tentacle boss fight, where you're fighting tentacles the entire time instead of a giant dragon like people were promised. And in fact, the final boss was easier than the second to last boss, where you're just fighting oozes on the back of a dragon. And even with all of these problems, I really liked the place. I thought Spine of Deathwing was one of the most fun fights I've ever done. And even if I do see all the problems with it, looking back on it objectively, I just have heavy nostalgia goggles when it comes to Cataclysm. And at number 4, we have the Ruby Sanctum from Wrath of the Lich King. This was a one-boss raid released after ICC, and was kind of released as a filler raid, in order to better hold people over for the new expansion, which was taking a long time to come out, as the end of Wrath of the Lich King was the first time WoW had a long content drought, which became the standard after the fact. But since this was the first time, Blizzard tried to throw the players a bone and gave them a quick one-boss raid. However, players didn't really like it. A lot of people felt as if it cheapened the final expansion and end boss, i.e. the Lich King, if this random dragon nobody ever heard of was now the final boss of the expansion. And the raid and boss itself wasn't particularly difficult, or a pushover. I thought it was perfectly fine when I did it back in the day. Honestly, I don't really agree with a lot of the complaints that were thrown at the Ruby Sanctum. I personally would love it if they did more one-raid bosses like this, especially during a content drought. Although, because people freaked out so much about the Ruby Sanctum, they never tried to really have a filler raid tier like this ever again. And it's also one of the people's least favorite raids because of that, even if the raid itself was perfectly fine. Again, WoW doesn't really have bad raids, just one's not as good as others. And at number 3, we have the Tomb of Sargeras from Legion. This was the second raid tier of the Legion expansion, and the 4th raid release total from that time period. Tomb of Sargeras holds a distinction of being one of the hardest raids of all time, mainly because it has 2 of the hardest raid bosses of all time, the Avatar of Sargeras and Kil'jaeden. If you want to see what absolute monsters these 2 boss fights were, I highly suggest you just watch my video on the hardest raid bosses of all time, because I dedicate about 10 minutes to both of them. But suffice to say, the difficulties of these bosses is not why this raid is not looked back on fondly. It's mainly because Tomb of Sargeras really went hand with the soak mechanics. You see, a soak mechanic is when a void zone is being put out in the raid, and you need players to go into that void zone in order to soak the damage. Otherwise it explodes and does much more damage to the rest of the raid. Now, WoW raids have had soak mechanics all the time, but for some reason they just doubled down on them in Tomb of Sargeras. And some raid fights would have soak mechanics within soak mechanics, and the final boss had a phase where you needed half the raid to go out and have someone soak. Otherwise the whole group would just wipe with a single person missed one of them. And because they were so unforgiving, it definitely increased the difficulty of the place on a whole. And some of the fights just had ridiculous personal accountability, which isn't a big problem for competitive players, but was definitely a problem for everyone else playing the game. Like the Maiden of Vigilance, for example, where she split the group arbitrarily with debuffs, where if you crossed someone in the raid who had the opposing debuff, it would just wipe the group. And she would routinely change this around, so you'd have to constantly swap to different sides of the room. There's also a bomb mechanic that goes up periodically, where you literally have to jump into a hole in order for the bomb to explode and send you back onto the platform. And of course, if you didn't jump into the hole, the bomb would just blow up the entire group. And if you jumped too early, then the bomb wouldn't push you up far enough in order to get back on the platform. And if you somehow didn't turn your character around, it wasn't going to push you back up on the platform either. And if you jumped at the same time as another player, you'd both just kill each other by accident. And then there was another mechanic where you just play Pac-Man and have to run into balls which have the same color as a debuff. And if you collect the wrong color, then you blow up the group. Basically, all these mechanics are super easy for competitive players, but the amount of personal responsibility required for even the lower difficulties was just way too high. There were too many instant failed mechanics, and the final boss of the raid had one of the lowest participation rates out of any of the bosses from the entire expansion. And unlike Unat and Crucible of Storms, you can't really blame most of that on the expansion itself being unpopular, because Legion was one of the most well-liked expansions in recent history. Tomb of Sargeras was just really hard, and Blizzard immediately backtracked on a lot of the mechanic decisions they made for this raid. And don't layer personal responsibility raid-wide mechanics on top of each other one-on-one, like they did with half of the bosses in Tomb of Sargeras. And at number 2, we have the Trial of the Crusader. This was a short 5-boss raid, which all took place in one room, and had absolutely no trash to fight. And it's also the raid which introduced the first iteration of the normal and heroic modes. And this whole raid is just kind of a perfect storm of things just kind of going wrong, that makes a lot of people look back on it very unfavorably. For one, it kind of has the same problem as the Ruby Sanctum, where it cuts a popular raid short, as it was released right after Ulduar and before ICC, 2 of the most popular raids of all time. And the gear from the raid was better than what you can get in Ulduar, so it incentivized people to no longer run that place, which was doubly so by the fact that Trial of the Crusader had 4 different lockouts. You could do the place on 10-man normal, 10-man heroic, 25-man normal, and 25-man heroic all in the same week, which meant you could get gear from all 4 versions of the place. And again, since the gear was better than what you got from Ulduar, many people were running the same raid 4 times each week, which all took place in one small little room, which really hampered people's opinion on the place on a whole, even if the raid bosses themselves were perfectly acceptable. Well, except for faction champions. That one is kind of divisive. It's either one of the most unique raid fights of all time, or one of the worst, as it's kind of a mishmash of a PvP/PvE type fight, where it encourages you to use crowd control abilities. And since people were clearing the place 4 times a week, they were not super happy that one of the fights was unconventional, and required them to do the raid differently than normal. If Trial of the Crusader was just released alongside another short raid, kind of like the Mogushan Vault was, and didn't have the terrible mechanic of 4 raid lockouts, making people burn themselves out in the place even faster than normal, I'm sure it wouldn't be looked back on anywhere near as negatively as it is currently. It was just kind of a perfect storm of a whole bunch of things going wrong for it that don't really have much to do with the raid itself, and how the bosses or mechanics were run, except for faction champions. That fight doesn't really help its case very much. And since Trial of the Crusader was also sandwiched between 2 of the most popular raids of all time, it's being heavily compared to the best, which makes it seem even lower on the scale that much more. And at number 1, we have the Battle for Mount Hyjal. This was a raid in the Burning Crusade, which is generally thought of as one of the worst raids in the game, and very few people defend it, like they might do with every other raid I've listed on this list. Where even I quite enjoyed some of the raids I talked about here. There's very few people who actually enjoyed the Battle for Mount Hyjal, because what the raid was waiting around for ads to spawn, so the raid would allow you to kill the ads slowly before the next wave could come in. The whole raid took place in around 3 sections. The first section had you kill waves of ads, then a boss, then waves of ads, then another boss. The second section had you kill waves of ads, then a boss, then more waves of ads, and then a 4th boss. And the third section had you just kill a final boss. So, most of the raid was just spent killing ads, and generally, people call ads before a fight trash for a reason. It's the common nomenclature for this activity to be called killing trash. You can kind of see how the community thinks of the entertainment value of killing large swatches of trash for the majority of the instance. Because also, if you fail the boss fight, you'd have to redo all the waves of trash before it would respawn again. So Battle for Mount Hyjal easily takes number 1 spot on this list. It's the closest thing WoW has to a bad raid, and the only reason it took so long to clear was because no one really wanted to do it back when it was available, and instead everybody just was working on Illidan. With the introduction of Legion's Mythic Plus time walking, Blizzard has made it possible for dungeons from previous expansion to also be time walked into Mythic Plus. Prior to Legion, there were 5 expansions for World of Warcraft: the Burning Crusade, which had 16 dungeons, Wrath of the Lich King with another 16, Cataclysm with 14, Mists of Pandaria with 9, and Warlords of Draenor with 8, in addition to the original 20 dungeons from Vanilla WoW, which brings us to a little over 80 dungeons that do not have Mythic Plus modes. And first, before we go over the list, let's mention what won't be mentioned in the list. Vanilla dungeons will not be here, since several have already been reworked once for the Cataclysm and Warlords of Draenor expansions. Many older dungeons are simply too long and too linear for Mythic Plus time walking, and dungeons with lengthy RP scenes or timed events will be excluded as well, as some of the RP is simply far too long. Additionally, dungeons that have long run-back times are also excluded. And at number 10, we have the Hellfire Ramparts. This Burning Crusade dungeon is located in the Hellfire Peninsula and sees players fighting the Burning Legion and their fell orcs defending an orc citadels and ramparts. The dungeon isn't too long by Burning Crusade standards and has some interesting bosses and trash mobs. For some reason, it's not in the Burning Crusade time walking queue, and it's possible that Blizzard felt it was too short with only 3 bosses. However, each of these bosses are fairly unique with their abilities, like how Watchkeeper Gargulmar is infamous for his ads which heal him, or Vazrudin calling down his dragon mount Azin to aid him when he hits low enough health, or Omor the Unscarred, a big scary Doomlord who can summon ads and gives debuffs to players. Other Mythic Plus challenges in this dungeon include things like various trash mobs that have hunter mobs with stuns, which can be a real headache if not CC'd properly, or how the mobs can run in fear and aggro other groups, especially with tons of patrols, which can either lead to some huge AoE fun, or quickly result in a wipe. Besides that, the dungeon itself is pretty simple and linear with only one corridor and a flight of stairs, the only real branch being at the very end for the second and third boss, meaning if your group wipes and you have to run back, it won't be that bad. It's an enjoyable dungeon to do while leveling, and most players have pretty fond memories of this place as the first dungeon most people would find themselves in upon entering the Burning Crusade. And at number 9, we have the Stone Core. Located in Deepholm, this dungeon from Cataclysm has players racing to save the World Pillar from the Twilight Hammer cult. The dungeon has 4 bosses, each of which very unique in their appearance and abilities. And of course the dungeon contains a return of our favorite outlaw mage and warlock hybrid, Millhouse Manastorm, as the mini-boss, harassing you in various groups of trash mobs, eventually trying to cast impending doom before he is of course interrupted by Corboros, a giant crazed grey worm that burrows underground and can kill you instantly if he hits you while reappearing, which can happen randomly with the janky hitbox of this attack, all while summoning swarms of small worms and spewing shard barrages. Or Slabhide, who makes players hide behind stone spikes during one of his phases, while also avoiding lava pools, but is more well known for having a chance to drop a unique mount too. And anyone who has done this dungeon before should be familiar with running away from Ozrok's massive ground slam, spell reflect, and knockback, all while he yells his iconic line of "Break yourselves upon my body, to feel the strength of the earth." And lastly, evading High Priestesses Azil's purple bubbles of death while kiting crowds of cultists through zones of death while trying not to die to her chokeslams and giant flying boulders. The main reason for this dungeon being solo on this list is that it can be incredibly tedious, since the dungeon itself is very long, and especially since it has some pretty hard-hitting mobs and mechanics that can straight up kill you, like watch guards who, if they see you, will run to alert groups of mobs and pull extra if not killed quickly. To kind of solve this problem, Blizzard did put in a teleporter, but the teleporter only brings you to the middle of the instance, and it's still a pretty long walk from there to the final boss. With how infamous the Stone Core is in Cataclysm time walking for the length of the dungeon, the tons of wipes, especially in Ozrok, and the density of trash, this is the reason why it lands solo on this list at only the number 9 spot, but it still makes the list nonetheless because it would be a great Mythic Plus dungeon. And at number 8, we have the Steam Vault. Another Burning Crusade dungeon, the Steam Vault is located in Zangarmarsh and features players fighting against Naga on their way towards the Serpent Shrine Cavern raid and Lady Vosh. This dungeon would make a great addition to the Burning Crusade time walking queue since the dungeon isn't too complicated in its design, while also having branching paths and avoidable packs, all while having interesting and unique fight mechanics for its time period. The layout is very straightforward, and after defeating the first 2 bosses and releasing some valves, the final boss room opens up. This dungeon has 3 bosses which are all very unique with special abilities and mechanics. For example, Steamrigger summons a ton of leopard gnomes who try to heal him while shrinking players. And for Calthresh's fight, you have to kill Naga Distilleries to stop him from getting a strong buff while also being careful not to hit his spell reflect. Just like Hellfire Ramparts, the dungeon also has a ton of trash packs that are fairly close together, and these mobs can fear, meaning CC is a big deal. Steam Vault's placement of trash packs, its cool aesthetic and bosses, and its simple design makes this an excellent choice for Mythic Plus. And at number 7, we have our first dungeon for Mista Pandaria, Gate of the Setting Sun. This dungeon is located in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms and has players aiding the Shadow Pan and stopping a Mantid assault on the Vale's fortifications. Gate of the Setting Sun is one of the more unique dungeons due to its open world feel and players fighting back a literal insectoid army. Players first fight against Saboteur Capitalic and his swarms of bombs, which require you to run out way before they explode, followed by Striker Godok's aerial charges, where he flies across the platform dropping tons of fire, requiring players to avoid his flurry of flame. Next, players deal with Commander Rumok, who summons tons of ads and leaves acid pools all over the floor while cleaving in front of him. And finally, Rygon, a giant bug whose armor protects him from harm and must be torn off first by loading yourself into some cannons and firing yourself on top of him until he throws you off, or until you break his armor, allowing you to finally DPS him while trying to outrun the pursuing Goliath. These 4 bosses are unique and make the dungeon very memorable, but the reason this dungeon is kind of lower on this list is because there are some notable drawbacks of making this dungeon a Mythic Plus. First off, the dungeon itself is rather long, along with some annoying RP parts, such as the cannons used on Striker Godok's platform to shoot down the swarms of flying mantid and the cutscene that happens as you light the pyre before the 3rd boss, or having to fall your way down to the courtyard for the final boss with Rygon, which will kill people who are not careful, or have a way to avoid the multiple jumping paths. But other than this, the dungeon is pretty cool and would definitely make a great addition, especially since it already has a time mode available due to the challenge mode system that was added in Mist of Pandaria. All dungeons released during and after Mists already have a system in place to convert them into Mythic Plus pretty easily. And at number 6, we have the Lost City of Tol'vir. This Cataclysm dungeon is located in Uldum, has players fighting off against the rogue Tol'vir clan controlled by an air elemental aligned with the Old Gods. This dungeon would make a great time-walking Mythic Plus dungeon because it's relatively compact and has some really great boss fights. The 4 boss fights can be quite difficult. Pair that with the fact that there's large trash packs all over the place, it makes for an interesting and deadly Mythic Plus. The bosses have many unique abilities, such as General Husam's Mines, High Prophet Barims making players kneel, then kicking them to a unique Shadow Realm of sorts, and Wind whipping players around without their control while fighting Siam. All of these could make this dungeon much more interesting if they were combined with Mythic Plus elements. This dungeon is towards the middle of this list because it can be a tad long sometimes, and one boss, Og, is off to the side of the map. But one big redeeming feature is that there is a shortcut to the final boss through wind vortexes once the first 3 bosses have been defeated, meaning wiping on the last boss won't really be a problem. Despite some minor issues, it's still a good dungeon complete with some solid bosses, and the Oasis and the Forbidden City aesthetic of the dungeon is the reason why it lands here. And at number 5, we have the Everbloom from the Warlords of Draenor expansion. In this dungeon, players face the infectious Evergrowth as it leads an assault on Stormwind. Located in Gorgon, the dungeon's layout is fairly linear with 4 required bosses and 1 additional optional boss. The 4 required bosses are Witherbark, the Ancient Protectors, Archmage Soul, and Yaldu, while the additional boss is a giant spooky spider named Zeratak. The bosses have tons of various abilities, ranging from the Ancient Protectors need to be taken down in a certain order, with multiple types of AoE damage, to Witherbark needing you to manage water orbs to prevent him from healing, and Archmage Soul requiring you to avoid various spells, and choose to interrupt her to keep her in the first phase, or let her complete the cast and go into the next phases. All of these would make for some nice additional challenges in Mythic Plus difficulty, and some of the trash packs in this dungeon even have interesting mechanics, much like the one-of-a-kind bosses. For example, the plant-infested orc monstrosities can stun and root players. The downside of the dungeon is not only how densely packed all the trash mobs are, making it much more difficult to skip mobs, but the trash in the dungeon was also quite powerful, such as the addled mages at the end of the dungeon who were infamous in their ability to wipe groups, because of the spore images they release when they die. And even more so with how easy it is to possibly wipe or just lose a lot of time if some of the boss mechanics aren't dealt with properly, like Witherbark's water orb, since he'll just keep healing. And at number 4, we have the Stormstout Brewery from Mists of Pandaria. This dungeon is located in the Valley of Four Winds and has players facing off against Hosen, Vermin, and Ale Elementals. A highlight of the dungeon are some of the neutral drunk ghosts and the brewer at the end. The layout of the dungeon is linear, and the whole dungeon has a playful feel to it, and it's nice to have a somewhat goofy dungeon from time to time. In this dungeon, the first boss sees players interrupt a Hosen party to ride on top of barrels of ale and drive them into Ukuk. After players become the new top Uker Duker and initiate a dance party, they can then swing giant hammers around to defeat Vermin along the path leading to the second boss, Hoptullus. This dungeon makes it higher on this list because of the last boss, Yanzu, the Uncast, which can be very tricky with its many adds and bubble phases. Although the one downside, the last boss requires some RP and waiting time before it eventually spawns. Although since RP time is accounted for in a Mythic Plus timer, it's not actually a big deal, but usually players don't like any RP scenes in Mythic Plus dungeons. The dungeon's layout, interesting bosses, and unique mechanics is what makes this dungeon deserving of a high spot on this list. And at number 3, we have the End Time. This Cataclysm dungeon, located in the Caverns of Time in Tanaris, has players defeating Murazond, an old god corrupted version of Nozdormu, the dragon aspect of time. This dungeon is unique in its layout in several ways. First, the entire instance is traversed through portals, making for quick travel if wipes are to occur. Technically, the dungeon has 5 bosses, but players only see 3 per instance. The first boss fight can either be the Echo of Bane or the Echo of Sylvanas. The second boss fight can either be the Echo of Jaina or the Echo of Tyrande, and the last boss is always Murazond. Each boss has unique aesthetic visuals for their mini-zone of a corrupted Dragonshire. Tyrande is probably the most annoying boss, as you can only kill the ants while in the moonlight of a loon she calls forth, forcing you to slowly traverse around this massive spiral before finally being able to fight her. And Bane can be difficult if you had bad RNG on the platforms he destroys, but otherwise is way more simple than Tyrande, requiring only one trash pack to fight on your way to him. Sylvanas' minions of death and AoE can be a pain as well, because if you can't kill the ghoul fast enough, the entire group can be wiped, since no one can escape the trap. But it's not all bad, seeing as some mechanics are really easy to avoid, like Jaina's ice spikes that you can just move out of the way of. One of the major downsides to this dungeon is that there are some annoying RP bits, such as collecting stones to summon Jaina, and the aforementioned Tyrande spiral, leading to the Tyrande/Jaina being the longest combo with Bane Sylvanas being the shortest. This just wastes time, and it's often the case that it is even more of a pain to collect the stones than to fight Jaina herself, along with the RNG of what bosses you're going to actually be fighting, as some runs will simply be easier than others depending on who you fight. Overall, this dungeon has fascinating lore, solid bosses, and a very easy layout to follow, with its only downfall being the boss RNG, which could probably be fixed for Mythic Plus by having a weekly rotation, or just a set boss order that never changes. And at number 2, we have the Temple of the Jade Serpent. This Mista Pandaria dungeon, located in the Jade Forest, has 4 bosses and has battlers battling against the Shaw of Doubt. Every boss in this instance is incredibly well done and has interesting characterizations and abilities. Players first must face off against a corrupted Jinyu, the Wise Mari, and Lorewalker's stepson's animated library. However, which order they do them in is at their own choice. Once both are defeated, they must fight against Liu Flameheart, and finally a remnant of the old god Yashiraj, the Shaw of Doubt, which are all unique in their own way, with the final fight with the Shaw of Doubt even seeing players battling corrupted versions of themselves briefly in an ad phase. The dungeon is extremely compact and has direct access to the first 2 bosses, with opening gates that lead directly to the 3rd and 4th bosses once unlocked. So if you were to wipe to the last boss for whatever reason, the time needed to get back to it is very minimal. The dungeon does have some short RP bits which could be annoying to some, but usually nothing that overstays its welcome. But Wise Mari's constant summoning water elementals paired with its water spin phase, and Lorewalker's Stone Step stories also need some time for the bosses to work through their abilities in RP before becoming killable, which takes longer than the rest of the dungeon. However, the Temple of the Jade Serpent is a fast dungeon that can easily be completed and is overall perfect candidate for something that should be turned into a Mythic Plus time-walking dungeon. And at the number 1 spot, we have the Blood Maul Slag Mines from Warlords of Draenor. Located in the Frostfire Ridge, this dungeon sees players battling into an underground slave labor mine and battling tyrannical ogres to free their captives. It makes this list for many of the other reasons mentioned before. It's relatively short and has some interesting fights out of the 4 bosses located here. And the first 2 bosses can be approached in any order, allowing for some flexibility with how the dungeon is run, but also the many different trash packs leading to these bosses will very easily fill the meter without the group having to go out of their way in order to gather mobs. With all of the bosses themselves having unique abilities, like Save Watcher Crushto summoning slaves to aid him, along with leaping around the room at random, Forge Master Gudon summoning 3 elementals to aid him during the encounter, basically fighting multiple bosses during this fight, or Roltal, who summons giant boomerang boulders on a wooden bridge that have to be avoided while running against his channel pushback Heatwave, which is a nightmare for classes who can't move and attack at the same time. The final boss of the dungeon is Gogrok, and what makes him different from the rest is he uses a magma and fire abilities, but to a much stronger and more lethal extent than the previous bosses, and fighting him can get insanely chaotic even for regular difficulties, as every time he casts Magma Eruption, a large patch of magma appears on the ground, and standing in it results in death very fast. And to make matters worse, it stays on the ground for the entire fight. Luckily, his other abilities aren't too bad other than giving himself a 15% DPS buff occasionally, and summoning an ad that moves across the room quickly to one of the blast furnaces, dealing almost lethal damage group-wide if it makes it, meaning it must be CC'd and killed quickly. But this is much more difficult when the entire room is covered in magma. The boss is a DPS race, as CCing the unstable slags and killing them all while maneuvering the patches of death on the ground can be quite hectic in the last bit of the fight, especially in a melee-heavy group. Overall, this dungeon setting, aesthetics, pathing freedom, and numerous fun and challenging bosses makes Blood Maul Slag Mines a great dungeon to be converted into a Mythic Plus time-walking dungeon. And that's why it's number 1 spot on this list, especially since Warlords of Draenor dungeons are also set up to already have a timed mode available, thanks to the challenge mode system. In this video, we'll be going over 10 dungeons and raid fights that either didn't require a conventional tank spec class, or could just substitute a tank for like a DPS class instead. Starting off at number 10, we have the Grand Champions fight from the Trial of Champions dungeon. First off, we'll have a few on this list that are vehicle fights, as they technically allow anyone to play the role of a tank, but we will go through them first as it feels a little bit cheaty, as you're not playing your class but are tanking a vehicle which can tank. Anyways, for this fight it has two phases, the second phase being a generic fight, so we don't care about that. What we do care about is the first phase. That fight requires you and the rest of your party to joust on poles and hop on a mount, then to engage in battle of building armor, breaking armor, and weakening the enemies until they fall off. This is a real cool theme of a fight, which in reality acted more like a PvP match, as everyone was forced to play the role of a tank and a DPS, not really any healers for the fight though. Moving on, at number 9, we have Instructor Razuvius. This boss dealt far too much damage to be tanked normally, nearly one-shotting most tanks with every unbalancing strike, even for fully geared Naxxramas tanks. The boss also had a massive damage AoE stun that also drained mana. These two things combined makes the fight theoretically impossible. However, alongside the Instructor, there are 4 Death Knight understudies. These adds could be mind-controlled by priests, and were luckily strong enough with a shield wall and a taunt to be able to tank the boss, making this fight possible, while leaving the actual tanks to just kind of set aside in case of an emergency and hold the non-mind controlled adds. So for this fight, the priests were technically the tanks, and in the remake for Wrath, they just added a device that lets you mind control the adds so you didn't have to bring one specific class. And at number 8, we have one of the most infamous dungeons, the Oculus, and its final boss, the Lay Guardian Aragos. This boss steps up the free-for-all of the Grand Champions, while at the same time allowing everyone a chance at tanking instead of only priests, like with Razuvius, while also letting anyone DPS, or heal too. Midway through the dungeon, you save 3 dragons, and they offer you assistance by giving you an item that allows you to summon a dragon mount. Each of these mounts has a different set of abilities, Amber for dealing damage, Emerald for healing, and then the Ruby for tank. All 3 of them had a separate amount of abilities that basically allowed them to specialize in DPS, healing, or tanking. With these, you would choose any dragon you wanted, allowing you to play any role you wanted. 3 tanks, 2 heals, 1 heals, 4 DPS, or whatever combo. There was even an achievement for killing the boss without one of the colors. To get the achievement, you had to do a run with no tanks, another with no healers, and another with no DPS. Although if you were good enough, you could double up and do it with no tanks and no DPS, for examples. Healers could DPS, tanks could heal, and DPS could tank. At number 7, we have the chess event from Karazhan, which is actually the first ever vehicle fight. There were fights like Razuvius and Razorgro before it, but both of those had you mind control a mob, which still left the player out in the open free to be attacked. The chess event was the first fight to have players actually become mounted in a vehicle, protecting them from attacks. Players would enter the room to find a massive chessboard with pieces that are replaced with alliance and horde characters and creatures. While there was no dedicated tank for this, all the mobs have different abilities, as there was the pawns who held the front line, the king, all the other pieces being good at soaking damage, especially the bishop's healers who were able to protect the king's HP pool, even more so important since the king dying would lose you or win you the fight. It was quite the unique fight, being also the first time players all needed to take control of a vehicle-like things, instead of 1 or 2 people doing so. And at number 6, we have the most famous vehicle fight, Flame Leviathan. This fight had you pitted against a Titanic tank, with your only hope for defeating it using siege weapons, with 3 different vehicles to choose from, with the first being the Demolisher, acting as a DPS by firing barrels of pyrite, motorcycles acting as support by gathering pyrite to refuel the Demolishers and slow enemies, and then you had the steam tanks. These slow but powerful tanks acted as sort of a tank for the Flame Leviathan fight, holding aggro on the boss in between its fixates, and holding onto its adds that came from activating the hard mode version of the fight. It had a couple of good abilities, a ram and AoE cleave that interrupted spellcasters, and a charge, as well as a shield that could be activated by the tank's gunner. The fight was amazing in its sense of scale and lack of the usual roles. Vehicle fights like Flame Leviathan are superb, but sadly there are very few fights like it because it wasn't that well liked, and is one of the reasons we no longer see vehicle fights anymore, nor will you see any more of them on this list. However, if you want a more in-depth coverage of vehicle fights, go check out our video on vehicle fights. Now onto the more normal fights in the higher spots on this list. And at number 5, first we have to explain something. While the normal tanking classes and specs were very good at tanking, there were sometimes fights in WoW's histories where tanks were worse at tanking a particular mechanic of a fight than a DPS player could be. And the first one of these we'll be covering is Leotheris the Blind from the Serpent Shrine Cavern. Warlocks had many things that made them able to tank better than the usual tanks in very niche circumstances. First, they can gain and hold aggro at ranged easily thanks to their spammable Searing Pain ability, which generated extra threat for RP reasons, something that no other class could do, even tanks. They also had insane survivability, both in damage reduction and in healing, and able to build great levels of spell resistance, especially in fire and shadow. So how did this matter on Leotheris? Well, during his fight he would cast a whirlwind which dealt high damage to people in melee. So melee had to step back and wait a bit during a lot of portions of the fight. And once in a while he would enter his demon phase, which was the only time melee players could do legitimate damage to the boss for extended periods of time. And with an enraged timer, they really needed to do all the damage they could in this short window. But the boss had one more AoE, Chaos Bolt, and a blast of fire damage at launch of the tank that did a large AoE damage around them. So if using a conventional tank, the melee DPS would never get a chance to actually hit the boss. So using a Warlock tank with max fire resist to sit in the back and hold the boss's Chaos Bolt spam during this phase, which would allow melee to finally get in and burst the boss down without fear of being AoE to death. And at number 4, we have High King Mulgar, the first boss in Gruul's lair. This boss fight was an ogre council you need to kill, each member of the council being a class, and the one we'll be talking about today is Krosh Firehand, the mage. Because he is a mage, he would of course be countered by another mage. He had a few spells, an AoE, a single target burst, and his important ability being Spell Shield. This 30-second duration buff reduces magic damage taken by 75%. Now what mages could do was spell steal this buff, allowing them to then tank the boss. While the fireballs he would cast would one-shot some players and nearly one-shot tanks, the mage with 75% damage reduction could easily tank this spellslinger. He would recast the shield again right after the shield ran out, allowing the mage to have almost 100% uptime on the spell stolen shield, only hitting a bit of a hiccup if the shield ran out in the middle of him casting a fireball, as he couldn't reapply the shield while casting. But hey, if the fireball snuck in, a healer was ready to heal you back up, so you could spell steal the next shield. That is if it did not one-shot you first. And at number 3, we have the Blood Prince Council fight in Icecrown Citadel raid. This boss fight pitted you against 3 San'laein who all share the same health pool, literally. While one of them has a health pool, the other 2 have no health. Kel'Thuzeth did not do much damage most of the fight, however, once in a while during the fight he would be empowered, and once empowered, his shadow attacks would be enough to easily one-shot any player, tank or not. How you avoided this was by attacking a mob that would spawn in the fight called the Dark Nuclei. These mobs would attack whoever hit them last, not following the normal rules of aggro. They would attack by applying a stacking dot to whoever they hit. This dot did very little damage while also reducing the target's shadow damage taken. So groups would just use a Warlock to tank the boss. They would apply long-term dots like Curse of Agony onto these nuclei to constantly gain stacks, and these stacks of course keeping them safe from the boss's burst damage. It was difficult for other classes to do this as well, because lack of easy ranged dots, and also the natural shadow resistance that Warlocks had, meant it was pretty much always the Warlock's job. Although anyone could do it, they just couldn't do it as well as Warlocks. And at number 2, we have Illidan Stormrage upon Black Temple. Illidan has a lot of similarities with the earlier boss, Leotheris, like father, like son, I guess. Both demon hunters had a demon within phase that caused them to fire barrages of AoE spells at their tank. The difference being, while Leotheris did fire damage, Illidan dealt shadow damage. So the Warlock in full shadow resist setup would spam Searing Pain and dots until this phase transitioned, and while staying away from the group, they would start spamming self-heals, like Siphon Life, Drain Life, Healthstone, and Shadow Ward. Alongside a dedicated healer, they simply acted as a shadow damage dealing sponge, holding the boss while the rest of the raid dealt with constant spawning shadow demons. This phase was extremely important, especially since it was basically the end of the fight. Warlocks were amazing off-tanks. Their abilities gave them the capabilities to take large amounts of magic damage, and also to tank from long range. And a lot of Warlock players loved it, a new playstyle in a normally DPS-only class. And at number 1, we have the Twin Emperors from Encourage, the first ever fight to utilize a Warlock tank, let alone any tank from a non-tank class. This fight consisted of 2 bosses, Velkor and Valkanash. For simplicity's sake, we'll call them the melee and spellcaster boss. They had a few mechanics of note. First, they shared a health pool, but if they got too close to each other, they would heal quickly. So letting them get close to each other was basically a wipe. Second was they would teleport, swapping places every 30-ish seconds. Lastly, they were immune to the opposite's damage type, meaning the melee was immune to spells and the spellcaster was immune to physical damage. So now to the part of this fight that is important for this video. The spellcaster boss was immune to physical damage, and pairing that with a powerful AoE knockback that dealt heavy damage and slowed constantly meant that usual melee tanks couldn't even attempt to tank this boss. So instead, you would send in a Warlock tank. Max shadow resistance with a dedicated healer, the Warlock tank was perfect for this boss, as his only real tank-focused damage ability was a Shadow Bolt, easily reduced by Warlock's high shadow resist and paired with their Shadow Ward ability. The Arcane Burst ability was completely avoided by being a Warlock, and while the boss had many other abilities it could cast, they were mostly just AoEs that people needed to move out of, like Blizzard. You usually needed 2 Warlock tanks, one on each side, as well as 1 warrior per side, because of the before mentioned teleport, meaning once they teleported, they needed to be tanked there. You couldn't let them run back to their original tank or else they would heal. This fight was very complicated overall and very long, but it was the first time a Warlock tank was made a reality. All of the fights listed are from Vanilla, TBC, and Wrath of the Lich King, and outside of the vehicle fights, off-tanking was usually a Warlock thing. But there were a couple of instances where other classes could theoretically off-tank in some situations as well. Post-Cataclysm, these kinds of fights don't really happen very much anymore. Usually, if there's a special mechanic, they make it in a way so that a normal off-tank can just do the tanking without needing a DPS to do it. The standard boss fight involves one boss who needs to be tanked, and that tank needs to be healed by a healer. And that boss needs to be killed before he enrages, so you need lots of good DPS to kill it before that happens. And maybe sprinkle in a tank swap, add spawns, and a little AoE damage so the healers have to heal the DPS as well, and you've got yourself a standard boss fight. Most bosses in WoW are just a variation of this formula, with an added gimmick that needs to be overcome, like running to the outer platforms in the Lich King fight. This list will go over boss fights that either throw the standard formula out the window and do something wholly unique, or just have a really crazy gimmick on top of the standard formula.
Very well, let the game begin.
Number 10. The Karazhan Chess Event. This boss fight in the Burning Crusade Karazhan played more like a game of battle chess rather than a standard boss fight. The objective of the match was simple: kill the enemy king. Only the king in this game is the strongest piece on the board and is a total beefcake. So to take him down, you need to take out some of his support first, since some of the other pieces can heal and do tons of damage themselves. The actual rules of chess aren't really used. Raid members would just pick up a piece and move it around and attack stuff. Once the enemy king was dead, you won the match. The uniqueness of this fight was that you didn't actually fight a boss. In fact, your character didn't really matter much. You could theoretically do the fight with a raid full of hunters or priests or whatever, since the only thing that mattered was controlling the pieces, and using them to fight. And the pieces didn't care what class you were. Since gear and skill cap was almost non-existent in this fight, it was basically considered a free loot boss, since once you got the hang of it, it was pretty easy.
Thousands of years without new playthings. I will enjoy this.
Number 9. Darumu the Forgotten. Honestly, pretty standard boss fight, but with a pretty unique gimmick. Never mind his phase of looking for a hidden ad by moving the correct color over it. The real uniqueness of Darumu was his maze phase. During his third phase of the fight, Darumu would stop doing all of his abilities and start filling the room with purple shit. Then leave a few patches of free space for the raid to stand in. Then he will start channeling his laser beam of death and slowly rotate around the room. The purple shit on the floor did a ton of damage, so you had to stay in the dry patches of land, which would open up in front of you slowly. As long as you were able to calmly follow the maze being created for you, you'd take almost no damage and the phase would be a cakewalk. This is not what happened though for the average raider. Plus the fight was notoriously buggy at the time, and sometimes a maze would never spawn and you'd be screwed. Or if you were like me at the time and had a not so great computer, that phase was a nightmare because all the particle effects slowed my computer to a crawl. The dry patches of land would just never show up on my screen, so I just have to trust that my raid knew what they were doing and run with them. I should also probably mention Orgorger from Blackrock Foundry here. He too was a pretty standard boss fight, only with a really unique maze phase. Orgorger would start rolling around the room and crashing into a wall in semi-random patterns. In order to stop him, you had to DPS down ore crates to drop ore. Once Ore Gorger rolled over enough of the ore, the phase would end. On Mythic mode, he also shot out waves of fire during his maze phase, making it more hectic and harder to dodge things than normal.
You are too late! The corruption is nearly complete!
Number 8. Shadow Lord Iskar. Iskar was another pretty standard boss fight, only with a totally and wholly unique mechanic. There was an item in the raid that you could throw to other players with an extra action button. If you held onto this item too long, it would stack a dot on you that would kill you eventually. And if someone did not hold the item, it would pulse AoE damage to the raid, so you'd had to pick it up. The item was also crucial and absolutely necessary for certain raid members to have in order to counter potentially raid wiping abilities. The first was a Mirage Winds debuff that would pull you to the edge of the platform in the room. The only way to get rid of the debuff was to have the item, and it would go out to multiple players at once, so the raid had to be responsible for throwing it to the next person who had the debuff after they got it themselves. During the ad phase, one of the ads would put a debuff on someone who would explode in 5 seconds and wipe the raid if it wasn't dispelled. Only you couldn't dispel it without having a healer holding the item. In the same phase, there was another ad which did an incredibly hard-hitting chain AoE ability that needed to be interrupted, which, as you might have guessed by now, required the interrupter to be holding the item. Pretty much everything in the fight required you to use the item and pass it on to teammates, which is something you do not see very often. In fact, I'm not even sure if there is another fight in the game like it. The fight was basically a test of how well you could handle the mechanic on top of everything else going on in the raid.
Evasive action! Man the guns!
Number 7. The Gunship Battle. The entire fight was just about shooting down the enemy ship with guns, while dealing with a bunch of ads who were trying to take down your ship as well. The enemy gunship would periodically freeze your ship's guns, which required you to jump onto the enemy ship and kill a mage to unfreeze your guns so that you could keep firing. All in all, it was basically just an ad fight where a few raid members would man the guns to shoot down the other ship, which was still pretty unique. To a lesser extent, Flame Leviathan was also unique in that it was a boss fight done with vehicles, except you still pretty much just fought a boss, only with vehicles instead of your normal characters. And in both cases, the vehicles actually scaled with your gear, so the more gear you had, the more damage you did, unlike the Karazhan chess event. But just like the chess event, Gunship was also considered a free loot boss, since once you got the hang of it, the fight was pretty easy. Even guilds who never stepped foot into heroic content would do the Gunship fight on heroic, for the better gear, because it wasn't that much harder than normal mode. Number 6. The Spine of Deathwing. Unlike the chess event and the gunship battle, Spine of Deathwing was actually the hardest fight in its raid, even though it wasn't the final boss. Now, Spine of Deathwing was basically a glorified ad fight. You kill tentacle ads to spawn big elemental ads, which needed to absorb the corpses of little blood ads, but not before the big elemental ad was at a low enough health point, all to cause it to explode to reveal a tendon under Deathwing's armor which needed to be killed in order to pop off his plate. Repeat the above process 3 times and that's the Spine of Deathwing fight in a nutshell. But what's unique about this fight is the lack of an actual boss to kill. The fact that you're fighting on the back of a giant dragon who wants to throw you off if there's an uneven amount of people on one side. And the fact that the tendon you need to kill to pop off the plate is only available at DPS for 20 seconds. Making it one of the few raid fights in the game which prioritized pure burst damage over everything else. The very first heroic raid kill of the fight had almost half the raid as mages, since they were one of the burstiest classes at the time that also had a legendary available to them from the previous raid. Spine of Deathwing is a unique fight for the battlefield the raid took place on, and for its unique win condition.
Eons I have slept undisturbed. Now this. Creatures of flesh, now you will burn!
Number 5. Lord Rylith. Now this fight is one of a kind. For about 90% of the raid encounter, you DPS the boss's legs in order to get him to change direction. And what you want him to do is walk over active volcanoes that he spawns, as doing this enough times will break his armor and cause phase 2 to activate. But be careful, because if you steer him over too many non-active volcanoes, that will trigger constant AoE damage and eventually wipe the raid. All while dealing with ad spawns and a few other raid mechanics, of course. So the fight boiled down to control DPS on legs to steer him in the right direction. Too much DPS might make him overturn. Too little and he wouldn't turn fast enough. Too much on both legs and he'll just kinda go straight in a wobbly pattern. A very hard thing to achieve, especially for dot-based classes. Once his armor did break, the leg mechanic was done with and you just fought the boss like normal.
If I fall into the abyss, I'll take all you mortals with me.
Number 4. Razor Gore. Razor Gore was unique in being probably the very first non-conventional raid boss fight in the game. This boss fight had one person control Razor Gore with a mind control device, and you had to go around the room and break all the dragon eggs. While doing this, ads would come into the room and try to both kill the mind control person and Razor Gore. So the raid basically just had to protect the boss long enough for him to break all the dragon eggs. Then you killed the boss like normal. If the boss died before all the eggs got broke, you wiped. If you took too long, you'd be overwhelmed by ads. Pretty unique for a boss fight so early on in the game's history, and pretty hard for its time too. Razor Gore is part of the reason why most first bosses and raids are made a lot easier and mechanically simple than other bosses in the instance, because too many guilds got stuck on the first boss being Razor Gore and disbanded due to lack of progression. Although the boss probably most famous for this was the one right after Razor Gore. Blackwing Lair had two of its hardest fights at the beginning of the raid, something you won't ever see in modern WoW. While I'm on the topic of Blackwing Lair, I should probably mention Nefarian as well. Now, Nef wasn't a terribly unique boss fight in of himself. He was pretty standard as far as fighting dragons go, but he did have one very unique mechanic. Periodically throughout the fight, he'd put a debuff on players that would affect each and every class differently, and usually had something to do with the class's mechanics. For example, Nef would break the weapons of hunters who got the debuff. To counter it, they'd have to swap to a different weapon right before his debuff went out, so the crappier weapon would get broken instead. Priest would get reverse heals, where instead of healing, all their heals would do damage instead. Druids would get stuck in cat form. Mages would randomly polymorph other raid members. Shaman totems would become hostile towards them, and etc, etc. This is also the only boss fight that Blizzard actually goes back and updates whenever a new class is introduced. Death Knights will be gripped to Nef, Monks will be forced to roll for about 5 seconds, and Demon Hunters will have their screens turned pitch black, with only your UI showing.
Pump up the forge to overdrive!
Number 3. Hansgar and Franzak. Hans and Franz is a pretty standard double boss fight, where you fight two bosses at once, but they share a health pool. The unique thing about this fight is the room you do the encounter in is trying to kill you the whole time. You fight on conveyor belts that for the most part are constantly moving, with giant presses in the air that come down to try to kill you throughout the whole fight. They're pretty easy to avoid for the most part, but sometimes the stamps will be put into overdrive and you have to dance around the room for a bit while still doing the boss like normal. Hans and Franz is basically like Hygen's safety dance at all times. Hygen himself was also a pretty unique boss fight in Nax, who would sometimes make portions of his room explode, so the tank and melee DPS had to avoid it throughout the fight, while the range could just sit on a platform. But periodically throughout the fight, he'd kick everyone off his platform, and everyone had to go into the room and do the safety dance and avoid the exploding parts of the room. Hans and Franz is like Hygen's safety dance, only a way more refined version of it. The fight also gave a lot of people motion sickness because of the conveyor belts, so I don't see Blizzard doing something exactly like it again, but it was still a very well designed fight in my opinion. Number 2, the Faction Champions. The only fight in game where you PvP while doing PvE. Well, that's not entirely true. There was also a dungeon boss with a similar mechanic in the Burning Crusade. But Faction Champs was the first and only time something like this has been done in a raid setting. And people did not like it one bit, so I doubt we'll see something like it again. The fight itself worked like a huge arena match, The faction champs would try to focus down one person at random, and you had to keep them alive while also killing them. The champs could all be CC'd, but they were subject to PvP durations and DRs, so you couldn't CC them for very long. It was also a lot easier to just focus down their members one at a time, and most guilds didn't really bother with CC on easier difficulties. The faction champs could absolutely target your healers, since they just kinda ignored the tanks for the most part. And this is part of the reason people didn't like it. The fight was just chaos with not enough pillars for the healers to hump, for it to feel like a true, genuine PvP fight. Now, the number one fight on this list isn't necessarily the most unique boss fight on this list, but it is a unique boss fight that is almost universally loved, and used as an example of how to do a good, unique boss fight. And that, of course, is Operator Thogar. I don't know if you've been keeping count, but this is the third boss I've listed from Blackrock Foundry. People may shit on Warlords of Draenor all the time, but even the most hardened critic of the expansion will say, Warlords of Draenor was a shitty expansion. Except for its raids, those were good. Most of the criticism for the expansion was due to a lack of content, which is totally understandable and a fair point to be made, but some of the content we did get, especially the raids, were top notch. Even Blackhand, the final boss of Blackrock Foundry, is an amazing and unique boss fight. Just not unique enough for this video. But you can be sure he'll show up in a future video about excellent end bosses of raids. But enough about all that, let's get back to the number one spot. Now, Operator Thogar is for the most part a pretty standard boss fight. But just like Hans and Franz, the room itself is trying to kill you the whole time you're doing it. Periodically throughout the fight, trains will come through one of 4 doors and zip past you. If you're in the lane where the train is at, there's a good chance you'll die if you don't have some kind of immunity cooldown. Trains will also sometimes come by and drop off ads, or maybe just hang around and fire cannons at the raid. On Mythic mode, one train will come in and move along slowly while shooting a flamethrower that everyone has to run through quickly to not take too much damage from it. The trains in the fight are part of the gimmick, and have one-shot potential, but also are a vital part to the other mechanics of the fight, which make them feel like an integral part of the encounter, rather than just a one-off gimmick that gets annoying on repeat attempts. Which is why I think it succeeds the most as a unique boss fight when compared to the other fights on this list. Most of the other fights on this list were hated at their time, whereas Thogar is actually well liked, and its Mythic mode is considered one of the best Mythic fights ever made. Plus, it's a really cool looking fight on top of all that. Ever hear of the famous Serenite bombs regrowing the platform on Lich King bug? And how the world first guild got their kill taken away for exploiting that bug, whether intentional or not? Well, this video won't go over that, nor other bugs that were taken advantage of to get kills. Those will be in a different video. This video will go over weird and unique bugs in fights. Bugs that made the fight annoying, or bugs that made the fight unkillable. Number 10, the Shade of Iran bug. Everyone who raided in BC will know the famous chant, I will not move when Flame Wreath is cast, or the raid blows up. And what this means for everyone else who didn't raid BC, when Iran used his Flame Wreath ability, everyone in the raid just stood still until it was gone, because if anyone crossed its path, it blew up the raid. But did you know Flame Wreath was originally supposed to only trigger when the person it was cast on moved out of it? In a blog post by the designer of the encounter, he mentions that upon raiding the encounter himself with his guild, a year after he designed it, someone linked him the chant video about how everyone was to stand still, to which he immediately wanted the bug fixed. But since everyone had already adjusted to the bug as an intended design of the encounter, there was no need to change it since it wasn't game breaking. So to this day, the bug still exists. Makes you wonder what other boss fights had abilities that didn't work the way Blizzard intended, but they just kinda left him alone anyway. Number 9, the keyboard turn glitch in Throgar. Throgar is a pretty fun boss fight if I do say so myself. If I make a video about some of the most unique or fun bosses ever made, I definitely put him on it. Part of the fight has you avoid trains that come out of the 4 doors constantly throughout the fight. If you get hit by one, it knocks you back and does a crap ton of damage. Usually enough to one-shot players, but did you know, for a while, you can actually avoid getting hit by the train by simply keyboard turning while the train passed right through you? Now, this bug wasn't very consistent and you'd still die sometimes, but While this bug was still in the game, you could simply press A or D and just spin, slowly in a circle while the train went harmlessly right through you. Not exactly game-breaking or useful, but that's why it's only at number 9. Number 8, the fire glitch in heroic Warmaster Blackhorn. Now, Dragon Soul itself had quite a few annoying little bugs, like how you'd sometimes fall to your death while jumping platforms in the madness of Deathwing fight. But none of the fights really had as many bugs as Blackhorn. In addition to instantly dying from nothing, the encounter randomly resetting, getting double charges, instant no animation charges, adds not doing anything when landing, or bombs straight up not splitting damage when they should, there was the deck fire. The heroic mode had fire that spawned when the ship went to certain percentages of health. What was supposed to happen was little gnomes would come down and extinguish the fires, and you simply had to make sure there wasn't too much fire so the little gnomes had enough time to clean it all up. Except, sometimes, their water didn't work, and the fire would spread to the entire deck and wipe the group. Once this was fixed, there was the visual fire bug. When the gnomes went down and put out the fire, the animation of the fire would just stay while the effect went away. What this meant was you had to pretty much watch the gnomes do their work, because sometimes the fire in the boat wasn't real fire, but just the leftover animation of what was once real fire. You could easily test fire by stepping into it and seeing if you took damage or not. Not that I'd recommend that, but it's not like the fake fire stayed forever. It did go away eventually, it just stayed for a long time after it stopped doing damage. Oh, and you know how I said they fixed the bug where the fire would just keep spreading and never go out? Well, I'm not actually sure if they ever fixed that bug or not. It was kind of a rare bug, so it might still be there. Blackhorn is the longest and most amount of attempts I've ever spent working on a boss. Not because it was particularly hard or anything, but mainly because of all of its bugs. Number 7, Lady Vash. Despite being a pretty buggy boss, it was still doable. A trick players could do to make Phase 2 easier was to have 4 members of the cores stand out of the group and log out. Then when the group would wipe and try again, the members of the cores would then log in as soon as Phase 2 started, allowing them to essentially skip Phase 2 and make the fight a lot easier. On one of the very first kills of Lady Vash, she actually respawned immediately after being killed, with the still lootable corpse right next to her. There was a lot of controversy to how this happened or if it was an exploit, but the gist of it was that a priest used a soul stone to come back to life as the boss was about to reset. And this is where the controversy part comes in. Either because the group wiped at 1% health, or because the priest happened to res as the boss was resetting, and the boss's health would temporarily go down to 1% during this short period. In any case, the priest was able to use a Shadow Word Death on Lady Vash and get the kill. But no one really accepted that as the first legit kill. Funny enough, when another raid did happen to get a legit kill on Lady Vash, she kept raining poison down on the raid even though she was dead, killing everyone and preventing them from looting the boss as you'd get killed as soon as you tried to come back in. They eventually had to get a GM to loot the boss for them. Number 6, Elegon. Did you know Elegon was the first boss to ever have 1 billion health? He's also a pretty glitchy boss, but most of his glitches were well known and not all that game breaking. All you had to do was not DPS him down too quickly while he was in Phase 2. Otherwise he'd pull you into the middle of the platform after despawning it and kill the whole raid. His other glitch being the pillars that spawn in the transition phase. Normally, you just DPS them down and you're done. Only sometimes, they don't go away after you kill them. They just stay at 0% health forever. Or even better, sometimes the pillars just don't spawn. Everyone who's tried to farm Elegon for his mount knows about these bugs, as they're still in the game today. Number 5, the Lurker Below. The Lurker Below was an interesting boss. Believe it or not, people didn't actually know this boss even existed for a while. In order to summon it, you had to have a high enough fishing skill and fish up a specific pool in Serpentine Caverns. The fight itself had a bug that made it almost impossible to do normally. His Sprout ability would shoot water out and slowly circle around the platform, except for when he randomly decided to spin around a full 360 degrees instantly and knock everyone off the platform. And the water was not a place you want to be in, as it was filled with little elite fishes that would bite you and do damage. Turns out though, if you just killed the mobs in front of Lady Vash, the water would start to boil and kill all the fishes, allowing you to just stay in the water during the sprout and not deal with the bug at all. Number 4, Sinestra. Sinestra was a heroic-only boss who never got any testing on public test realms as Blizzard wanted to keep it a secret, and the result was a very unfinished and buggy fight. Some of the big bugs for this fight included Shadow Orb sweeping the whole raid, killing everyone instantly, being able to spell Reflect an ability that almost one-shot the boss, and the eggs never becoming killable. The fight was so buggy, Blizzard literally patched it while it was being worked on constantly. So guilds working on it found that the fight would change after a pull when the strat they had been using just no longer worked anymore. This is actually how most mythic bosses are treated today as well. Hot fixes done between pulls of world first guild attempts. Number 3. Atramedes. Atramedes was a buggy fight for sure, but he was more of an exploited fight than a hard to kill one. His bugs, though, were so well known that I thought I'd make an exception and put him on here. His first and biggest bug was during the little RP event before the boss comes out. If we did a soft reset of the fight during it, you could have infinite gongs and just stunlock the boss to death without ever taking damage. This bug was fixed pretty quickly, but the next one wasn't for months. You see, its other bug was to basically pull the boss into the little pathway into his room, and if you fought him there, you could basically just ignore his phase 1 mechanics, and save all of your gongs for air phase. Everyone and their mom used this glitch to fight Atramedes for almost a month before it was fixed. There were even top guild kill videos showing them using this way to get their heroic kills. Now they close the entrance when the fight starts, so you can't pull him there. The only way to exploit him now is to attack him in the air when he first shows up during his little RP event. You could at the time do almost 10 to 20% damage to him before he even started the fight. I also wanted to mention Heroic Alec here, since he was in the same rate tier as Atramedes and Sinestra. His 25-man version had an ability that was overtuned or bugged in a way that the best way to kill him was to leave 7 people standing outside during phase 1. Otherwise the raid would wipe. They would simply hop into the fight once phase 1 was over and do the fight like normal. The world first kill of Alec here shows this little bug in a pretty funny way. I'd recommend checking out that video. Number 2. The Unkillable Kael'thas. Kael'thas had a pretty nasty bug for a long time that Blizzard in all likelihood knew about, but ignored because they didn't want to fix it until their new tier of raiding was ready. During the fight, the ads you kill in phase 1 get rezzed and you have to kill them again. The thing is though, there was a bug that made it so they still got aggro while dead, so as soon as they woke up, they would make a beeline for the healers and ignore the tanks, making killing the fight nearly impossible, until one day, a tank in a higher end raid guild discovered that the legendary temporary item staff that dropped generated a little bit of aggro when you used its on-use effect. And this staff's effect didn't have a cooldown nor global cooldown, meaning you could put on a macro to use dozens of times per second. So a tank would just use the staff and spam the crap out of it to gather aggro on the dead mobs. Problem solved, right? No. After finally getting past that phase, they found another problem. The legendary shield that dropped during the fight, which was supposed to be used by a tank taking Kael'thas' Pyroblast, didn't quite line up with the cooldown of Pyroblast, causing tanks to only really be able to tank Kael'thas for a minute at a time before dying. And while this was going on, Thaldared the Darkener would teleport around the room and instant kill players, especially Clothies. This caused the squishiest players to have to go out and farm an herb that would give you a short duration bubble to try and not get one-shotted when targeted. And it still didn't really work all that well. So while one tank went around spamming the staff macro to gather aggro on the dead ads, the other tank busy dying to Pyroblast because the shield's cooldown was too long, you had one of the ads teleporting around the room one-shotting players. Oh, and did I mention the invisible void zones? Because one of the ads absolutely summoned void zones with no visual effect. Only a way to know if you were standing in one was to see if your health was going down for no reason. So, needless to say, no guild got a kill on Kael'thas in his first form. After Blizzard removed the invisible void zones, fixed the dead aggro bug, changed Pyroblast to match the shield's effect, and stopped the ad teleporting around the room one-shotting players, about 5 guilds got a kill because the fight was still too hard. It was then nerfed again later on to lower the HP and damage values, and was still considered one of the hardest bosses in the expansion until Illidan. So why is this boss only number 2 if he was unkillable due to bugs? Well, he wasn't the only one. There was one other boss who was also unkillable due to bugs, but took even longer to kill. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say there was only one other boss who was unkillable due to bugs. Hell, I don't even have all those bosses on this list. The boss that's number 1 on this list is number 1 for both being unkillable due to bugs, and because he went unkilled for so long. Number 1. Oro from 8Q40. Oro has the distinct pleasure of being the longest a raid boss has ever gone unkilled since it was available. Meaning, as soon as the twin emperors were killed, it took 87 days before the first kill of Oro was achieved. This is 1 day longer than the second longest to kill boss, Cthulhu, who was also unkillable, but mainly due to overtuning, though he did have his fair share of bugs as well. Oro was unkillable pretty much just because he was bugged, and an optional boss that most players skipped to work on Cthulhu instead. His biggest bug was his Sandblast ability, which hit everyone in front of him for enough damage to take away about 90% of a geared caster's health, and also stunned everyone for a couple of seconds. He would then turn to his next highest aggro target and do it again. The idea behind this mechanic was to create a small safe zone for the raid while only 2 tanks got hit. What instead happened was he would cast Sandblast 4 times before the first stun wore off, not 2. Meaning there were no safe zones, everyone got hit and stunned if they didn't die from the ability itself. To top it off, his Quake ability was overtuned and did more damage than it really should have. He stayed underground longer than he was actually above ground. His adds that spawned during this phase were also overtuned, and sometimes he just wouldn't come back up after going underground, spawning adds endlessly. All in all, pretty nasty fight.